Chapter 1, Blind Date. Hello all viewer lords, welcome to the daily Blind Date live broadcast. I'm your cute and charming little fairy, Fairy EE, and today we're once again here at the macaron restaurant that's been rumored to be the mecca of blind dates on the net. Come on, let's see if we can find a handsome girl who's on a blind date. On the main street, the beautiful looking Yen, who was wearing a short skirt, was still carrying her live streaming pole as she introduced herself, while her popularity in the live broadcast room was as high as a terrifying 2 million. That's right. She is the popular matchmaking anchor Yen still. The aging population crisis in the summer country is gradually serious, so PP Live Broadcasting also flourished a series of matchmaking programs, matchmaking live broadcasts, and even matchmaking sites and so on, and she is grasping the opportunity to leap into the top of the matchmaking anchor. She relies on interviews for blind dates and live broadcasts of other people's blind dates. At this moment, she seemed to have seen a new target, the boy who was sitting at the dining table, chatting with an ordinary-looking girl. The two looked like strangers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone guess what EE found? Handsome guy, yeah. Look everyone, there's a handsome guy eating with the main girl somewhere. From my years of experience, the male is definitely on a blind date. Everyone come with me, let's see the handsome man up close. No, look at the blind date, she said, and the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I wipe. Really? This man is so handsome. My love beans are not as good as with him. His legs are so long. I really love it. This face. His face is so familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. The live broadcast room was in a storm, while Yen was still secretly sitting on the side of those two people live streaming secretly filming. You are Yi Feng? Opposite Li's tone was indifferent. She looked at Yi Feng. This man seemed to be nothing but handsome. It's me. Hello, my name is Yi Feng. Are you the one Auntie Li introduced? What's your height? What's your education? What's your family situation? Got a house? Have a car? Any savings? Right. The bride price I want $500,000. The next car fee is $200,000. Hardware. My family also has a younger brother. My brother is also getting married soon. And if we get married, I want to have our own private space. Lily didn't listen to Yi Feng at all and talked to herself. Yi Feng frowned. This high quality blind date is really love. 1 meter 8 in height. Went to college. Very poor family background. No car. No savings. As for your brother, I'm not familiar with him. Yi Feng also didn't have the idea to chat anymore. How narcissistic is this guy? You. Ha. These small things can't even satisfy. In that case we're not suitable. I really don't know what kind of people Auntie pushed me into, and to presume to have dinner with my old lady. What a dream. She finished muttering under her breath and picked up a tissue on one side and wiped her mouth. Yi Feng also heard her muttering and frowned slightly. Where did the confidence come from? Yi Feng had crossed over to this parallel world in less than half a day, and he realized that many things here were different from before. The family situation and the previous family situation in his previous life was not to say that there was no transformation. It was practically the same. He grew up without a family, was raised by his grandfather, but recently his grandfather also went west, leaving him alone, and before he could understand the world, his neighbor's aunt asked him to come on a blind date. Not being familiar with the world, he could only agree to it. I thought that the concepts of the parallel world would change a little. Who knows? Not only did not change, but also some pride. Girl, I don't think you're much better. Are you? Have a car? Have a house? Look at your big nose with plastic surgery. It's catching up with the Himalayas. If you were to pat it up again, people would think you're Pinocchio. Also, I married a daughter-in-law, not a princess. You. There's nothing to talk about with people like you. What's the point of getting married without money? Her face twisted a little. Since there's nothing to talk about, this meal is 250. I don't want 50. Just transfer me 100. Yi Feng faintly opened his mouth. There was nothing to say to this kind of female. Yuck. What is the status of the old lady? It's your good fortune that you're on a blind date with me. Some people want to remember that I'm still not going. Why should I pay for it? Don't you men have any courtesy? Don't you have any manliness? How petty. How can you come out on a blind date with this kind of chest? She said with a shrewish feeling. That's right. What's wrong with a blind date? Why should the man pay for it? I support the male anchor. Anchor, go save the day. These two seem to have fallen out. No way. Does this woman still have such a superiority complex? $500,000. Get off 200,000. Forget it. Change your number. How do you have the face to say that? The live broadcast room had already exploded at this time, and the popularity of the original 2 million had reached 3 million at this time. This kind of situation was originally rare, but it was actually encountered by them today. Too detestable. There's a blind date like this. Yen still clenched her small fists, excitement all over her small face. She didn't rush over. After all, she was a live broadcasting bad influence. Check out. Yi Feng was rather atmospheric and waved his hand. The waiter on one side hurriedly came over. "Hello sir, the total consumption is $250. He had a smile on his face. Yi Feng looked at Lily, who was pretending to be looking at her Apple phone at this moment. That look was obviously a cluck that wanted to rub it in. "Here you go." Yi Feng pulled out two $100 and $5 $10 and handed it over. The waiter looked at it and nodded with a smile. "Enjoy your meal." He, nowadays, someone actually goes out and takes cash? Don't know that bank cards can be swiped. What a turd. When she saw Yi Feng take out the paper money, she immediately seemed to have caught something and her face was full of mockery. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was stunned. It's the same time, why is card payment popular now and no code scanning payment? Could it be that the technology is not the same? He was a little excited in his heart at this time. If it was true that he had traveled to the past, then wasn't he developed? Securities, stocks, bitcoins? Thinking in his heart, but his eyes looked at the woman with cold eyes. "In that case, can you give me $100? "No, I should say, do you have $100? Said in a cold voice. He couldn't wait to find out about this world. At this time, Knightley, however, rubbed his head and stood up, looking down on who? "Do you know I don't?" When she was about to say something, her eyes lit up as if she saw a familiar face. "Yao Hui, I'm here," she said and waved her hand, her face full of surprise. "Look, what's rich, you dirtbag, isn't it just $100? I'll give you 10 times that," she said condescendingly while an ordinary-looking or even very dark, fat, balding man slowly walked over. The woman wrapped her arms around him. "Yao Hui, this kid said I don't have any money and asked me for $100, she said, her voice whiny and disgusting. Guang Yao Hui smiled at her words and silently placed the keys to his grand Ben on the table. At the same time, he pulled out 10 $100 bills. Cloudy looked at Yi Feng. "Lily, I said, where did you go? So it is and this kid blind date dinner but also a woman to pay. This kind of people care about him. Why? Estimated also no girlfriend. I'm afraid the woman's hand have not held it," he said, a face of ridicule. "Can't stand it. I'm going to save the day. I'm going to save the day. If a handsome man is in trouble, all parties will support him." At this time Yen still couldn't hold back any longer. She directly walked over in big strides, her cell phone broadcasting live on the table. "Brave EE is not afraid of difficulties. EE refueling, beat the stinky men and women. EEYYDS. The live broadcast room directly exploded. "Dear, so you're here. I said, why didn't I see anyone for half a day? Having dinner with friends? Actually did not call me?" Still said and directly sat beside Yi Feng. She didn't know Yi Feng's name so she could only call him like this. On one side, Guang Yao Hui looked dumbfounded. Still was very beautiful and was at the level of a superb goddess. All of a sudden he looked straight. He, what are you pretending? You have a girlfriend in this condition? What a joke. Lily had a sarcastic look on her face as she looked to her side. Guang Yao Hui clenching her teeth. Ding. System activated. Please ask the host to choose a task. Task 1. Directly obtain $10 billion. Task 2. Prove that Yen and I am still a couple, and the host will inherit billions of assets. Bind the system. Chapter 2. Long Rainbow Chip. A voice sounded in Yi Feng's mind. System? Gold finger. His heart was happy. He who had read countless novels naturally knew what was going on. I choose the second. There was almost no hesitation. Only a fool would pick the first. Wouldn't he smell good with a bound system? Task pickup successful. Please ask the host to complete the task within 10 seconds. The system voice sounded again. At this point there was no time for Yi Feng to consider, looking towards the woman he was matched with. I'll prove it. Saying that, in the shocked gazes of the three, Yi Feng turned Yen's still small head. Barf. Bo. After only hearing a fierce wave sound, not only Yen still himself, even the people around and even in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Crouch. 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 Holy, EE has been attacked. Wow. So sweet. I'm watching the two of them. Please marry in place, thank you. Poor EE went to save the day and actually gave her first kiss. And it was pulled. What a conscientious anchor. Is this anchor so fierce? Can you give your first kiss to save the day? Where is the anchor's location? I'll be right there. At this time, the live broadcast room had long since exploded. And after a kiss, no matter if it was Yi Feng or Yen, still both of their heads were buzzing. You guys, the woman pointed at the two, trembling with anger. The man, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with some silence and some envy in his eyes. Yao Hui, let's go. The woman pulled the fat man a little embarrassed. Take it easy. This young man seems a bit familiar. Don't rush first. I'll check. Guang Yao Hui's tone was a bit cold, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. The woman was a little impatient, but looking at the face of the gold master above there was a direct walk. At this time within the live broadcast room. I guessed who he is. I said how so familiar. Everyone quickly searched the chairman of Xiaoshang Group. I don't know who said a sentence in the live broadcast room. and countless people began to search. Holy, he and Chairman Xia, they look alike. I heard that Chairman Xia passed away yesterday. He was a representative of a state-owned enterprise. Ah, hey, it's a pity. Did you all notice? Not only does he look alike, but the heroic spirit between his eyebrows is almost identical to Chairman Xia. Everyone, quickly call the Xiaoshang group. It's said that the old man handed over all of his property to his long-lost son before he died, and those who find his son are said to have a lot of money. Already dialed. Inside the Xiaoshang mansion at one time, countless calls poured in, and at this time the man seemed to have discovered something as well, as he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. When the chairman of Xiaoshang and Feng compared it, his legs directly went soft. There was even a tremor on his fleshy face. It was fearful that Xiaoshang Group could easily pinch his small industry. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Has bound the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xiaoshang Group. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the assets Xiaoshang Group with $500 billion in assets. Triggering mission. Host chooses mission. Task 1. Leave directly. Reward sports car. Bugatti Veyron. Task 2. Wait for a special person to greet. Get the Changhong cell phone chip. System design diagram. The Changhong chip design diagram. Changhong system design code building diagram. Chip Changhong 1. 0. Chip CPU model Changhong H1. Dual core 1. 5 GHz. Line design method. Accurate to 1 nanometer. Changhong system. The use of top system equipment. Kill all of today's systems. Background storage settings can be turned off at any time to open. Playing games cut off the software after the software will not run in the background. Note that the cell phone shell camera, etc. need to be hosts to solve their own. The system voice sounded. Feng did not hesitate and directly chose task 2. Xiaoshang Group. But it is very similar to a state-owned enterprise in the previous life. And both are state-owned enterprises. In the previous life, I was a salted fish. I have not fought for the country. In this life, I want to let Changhong cell phones resound all over the world. I'm going to let domestic production shock the world. There is some exuberance in the heart. Great China. The domestic cell phone industry should have awakened long ago, rather than sleeping for 1,000 years, not to mention the absence of their own chips. All need foreign enterprises to realize. 10 years ago, Love Crazy just came out, called the kidney machine. The reason is that some people actually in order to buy this cell phone sold to their own kidneys. Since we have the Changhong chip and system, Feng thinks he can also develop a cell phone. Of course the premise is different from the previous world. Chip and system construction, but the most difficult to master. If the previous world, Huawei can directly master the chip and system construction, that high-end industry also has no Apple's right to speak. Yan still only reacted at this time. Her big eyes stared at Feng. All of her eyes were shocked. Her small hands clenched. This was her first kiss that she had treasured for many years. Feng saw this with a serious look and touched his mouth. Sweet. Mary, you want a car? Need a house? Do you need to support your brother? Quality 3 consecutive questions. Do not I ask for very simple. To me good upwardly mobile on the line. Instinctively said, but finished he felt wrong. Why should he answer this kind of question? After she finished speaking, the grandmother next door's eyes were green. A young girl who was n times prettier than herself saying this was simply slapping her in the face. Good. Then can you be my girlfriend? Feng looked at her with seriousness and gentleness in his eyes. In his previous life, he didn't even have a girlfriend, but seeing her today, Feng actually had his heart moved. Yan still originally wanted to deny, but seeing Feng's handsome face, and that gentle gaze her heart was beating fast. If you are good to me and can tolerate me, I am willing, unconsciously said. Feng smiled and nodded. He held her hand, originally wanted to resist, but Yan still found that his hand was so hot and comfortable that he instinctively held it. After being single for so long, the mind couldn't keep up with the body's movements. Are you the son of Chairman Xiaoshang Group? You and Chairman Xia look so much alike. At this time, the opposite side of Guan Yaohui only opened his mouth. His words stuttered a little, not knowing if he was excited. The son of the chairman of Xiaoshang Group? That's a group within the top 500 in the world. Just him? A poor look. No way? Li Hua on one side shook her head. Shut up, coldly shouted. Nightflower didn't dare to say anything else when she saw this. Is it? How come I don't know? You've recognized the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person. Feng said softly with a cloudy look. Yan still didn't say much because she didn't know Feng very well. Until now she was confused. She actually got off the hook without realizing it. This way young man, in fact just now it was me who was reckless. My name is Guang Yaohui. I'm really sorry young man. In this case, I apologize to you. This amount of money you can accept it. It's considered my compensation. And I will definitely apologize to you properly when I have the chance. He squeezed a little smile out of his fleshy face. He was smart enough to speak cautiously without really figuring out Yi Feng's identity. Forget it, I'm not interested in your money. Yi Feng spoke indifferently. At this moment, his appearance in Yan's still eyes that was one word. Handsome. Po had a feeling that my life is mine but not mine. Bear. Right at this moment, the sound of several cars braking came from outside the door, along with many footsteps. The formation sounded big, and several people also hurriedly looked outside, only to see that a lengthened commercial vehicle was parked on the street, while a few bodyguards were standing on the side of the road. Among the bodyguards, 2 men hurriedly got out of the car and hurriedly walked towards the hotel. There was still some excitement and anticipation on their faces, and a group of people around them made a small path for them. On the other hand, Guang Yao Hui's heart has sunk. He has a bad feeling that the guy in front of him is probably the son of the chairman of the Xiaosheng group. At this time, he looked at the side of the Li Hua. Forehead has emerged a cold sweat. Chapter 3 Mission accomplished. She looked at Zhang Jian with eyes full of disbelief. You're the son of the chairman of the Xiaosheng group? How is this possible? Her face that was full of hyaluronic acid was pulling her crotch a bit at this moment. Yi Feng didn't say anything while 2 men on one side had already come. The 2 men saw Yi Feng followed by a bow. Young master, please go back and inherit the family property. The old master left you a will. A middle-aged man had a respectful face. He was tall, dressed in a suit with his hair combed behind his head, and looked courteous. On his suit, there was a small sign right at the top. Xiaosheng Group Chief Security Butler. President, please go back and inherit the handover procedures. Xiaosheng Group can't be without a president for a day. The president has left 95% of the shares for you. Another young man then said, 95% of the shares. Such a huge number can be said that Yi Feng has the absolute say in Xiaosheng Group. And that 5% Yi Feng roughly knew where it had gone. It should have been surrendered. You really are the son of the chairman of Xiaosheng Group. At this moment, there was some disbelief in Li Hua's eyes, and even a trace of regret. If she didn't fall out with Yi Feng, then maybe she still had a little chance. It seems like I didn't say it wasn't put either. Ah, Mr. Yi, actually what I just said was nonsense. I'm usually very reserved. Saying that, she hurriedly let go of Guang Yao Hui's hand. The live broadcast room and also Yi Feng were induced to feel a wave of discomfort. So disgusting. Just this? This person's face change is also too fast. If I hadn't seen it today I would have thought that only novels dared to write like this. Good guy. It's really the son of the chairman of Xiaosheng Group. So young and handsome. I'm envious. EE actually caught the sun. I'm envious. Look at this popularity. It's gone up to 5 million. EE actually exposed the son of the chairman of Xiaosheng Group. It's rumored that he has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. For a while, the live broadcast room was already buzzing, and the popularity had reached its peak. Scroll. Disgusting woman. Guang Yaohui had a disgusted look on his face when he saw this. While he didn't dare to be too reckless and quietly barred the Audi keys back. I'm only saying this to avoid meeting a bad person on a blind date. Mr. Yi, Auntie Li and I are good friends. Can we leave a contact? Li Hua simply refreshed Yi Feng's 3 views, and Yi Feng didn't bother to pay attention to this shameless woman. He stood up and ignored him, pulling Yan still who was a bit confused to follow the 2 suited men out. And Yan still did not forget to pick up her live camera. She followed Yi Feng's back in a blur and got into the commercial car. After the 2 men walked away, Guang Yaohui directly stood up with a slap on the table. Yaohui, where are you going? Seeing this, Li Hua hurriedly asked. Scram. It was just one word, but it contained his endless anger. If it wasn't in public, he would have broken into a rage. Don't leave. Take me up. I'm not writing, yelled, but Guang Yaohui had already walked away. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Seeing the people around her looking at her, she was like a shrew. In her eyes, however, there was all remorse. At this time in the business car, although Yi Feng has lived 2 lives, but this is the first time to sit in this luxury car. Actually some excitement. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Changhong system code building design plan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Changhong chip design diagram. The system voice sounded. Yi Feng looked at the 2 drawings in the system space. He was very satisfied. At this time the 2 people sitting on one side opened their mouths. Chairman, my name is Lu Yan. Is your secretary general? I will take you to sign all the property left by the chairman. The chairman of the board of directors has no wife in his life. Just have you as a relative. AI. The young man Lu Yan sighed under his breath, his face full of helpless pity. By the way, young master, my name is Wang Gang, is your butler and bodyguard. I am the special forces out of the previous is still a soldier king it. Young master, if you want to learn self-defense can come to find me. Wang Gang also hurriedly introduced himself. Right, what's your name? I still don't know your name. Yi Feng looked at Yan still on the side. He was a little embarrassed, but acted generously. Oh yes, my name is Yan still. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, looking very pretty. My name is Feng. Nice to meet you, girlfriend Sama. Put, that has such corny love words. Old or not? Yan still smiled at his words. This guy in front of him is quite humorous. Right, my name is Feng. Don't call me young master, just call me Feng. Feng said softly. Both of them nodded. It's like this. The chairman of the board suddenly passed away from a heart attack a few days ago. According to the will, we found you, and we were very sorry when we got your news and situation. Let young master. No, little Feng, you live in that kind of place and suffer. We are also very sorry. Wang Gang said softly. Lu Yan then continued to speak. Chairman, you go back this time. Besides signing the agreement, you also need to take charge of the company, but you don't have the knowledge. We found a teacher for you. Do you want to go to school first? Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please select the task for the host. Task 1. Choose 2 companies to join in the production of the Changhong system. Changhong chip. Mission rewards general technology, financial management knowledge. Task 2. Accept education. Reward a large bowl of broad noodles. The system voice instantly recalled in his mind. Feng directly chose the first one. What the hell is the second large bowl of broad noodles? Why do you want to let yourself go in and sit down? Just say it. Ha ha. In fact, I still learn some things. So put, or unnecessary teacher. And I studied some things at home in the past few days. And so go back and we discuss it. Feng smiled, while the 2 men looked at each other slightly frowning. Again, in their opinion, Feng grew up in the countryside. How could he have the ability to manage a public company? But he was the chairman of the board, so the 2 didn't say anything. This way, small maple, we first let you try 2 days. If it really does not work, we then invite teachers over. You see how? Wang Gang was quite euphemistic. Feng also had no choice but to nod. Everyone, it's not convenient for me to broadcast live in the car. I'll get off the air first. Ha. Yan on one side still whispered. You're the anchor? Looking towards Yan still. Feng was a little different. That, Yan still nodded with a slightly red face. Live broadcasting was not common in this world, and the major platforms were not built. There were only primitive live broadcasting platforms. Thinking of live broadcasting, Feng instantly had an attention. Why don't you build a live short video platform yourself? When the time comes to package it to get abroad, first earn a wave of foreign traffic, and then get a wave of cultural invasion. Let them also look at the spectacular scene of our great China, the scene of the world. Thinking of this, Feng has some ideas, but now the key is still to make the cell phone. What kind of live broadcast did you do? The popularity is so high. More than 5 million? Fake it. Feng was confused. He had just been exposed by 1 million people live? Chapter 4, deciding to build a cell phone. How is it fake? This is real popularity for me. The ones who watched it are over 1 million. The moment Yan still heard that someone actually questioned her live stream, she was instantly displeased. Other people could question her, but they couldn't question her live stream. This was her bottom line. I'm sorry, there are just some differences. Now that the live broadcast is not very developed, actually has 5 million popularity, I'm really too surprised. Feng saw this and said in a hurry, he might be a bit straight, because Feng grew up thinking that flowery words would eventually be recognized, so he developed a straightforward character. But now that he was the president, it was time to change this fault of his. Me too, I just overreacted. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be the heir of Xiaowei Group. I was surprised too. I heard them say that you really used to live in the countryside. Ha, I really can't believe that a plot in a novel could play out on you. Yan still said softly. Her appearance felt like she was deliberately lowering her voice to make Feng feel like she was gentle. Feng felt awkward instead. I didn't expect it either. Right, let's add a WeChat. WeChat? What is that? Don't you play QQ now? QQ? I don't have a cell phone, so I don't know. Can I see your cell phone? Feng froze at his words. He kind of couldn't believe that this world's technology had regressed so much. You don't have a cell phone yet? Give it to me. She covered her mouth for a moment at his words, then hurriedly handed out her cell phone. On one side, Wang Gang and the 2 men looked at each other frowning. What Yan still had in his hands was a Love Crazy 4, also commonly known as a kidney phone. There are several software on it, of which QQ is the most conspicuous, while on one side there are PP Live, Subway Parkour, Gluttony and other games. Feng hastened to open the browser. First search Huawei cell phone. No. Millet cell phone. Millet also no. Even search. And this is exactly how it was 10 years ago, even a little bit further back. But looking at the time, it was September 30th, 2010. It seems that in this parallel world, the people are the same as in the previous life, but the time is more than 10 years ago, and the technology is also that of more than 10 years ago. This is quite good. With the over-the-top knowledge, and the Xia Shang group, it would be better to grow bigger and stronger. Yi Feng had already come up with a basket of plans. His ultimate goal was to have his products occupy all foreign economies and form a monopoly. His own suppression of his own country's products was nothing. The one that caused a monopoly abroad was the king. Think of a certain place of the island of a street. Yi Feng feel face. This is not a naked provocation to extinguish their own Winzhang other people's aspirations, and so on their own industry chain up later, to engage in an island of a street, specializing in the promotion of the Ming Dynasty culture, and then get a Qi Jiguan cultural hall. Cough ran off the subject. Here, this cell phone case of yours is good. Young rabbit, it suits you. Yi Feng laughed too. It doesn't look like you don't know how to use a cell phone? It looks more skillful than me. Yan still saw Yi Feng skillfully flipping. There was some questioning in her eyes. Her big eyes as if she wanted to see through Yi Feng. Although I don't have a cell phone, I'm preparing to make a cell phone. So that makes me relatively more skillful. What? Making a cell phone? Are you serious? Not only Yan remained. It was Wang Gang on one side, and Lu Yan who were all subdued by Yi Feng's words. That chairman, are you serious? Lu Yan had a serious face. He couldn't believe that Yi Feng, a child who grew up in the countryside, could actually say such grand ambitions. That's right, and I've already designed the design drawings. So if we wait until the company we can directly start developing it. The design drawings were made by me consulting the information and going through countless days and nights to get it out. So there might be bugs we need to improve. Yi Feng explained. Although they were a bit unconvinced, the two of them still nodded. I understand, Chairman. We'll explore it this time when we go back. Lu Yan was very serious and said again after finishing. In fact, the old president also said before that he wanted to develop a cell phone, but only made the shell of the phone, the packaging. The hardware system chip inside is not landed. We also thought to other cell phones. The same, the use of assembled form. But our state-owned enterprises. We cannot be foreigners to use the chip card main throat. If we rely on other people's chips one by one, what can we do to be strong? What to compete with others? Do we rely on other people's chips? Other people's weapons? So, the old chairman decided that he must develop a chip that belongs to our Huaxia. A chip that belongs to our Huaxia people themselves. Hey, but it hasn't been realized until now. The more Lu Yan spoke, the more exuberant he became, but in the end he only got a long sigh in return. Chip Road, how difficult to walk. Only those who have traveled it know. Don't worry, there will be a day. A glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. This was like a decade or so ago, when the motherland did not have a domestic car. Shunling Automobile was the first to come forward, and when the motherland did not have its own ballpoint pen, countless enterprises came forward. What could make the motherland prosperous was never a group, but the backbone supported by millions of Chinese children behind it. Confident? Wang Gang said softly. He knew how difficult this road was. It could be said that the chairman had been bothered for countless years over this matter. Confident. We are going to create the first cell phone that belongs to us. The name I have already thought of. It will be called the Changhong cell phone. The system will be called the Changhong system, and the chip will be called the Changhong chip. Changhong. It signifies that we can go all the way to the rainbow and cut through the thorns. It also signifies that the future has no limits. There are infinite possibilities, and we, Xiaoshang Group, will surely be the giant that opens up the world in the future. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but the words hit several people's hearts. It was the driver whose heart was pounding at this moment. Yan on one side still looked at Yi Feng. She felt how tall Yi Feng was at this moment. He can think like this. Absolutely no one in the past. No one in the future. The cost of researching a chip, a system can be said that is a bottomless pit. No one was willing to spread their money on doing research. They were only willing to rake in more money. Yi Feng, as long as you succeed in your research, I'm willing to be the first experiencer of Changhong. I fully support you. I can live broadcast to publicize for you. Yan still looked at Yi Feng with an excited face. Good. I'll have to rely on you when the time comes. Yi Feng laughed too. Where? I also want to make a contribution. Yan still blushed. Although she was a woman, she was still shy in the face of a male god. Especially Yi Feng's words just now were constantly touching her heart. Shall we drive faster? We need to hurry back to the company. Wang Gang said. The driver nodded to speed up to come some. Soon. Xiaoshang Group downstairs. In this era where technology is not too developed, Xiaoshang Group has $100 billion, which can really be said to be one of the best in the country. Soon inside the conference room, countless executives were called in for a meeting, and Yi Feng didn't go in first, but waited in the office on the side. Lu Yan said that he wanted to shock all the executives. Yi Feng is not at all flustered in the face of this occasion. After all, people live two lives. What things have not seen? On the contrary, Yan still looked left and right, with some disgust on his face. What kind of broken company? The decoration is too crotch-pulling right. Not as good as my family's decoration. The words fell on Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng. Chapter 5, Changhong System. Your family has a company too? Yi Feng looked at Yan. Still the whole person was messed up. This beautiful anchor woman in front of him didn't seem to be as simple as she looked. You think it? If there is no background, I can do a large-scale live broadcast. I can clean myself up. Blank stare. Yan still gave Yi Feng a big blank stare. On second thought, the water in the live broadcasting industry is already very deep, and some people will even sell their souls if they want to get traffic toward a beautiful woman like Yan. Still, it was not safe to begin with, and it was hard to make it without a family history. Hey, let's go buy a cell phone after the meeting later. Without contact information, that's not called a relationship, right? She elbowed Yi Feng. This action was not related to gentleness at all. Okay, add a contact information when the time comes. Lu Yan is coming. I'll go first. If you want to see it, you can come and take a look. Seeing Lu Yan coming over, Yi Feng nodded. He hurriedly straightened his already not luxurious clothes. He followed Lu Yan with confidence on his face and quickly entered the conference room. At this time, countless company executives had already gathered. Because the shares were not thrown out, there was no board of directors, which made it a lot easier. There was no controversy. This is our new president? So young. He's the old president's son? It looks like a dirt kid. Is he any good? When the company executives saw Yi Feng arrive, they were whispering below. Obviously, they weren't very satisfied with Yi Feng's look-alike form. Snap! Everyone be quiet. By me. This is our new chairman, President Yi Feng. From now on he will be in charge of the company's entire staff. Lu Yan clapped his hands. He said with a pause at the end. Obviously the meaning of the warning was unknown. Clap clap clap. After he finished speaking, a wave of people in the conference room started clapping. Yi Feng scanned the circle. He suddenly realized that the two young men not only didn't applaud, but they were somewhat unconcerned anyway. He didn't get angry either, but slowly opened his mouth. My name is Yi Feng. Without further ado, today, besides getting to know everyone, there is one more thing to announce. First, we are going to develop cell phones. Second, we are going to develop our own chips. Third, we're going to develop an autonomous system. Fourth, we're going to develop everything the country needs. Yi Feng slowly extended his 4 fingers. The voice was so loud that countless people in the conference room suddenly witnessed a moment. Afterward, the conference room directly exploded. What a joke! Making a cell phone? And to develop an autonomous system, a chip? Even Yi Lao in his second life wouldn't dare to say that. This Earth boy looks young, but he has a big mouth. Is this the first time a new official takes office? Not to mention the chip. We'd be thankful if the system could be developed. At our level, we may not even be able to perfect it in 10 years. President, look at other people's cell phones. That one is not using foreign advanced systems. Chips, let's not break the bank to do some useless things. President, Master Yi has been researching for most of his life, but he didn't understand it. So let's just get down to work on a replica cell phone. After the noise, these people actually unified. Yi Feng saw the situation, did not say much, just glanced at Lu Yan. Quiet. Above the public hall. How could it be so noisy? With a single sentence, the crowd immediately shut their mouths. The surrounding directly quieted down. Do we have a PPT projector here? After Yi Feng saw the quietness, he then looked at Lu Yan. Yes, President. Please wait. He waved his hand in a hurry, and Wang Gang also hurriedly ran outside. Extract the design drawings. Yi Feng recited silently in his heart. There was actually an extra USB flash drive directly in his pocket. Touching the USB flash drive, Yi Feng's confidence increased. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires. These 3 fires of his own must be burned into the hearts of these people, so that these people can do things for themselves with all their might. One side Yan was still sitting in the last row. She looked at Yi Feng seriously. Soon, Wang Gang pushed a fairly advanced projector ran over, along with a tablet computer. However, the current computer was like a head-turner. What you want, President? Good. Yi Feng nodded as he looked at the tablet on the table, and then plugged the USB drive in. After debugging, the white cloth in front of the projector had a picture. There were 2 PPTs inside. One was the Changhong System Design Code Framework drawing. The other was Changhong Chip version 1. 3 design drawings. Just these 2 names alone left everyone present shaken. He wouldn't really have made drawings. Changhong System? This name sounds good. It has the feel of our China. It's definitely impossible for him to make drawings by himself. I think it must just be 2 names. Could it be a big drawing? The people under the stage whispered, but their eyes never left the PPT. Yi Feng didn't say much and directly opened the code drawing of the system design. The next moment, the laptop directly jammed and the interface was blank. Yi Feng was confused. How come he was not worthy of narrating the PPT? It seems that you have to study the notebook. Spitting in his mouth, he patted the heavy shell, and the screen suddenly lit up. A picture of the code, and the structure of the system framework and so on appeared. Yi Feng looked at it. There were actually more than 1,000 pages. Each page was almost very long. Quickly look. More than 1,000 pages of code in the framework. How did he do it? Not to mention the code. This length is not something a normal person can do. How long did he use? How long did it take him to do this? Is this something a normal person could code? The production team's donkey wouldn't even dare to do this. All are shocked voices. More than 1,000 pages. Is to give them no years of time simply cannot do. On the other hand, the two youths at the end of the side had a light in their eyes, while they both looked at Yi Feng's code. Although Yen still did not understand, but looking at the dense characters she still felt cowhide. This one contains my carefully researched system code framework and so on. Which one of you is from the R&D department? Yi Feng looked down. We are. Suddenly, the two people who had just not applauded for Yi Feng raised their hands, their gazes looking at the code with some fire in their eyes. Since this is the case, you guys come up and take a look at the system I made, and I also invite you to make suggestions. Yi Feng's tone was gentle. These two men looked like rare talents. The two men did not hesitate at all and directly walked up. When their eyes landed on the densely packed code, they became excited. Combined code. Self-derived code. This framework is several times higher than what we did. It's a cross-generation system. How is this possible? Zhou Yu, look here. This is the framework for autonomous optimization. If a phone can automatically optimize the game's cache when entering the interface and accelerate the game or software, how strong would that be? Autonomous optimization? Can this really be done? Zhou Yu muttered as he looked at Yi Feng, wanting to seek an answer in his eyes. Right. Our Changhong system, when entering software and games, can increase the speed of optimization carried out by 50%. Moreover, our Changhong phone can appear a small frame when switching between software and games. That way it is more favorable for the user to chat easily. And I also made many changes, such as the system interface layout. And even our system can record the pace when walking based on each person's walk. This can be said to be an unprecedented alteration. Yi Feng merely said this, and the two people already couldn't close their mouths. Recording the number of steps? This they hadn't even heard of. If this was really utilized, how much of a boon would it be for people who loved sports? And everyone has the heart of comparison. If other people's cell phones can see the number of steps, but not their own, just a little can crush a lot of cell phones. And our system is much more than that. What? There's more. The two unconsciously took a step back, like looking at a monster. They looked at Yi Feng. Chapter 6, Surprisingly Great Cleverness. Now, we will also step into the age of informationization. And in the age of informationization, what is the most feared thing about cell phones? Right, it's viruses. Our Changhong system can automatically detect viruses. Yi Feng said with a wave of his hand, and Zhou Yu's two scalps tingled. A cell phone that can automatically detect viruses. This is what Apple next door can't even compare to. Mr. Yi, you made all of these? Zhou Yu was a bit in disbelief. Yes, it's all in this drawing already. What I need now is for you to make this Changhong cell phone as soon as possible. I want to create a cell phone that specifically belongs to our China. Yi Feng nodded, and as the crowd was shocked, one of them hurriedly spoke. But President, although we have the design, where are we going to bring in the materials from? Right, now that the Apple 5 is coming out, if we follow it and release it before it, the heat will definitely rise. We have to pick a company to work with to speed up the process. Another person concurred. I've also considered this. So what we need now is to cooperate with a company. Does everyone have any suggestions? Yi Feng looked towards the stage. On one side, Zhou Yu hurriedly commented. I think it's better to cooperate with Nokia's company. Their cell phones are hot and are considered mid-range. They can also bring us some heat. I do think it's about right to cooperate with the newly come out Meitu cell phone. Although they are a small asset, they definitely have potential in the future. On one side, Zhuliang opened his mouth, and the two of them recommended two companies respectively. Yi Feng's face instantly darkened. These two companies he knew too well. Two companies that were almost scrapped in the future. Why are you guys recommending these two companies? Explain. Firstly, Nokia has a huge chain of cell phones and a high personnel base. It has always stood in the high-end market. I heard that they have also been developing a new system recently. We just need to cooperate with less capital and we can produce it quickly. Secondly, Nokia Duck's quality is good. It can smash walnuts and be used as a self-defense weapon. If our system cooperates with Nokia Duck, the quality problem can be solved perfectly. Thirdly, I am optimistic about the trend of Nokia Duck in the next 10 years. He is also developing a new system. When the time comes, it will definitely occupy half of the cell phone industry here. Zhou Yu said unhurriedly. Yi Feng wiped his forehead. In the next 10 years, Nokia will not even have his shadow on the market, not to mention half of the country. This guy was deliberately coming to cause trouble, right? What about you? I think the Midway phone, he has captured people's preference for taking pictures, and their anti-advertising virus for cell phones is quite good. If we can utilize his antivirus and photo-taking advantages to promote it, our Changhong system will surely be well received. Moreover, the Meitu cell phone looks good. We just need to borrow their appearance again, and sales will definitely skyrocket by then. Zhu Liang spoke at length. Midway, Nookie Duck. Midway wasn't very strong to begin with, and after being on fire for a while in the mainland, it disappeared into obscurity. It was said that Midway's cell phone function system didn't even work, so it was eliminated. As for Nokia, not to mention the fact that it was a detriment. Nokia was playing well, but suddenly one day, his chairman saw people's Apple's system in the store to make money. He also wanted to get a system. In the end, he came up with a system that was unorthodox, and eventually faded out of the cell phone market. These two guys, wanting themselves to invest in two companies with no potential and no system roots? Yifeng pursed his lips. Then what companies do you guys think are not suitable for cooperation? I think that Oppo that just came out, and that Xiaomi that just came out. These two cell phones won't work. What a mishmash. Said that they are also going to develop the system, but there is no news recently. The chairman also went to look for it, but there has been no news. Zhou Yu gave two examples. Yifeng had a smile on his face. Xiaomi cell phone can be fire after 10 years. The strongest is the CPU and the price outside. There is also his unique research and development of the acceleration system. Xiaomi's acceleration system can be set on is also very strong. At least can play a certain role in accelerating the role of a very strong. Stronger than the ordinary acceleration system are strong. Xiaomi after there is a cell phone Black Sand. Black Sand is Xiaomi research and development of the first specifically for the game to create a cell phone. The essential difference between the two is not too big. It can be said that the acceleration systems of these two cell phones are quite ahead of their time. Yifeng understood at this time. The original two guys are the opposite. This is not at all in the harm themselves, but to help themselves. This is not good? They choose not to. They look good not to choose. Do not look good. Then double their own investment. With these two Zhou Yu, Kong Ming, too big smart, then our business is not flourishing? Looking at Yifeng cast a satisfied and approving gaze. Zhou Yu and Zhu Liang two people are very proud. This is their own research for a long time to discover. Yifeng must appreciate their own. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yu hurriedly opened his mouth. The development of Xiaomi's cell phone is said to be still being built. In my opinion, this cell phone itself is useless. Their interface is difficult to see the explosion. It is said that there is also a function to enter the game acceleration, but that can be compared to our entry software? What's more, they are said to specialize in making gaming machines, high-end machines. Now the games on the cell phone are few and far between. Only Tetris. Could it be that he is preparing to accelerate Tetris? Ha ha ha. After he finished, the conference room all laughed out. Good. I've decided. Fiercely, Yifeng opened his mouth. Zhou Yu and the two of them were meditating in their hearts to pick their own option. I'll pick Mimi. You go get Mimi's techies over here. That's 5 times the salary to hire. That's the kind of talent I need. Zhou Yu. Zhu Liang. Yi general manager, could it be that our program is not right? Right, Mr. Yi. In my opinion, these two phones, as long as we cooperate, we might even be able to provide us with materials in the future. The two looked at Yifeng. Yifeng gave a dry cough. He pointed at the drawings. What is the purpose of us building the Changhong system? To make money? No. Attracting numbers? No. It's to make our own system. To make our own cell phone. If we join these people's organization, even though it says it's domestic, it's not domestic internally. And these people's fees will be much higher than normal researchers' fees. Even Nookie Duck will extract our company sales, and the price of our cell phones will rise. Nowadays, ordinary Nookie Duck keypad cell phones can go up to 3 or 4,000. How can we ordinary people afford them? Most of their wages are only 1,000 or 2,000. A cost-effective and old cell phone costs 3 or 4,000. If we add a tariff, how many people in our country can afford to buy a cell phone? The purpose of our research and development of cell phones is not only to promote our culture, but also to let everyone in China use our domestic cell phones. Think about those children in the mountains who can't see their parents for several years. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yifeng pointed at the screen and the crowd fell silent. Cell phones in this era were ridiculously expensive. If it wasn't for Lei Jun knocking down the price before, the price of cell phones could definitely still be sold at a low and high price, and even sell well. After a long time, a fierce applause rang out. Then, Mr. Yi, what is the pricing of our phone? We need to make the phone first. Cost plus profit counts the price. Now get the techies together first. I want to see the phone in a month. I don't care if you guys work all night, or overtime. I can give you 5 times your salary, and even give out research awards. But I want to see the phone, understand? Understood. But also pay attention to your body, don't get exhausted, Yifeng said softly again. Zhou Yu nodded his head in a hurry, and Zhu Liang even started contacting Nini's researchers. Digging up people, he was good at it. Chapter 7 Signal Base Station. At the same time Zhu Liang went to make contact, The system voice sounded in Yifeng's head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for gaining knowledge in technology and financial management. Buzz. The head buzzed. The memory became a little higher, and even more knowledge of financial management and for technological understanding. Now Yifeng was no longer reading these things blindly, but knew the meaning. Good. Long rainbow system. It is here. The next thing I'm going to say is the brain of the cell phone. The chip. Chip CPU model, Changhong H1. Dual core 1. 5 GHz. Dual core. 1. 5 GHz is already an over-the-top feature in this cell phone industry now. Dual core 1. 5 GHz can even kill Apple's CPU several times. Called the little king of the land. I designed this chip's strongest feature is that it can utilize 50% of the system speed up and then speed up 20%, which can speed up 70%. And the strongest thing about the Changhong chip is that the heating system has a great improvement. Dual core is to meet all the mainstream software games and so on now. Yifeng clicked on the drawing to introduce it. The crowd did not swallow saliva. What a strong CPU. General Yi, can this really be realized? It can. What's your name? Mr. Yi. My name is Zhou. Good. Zhou, you take the chip drawings now. Go and develop the chip. I want to see results in a week. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhou was a little excited. He hurriedly dialed the phone number of his research lab. Today's meeting will end here for now. The marketing department. The marketing department. And what's that department? All give me publicity. Lu Yan. Mr. Yi, you show me the cell phone model made by the old man. I'll refer to it. Okay, President. Lu Yan nodded as he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and kept rummaging through it. As for you guys, the requirement now is to publicize. Yes, President Yi. Promised to complete the task. The crowd promised and then left the stage. Yifeng frowned as he looked at the drawing of the cell phone made by Elder Yi. This cell phone had a big screen, but it didn't have a fingerprint unlock. Also the camera didn't work, and the appearance was similar to Nokia's outer tube. It could be said that it was useless except for being able to smash walnuts. This drawing doesn't work. Redesign 1. Yifeng directly vetoed it. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Please ask the host to choose a task. Task 1. Develop the exterior design drawings in hand. Task reward $1 billion. Task 2. Decide to design your own cell phone appearance. Task reward fingerprint unlock design drawings. HD screen design drawings. Camera design drawings. The system voice sounded in his head. Yifeng barely hesitated and chose the second one. Congratulations to the host for choosing task 2. The design drawings have been released to the system space. This is what Director Yi thought about for a long time before drawing it. You won't consider it anymore? This one of his is just following someone else's design. Someone else's design is ultimately someone else's. If we want to do it, we'll do a cell phone that is completely our own development. Instead of piecing together a synthetic machine, borrowed cell phone appearance. Yifeng waved his hand and said. Lu Yan also nodded. He agreed with Yifeng's approach. Then how is it going to be designed? Don't worry, I already have the result. Tomorrow I'll send you the production drawings. Now you go and find some screen materials, camera materials, and fingerprint chip materials and so on. Mr. Yi, what's the point of getting these? Lu Yan's heart was shocked. A moment screen, a moment camera, and fingerprints. What is Yifeng doing? Does he really want to make his own screen, and camera, and even fingerprint unlocking? Is there really a company that can do completely independent research and development? Lu Yan didn't even dare to think about it. That's right, you go and prepare the put. Yifeng nodded. Lu Yan didn't say any more and walked out with big strides. Yifeng, you are awesome. Are you going to knock down the price of cell phones? Yan still looked at Yifeng and winks. Well, too many people can't afford cell phones now. If this situation is not curbed, maybe the price of cell phones will still go up. The guys abroad sell us some low-end cell phones. Yet the prices are much higher than in other countries. They are trying to monopolize the high-end cell phone market in our country. Now there are too few people who can afford to use a cell phone. Even making a phone call is a kind of looking up to. This situation has to be curbed. Yifeng nodded, his voice firm. In this day and age, just a big lumpy cell phone can go up to 4 or 5,000. This is simply a money grab. I support you. Yan still waved her small fists. Yifeng laughed when he looked at her cute appearance. Young master, this is the contract left behind by the old master during his lifetime. Please sign it. Wang Gang walked in through the door at this moment, holding a white contract in his hand. Yifeng took the contract and he skimmed through it. Ha, our company still has set up bureau signal base stations? Yes, Master said before. If you want the motherland to be strong and the people to be strong, it's definitely not possible to not have your own signaling station. So we've been developing signaling base stations, but now it doesn't work at all. The technical problems are too big. For example, the current 2G that is firmly in the hands of the meter country. We must snatch this big cake from their mouth. Wang Gang said with some exuberance in his eyes. Signal base station. This is necessary. Imagine, if the war comes, you use or other people's signals. How horrible it would be. This is the same as you in front of others is a naked. That's why 10 years later we have our own 5G base station. I heard that in another year, 3G is going to be developed. It seems like it's also developed by Rice. Yen still spoke softly. There was some helplessness in his tone. Since they are researching 3G, we will research 4G. If 4G is successfully researched, we'll ride on the success to research 5G, 6G, 7G, strive to have our signaling base stations spread all over the world. Yi Feng slapped the table, his demeanor exuberant. There were too many opportunities and too many hardships in this era. Young Master Yi speaks well. If Master had found you earlier, our Xiaoshang group would have been stronger. Wang Gang was a bit excited. Alright, the signaling base station thing, we developed it secretly. We can't be discovered by that group of people. And now the first thing we need to do is the cell phone development. First solve our internal problems, then export abroad. The Apple has a tax. We will then get a customs tax when we export. Raise the price for me by half. Yi Feng making cell phones was not earning money from the mainland at all. If he wanted to earn, he would earn money from those foreigners. By the way, young master, this card has $5 million in it. The master said that he has to limit it to you every day. So it's only 5 million pocket money per day. Wang Gang handed the card over. Yen still, good guy, 5 million a day is still less? What about the promised poor son and rich daughter? It's only $30,000 a day for himself. Alright, I'm not really interested in money. Yen remained, disgusted face. Then does young master use me to send you to the cell phone store? No, I'll just go with still. Yi Feng waved his hand. He pulled Yen still and left the office. Wang Gang looked at Yi Feng's back. What a resemblance. There was some nostalgia in his eyes. Chapter 8, Phantom Ancestor's Cell Phone. Garage. Yi Feng was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How could he not have his own ride? No, he was sitting in the Wuling van at this moment, while Yen remained in the passenger side. The scene was once comfortable. You are so rich, why don't you drive a luxury car? But you have to drive a Wuling? Yen still didn't dislike it in the slightest. Instead, she looked at Yi Feng with interest. Everything about Yi Feng fascinated her. Hey, there is a learning curve during this. The Wuling car grips the ground stably, and it can climb up and down. It can even fit 20 people. Other cars definitely can't compare to it, and I'm in need of knowledge in this area right now. By the time we have the strength, we can also enter the new energy automobile industry, reduce carbon emissions for our country. Yi Feng looked like you don't understand. His face netted a smug look. That's quite a powerful thing to say. I've heard a lot of bull batches. She looked like she had seen a lot, which caused Yi Feng to laugh for a while. This guy is simply the nature exposed. Before also pretend to be soft. Now well, hot and spicy. Alright, let's go to the market to buy a few cell phones first. Yi Feng said and stepped on the gas pedal. He was not a person who liked to be calculating, but he did not like people who stomped on his nose. The Wuling van let out a hiss and then disappeared into the Xiaowei mansion. The group has Lu Yen and it is good. Their own well. Shaking hands. The technology here is the way it was 10 years ago. I did not expect the city center is also. Many of the school district houses and so on are not planned. And even Kyoto's first ring and second ring and so on are not. This is the best time to buy a house. Sighing in his heart, Yi Feng did not have the intention of buying a house in his heart. He was not short of money. And with the system, the need for these materials was less. What he needs now is the needs of the mind. He came to the cell phone store. Just entering the door, an attendant frantically promoted the Apple IV cell phone. The Apple IV was also a milestone for Apple to officially enter the high-end flagship. This cell phone can be said to have absolute significance in this era. His appearance not only pushed Nokia to the cliff, but also inspired the rise of China's cell phone industry. Sir, you see, this is our latest model of Love Crazy for such a big screen, and still touchscreen. You see here fingerprint unlocking. Other people's phones that have this function now the phone is also cheap. $69.99 you can take away. And this is still a discounted price If you want more high-end we have 24G large memory machine as long as $8,999. The attendant looked at Yi Feng with a smile on her face. Yen still held the fours in her hand. She pursed her lips. This feature is really good. It just gets hot and consumes power fast. Yen still said softly. The waiter glanced at Yen still some dissatisfaction. But seeing people's fours finally did not say anything. Let's see. Yi Feng touched the kidney phone of that year. It was indeed several times ahead of Nokia Duck and so on. This material is nice and thick, but unfortunately the battery doesn't work. Let's do it this way. You give me that Phantom Zoo to take a look. Yi Feng pointed to the Meizu in the corner. This cell phone is also the Emperor of the Year. Everyday cool running, everyday dazzle fighting, and so on. The game can be eaten without a problem, but unfortunately in the end also fell. Taking the Phantom Zoo. to be honest, if it is not Apple's marketing, and publicity and the system to do well. Otherwise he absolutely cannot compare to the Phantom Zoo. Into the hand is very light. Okay, it's going to be this one. Zhang Jian said softly. Are you sure, sir? This cell phone is priced at 3,999 inch. Well, use it for now. Yi Feng nodded. He directly swiped his card to take the goods. Why don't you buy Apple? Because of patriotism? No, I just can't look at the current cell phone. Buying Apple doesn't mean it's not patriotic. It's just a personal feeling of hobby. It's just that the current cell phone, no matter whether it's Apple or not, or something else, it's not the ideal type that I want. Yi Feng shook his head. Used to using the smartphone in his previous life. Now using a big lump again. It was really a bit of a headache. Fine. Then this one. You won't be able to use your cell phone for long anyway since it's almost out. Yan said, still not caring. Yi Feng nodded and paid directly. The two of them turned around on the street again. Yi Feng realized that most of the street was also the funeral family of that year. And now it was the era of culmination's cultural invasion of Huaxia. This era rose countless small fresh meat dance troupes, singing troupes and so on. But also for the future of the Chinese entertainment pussy industry laid the foundation. In fact, all of this is also attributed to the rice country. This is actually a strategy. Want to destroy a country? Then let the people of that country on the spiritual culture change. What defeats a person or even a country is never an outsider, but the person's spirit. Still, do you think these fresh meat guys look good? Yi Feng looked at Yan still by his side, although he had just met them. After a period of contact Yi Feng realized that this woman was quite good to contact. I think it, effeminate, to my lump of men to be all like this. The old woman will not marry. She skimmed her mouth, obviously not looking at these people. I think our Xiaoshang group can also develop some entertaining products, so that our masses can change their mindset a bit, and flow our country's culture to the whole world. Yi Feng gave a proposal. This one is good. I agree. It just so happens that my mother is in software development. It should be able to help you. Yan still nodded and said casually. Your mother is in software? What company? Huasheng Software Development Company. My mother is the hidden CEO. Her group is okay put, not so strong, and Stammer is a little worse. Yan still thought about it and said. Yi Feng was obviously stunned. Then a smile was put on his face. Is this considered a blind cat meeting a dead rat? How could he even come across this? Huasheng Software Development should be similar to Huasheng Henghui in his previous life. I didn't expect to meet a real person. Wouldn't that be great? Directly and mother-in-law cooperation. Take the software development channel. Huasheng Entertainment. That was the #1 software development group in China in the previous life, almost occupying a small half of the software industry in China. Their R&D systems, software, and even layout pages are very strong, and some well-known big software are also designed and built by them. Then what does your father do? Yi Feng looked at him. At this time Yi Feng was already curious about her life. Don't tell you. What if I tell you that you have an inferiority complex? I'm very sweet. Her big eyes rolled and Yi Feng skimmed his mouth. She's the only one who's sweet? It's good that she doesn't hurt people. Yi Feng returned to the group after turning around with Yan for a while, and he and Yan still left a phone number, penguin number, before parting. Having a girlfriend on the first day, Yi Feng felt pretty good. Back to the group. Everyone was busy at this time. In his own office Wang Gang prepared a suit for him, along with a stack of information. Chairman, you are back. Wang Gang saw Yi Feng coming back and hurriedly walked over. HM? What is it? It's like this. When the research group of Xiaomimi's Black Sand Department learned that we were going to research an autonomous chip, their techies directly resigned from Xiaomimi's company and came to our group. We used 5 times the salary to hire them. Chairman, what do you think? 5 times? It can be, but I want certain achievements this week. If there are drawings that still can't be finished, then it's a rice bucket. Yi Feng directly agreed. Wang Gang also nodded. Don't worry, Chairman. This matter we are bound to win. Wang Gang was full of confidence. He retreated after he finished speaking. Yi Feng, on the other hand, opened his computer and started drawing a cell phone case. He needed the shape of a cell phone, and this shape also had to be worthy of the name Changhong to work. Chapter 9 Research and Development Success. Soon, 3 days later. During this period, Yi Feng and Yan still often went out to eat and play, and their feelings gradually warmed up. And on this day, Yi Feng also drew the casing, and the Changhong logo. This is a dragon head. The back of the phone is printed with a golden dragon, and the shape of the whole phone is more or less the same as the ordinary, but Yi Feng gave the division of several patterns. There is the flagship, there is the mid-range, and the most powerful is the tycoon. Each shape was different, and the color of the dragon head behind it was also different. This could also give those who bought high-end machines a sense of superiority as much as possible. Looking at the shape he had drawn, Yi Feng was satisfied. Clang clang clang. Just at this moment, the office door was knocked. Zhou Yu rushed in excitedly. He was holding a tablet in his hand. and that face was even more unable to hide his smile. What's going on? So anxious? Yi Feng sipped his water. Pa, good guy. Who knows, this guy slapped on the table water cup almost did not end steady. President, our system has been successfully developed. His voice carried a sobbing tone, and his body was not in a hurry to tremble a little. What? How is it possible? Bring on which day? You guys have only used it for 4 days. Yi Feng dabbed and stood up. The cup of water spilled on the table and didn't care. Really? I and those techies of ours have never seen this kind of system code and build at all. And when we got excited, we didn't sleep for 3 days and 4 nights, and 50 people directly knocked out your code. President, your system is just too strong. We didn't believe it until we made the system out, that we actually did make the completed system. A system that belongs exclusively to our Xiaosheng company. President, you have accomplished the dream that the old president had never accomplished. Zhou Yu was so excited that tears were coming out of his eyes. Yi Feng was silent for a moment. He knew that these researchers all had strong ambitions. Otherwise they wouldn't have decided to jump ship to participate in researching Xiaowei Group's autonomous system. But Yi Feng did not expect that their perseverance was so strong. What was the concept of working intensely without sleep for 4 days and 3 nights? I'm afraid that only those fathers who had children could experience it. Their spirit of thirst for knowledge made Yi Feng a bit impressed. Let me see. The voice was very soft, and Yi Feng took the tablet in his hand. At this time, the tablet's system had been replaced with the Changhong system. In the main interface there was a half-white aperture with water flowing underneath, which looked very technological. Moreover, Zhou Yu's tablet was an Apple tablet from a long time ago, which was already very stuck. But after adding the Changhong system, it actually became smooth. It was comparable to a new machine, especially the simple page of the Changhong system and the art outlines. It didn't look like something made in 4 days at all. Instead it looked like a fine product that had been polished over and over again. Hiss. Taking a breath, Yi Feng barred the tablet on the table. Slap. He similarly slapped the table with a loud sound. 50 people, except 5 times the salary per person, while sending 3 times the subsidy, and 20,000 yuan reward per person. Yi Feng's voice was loud and clear. If all this money was added up, I'm afraid that each person could have 100,000 yuan reward. In this day and age, 4 days, $100,000. The technician, but do not even dare to think about it. I understand, President. President, our system still has some bugs. We'll fix the bugs again overnight today and try to study the system in its entirety when the machine appears. Don't overwork yourselves. I don't want my techies to collapse because of a system development. There will be more research and development in the future. Zhou Yu, you can't afford to get carried away. I order you all to stop work for a day today and work in tomorrow. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating. Zhou Yu nodded his head repeatedly when he heard this, but didn't take it to heart at all. How could their team pause their research for such a good opportunity? They couldn't wait to study the system over and over again 100 times. Sit down first. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Feng pointed to the chair. Zhou Yu sat down even though he was a bit puzzled. Take a look at this. This is the logo pattern I designed for our Changhong system. What do you think? Yi Feng slowly barred the laptop and flipped it over. When Zhou Yu saw the pattern on the computer, then he clapped his hands. Good. Huaxia Dragon. This is a pattern that belongs exclusively to us. This is our pride. President, we use this pattern for our brand. Absolutely good. Not only does it represent our exclusive Chinese culture, but it also inspires our national heart. Zhou Yu looked at the pattern on the notebook and he almost kissed it. This pattern of mine is divided into 3 colors, which also represents the categories of our cell phones. The first white is the flagship, the second red is the mid-range, and the third gold is the tycoon, which is the high-end. And this side also has my design of the shape of the phone. Just a short period of time. Our ordinary processing parts can't be developed by ourselves, need OEM. Yi Feng said softly. Their Changhong cell phone, now the most important thing has been initially completed. Now it is necessary to process the cell phone heat dissipation and other parts. President, you have already drawn the cell phone model pattern? This is something done by an artisan? How are you? President, I'll take a look at the pattern. Zhou Yu was a bit surprised. He hurriedly opened Yi Feng's pattern page. When he saw the 3 different shapes of the body, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Ordinary model, white pattern, dragon scale shaped back, bangs full screen, fingerprint button actually located on the side. The camera wasn't big, the whole phone looked light, and the most important thing was the dragon scale-like pattern, which looked simply handsome. Our back shell looks rippled. In fact, the back is glass. Touching it is not too choked. There will be a silky smooth feeling. Yi Feng said softly. What? Glass? Glass can be the back shell? President, this if it falls and breaks. We can provide a 1-year warranty, but only for the first time. Say it like this, do you understand? Zhou Yu froze, then he just clapped his hands. President, I understand. If a person is used to using our cell phone and accidentally touches it and breaks it, our free warranty, they will even thank and publicize it. They will feel that our warranty is very conscientious. In fact, you summarized a little less. That is habit. Do you think a person is used to using this phone of ours? Then is it very uncomfortable to use another phone? I see. Joe, you suddenly realized it this time. He somewhat admired Yifeng's business acumen at this time. He looked further down. The flagship machine was a red dragon claw, which looked Chinese flavored. And the dragon claw was 3D three-dimensional, which looked lifelike. The high-end machine is a gold dragon head. That look is a symbol of the emperor. Just by looking at it, Joe has fallen in love with this cell phone shape. President, your design is just too strong. As long as it can be produced and publicized properly, it will definitely be snatched up like crazy. Joe was a little excited. People in this era didn't even look at performance when buying a cell phone. They just looked at the big brand and appearance alone. So if Yifeng's cell phone is online and publicized well, it's not impossible to buy it all. President, as for the parts you mentioned, I do have a group that is very suitable. Joe, you remembered the parts that Yifeng said. What company? Mountain Star Group OEM. Their charging head design is awesome. Especially the charger. The battery. The safety index is very high. Yifeng. Chapter 10 Bug error rate of 1%. Worthy of Joe Yu. Once again proved his strength. Just opened his mouth and let Yifeng almost a mouthful of water did not spray out. Can really line. Mountain Star Group. Indeed, at the beginning was a big mountain. One of the heavyweights of the cell phone industry. Culminating in the country's cell phone giant. Introduced to China. At the beginning is also very strong. But this guy, battery explosion, charger spontaneous combustion, etc. This is if this is to get to their own cell phone, that shall not bar their own play dead? Looking to Joe Yu. Then which is your least optimistic cell phone parts manufacturer? National Giant. It's a manufacturer located in Hong Kong Island. Their scale isn't as impressive as Mountain Star Foundry, and there's no guarantee of quality. So, President, let's not look for those small foundries. Let's spend more money and get the best. Joe Yu was serious. National Giant. Hong Kong Island is relatively large OEM. They have OEM Xiaomi, Huawei and so on have cooperated. Compared to Samsung is indeed small, but wins in safety. At this time Yifeng has understood that he has to consider that foundry. This way, you find someone to contact the national giant manufacturers. We are now in the early stages of development, so it's good to be cautious. Mountain Star is very ambitious. We do not move first. He is a difficult bone to gnaw. Let's slowly stew the soup. Yifeng said softly, very seriously. Joe Yu wanted to say something when he saw this, but in the end did not say, just nodded. Yifeng had his own opinion and he could not interfere. Alright, you'll give this drawing to Lu Yen later and tell him to speed up the production and do as much as he can in the next few days. Yes, President. I'll go now, he said and stood up, his eyes very bright under his dark circles. Then, President, you rest early. I'll go now. Joe Yu stumbled and ran outside. Remember to rest. I will go and review whether you have rested or not. Yifeng shouted, not knowing whether he heard him or not. AI, this staff is really bad to lead. Resting still needs me to urge. Yifeng sighed under his breath. He rubbed his temples and fell asleep while lying on the table. Recently, drawing pictures all night long had really tired him out. It was near the afternoon when Yifeng climbed up and vaguely saw that there seemed to be another person in front of him. Upon seeing it clearly, he realized that it was actually Lu Yen. When did you come? Yifeng rubbed his eyes and said, President, if you are tired you can rest for a while. I just came not long ago. Lu Yen was worthy of being a secretary. His movements were quite a bit more elegant than Big Smart. No need. You came to be? By the way, President, what you ordered on your side has been done. The processing plant and technological talents have also been put in place. And also, President, your drawing of the shell is really good. I'm very impressed. Lu Yen did not speak quickly or slowly. His tone was soft and his words of flattering were all in one breath. Okay, where is the machine room for our R&D system? I'll go take a look. In the basement. President, that kind of place is too noisy, you don't go. Lu Yen touched his cheeks, not knowing what he was hiding. Basement? I know. Right. Keep a close eye on your side. To manufacture the cell phone as much as possible, the system and the chip will have the result in a week. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Yifeng finished. He patted Lu Yen's shoulder and walked out. After he went out, Lu Yen hastily took out his cell phone. In the basement, the sound of countless people's keyboards rang out like the sound of raindrops falling. Team leader, this system is just too strong. If we don't have a clue to study it, we don't know how long it will take to succeed. Yeah, the more I code, the more excited I get. I can't contain my excitement at the thought of this being our domestically produced system. The light of domestic production. YYDS. Hey, Xiaolong, don't get too excited. The president of the company gave us 5 times our salary, 20,000 bonuses, and subsidies and so on. all totaling more than 100,000. I can wake up happy even in my dreams. Hey, I vaguely remember the president let us rest? Rest what? Ah, this is a cross-generation thing. As long as we research it out, then we'll get credit for it. I'm proud of it. Little cutie. I'm just resting. Yes, Xiao Liang is right. This is the best time to improve ourselves. But I have to watch these codes even if I can't move. Countless people around shouted. Their emotions were directly driven up. It is indeed not often that this kind of spirit can appear in a group company. If it is put in 10 years later, the boss wouldn't even dare to think about it. Ding ding ding. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Zhou Yu's eyes that were checking for loopholes stopped. He took a sip of coffee to look at the incoming call. Quickly stop working. The president is coming down. Don't let the president worry. With just a few words the phone had hung up. Zhou Yu had a jolt and came straight to his senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The president is coming down. Damn it. Everyone quickly turn off the screen and lie down on the table. What? The crowd was shocked. Some of them were hiding under the table. Zhou Yu even used his clothes to cover his head. Ding dong. The elevator sounded and Yifeng looked at the brightly lit scene in the basement. He could not help but frown. The layout here was kinda simple. A few lounges around and at the end was a large research room. These research rooms, the lounges were also fronted by glass walls that could see inside. When Yifeng saw countless people sprawled out on tables in one room, he frowned. Not right, ah? Isn't rest going to the lounge? How come you're sleeping here? With some confusion in his heart, he walked in. When he heard the buzzing sound, Yifeng frowned. Cough. A light cough was not heeded. Zhou Yu, shouting. The hooded Zhou Yu hurriedly got up. General, President, what brings you here? His voice had a slightly confused feel to it. Zhou Yu told you to bring someone to rest. What's going on? It's still functioning? Yifeng said this. He opened a screen. Zhou Yu was a little embarrassed. President, the computer cannot be turned off. Some things will disappear, so we just turn on the machine. We temporarily rest for a while on it. This is something that contributes to our huaxia. The brothers don't want to stop. Zhou Yu said in a hurry. Fart. Hurry up and get into the lounge. All of you go in. I'll be here today to watch. Yifeng said as Zhou Yu didn't dare to breathe for a moment, so he had to wave his hand and the crowd got up and left. Yifeng saw the people hiding under the table and glared at Zhou Yu even more. AI. Nowadays people really don't let people worry. Murmured, but his eyes were moist. These people are visible determination in general. Yifeng sat on the chair and did not know how long it took before the sound of snoring appeared next door. He got up and left the place. Next, he went to the chip research and development room. Here is also very crazy. Yifeng also had to use the same method to let these people go to sleep. He felt that these people were even worse than the employees who were fishing. In the afternoon, Yifeng and Yan still went on a date. In the evening, Yifeng went to wash his feet. Very good. Just like this. A few days passed. The 1-week deadline set with Yifeng had also arrived. Monday. Countless people were sitting in the conference room. What was different between them and last week was that everyone had a smile on their face. Especially Zhou Yu and the two of them. These two guys could hardly stop smiling. If they didn't know, they would have thought that they had epilepsy. Alright, report on last week's results. The voice was not loud. Just after finishing Zhou Yu, Zhuliang, two people rubbed their feet, like two springs. I'll speak first, Zhou Yu said as he looked at Yifeng. Our Changhong system has been completely researched and completed. The probability of bugs going wrong is only 0.1%. When the voice came out, the whole room was shocked. Chapter 11 didn't cross over? What? Accurate to 0.01? How is this possible? It's the Apple system that can't be accurate to 0.01. Could it be that our system has caught up with the Apple system? I can actually see the rise of Xiaowei in my lifetime. I have no regrets in death. Countless executives lamented as they looked at Zhou Yu with some admiration. My turn. Our Hongming's 1.3 chip has been completely developed. It has now been installed and tested on the Nuki Duck, and it is 50 times stronger than the Nuki Duck CPU. Even our chip is dual core. Dual core. I'm sure you're all a bit unfamiliar with it. The Apple 4 is awesome, right? But he is also single core, while ours is already dual core, and close to tens of thousands of dollars of 4s only with dual core. This time everyone should understand, right? Julian's voice fell. The surrounding directly fell into silence. What this dual core represents, they did not understand before, but a comparison they are clear. This was already more than just a price contest on cell phones. This would be a contest between countries. This will be the brand that can make the whole world cell phone industry a shock. This will be the brand that can make the Chinese cell phone chip straight gas waste. This will be the unprecedented brand. And that brand is Changhong. Xia for the group. Snap. When Zhu Liang finished his comparison, there was a fierce clapping sound directly from the surroundings. Stop. You guys did a good job. Even overshoot. I'm very satisfied. The finance department directly allocated bonus. At the same time on Wednesday our group open group party. All the employees go together to entertain and eat. Of course dinner have time to go, no time cannot go. Personal will. This time mainly to commend our cell phone hero. Yi Feng said. All the people are nodded. Excited expression has been on the face. And Yi Feng's thunderous behavior was also appreciated by many. The chip and the system have been formed. Lu Yan, how is it done on your side? Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan. President, my side has also completed the OEM, and we, Xiaowei Group, have also acquired many small factories. They will be the factories where we, Xiaowei, will independently develop the parts. From today onwards, our Xiaowei Group will also be the first group in the world to independently develop and process, and even produce, Lu Yan said, and there was another round of applause from below. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. After today, their Xiaowei Group will rise strongly. After these few days, Yi Feng also understood why Xiaowei Group was a $100 billion group, because a large part of the global power grid was owned by Xiaowei Group. From a call to now do cell phone is also considered a step across the era, but also across the milestone step. The meeting was quickly finished, and the people left. Yi Feng opened Vblog. This is a very hot social software. 10 years later but became a spraying software. Yi Feng also feel a little sorry for it. At this time, the first article of the micro neck. Apple 5 will be hairstyled at the end of this month. This will be the release of the transgenerational will. Apple 5 uses the top shooting technology. Full screen, more rich in technology. The first article was obviously Apple's propaganda. And the second one is clearly the release date of the Changhong cell phone. Because of the marketing department's reasonable operation, it directly came to the second on the hot search list. Opening the hot search list, Yi Feng looked at the comments section. Domestic autonomous system? What kind of joke is this? Is it as good as other people's Apple systems? The king's wife is selling a melon, right? That's right. Domestic system? Forget it. If it can catch up to half of Apple's system, I'll jump straight into the water pit. Domestic dual-core chips, TSK, forget it. They are so many years ahead of us. Can we still make chips? Anyway, I don't think so. With all due respect, it's all garbage. Industrial garbage. We can't make a cell phone like Apple's. But Changhong's name is not bad. I looked at the appearance. But it is good, screen is also large. I do not know how the performance. I do not know whether it can be compared to my more than 4,000 to buy Samsung. Looking at the negative remarks at the top, Yi Feng ignored them. Brainless with too many people. Has been sleeping people are too much. They turn a blind eye. Insensitive. Want to wake them how easy? Moreover, the last thing the U.S. wants to see is the rise of domestic chips. They will also try to curb this kind of thing. Negative speech is also very normal. Although there are more negative remarks, Yi Feng still saw some positive remarks. Domestic chips, domestic systems, this is already very impressive. Okay, do you guys really think that the foreign moon is rounder? I believe that our China will definitely become a world power, no matter what field it is. Anyway, I support it. One more power for independent research and development. This appearance is also too handsome. Out must buy, but also do not know the price at how much. Positive energy is not much, but you can see that there are still a lot of people. Yi Feng took a cursory glance, almost half supporting Changhong and half in the black Changhong. It was already good to have this effect. After all, there were too many people in Huaxia. Well, the marketing department did a good job. So down the traffic is already there. Only the last few days of aging are left. When the time comes to get stuck in the Apple release to rub a wave of heat, it should be almost there. Murmuring, Yi Feng was still satisfied with this scene. Retrieving his cell phone, Yi Feng sat in Wang Gang's car. Young master, are we going back to the villa directly now or go to a nearby internet cafe? Internet cafe? Where is young master going for? Are you going to play games, young master? Wang Gang was a bit puzzled. Doing research. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously. Wang Gang was a bit puzzled and could only follow Yi Feng's wishes. Forgotten River Internet Cafe. The previous internet cafe was not called an internet cafe. An internet cafe was only the name of the internet cafe that evolved later. Although he didn't enter the door, he already saw many punks. When they saw Yi Feng coming down from the Porsche, those punks' eyes went straight. But when they saw Wang Gang beside Yi Feng, they turned their eyes back again. Entering the internet cafe, the clouds were dark. Yi Feng probably took a look. Now the internet cafe roughly play a few types of games. Shooting games, sports car games, martial arts games, casual games, poker games, these categories. The hottest shooting is CS. If I remember correctly, if CS is a few years out of the world, now still hot. Through is about 8 years out. This time period to see through the world should have come out, but Yi Feng did not see his figure. Instead, he saw counter-terrorism. Not right. The timeline is not right. Crossover? How come there is no more? Penguins game why only steal vegetables? And QQ? Yi Feng touched his head. Sure enough the timeline has been messed up after crossing over. It should be around 2009 now. But there was no crossover. After looking for a long time, Yi Feng chose to leave after there was nothing to see. Young master, have you found anything? There's a great discovery. I'll reconsider whether to enter the game industry. Young master, I support you, Wang Gang said directly. Yi Feng nodded. He did not say anything more. The game industry Yi Feng a little do not want to touch. After all, he wants to be technology to the rise. Worried about the future of playing games, addicted to too many people. Even the domestic has not taken the hand of the 3A masterpiece. It is also monopolized by the penguin. In order to balance the game industry in the future, Yi Feng feels that there must be a company that can fight against a huge empire like that. After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng felt that he could try it after some time. Returning to the villa, Yi Feng lay on the bed and chatted with Yen still. Sometimes also watched her live broadcast. 3 days later a party was held and everyone got to know him as a young president. Just like that, 10 days later, today the Changhong cell phone was made. With the drawings of the system, making a cell phone is equivalent to copying, and the time is greatly reduced. Yi Feng dressed formally. He stood in the conference room, holding the golden Changhong cell phone in his hand. His mood was a little excited. The fire in his heart would not stop for a long time. Chapter 12 selling for $29.99. The Changhong cell phone in his hand was almost a perfect copy like his drawings. Open the cell phone. Enter after a dragon head logo appeared. The dragon head is glowing. Almost 30 seconds. Directly into the main interface. The main interface in addition to the system comes with the software and so on. The rest is not at all cluttered with software. Some cell phones will come with some chatting, listening to songs software, but Changhong did not bring one. Simple page, small fresh icon all make people bright. Afterwards, Lu Yen took out several cell phones and distributed them to everyone. When the people into the hands of the handset, all marveled at the cell phone's advancement. The latest high-definition screen, coupled with a smooth picture, and ultra-light weight of the phone. These few things alone have already shocked people. Yi Feng tried the camera. The Changhong cell phone camera was really good. A lot stronger than the camera technology of this era. Snap. With this cell phone, still use my broken cell phone for what? Drop it and forget about it. Right. There's no need to use someone else's when our cell phone is so powerful. Immediately followed by a person who also chimed in. The next moment the sound of slamming cell phones came from the conference room. Although it was a bit outrageous, it was also a kind of appreciation for self-produced cell phones. Good. Zhou Yu, Juliang, Lu Yen, and everyone else. Everyone has done a good job. From today onwards the factory needs to work overtime. In a week's time I want to see our production. Yi Feng's voice was not loud. Everyone nodded appraisingly. Only after experiencing it once for themselves, they realized what a great thing Yi Feng had done. This cell phone could be said to be no less than any other cell phone. It was even better than what all cell phones did. Yi Feng also changed his cell phone to Changhong. It was better to just change it than to use this uncomfortable cell phone in his hand. Well, this cell phone is at least a bit modern. Zhang Jian was satisfied with the cell phone he had developed. Lu Yen, on our side, how many machines can we produce before the Apple launch? Yi Feng asked softly. For the flagship machine, we can come up with 100,000 units, plus 70,000 mid-range units and 30,000 high-end units. This is the best production. Lu Yen counted and said. Yi Feng nodded quite a bit. What is our cost at? If we add the cost of research and development and materials, the flagship machine cost is 2,499, the mid-range machine is 3,000, and the high-end machine is 5,000 now. If we want to add the publicity I'm afraid we need to add another $100. Lu Yen opened his mouth. No, our cost is still too high. This can't suppress the market at all. We need to form our own production company as soon as possible. We can't rely on others anymore. Otherwise the cost will only be higher. Yi Feng frowned. The cost of materials in the current era was too expensive. If he researched and developed it himself the price could be less than half. If you want the quality to be passable and the price to be low, then you have to research and develop it yourself. Otherwise the price is high, not to mention that the material has to be led by others. Lu Yen, President, I'm asking you to develop cell phone part materials now. We can't let others get stuck on our necks. We need to research the best durable materials so that they can also look at our made in China. I understand, President, but if we develop it this time, the funds may be consumed too much. How much funding is expected? 600 million. I'll give you 2 billion. Develop it for me, down to every little screw. All original. I understand, President. Within a month, I'll have our group develop every process of cell phone parts including batteries. Lu Yen directly gave the military order. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. It's up to us whether we can achieve full localization or not. President, what is our pricing? Lu Yen was most concerned about Yi Feng's pricing. If it was too high, he would be a little disappointed. We priced the flagship at $29.99, the mid-range at $39.99, and the high-end at $99.99, Feng said after considering for a while. The reason why the difference between the mid-range and the flagship was not big was because Feng was thinking about the people. Add an extra $1,000, have a mid-range machine or not add $1,000 to have a flagship machine, it completely depends on them. And now in the street is full of 3 or 4,000 cell phone. Feng came up with $2,999. This price can be said to have been very conscientious. Lu Yin froze. He had thought that their own production system and chip, the flagship at least $3,999. Who knows, Feng directly gave $2,999 such a cheap price. Let him some moved. Lu Yan's gaze was once again firm. He knew that Feng had great ambitions, and why wouldn't he? At this price, if all of our parts are independently developed, and the price of the parts goes down, the price of our cell phone can also go down a bit, said Feng. Waved his hand. Lu Yan nodded. I understand, President. I will try my best, said a bow, then left in big strides. His hot blood had also risen at this time. Looking at Lu Yan's determined back, Feng sucked in his breath. Feng knows that this price, most people still can't afford to buy, but compared to Nokia Duck, Apple, 4 or 5,000 price, this is already very cost-effective. At least a month to save or can buy, but the Nokia Duck, then it will be 2 months. Who wants to save money to buy a smashed walnut cell phone? Feng looked at a cell phone box beside him, and some smiles appeared on his face. This was a cell phone that he had made specifically for Yen Still, with a pink body, a pink shell, and a pink faucet on the back. It could be said to be the only one of its kind in Changhong. Picking up the pink box, Feng directly sent a text message to Yen Still. Invite me for dinner? Duke Yi is so elegant. How long before you remember me? 2 days without talking, right? Although it was just a text message, the opposite side was full of yin yang's tone. Feng is a little helpless. After all, he is a little busy. Some did not care about her. The heart does a little self-condemnation. Agreed on a place. Feng organized his clothes and sat in the passenger side. Young master, old place? Wang Gang opened his mouth. Aha. Nodding, Wang Gang started the car. Soon, Hout Yen big plate chicken. Feng was more fond of eating large plate chicken, so he often brought Yen Still here to eat. Over time the two of them also had a different kind of affection for this place. Sitting on the familiar seat, not a moment later a red Ferrari stopped at the door, only to see wearing a white dress Yen Still walked out with a big grin. Apparently she had dressed up on purpose. However, the cosmetics of this era are really limited. Her black eyeshadow Feng did not appreciate over, although she looks pretty, but this dress is really a bit non-mainstream. Humph, actually no, to arrive before me. Yen Still sat down, her big eyes glaring at Feng, like a tigress. Ahem, this is a gift for you. Feng coughed dryly as he handed over the pink cell phone case. This is? You guys developed it so fast. She was a little excited and hurriedly took the cell phone box. The look she just had disappeared. Am I the first to use it? Aha. Feng nodded. The pink color, so pretty. When she saw the cell phone, Yen Still couldn't leave her hand anymore. She looked at the pink faucet and her hand gently caressed it. Feng, your gift, I like it very much. I don't have a gift either. Like this. I'll give you the birthday gift my mom gave me. Yen was still holding her cell phone. She thought about it and finally handed Feng the keys to the Ferrari. She really didn't have anything to give. She didn't have time to prepare at all. She heard that boys like cars, that's why she thought of giving a car. Feng's head was in a daze at this time. Is this the joy of rich people? Chapter 13 Launch. It's better for you to drive the car. How about you try the cell phone first? Feng pushed the key back. Alright, I'm not pretentious. You want to drive it someday, say it to me. I'll try the cell phone first. Yen Still took the key and pressed to turn it on. A pink faucet logo appeared, flashing and flashing. Yen Still's girl's heart was ignited at this time. Feng, really God, this logo is also too beautiful. Yen Still eyes flooded with little stars. That looked like a nymphomaniac girl. Soon the cell phone is turned on. Simple page, high definition resolution, and that super fast opening speed let Yen Still eye-opening. Feng, this cell phone is sure that you made it? Yen is still a little excited. She also tried to take pictures. This pixel is simply absolute. Well, how about it like it? Our memory is also equipped with 64 high memory without the need to insert a memory card. And the battery is also a one-piece battery. Do not have to break down the battery to charge. The resolution is 1080 x 900. This resolution has caught up with the Apple 4S and watch TV and play games absolutely first. Take pictures naturally. Feng softly explained. Yen is still, the more you look at the more you like. She is already in love at this time. In looking at her own small 4 she had some dislike. Is this cell phone battery big? There are 3000 milliamps put. From morning to afternoon should not be a problem. So big. Yen is still a little surprised. To know that Apple that battery every time you go out you have to bring a rechargeable treasure to be able to do. Well, do you like it? Aha! Yen was still obviously very happy. She kept fiddling with her cell phone and forgot to eat her meal. Yi Feng accompanied her for the afternoon. It was only in the evening that he parted ways. By the way, my mom said that she wants to see you recently, right after your cell phone launch. I hope you won't refuse. Yen still gave Yi Feng a flying kiss. Okay. After making a gesture, Yi Feng returned to the car. Young master, her mother is from Huasheng Software Development. This time she called you to go should be to talk about cooperation. Sitting in the car Wang Gang spoke. I know, it just so happens that I have to take advantage of this east wind to put up our flag. The software industry is going to enter sooner or later. Why don't we get to know people first? Young master, you have the style of a grandmaster. I support you, he said softly. Yi Feng didn't say much, but looked at the scenery outside the window. Evening. Yi Feng was watching the news on the sofa while Wang Gang walked over with a bag. Young master, this is for you. How can you go to a meeting without some decoration? Yi Feng looked at him with surprise and opened the box. Inside was actually a designer watch. I'm afraid it's no less than a few $1 million by the looks of it. This is the watch worn by the third generation of the Swiss royal family Arlen. It was bought back by the master during the last auction. Young master, you wear it just right. His voice was not big and even a bit hoarse. Yi Feng nodded and put on the watch. It was a bit heavy, but it was quite comfortable. I like it very much. If you like it, what will young master eat tonight? Little rice soup it is. Ha ha, it's the same as master's hobby. Wang Gang laughed and entered the kitchen. Yi Feng, on the other hand, looked at his watch repeatedly. He loved it. Turning a few weeks later, today was the time of the Changhong release, and tomorrow was the Apple launch. Yi Feng's time was only one day earlier than Apple's, and getting stuck in this time period would maximize the publicity. Mom, quick, the Changhong cell phone launch has started. In a villa, Yen still pulled his mother to sit by the TV. Changhong, is that the cell phone you've been using recently? I've seen it, it's quite impressive. You got it without releasing it? Say, is it your little boyfriend's credit? Xinya looked at Yen still with questioning all in her big eyes. Mom, he made a good cell phone. I let you see before. You are not also want it. Right, turn back to your mom also get a, let me also look at the strength of domestic. Xinya said. Yen still snorted out a laugh. You girl. At this time, the network world, and the launch site, it was already surrounded by people. Countless people entered the Changhong launch live broadcasting room. Some came to see the fun, one came with hope, and even more came for the sake of Black Changhong. Welcome to our Changhong cell phone launch site. My name is Yi Feng, chairman of Xiaoshan Group, and also the image spokesperson of this Changhong cell phone put. There are a total of 120 developers of our Changhong cell phone. I will put the names of these people on the big screen behind me. Our Xiaoshan Group is proud of these people. Yi Feng stood on the stage. His tone was calm, and his complexion didn't have the slightest bit of unusual color. Yi Feng's first sentence at the beginning directly caught the netizens and the people at the scene off guard. According to reason, the beginning should be a bunch of nonsense plus praise, but what about others? Actually, thank you first. This is not equal to the chairman and the staff level up? Who has this vigor? So young? Fake, right? This is Mr. Xiaoshang? He looks like he's in his early 20s, right? The cell phone he developed at such a young age definitely won't work. He's too young. Yes, people in foreign countries have been developing cell phones for so many years. How long has he been in the Xiaoshan Group? He definitely can't compare. The chairman actually thanked the R&D staff first. This is the first time I've heard of it. So modest. Yes, in the past, the R&D personnel are not always hidden, afraid of being discovered by other companies. How come the Xiaoshang is still making it bright and open? On the internet, it was all skeptical. They didn't have much of an impression of Yi Feng at all. Quite young. You and him are quite compatible. Xinya nodded as she watched the TV. Yi Feng's calmness and mature vigor satisfied Xinya. Right put. I told you that your daughter's vision can't be wrong. But how come all the curses are on this network? Hey, are there too many Chinese people? Or are they so used to eating foreign air that they want to step on even their own family's things? Xinya looked at the vicious words on the internet. She was a little disappointed. I believe that he will succeed. Yen remained firm on the other hand. Please remember these silent researchers. Well, without further ado, let's start introducing our Changhong cell phone. The Changhong cell phone uses the independent Changhong system, putting aside the LOS system and the Android system. This is a system that belongs exclusively to us. This is our Changhong system interface. You can see it's very simple, very comfortable. In addition to the self-built software, what external software are not. Here is a dragon logo. This is our Changhong's exclusive pattern. And the main thing about the Changhong system is that he can automatically recognize virus ads and shield ads. In other words, he can block all false advertisements. your cell phone will no longer receive inexplicable advertising invasions, nor will it download some unknown software on its own. And the most important point, the Changhong system comes with an acceleration system. Opening the software will accelerate by 50%, and it supports multiple openings. Everyone look here. I open a Penguin chat, and then open a movie. I can switch between the two casually, not back to lag, and the movie will automatically pause for easy viewing. The Changhong system doesn't come with its own software, which means you can decide where the software in your phone goes, and the download speed and method is also stronger than the LOS system, because we support excursion and software library downloads. And this, it's also just the system of Hong Meng's cell phone. Chapter 14 Shocked. With just a few words, the surroundings fell directly into silence. Even within the internet, the pop-ups and comments were fewer. Everyone's hearts were already a bit shocked at this point. The things that Feng said, they had never even seen or even heard of. Acceleration software 50%. How was this possible? What the hell? Really? Can block all false ads? I have been using my Android for a year. I don't know what's going on, but it automatically downloads things every day. And this phone can stop this virus? 50% faster? Even Apple can't do that, right? This Feng is bragging, right? This main page of his looks good. It's quite simple. I do like it. Multi-open software? I've never even heard of it. Every time you enter another software, you have to open it from the beginning. The phone can still play like this? I'm already looking forward to it. I dare say, on this system, the phone will not be bad. The price is absolutely outrageous. Should be in the 50 to 60 or so. On the internet, and on the scene, countless people began to talk. The system alone is so powerful. How should the phone be? Mr. Yi, I heard that you have also developed a chip. Is that true? You know that foreigners have always been stuck on our chip neck. You really developed a chip? Mr. Yi, chips aren't developed casually. It took foreigners so many years to succeed. Are you sure you can surpass them? Mr. Yi, I heard that your cell phone has a high-definition screen. What is the resolution of this screen? Apple's is 960 x 640. Do you have confidence? Mr. Yi, under the stage, several people distinguished themselves by raising their hands and asking, don't ask if you can beat it or not, and don't ask if you can succeed. All the problems come from your lack of confidence in this industry, and your lack of confidence in this country. I, Feng, can clearly tell you that I, Xiaoshang Group, this time developed the Changhong chip, absolutely exceeds all of today's chips. Your lack of confidence in China is engraved in the bones, but my confidence is from the soul. I arduously believe that after 10 years, our China is also today's great country. Feng's voice is loud and clear. That asked the question of a few people's faces are a little red. This question is to lead to war. Side by side, say Xiaoshang chip is inferior to foreign countries. Good. The words are good, but also not as good as to see the effect. Feng voiced as he clicked the remote control in his hand. A chip look-alike appeared. Pa pa pa. There was a burst of applause from the stage. This is our Changhong chip. Changhong H1. Changhong H1. Dual core 1. 5 GHz. Our wiring design method. Accurate to 1 nanometer. Changhong chip H1. Can kill. So now the software and chip system. Everyone for dual core may be a little strange. I put it this way. Only Apple 4S processor is dual core. And our current cell phone can be on the dual core, few and far between. But our dual core chip is independent research and development. 1. 5 GHz is more, can make your phone more smooth. With the Changhong system together then, can realize a dual channel. This everyone may not understand. In layman's terms, the two together can speed up the software 70%. Feng's voice was loud and clear. When he finished speaking there was another silence around him. A few minutes later, a sound of inhaling came. What did I hear? Dual core? It's actually a dual core chip? Nanotechnology? Xiaoshang Group actually developed a dual core chip? How is this possible? The Apple 4S only has a dual core chip at 10,000, but his Changhong cell phone actually has a dual core chip? How awesome! Self-developed dual core chips? This is the first time I've heard that we've developed a chip in China. A 70% increase in speed. Is this really true? Besides being shocked, most of them were still questioning. On the internet. Impossible. How can China make this kind of chip? It must be that he is bragging. I guess surely the quality is not good. Playing for a long time definitely burns your hands. Don't follow the trend brainlessly. How can you make a chip in such a short time? Be sensible. Don't be cheated. I think it's just an exaggeration to get a good price. There are still more sailors than sober people. I'm done talking about chips and systems. Next is the cell phone that everyone is looking forward to. Changhong Cell Phone 1.0. This cell phone is the first cell phone developed by our Xiaoshang Group, and it will also be the cell phone that pushes the times. The screen of this cell phone of ours uses a high-definition, high-brush screen. which may not be clear to everyone. In layman's terms, the resolution is 1080 x 900. What? So high? Holy, this is already Ultra HD. The first time I heard of this resolution. This screen alone, if imported, are more than $2,000 it. A look I cannot afford. This cell phone is so strong. The screen is hardly comparable to a cell phone. Right. The stage was in an uproar. Our cell phone case is presenting the classical beauty of our China. The divine dragon blessing. Feng said as 3 cell phone patterns appeared on the screen. Wow. So handsome. This dragon head is absolute. It's really the pattern of our country. After the noise, Feng spoke again. Maybe you are very puzzled. The back will not have bump uncomfortable. You can rest assured. We use the back of the glass. This kind of glass is thick and toughened glass. Into the hand is also smooth. Glass? Mr. Yi, then isn't this fragile? Yes. What if it breaks? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Don't worry everyone. I've thought of this point, so we're giving everyone a 1-year warranty. That is to say, as long as everyone's cell phone is non-artificially broken, we can replace the back shell once for free. Screen, Feng said, and the following once again clamored. 1-year warranty, such a long warranty they have never heard of. And Apple's free warranty is only 7 days. Finished. I have been moved. Just for this appearance, how much money? I want a whole one. It's perfect. If you buy this back to double the face, definitely expensive. Hey, another thing that we can't afford. The internet was abuzz when Feng's cell phone as a whole appeared. Some wanted to sell it, while others felt they couldn't afford it without looking at the price. Wait. Everyone look, this phone is actually a semi-full screen. Holy, really, this is the first time I've seen this kind of screen. Mr. Yi, your phone is so different. How to use this half-full screen? Right. There are no buttons. How inconvenient. Immediately after that, some sharp-eyed people realized that something was wrong, and they questioned. Feng smiled slightly. This session's audience was quite entertaining, barring the questions themselves. Look everyone, the cell phone in my hand is the Changhong cell phone. You guys see my operation? Feng said and demonstrated the operation. What was exchanged was countless cheers. How could they not expect that right slide was actually return? Center slide was actually the main page, and pressing all the time was actually the software background. This operation has completely replaced the keys and is even more convenient than the keys. More technological sense? By the way, there's one more thing, and that's that our Changhong cell phone carries a fingerprint system. What? Fingerprint? We can also develop our own fingerprint system? I have no words to describe the shock in my heart. How come I don't see a fingerprint entrance? Fake, right? Where are the fingerprints? Is it on the screen? Discussions went on around them. Look everyone, there is a side notch over here. This is our fingerprint system. Designed on the side is more convenient to turn on the device, and it's small and easy to press. The on button is also this fingerprint button. Just keep pressing it. Feng gave them a test. Beat me to death. I don't believe it. The fingerprint is actually on the side. How is this possible? This has subverted my cognition. What a sense of technology. Is this Chinese technology? Are our Chinese cell phones about to rise? Just for this fingerprint system. I want to buy it. The crowd was noisy, and in the audience, a round-faced man frowned with some shock in his eyes. Mr. Yi, don't hang everyone, just tell us the price. Yeah, the price. I hope it's not too expensive. No way, it's not expensive. The screen alone is on 2,000. How can it not be expensive? I hope it's under 5,000. I'll buy it even if it's 5,000. I'll do it for Xia Shang. I'll do it for China. Just because he dares to research chips on his own, I have to support him. Mr. Yi quickly said the price. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Feng slowly opened his mouth. Our price is, Chapter 15, paying taxes, 2,999. Touch. After saying that, a shocking number appeared on the electronic screen behind him. 2,999. Silence. Regardless of whether it was the scene or online, all of them seemed to have pressed the pause button. It was unknown how long had passed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 29.99 really fake. So cheap? Dual core chip? HD screen. And also carries such an awesome system? 29.99 asterisk 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 asterisk. The mountain star in my hand suddenly doesn't smell good. Really? 29.99 is a lie, right? This is cheaper than even Nokia's cheapest phone. Can this phone work? What a conscience. So cheap. Cheaper than even my pager. Xia Sheng is bullish. Changhong's cowhide. Pa pa pa. A sound of applause came from the scene after the discussion. This price can be said to have been the ceiling. In this era of cell phone scarcity, a smartphone can be at 2,999. This price is already groundbreaking. At this moment in the audience, a round-faced man's brows were locked, and he seemed to have made a decision. Mr. Yi, this 29.99 cell phone, is it equipped with the configuration you said? Don't shrink it. Right. What about the remaining 2 phones? After the excitement, everyone seemed to be a bit more sober. The configuration of our flagship is definitely the same as what I said, but it's the memory and pixels that will be almost as good. After all, the price is there, but I guarantee that the performance will definitely not be worse. While the remaining 2 are mid-range priced at $39.99, the last one is our heavyweight phone, the Tudor Gold, the Ultimate Deluxe Edition, priced at 9,999 inch. I don't recommend everyone to buy the $99.99. Everyone should consume rationally. I think the $29.99 cell phone has been completely suitable for most people, and there is no problem at all to use it for another 3 or 4 years. Yi Feng's voice was not loud. Mr. Yi, other people's phones just released are 4 to 5,000. Why are your phones so cheap? A man asked. Network World. Cheap for sure, the quality is not good. Just his mouth, I don't believe it. $29.99 now there is such a cheap cell phone? It must be a cottage machine. Cheap no good goods. Or by the Canon cell phone incense. This cell phone is so cheap, and still domestic chip, no matter when the shelves. I'm going to rationalize my consumption and have a tycoon version. On the network, a lot of people discussed, both good and bad. Yi Feng heard this question, he smiled. Now our country is still in a developing backward country. The per capita consumption level of our country is not high, but our smartphones are sold to 40 to 50. This has eliminated many ordinary people. Those people may not even be able to afford the most basic pager. And some even save money for a few months to buy a low-function smartphone. And those children deep in the mountains even have to run to the town's phone booth to call their loved ones. I don't think a business should live just for profit. While you are making money, you can also give a little consideration to your customers. And we, Xiaoshang Group, have minimized this price because we want everyone in China to be able to buy a smartphone. Of course you guys say that I want to make money from the people or not, but I can only say that then you guys are wrong. Our Changhong cell phones will be sold abroad. As the first company to sell our Chinese cell phones abroad, Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but it was very influential, and after he finished the crowd got excited. Well said. That's really thinking about others. I support Changhong. Sell it abroad and give Apple a hard slap in the face. Yes, go Changhong. We have to show foreigners that our cell phones can also impress them. Asterisk over Apple. For a while all the kings were excited, and the network was also a little agitated by these words of Yi Feng. Mr. Yi is right. We can't be led by foreigners all the time. There are too few of US who can afford to use smartphones. I support Changhong anyway, as long as he can sell abroad. I'll be the first to support. Yes, I've long been unhappy with those foreign cell phones. We have our own system and chips this time. This is already a big slap in the face to those people. Out must buy. Only $29.99 is just a knife of my legend. I'd like to see if Hongmeng is good or not. Brothers, let's not be black. Try it first. If it's not good then spray is not too late. Support the conscience of the enterprise. Brothers, Mr. Yi said rational consumption. Yi Feng said. A voice came violently in his mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please ask the host to choose a task line. Task 1. Announce that outside of the bar tax, 30% of the amount of the surplus collected will be donated to the country as a tax, rewarded with a daily farm game. Task 2. Do not donate the revenue. Reward a villa. The task appeared. Yi Feng did not hesitate at all. He directly chose task 1. The most lacking thing in this world right now was games. As for the daily farm, Yi Feng basically thought of what it was. Nothing more than raising chickens, ducks and geese or something like that. This was a relative hold to Penguin's vegetable gardening game. Now that Penguin didn't cross over, there was only a vegetable gardening game, and he himself got a farm. If he put the farm on the front page of the Changhong store, wouldn't it be the same as having this game as long as he bought a cell phone? Moreover, there is no other software in the Changhong store for the time being, which means that this software is the only software available in the Changhong store. Out of curiosity most people would definitely download it. This is a business opportunity, and barring 30% of the revenue donated, it wasn't much. $29.99 he had only earned $499 only. If the tax deduction of 30 is not much, then again the daily farm gives him more revenue than this tax for sure. Then again, if it is announced openly, it can also be some more halo for himself. Today's conference isn't very luxurious. I'm very thankful that everyone is able to come, and at the same time, I'd like to thank our journalist friends for coming. Finally, I once again announce one thing. In addition to the total annual tax of Xiaoshang Group, the income from all the Changhong cell phones we developed does not include tax. That is, the income outside the tax is donated 30% more to the country. Yi Feng's voice was so loud that almost everyone heard it, and some of the reporters who were napping were also energized at this time. This was a big news. In addition to taxes then give anyway 30. This Xiaoshang Group still makes money? It's good if it doesn't lose money. Worthy of being a state-owned enterprise is to have commitment. Just because of the 30% I also want to expose this unscrupulous enterprise. Mr. Yi is crazy. How can you still let 30%? Then our cell phone is not profitable at all. Zhou Yu was a bit agitated. I support him. In fact, it is profitable. Just earn less. The profit of a cell phone is only more than 300. But so what? We really look at the profit to develop Changhong's cell phone? Lu Yan opened his mouth indifferently. Zhou Yu shook his head. He understood why Yifeng could be respected by Lu Yan so quickly. This is what he also admired. After Yifeng finished speaking, not only the scene, but also the nearby internet cafes, TV programs all shocked. Some TV stations even free publicity for Yifeng's launch. Chapter 16, Please be sensible. At this time Xinxin Internet Cafe, a computer was surrounded by countless people. They were all excited when they heard the price. Long Xiao, this price is so cheap. Is this domestic light of ours okay or not? Yeah, such a cheap cell phone. Will it explode? It's life-threatening. Didn't you see it? People have certificates of conformity. I can see that Mr. Yi is really thinking about others. I'll definitely buy one to try if it comes out. Lang Xiao said softly. His computer site is exactly the legend. And his equipment is even a dragon slayer knife. Asterisk. Look. Yi always actually want to give another 30% to the tax in addition. Crazy. Fatty on one side was shocked. In their opinion, this was nonsense, but it was alive and well. Not you see his piece of screen, high definition, and still 1080. This kind of screen my father's TV only have. That TV or tens of thousands of dollars. He is afraid that this piece of screen have been 2,000. Could it be that his parts chips don't cost anything? Yes. Sell 2,999 still have to pay another 30% tax. He is selling at a loss. Is a free gift. One side of the fat man's voice has trembled. A screen or 2,000. Parts, plus the system, chips, and what is at least 3,005 towards the top. But people still have to give 30% tax. This capitalist heard all the tears. Grass. This is still rational consumption? Fatty, call on our group of family people. When the phone is released, the landlord version of one person. No, 3 for one person. Buy it for your parents too. It's Long Xiao. I'll notify everyone. Grass. For master to see crying all. Fatty touched the corners of his eyes. Maybe other people don't know, but these gentlemen, definitely know the bullishness of Yifeng's cell phone. This screen alone is not now domestic can make. That is to say he is imported. That price has exceeded the phone itself. This is really wanting ordinary people to be able to use a good cell phone. How can they not be touched by this? Long Xiao, we've made a mistake. People Long Xiao is already notified in the group. And our 300 people's family decided to publicize on the vlog. We seem to be a step slow. Fatty's face was somewhat bitter. Originally thought that he was the fastest, but now he realized that he seemed to be the slowest one. Long Xiao that is actually faster than me. No, let's keep an eye on this guy and see when he releases his cell phone. We must buy it earlier than him. Right, I won't sleep to buy it overnight. Fatty also chimed in. At this time, there were still many people in the internet cafe watching the launch, although most of them didn't know what the tax was, plus what 30% stood for, but they knew that it must be very impressive. And now the vlog was all about publicizing the performance and configuration of Changhong's cell phone. When they saw that a single screen was 2,000, the netizens even hated to let Yifeng increase the price. Vlog. Those who scolded Changhong? Quickly come out. 29.99 single screen are 2,000. This you can spray? The first floor pattern is small. Leaving aside the screen, is that these parts are on 2,000? Not to mention the chip. That is the most expensive. Apple chip a piece of more than 1,000 or even 2,000. I groove. This Changhong boss crazy right? He has to pay an extra 30% tax on this. So he's not making any money. What's profitable? Look at these costs. He has to lose more than $2,000 for one cell phone. This makes me embarrassed to buy. If you buy more than that, Changhong boss is not lost. People want to buy on the buy dirt gold. That he should be able to make money. Yes, I'm going to get the tutor gold anyway. Not only the appearance. The configuration is stronger than all the cell phones now. In fact, the configuration of the tutor gold has also exceeded the native configuration. At this time the network world has already set off a storm. Some people have even forgotten about tomorrow's Apple conference. At this time on the stage, Mr. Yi, hurry up and say when it will be released. We're ready. Yeah, this phone definitely needs to be bought one. Countless people shouted from the stage. Yifeng slowly extended a finger. It will be released tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Yifeng had a smile on his face. Our offline flagship stores are located in the city and in the mountains, so you don't have to worry about finding a place to buy. By the way, as a reminder, there are free games attached to our Changhong store that everyone can download and play. Yi Feng walked off with a bow after saying that. At this time the crowd hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, Yi Feng had already walked down. 8 o'clock tomorrow? Isn't that the time of the Apple launch? Yi is trying to rush to release his cell phone before the Apple launch? Absolutely. I don't know if foreigners will buy it by then. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I'll set an alarm first. Some people found something wrong while talking on the stage. And after Yi Feng finished speaking, there were already countless people who had set alarm clocks for tomorrow morning. Ling Xiao tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'm not deaf. Do we have a sales point here? It seems like there is, right? I haven't heard of this brand before. Wait, Xiaoshang Group. I know. This group seems to be a power signaling group. Why is he making cell phones? If it's really this group, then the point of sale should be over at the power company. Ling Xiao speculated and Fatty gave a thumbs up. Ling Xiao, I'm going to inspect. Wait for my news. Fatty said as he already hurriedly ran out. PP Live broadcast platform. At this time thought the extremely popular anchor Burial Love Dragon Xiao was broadcasting CSO Live. However, he was not playing at this time, but was watching the launch. The popularity of his live room has come to several million at this time. Brothers, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I will first try whether our Hongmeng cell phone is really as god as it is said to be. Ling Xiao said softly. Ling Xiao, I've set an alarm clock. Let's see who buys it fast. I'm already squatting at the door. You can't. There are already people going to the door now. Why don't we squat a wave as well? The netizens in his live broadcast room had said around. Ling Xiao frowned when he saw this. Pa! Fiercely he lined up the table. Grass! I'm not broadcasting live anymore. Brothers, goodbye. I'm going to squat. Saying that he actually directly turned off the broadcast and went to squat. On the other hand, a bigger piece of news was announced on the internet. After this piece of news appeared, the entire network, whether it is not the cell phone industry, all shocked beyond measure. Only to see the tax group actually openly sent a V broadcast. We support the national brand. More support for independent research and development chip good enterprise. In order to be able to let our domestic chip have a better way out, we do not accept Changhong cell phone extra 30% tax. Please Changhong Group Chairman Rational. Just one V blog, yet it still caused a stir. Obviously China still attaches great importance to chip research and development as well as high-end enterprises. And isn't this a better publicity when this one V blog is released? Chapter 17, Delivering Charcoal in the Snow. The tax V blog actually spoke out. Openly don't want the 30% tax donated by Changhong. Haha, laugh me to death. Rational consumption. Cowhide. Actually alarmed the bureau. Support this wave must support Changhong. Yi Feng naturally didn't know that the network had been noisy. He was drinking water in a big gulp at the moment. This speech had tired him out. President, who made the line? Almost brought me down. At this time, Lu Yan ran towards Yi Feng as if he was crazy. What is it? Possessed by Zhou? Looking at Lu Yan, who was in a hurry, Yi Feng said without a good mood. President, you quickly look at the V blog. We were praised, and our heat has reached the first place. It's Apple that has been thrown off by us by a few blocks. Lu Yan was excited. He put his cell phone in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look, Yi Feng said. He took a step back and looked at the phone. Sure enough, in the V blog, a rational consumption to occupy the top one. But this tax bureau is quite cute, well, but also good. Do not pay us to earn more. Yi Feng waved his hand. This kind of situation he also like an opinion. Is also a thing in the snow to send charcoal. How many units have you produced so far? Now the total production is nearly 270,000. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that our 270,000 units are a bit stuffed. Lu Yan is a little worried. Look at this trend. This is the trend of wanting to grab all the Hongmeng. I'm afraid that 270,000 is not enough to fill the gap. Hiss, sucked in his breath. This production is indeed a trouble. If one had a fully automated production line, how good would that be? Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please ask the host to choose a mission line. Mission 1. Increase workers and recruit employees. Mission reward $500 million. Mission 2. Talk to Qin Shi about software development. Mission reward fully automatic production assembly line machine design drawings. Production code. A voice came from his mind fiercely. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and directly chose the second task, putting aside the 500 million. This fully automatic machine alone could solve his immediate needs. I know. I'll think of a way for the production line. In fact, I have the design drawings on my side. I'll pass them to you when I have time. Yi Feng said softly. Lu Yan was stunned. What design drawings? What do you mean, President? I've gotten a design drawing before. Fully automated production. When the time comes, you guys just follow the drawing and develop it. Yi Feng looked like he didn't care, while Lu Yan was stunned. President, what you said is not wrong? Fully automatic? We can also have a fully automatic production line? How is this possible? President, this thing is not only a machine but also a control system. Lu Yan was a bit disbelieving. Don't worry, I even designed a cell phone. Would I be short of a machine? I thought of it a long time ago. Wait for me to go back and pass it to you, Yi Feng said softly, and Lu Yan didn't know what to say. In his eyes, at this moment, Yi Feng was a proper Superman. The old president's decision seems to be correct. His son has really inherited his superhuman brain. Lu Yan looked at Yi Feng's departing back. His eyes were filled with hope. Ding ding ding. Without going far, Yi Feng's cell phone rang. Once he saw that it was actually Yan Still, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He happened to be looking for her, and this niece actually came to the door on her own. Hey, what's the matter with Niece Still? Yi Feng laughed too. Speak properly, you guy. Say, give me a cell phone is not unique. Yan Still tone a little arrogant. Where is this? The gift to our still little princess. That is naturally unique. That's more like it. Yan Still blushed, holding the pink cell phone in her heart, incomparably happy. When she saw that there was no pink cell phone at the launch, she guessed that it might be the only one in the world. You stinking ninny, did I let you say that? On one side, Qinsher slammed Yan Still's butt. Oh right. Yi Feng, I almost forgot. My mom asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight as a guest. Do you have time? Yan Still said in a hurry. Zhang Jian slapped his thigh. Pa, that's what I said. The little princess thing gave the word. How could I not have time? Wait for me to arrive at night, Yi Feng said. Yan Still actually hummed like a mosquito buzzing. Qinsher on one side had a disgusted expression. When did her own daughter become so pretentious? It seemed like she had to be tempered a bit. It was only after another meal of sweet language that the two ended their phone kanji. While it did take quite a long time, Qinsher was almost asleep. Yi Feng looked at the time. It was only about 4 or 5 now, which meant he had time to buy some gifts before going over. But he has never been to a rich person's house as a guest, and he doesn't know what to send. He didn't know if the chairman of a group of companies in the 28th line of our company would be able to get into people's eyes. Forget it, take some fruits symbolically. They shouldn't be lacking in gifts. It's a bit chilly to bring gifts, Yi Feng thought. He went directly to the garage to sit on his wooling. And at this time the launch has long been no one. All have gone back to prepare to grab the phone. Yi Feng looked at the time which drove to buy fruit. And at this time, the Rice Country, Toad Live Network. This is the largest live broadcasting platform in the country. At this time, a million-level cell phone evaluation up master is watching the broadcast of the Hongmeng conference. At this time, not only is the Huaxia cell phone industry shaken, even the cell phone industry in the United States is shaken. The Changhong system and the Changhong chip are just like a godly thing that came out of the sky and hit all the cell phone industry with a big mouth. At 6 o'clock in the morning in Rice, Sandy finished watching the broadcast. His face was a bit excited. He was shaken by Yi Feng's words. Friends, you see, this is the vigor of the Chinese entrepreneurs. This HD screen in our country but sold to 300 meters yuan a piece, and their final selling price is actually only 2,000 summer dollars, which is only more than 400 US dollars, Senji said heartily after watching the launch. How is this possible? A smartphone, and with fingerprints, independent system, and gas pedal effect, and high-definition screen actually less than 500? It's over. I've been enamored by Huaxia. I want to try their cell phone. Hey, are you guys still not MIG people? Why are you buying anything from Huaxia? Their stuff is so trashy. Aren't they just a developing and backward country? How good can the things produced be? Yeah, I'm not selling it anyway. I'd rather buy AI Crazy. Yeah, the Love Crazy is the best, even though it's a bit expensive. After Sendy finished speaking, his live broadcast room directly exploded. Some scolded him for betraying his country, while others supported him. Sendy looked at the live broadcast room. He rationally said, "This is an evaluation live broadcast, so the anchor wants to buy a Hongmeng cell phone to evaluate it for everyone. Think about it. How many people in our country don't have a smartphone? This gentleman is right. This move of his is not only for his countrymen to be able to afford it but also for us to be able to afford a cell phone, isn't it? Furthermore, after I evaluate, if it's junk, I'll burn it directly and publicize that this phone doesn't work. But if this phone is better than the AI Crazy, I'll publicize him too. How about it?" After Samdi finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the live broadcast. I support Mariji. I support it too. I'd like to see what these people who are 10 years behind us can make, and actually have the delusion of imitating us to build chips. Right. I want to hear garbage slogans when the evaluation is over. Most of the live broadcast room still couldn't look at Hongmeng. At this time, even Sendi was sweating for Hongmeng. Chapter 18 Hongmen Banquet. Yifeng didn't know that his launch actually caught fire abroad as well. He was carrying bananas at the moment and heading to Yan Still's house. This time, he didn't just talk about software development. The most important thing was to get the design drawings of the automated production machine. Only that thing to hand. then their own production capacity can come up, and moreover, can also greatly reduce the cost, then a multi-benefit. Just as he walked to the side, the phone rang. It was Lu Yan's again. Hey, what is it, Mr. Yi? Our launch actually caused a sensation abroad. Do we want to set up a few sales points abroad? Lu Yan's voice was a bit excited. His spirit was spent in high excitement these days. What? My launch is only a few hours old. How come foreign countries are a sensation? What's wrong with this foreign country? Automatically attracting traffic? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. This is a bit of a pie in the sky feeling. Hey, here comes the opportunity. With a smile on his face, Yi Feng knew that this time was his best chance to enter the foreign cell phone market. Sell. Why not? Our aim is to get foreigners to bury it. Transport 10,002 flagships to foreign countries, and raise the selling price to 5,999 for me. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but the corner of his mouth hooked up an arc. Yi Feng wasn't afraid that the cell phone wouldn't sell out. Even if it didn't sell out, then there would be someone else to buy it, and that would be those foreign manufacturers of production cell phones. Apple would definitely buy his cell phone to study it, but this point Yi Feng didn't care at all. After all, there was system protection. They couldn't crack it. 5,999? Mr. Yi, this price is twice as high. Lu Yan a little surprised. Domestic 2,999, foreign 5,999. This pit, father, also do not take this pit. What are you afraid of? Just 59.99. We are not afraid to press. They will certainly buy. As for why it will be so expensive, let's say we have to collect customs duty, and the rest of the taxes. There is no way things. I believe that foreign people will understand us. Yi Feng had a smile in his voice. Lu Yan understood at once. Okay, Yi General, I will send someone to send. We will support the reservation in foreign countries tomorrow, and ship the goods the day after tomorrow. Lu Yan slapped his thigh. He understood what Yi Feng meant. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up a little something. Yi Feng nodded. Hey, Mr. Yi, that design drawing? I'll go back and give it to you. Don't be in a hurry, Yi Feng said, and he hung up the phone. Hey, being young is good. Lu Yan sighed with emotion, as if he guessed what Yi Feng was going to do. Poof! Yi Feng, who was driving the car, was suddenly a sneeze. That unenlightened one is talking about me? Touching his nose, Yi Feng's wooling sped up a bit. At this time, the high level Xiaoshang Group has really developed a chip? Yes, I've got the sample machine. Look. The second-in-command handed the cell phone to the first-in-command. The middle-aged man opened it, and when he saw that the processor and the system were all domestically produced, his eyes actually moistened. How long had it been? How long had it been? Finally having its own independent chip technology. Sure, it's all independently developed? Sure. According to the vice president, it took them several years to develop it. All domestic. The voices were heavy, and the conference room was silent. They knew how much effect this chip could bring to the entire country. There was a violent row of tables. 5 years, finally developed our own chip. We don't need to import chips from outside in the future. Right, this feeling of leading by the nose is really bad. Now we can also soar freely. The minister on one side opened his mouth, and his wrinkled face was full of relief. I heard that the price of his cell phone is only $29.99. The financial hand opened his mouth. What? Then how much did it cost them to develop the chip? Li Jun was stunned as he hurriedly asked. The Changhong chip we developed independently. Just according to the funding of the rice chip R&D back then, at least 100 billion, and that's just the R&D funding. It doesn't even count the price of the materials. The Minister of Science and Technology opened his mouth. His voice trembled a little. 100 billion? And a cell phone only sells for 2,999? What a good enterprise. We need to strongly support it. By the way, I heard that we still have 5% of Xiaoshang Group's shares? That means we're the biggest shareholder outside of their president. Yes. That means we can control his business at any time. They gave us the sole control. Good. Li Jun kept nodding his head. He violently thought of something. I heard he has to pay an additional 30% tax? No. We've already refused. How can this chill our heroes? The Minister of Taxation hastily waved his hands, his forehead sweating. Only then did Li Jun nod. We have to strongly support the development of enterprises that are conducive to development. Xiaoshang is a good industry. They beat the high prices for the people and do things in a practical manner. We have to subsidize them. We have to support them is also not verbal. So 500 million for the research and development of the chip to help. Right, Zhang Shangtian. Your side of the military district side is not a lack of chips? You go down and ask Xiaoshang Group if they have the confidence to develop military chips. I understand. Zhang Shangtian nodded as he sat upright. Although it was only 500 million, this 500 million was better than even 500 billion. Those who understood. Yi Feng carried a banana and pressed the doorbell of Yan Still's house at this moment. He naturally did not know that he had been stared at. Pressing the doorbell, a nanny soon opened the door. When the nanny saw that there was a guest, she quickly bowed. "Hello sir, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi?" "Yes, still explain to you right, can I go in?" "Of course, please come in," the nanny said. She hurriedly greeted Yi Feng inside. At this time in the living room, after Yan still saw Yi Feng come, she rubbed her head and jumped up from the sofa. "Yi Feng, you finally came." There was some resentment in her eyes, but she had a smile on her face. She hugged Yi Feng's arm. In the few weeks that he had been with Yan still, Yi Feng had gotten quite familiar with her. She could be said to be a femme fatale type, but sometimes she could also be gentle and understanding, and most importantly, she dared to love and hate. "Yeah, Yi Feng is here. Just come. What fruit do you bring?" "Really, we have it at home." Xinsher also stood up when she saw this. Her face smiled as her eyes glared at Yan still, obvious dissatisfaction hanging over her eyes. "That what? Auntie empty-handed is always bad." Well, Yi Feng smiled as he placed the banana on the table, sizing up the woman. Very tall in stature, long hair, and Yan was still as beautiful as she was, giving Yi Feng a feeling as if she was a strong woman, tired from the journey. "Have a drink first." Xinsher smiled too, at the same time very gentle bar warm water handed up. Yi Feng nodded. Yan still then loosened her hand and sat on Yi Feng's side. "Yi Feng, I heard that you and my daughter are in love?" Xinsher had a smile on her face and that aura was overpowering Yi Feng by a mile. This woman was very powerful. This was the second feeling Xinsher gave Yi Feng. "Yes, you actually don't mind my daughter's little temper?" Xinsher had a smile on her face and teased. "Mom." Yan Still's eyes glared like a cow. "Still is very kind and will relieve herself with strangers. This is something I like," Yi Feng said softly, and Xinsher nodded. "I hope you can be good to my daughter. By the way, I heard that you are the son of the president of Xiaoshan Group. Did you make the Changhong cell phone too? What a hero." Xinsher's attitude changed violently, and her voice took on a somewhat commercialized feel. It was as if they were about to talk about cooperation. Yi Feng also looked serious when he saw this. He knew that the main event of tonight's Hongmen banquet had come. Chapter 19 short video? To be precise, it wasn't me, but it was the result of those R&D teams of mine working together. I just provided the design drawings in code. Yi Feng's first sentence still made Xinsher relieved. She had thought that Yi Feng was so young that he shouldn't be able to do much, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, her whole body was dumbfounded. She was clear about what the design drawings and codes meant. As long as there were these things, then the production system was just a copy. Little Feng is really a hero. Auntie is impressed. Our family is in the software development industry. Probably not as big as then family's assets, and probably can't help you guys much. In the future, please also ask Little Feng to take care of you. Xinsher's eyes rolled and a smile was brought on her face. When she said this, it could be two-faced. It could be said that it was the extremely bad idea of both wanting to eat clean and not wanting to wipe one's ass. Haha, definitely. But auntie, it's not like your software development industry can't actually help us. Yi Feng had a charitable smile on his face. Since he wanted to make money out of empty gloves, then he, Yi Feng, couldn't be that good of a setup. "Oh, Little Feng, do you have any difficulties? I will definitely try my best to help." Xinsher was stunned. She had thought that the deal was a sure thing. How come it seemed to have changed? "It's like this. Our Xiaoshan Group is not only going to enter the cell phone industry, but more importantly the software industry. And auntie, your Huaxing happens to be one of the three giants of the software circle. Our Xiaoshan Group just lacks such a powerful company to deeply cooperate. What do you say still?" Yi Feng looked directly at Yan Still. This girl there knew the depth of the water in here. As soon as she heard that Yi Feng wanted to cooperate with her own family's industry, then her eyes were glowing. Yi Feng was so powerful. If he cooperated with his own family, wouldn't he go up a notch in minutes? "Right, Mom, let's cooperate with Feng. His company is big, much bigger than our family, and can help us when the time comes." Yan still turned his head and looked blearily at Xinsher. Harm. Xinsher looked like she hated the iron and was helpless in her eyes. If the Xiaoshan Group was allowed to join the software industry, he, Huaxing, could be said to be a stepping stone for the Xiaoshan Group. People can borrow their shoulders to jump farther, and their Huaxing software may only stay in place. But the words were said on this point. They asked others to help, and they didn't want to help others. This good thing surely can't be taken up by themselves. We can publicize it for you. As to whether it has any effect or not is unknown. Xinsher is worthy of being an old fox spirit. She only promised to publicize, but did not say how to publicize. If she shouted a few times on the street alone, maybe it is also publicity. Also good, then thanks auntie. Our group intends to enter the software industry once the Changhong cell phone is stabilized. And we've kind of said hello. But auntie, you can also rest assured that our entry into the software development industry for is not money, and what reputation, and will not shake your position. simply want to change the atmosphere. Yi Feng was very serious. He gently sipped his water. Not for money? Why? Qinsher was a bit incomprehensible. Could it be that a person who was so ambitious, who made chips and cell phones, and who had to enter software development, he wasn't doing it for money? If one said that a person who did so much, didn't do it for money or reputation, Qinsher didn't believe it. Do you know what our software industry looked like 10 years ago? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. It had just sprung up. There was nothing. A blank sheet of paper. It was easy to make money. Qinsher returned with a businessman's perspective. Wrong. Big mistake. 10 years ago the software industry that was the real software industry. That was the software industry that belonged to us to develop. There were no advertisements at that time. There were just simple pages. That is the software that countless people look at and like. And now, large and small advertisements filled the entire software. Then what are you planning to do by developing the software? Qinsher asked rhetorically. Develop a short video platform. Short video? Qinsher froze. She had never heard of this kind of thing before. It was very novel. Yes, short video platform. Our current showbiz industry has also begun to fall. Countless actors and actresses have turned into theater. And what I want to do is to use short videos to promote our Chinese culture, to boycott the current showbiz a bit, so that everyone can see the rise of China. Instead of being like the current showbiz, where a single playwright can ascend to the Hall of Elegance, a meat bag can become an indulgence for 10,000 people, and a sordid ruler can make thousands of young girls go crazy for him. No, this isn't showbiz. This isn't the movie and television industry. This is the dance house. Think about 10 years ago. What was the movie and television then? Jingzhong Baogua, Wolf Tooth Mountain 5 Heroes, Thunder Wind, The Three Gods, Water Su Chuan, and now, what are the movies and TV productions that you can take out? Is it the remake of the Book of the Western Gods that's been remade so many times? Or those hypocrites with no acting skills at all? Or which only bring bad influence of the movie and television works or people? The great Chinese, not only which hypocrites prevail. We have our own cultural heritage, is not it? You look at foreign film and television. That one is not promoting a muscular man, type of man, manly film and television, or stars. In looking at us here, Yi Feng said a lot in one breath, and his voice fell before Qinsher slowly nodded. Yi Feng knew that he might have gone off topic, but what was his original intention of starting a short video? Wasn't it to make the happiness index of all the people rise? All the people see the blooming rise of Huaxia and let them see that it wasn't just the little fresh meat that was the most beautiful. Qinsher looked at Yi Feng and sighed softly. There was some admiration in her eyes. You are a person who dares to say and do. But why wouldn't I know that? But now in this era, it's already a trend. And to make more money, they can only promote the little fresh meat. Although fresh meat is not the future, but it is the present. They can bring us revenue. And what you said can only make those people in the entertainment industry lose money. There are too many people in China, especially women. Men will go to see a movie or television work for a woman, but women will rarely go to see it for a man. This is consumption. Yi Feng, I know your ideals are good, but the reality is like this. Type of men we can't work here. Those women's concepts have changed. If you really do this, then the entertainment industry is a black hole. No matter how much money is thrown in, it's just a bubble. And short videos affecting the entertainment circle itself is unrealistic. If you really engage in software development, I can give you some help at that time. Qinsher's tone was soft, rather like a big sister discussing with Yi Feng. Yi Feng also calmed down at this time. He slowly nodded. What Qinsher said was not wrong, but Yi Feng was not willing. So what if he had changed his concepts? If others could change their concepts, then he himself could as well. Auntie, I understand, and your words are right, but what I want to tell you is, how do you know unless you try? I believe in the will of our Chinese people. We will wake up one day. Let me be the one to ring the bell. Yi Feng said. A voice had sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the design diagram of the fully automatic mechanical production machine. Code. Attention. This design diagram has been improved and can be manufactured in the current era. The system voice came. Yi Feng looked at the panel in front of him. He was satisfied in his heart. With this automated assembly line, he himself, not to mention anything else, 100,000 units a day or even more was not a problem. Auntie, do you have anything else? Yi Feng asked softly. There is one thing, but let's eat first. Auntie Lu has prepared dinner. Qinsher had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she didn't know what she was thinking again. Yi Feng nodded as he looked at Yan Still. Do you have a notebook? Yes. Are you using it? I'll get it for you. Yan Still sniffed and hurriedly climbed up from the sofa and ran towards the bedroom. Chapter 20. Selling like crazy. Soon, Yan Still ran over holding her heavy laptop. The laptop was pink, Dell laptop, which was considered one of the stronger laptops today. The laptop industry is very profitable, but there are almost no independently developed laptops in China. All the parts of laptops and even computers are only OEM in China, and want to independent research and development, graphics cards, CPU, and other such things. China still has a way to go. Holding the notebook, Feng inserted the U-disc in his pocket, tapping the USB flash drive. Inside was exactly the design diagram of the automatic production line. Good. With this, I can at least increase the production of my Changhong cell phone. Feng looked at the design drawing with satisfaction. He looked at it several times repeatedly before pulling out the USB flash drive. What's that? A design drawing? Yan still just looked at it as well. She was a bit curious as to what Feng was doing drawing a piece of machinery. Could it be that he was a designer? Ever heard of a fully automated production line? Feng had a smile on his face, but his eyes were all smug. Fully automatic? Production line? How is this possible then if it's fully automated? Wouldn't there be no need for workers? Yan was still a bit incomprehensible. No, the trend of the future is fully automatic. Technology is constantly developing. It's impossible to just utilize manual labor. Well, don't talk about it. It's time to eat. Feng was slightly serious, but after seeing Aunt Lu bring the rice he smiled and patted Yan's hand. Feng's character was like this. If he was talking about business, he would be more serious than anyone else. But if he put aside business, then he would become more sunny. Ah, dinner is ready? I told you that Aunt Lu's cooking is delicious. You're in for a treat. Yan still laughed too. Feng raised an eyebrow. Then I'm going to taste it. Saying that, several people began to eat. At this time in China, in the evening, tomorrow was the first day of the release of the Changhong cell phone. At this time, the only Changhong cell phone sales base station in Bailey has been surrounded by people. Most of these people were live broadcast anchors. They caught the business opportunity. If they hacked Changhong, they would definitely attract attention. Then they would have the possibility of fire. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Even though it was just 7 o'clock, Changhong's flagship store was already surrounded by people. Good evening, good noon, good morning everyone. I'm your favorite cell phone tester, Mr. Liang. You guys, this is the only Changhong cell phone sales store in Northley. Even though it's 7 o'clock in the evening, there are already people waiting. I do feel that Changhong is exaggerating a bit this time. Mr. Liang was carrying a selfie stick, and his phone was the very place where he was live streaming his reviews. As one of the earliest batch of anchors, Mr. Liang naturally knew what the audience needed, and what was hot. He would hack, so that the popularity would increase instead. This is called reverse publicity. Marketing. This propaganda is definitely exaggerated. It's Apple that doesn't dare to say that the speed increase is so high. A bunch of followers are just monsters. I support the anchor. Right, there's nothing to see at all. His live room, countless people crazy spit. Most of these people are idols, see others good I read. Today the anchor is also squatting here. For you to evaluate the latest Changhong cell phone battle report. Everyone pay attention to a wave before you go. We witness Changhong in the end is not the light of domestic production. Mr. Liang said. The live broadcast subscription flew up. Soon, after eating, Feng quickly left. Yan still also sent Feng a distance. Soon, it was 8 o'clock the next morning. The sun had just come out when a knock on the door interrupted Feng's sleep. Who is it? Don't disturb my sleep even if the sky is falling. Feng muttered, covering his head under the covers. President is not good. Crazy ah. Wang Gang's voice trembled a little in his excitement as the knocking on the door continued. Feng also had to sit up. What's crazy? Slow down and say it. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning and you don't let people sleep? Feng frowned. Our products are selling like crazy. The inventory is all sold out. Even the tutor gold has been in short supply. And, the president, those people who can't buy a cell phone have blocked the door of our company. Wang Gang's voice was so loud that Feng's head rubbed clear. Asterisk. Crazy. Where's my inventory? Wang Gang, don't we have a full 270,000 in stock? Take it out. Ah, it's gone. President, it's all gone. Just 1 hour. It's all gone. President, please step in, or our company will be surrounded and exploded. Wang Gang was also helpless for a while, but where their inventory was large enough this could not have happened. Hold on, I'll go out now. Feng was also a bit excited. His sleepiness was gone. His product was recognized by people. This was something to be happy about. At this time, inside the Bailey mobile phone store, the clerk looked at the counter, which was already empty in a terrible scene. He gulped. These people are crazy. Is a cell phone necessary? On the other side, Mr. Liang also successfully bought a Changhong phone. Looking at the red dragon scales, and the glass body, he was dumbfounded. Turning on the phone, the white aperture, and the water wave pattern underneath all proved that this cell phone was at the leading edge of technology. Touching the smooth back shell, and then looking at the HD screen, which was a bit bigger than Apple's, and the fingerprint unlocking. His whole body was messed up, and then look at the apple in his hand. Suddenly does not smell good. Come to the Changhong system interface. Just at the beginning then let him choose the concise mode, and accelerated mode. Mr. Liang tried both, and sure enough, the phone runs a batch of fast. Perfect. This is simply a perfect cell phone. This isn't even the technological garbage it says it is, but is indeed the light of domestic production. Then associating it with Changhong's price, Mr. Liang only felt his face turn a little red. He had abandoned his beliefs, his soul, but was going to mindlessly hack an almost perfect cell phone, which had already touched his moral bottom line. Open the broadcast. I'm going to open the broadcast now. I want to prove that Changhong cell phone is the best cell phone in the world. He was a bit excited, and hurriedly took out his Apple, pressed it for half a day without response. It turned out that his cell phone had long since run out of power. On the contrary, Changhong, with its large battery and long battery life, he gripped the Apple tightly. Snap, a drop on the ground. Apple, I don't even use it. Anchor, how about buying a Changhong? How about it? This phone is blowing up. The number of people watching the Apple launch next door was only a few tens of thousands. Pulling the crotch very much. My classmate seems to have snagged one. I heard it's so cool that he dropped his Apple just after the launch. Countless people had already flooded in. They wanted to hear Mr. Liang evaluate Changhong. Brothers, I can only say this. In the past, Black Changhong, I'm a stupid bee. Changhong YYDS, I've already grabbed it, and now live broadcasting with the Changhong. You guys look at him. This pixel is not much better than Apple. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, I can see the anchor's face clearly. It was always blurry before. Is this pixel this high? HD? Anchor, talk about the merits of Changhong. We want to hear. Anchor, is the price worth it? I want to buy one too. For a while, pop-ups flew up, and Mr. Liang looked at the live broadcast excitedly. He just stretched out a finger. Chapter 21, we build what the people need. What do you mean? One is hard to find. Mr. Liang slowly spoke as he turned the phone around. When everyone saw the selling point that was already in a mess, they felt nothing but shock in their hearts and felt something moved. It was true that efforts weren't in vain, and groups that thought about the people would always be rewarded. On the contrary, Apple's side was doing poor business. Didn't this still represent the people's intention? What they were waiting for was never Apple, but the rise of domestic production. Now let me talk about the benefits of Changhong. Mr. Liang suppressed his excitement. Whenever he looked at the crowded crowd, he heartily applauded the Xiaoshang group. Isn't this the best view? Glass shell, very good looking, and the glass used is still tempered glass. Fall is not easy to break. That is, you break also have a warranty. Everyone rest assured. You are looking at this high-definition screen. Just this screen. Xiaoshang has lost money. Mr. Liang kept talking, and in the rest of the places, the same thing was repeated. All the major anchors, all the major media outlets spontaneously publicized for Changhong. For a while, almost everyone in the country knew that there was such a conscientious product that they would sell even if they lost money. Long Xiao, I grabbed the dirt cheap version. I've never seen a more handsome cell phone than Changhong. I've never thought that our domestic system can have such a day. The golden dragon head on the back is more people. Lang Xiao's vanity is bursting. Take this landlord gold, who still don't know they are a landlord. I also did not expect our domestic actually do so well, and I too like in the paragraph system of the simple page. And this acceleration system also absolute. I usually open the chat software, have to wait for a long time. Now less than 3 seconds. Lang Xiao typed very fast. This is not the strongest. You quickly try to see the movie. Simply outrageous. His mother to outrageous. Open the door. Outrageous to the home. High definition screen, coupled with high definition picture quality. I seem to be watching in the movie theater. Am I the only one who didn't get it? Looking at you guys have. I'm not willing to do it. Fatty yelled in the group. He looked at his Mountain Star phone and only felt a pang of suffocation. He also followed the overnight queue to go, but unfortunately he was too big to squeeze in. Fatty, calm down. Gather at the internet cafe in a while. The legend will first can for a while. Then we'll go downstairs to the Xiaoshang group to let them expand their production. Burial Love Big Princess opened her mouth. She also did not grab. The heart is also a little reluctant. Okay, today cannot get a cell phone. I will not go. What broken group production is only so little? Fool who it. That's right, only less than half an hour to sell out. Inventory is really poor. The crowd in the Q group discussed, and this scene was also staged in the rest of the group. Changhong cell phones were only sent out 200,000, while the Chinese people can be far more than 200,000. It was simply not enough to fulfill the demand. At this time, Yi Feng was already sitting in the car. In his hands, he looked at the hotspots pushed by Weibo in recent days. The hot searches on Weibo had also long since turned into Changhong cell phones for sale, as well as the whining of people who couldn't grab a cell phone. This didn't even need the marketing department to publicize it. It was almost universal publicity. A mere 200,000 units had caused a climax. And this was probably going to shock the world if the production was expanded further. It's really a water army. One gang did you see? Before our Changhong's vlog there are still blackus. Good guy now once the phone is released. All of them are favorable comments. Yi Feng said. The smile on his face that he couldn't hide signaled that he was happy. That is not chairman of the board, you do a good job. If according to other manufacturers, this phone at least 4 or 5,000 to start, and we only 3,000 to start, this price has exceeded many manufacturers. I have now also become a fan of Changhong. It really works too well. I take pictures to fully satisfy. Wang Gang bought the tutor gold. Originally Yi Feng wanted to give him a gift, but he was determined to pay for it, saying that he was contributing to the domestic chip research and development, so he had no choice but to let him pay for it. Look, it's Mr. Ye's car. Asterisk. He's a hallowed president. How to open the Wuling God car. Van? This reminds me of Grandpa Yuan. He always rides a bicycle too. Not showing off at all. Good job, Mr. Yi. Just after arriving not far from the group, Yi Feng was already recognized by people, and when they saw what kind of car Yi Feng was driving, their hearts soured a bit. A hallowed president. Yet he also drove a Wuling as low as $100,000. Just like them. On the contrary, which one of those big business bosses was not driving a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW? This is the enterprise with a conscience. For a while, the crowd gave way to Yi Feng's car. Even though there were a lot of people, everyone was squeezing to make way. Soon, the car stopped and Yi Feng came out of the van. It's him. I've seen it before. I didn't think he was really the president. Who is it? I met him on a blind date with Yi Anchor one day. I didn't believe it at first, but I believe it now. At that time a woman was still looking down on Mr. Yi. Who dares to look down on Mr. Yi is my Wang Long's enemy. The president is so young. It looks like he's only in his early 20s, right? The crowd talked. They looked at Yi Feng with some envy and some admiration. Yi Feng was not flustered. He looked at everyone with a calm face. Good morning everyone. I didn't expect everyone to be able to come to our company, so that we have a free breakfast. Everyone came in a hurry. If you're hungry you can go and eat some. I probably thought about the purpose of everyone coming. Don't worry. We will try to increase the production. After all, our workers can't work overtime day and night. They also need to rest. I'm really sorry. Yi Feng shouted. His tone was sincere, not a bit of bravado. Yi Feng's eyes swept through the group of people. When looking at the workers who had left their homes, and those migrant workers, his belief changed instead. He wanted to make everyone happy, to see the rise of China, and to be proud of China from the bottom of their hearts. Call him a saintly mother or call him unambitious, but this was Yi Feng's pursuit. It's at this time that the president is still thinking of us for dinner. I'm so touched. The president actually still thinks about the workers. This kind of boss is really rare. Sure enough, Changhong's success is no accident. The crowd was talking. They didn't shout about increasing production. They all looked at Yi Feng with some admiration in their eyes. Even the little fat man in the crowd wasn't mentioning about the cell phone. After seeing Yi Feng, he felt as if the cell phone could wait a little longer. Mr. Yi, we are not hungry. We just came to take a look at you. Yes, we are already happy to see Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, we hope that Xiaoshang Group will get better and better. Right. Cell phone, we are not in a hurry. We must do well. Facing the gazes of countless people, Yi Feng bowed deeply. Don't worry. We will try our best to increase the production. Moreover, our slogan of Xiaoshang Group is, whatever the people need, Xiaoshang will build it. Our Xiaoshang also has a vlog website, so everyone can also give their opinions, and we'll read them all. Yi Feng said and bowed again. It was genuine. Pa. Yi Feng finished. A sound of applause below. Chapter 22 Shocked Abroad. Yi Feng chatted with the people for a long time again, and none of them agreed to the request of going to Xiaoshang Group for a meal. It was as if they were good at talking, and in just 10 minutes, countless people had left, and Xiaoshang Group was once again empty. The production line has intensified to expand. Coming to the office, Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan in front of him and spoke softly. Probably because of his 2 lifetimes, Yi Feng's character had changed a little, and would always become a little cold when facing business. No way, President. Our production has been maximized. We can't increase the production anymore. Rather recently it's still Sunday and the workers are on vacation, so the production might stagnate a bit. Lu Yan carried a file bag and shook his head somewhat helplessly. There was also some hoarseness in his voice. His already small face was also somewhat silent. I know. This way, you go outside to recruit some research and development machinery personnel. I previously studied a set of automation machinery development technology abroad. You find some people to process this set of technology into our production line. Feng let out a deep breath and said, he can't stop people from taking a vacation and resting, right? 996 is a gospel. He didn't feel it. When the industry is stabilized in the future, his company is going to implement a double rest system. A good business never relies on squeezing the employees to gain profits. Abroad? President, you have been abroad? Lu Yan was a bit surprised. You don't really think that my father is letting me off the hook, do you? Then what's the point of him leaving me a group? Feng asked rhetorically. Lu Yan suddenly realized. No wonder Feng could get so many technologies, so he had gone abroad for further studies. Wait, Mr. You just said automation? This production line can still be automated? Lu Yan was confused. If the production line could be automated, then wouldn't they have as many cell phones as they wanted? Even foreign countries had not realized automation, but the general manager in front of his eyes had said the concept of automation. Yes, automation. This is the drawings and technology. Our team researched and developed for almost a year before we developed it. You get some people to go and give the copy to manufacture it out fast. We want the results in a week. Feng handed out a USB flash drive. His tone was cautious. Lu Yan hand a little trembling. He did not expect actually true. If really can develop automated production line, then it will be another transgenerational significance of the invention. It could even allow China to enter the era of technologization ahead of time. Right, President. Let me report on the war situation. Today for half an hour all of our cell phones were sold. Except for the ones shipped abroad, of course. The total sales degree is around 800 million. If we remove the costs, President, we've reaped a net profit of about $300 million in half an hour. But President, this profit is still too low. Originally we could have reached a profit of 500 or 600 million. Lu Yan is still a bit of a pity. If it was sold according to the market rate, the profit of Changhong's cell phone would have absolutely doubled. There is no need to pity. 200 million is not much, but it is better than 1 billion, 2 billion, because we got the hearts of the people. Understand? Now you take the 300 million from our sales to secretly create an automated processing plant. Remember, never let the foreign media find out. Feng's voice was very soft, as if he was secretly talking. Lu Yan nodded seriously. He understood the reasoning. If the foreign media found out, then their automation industry might be hit hard. Who could not see them as good the most? None other than the foreign media. At this time, inside the Apple Group. Snap! What's going on? Why are our sales so low this year? Xiao Busi slammed the table, his face all angry. President, an industry appeared out of nowhere on the Chinese side, and directly took our industries on the outside by surprise, and our sales chain got hit hard. The secretary clutched a book with a panicked face. Even her legs were trembling a bit. Huaxia industry? Huaxia can still make cell phones? How come we didn't know? And, a cell phone made by him in Huaxia can take down our Apple sales? How can that be? Didn't we place our brainwashing ads? Xiao Busi looked at the secretary, his eyes glaring as if they were two large copper mausoleums. We don't need cooks here, just Joe Bus. President, it's already been placed, but it seems that people have developed an autonomous chip. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Busi's water cup snapped and fell to the ground. His mouth was a bit unable to close. What did you just say? Huaxia made a chip? How is this possible? They have the technology to make chips? Nanotechnology? That's impossible. It's simply not possible. President, not only did they make a chip, even what? Speak quickly. Xiao Busi was completely agitated at this time. His body was trembling a little. The wrinkles on his long face were a little more wrinkled. His eyes at this time the world seemed to be changing. The dragon in the east seemed to be awakening. They also built an autonomous system. I'm afraid our monopoly is over before it even begins. The secretary's voice trembled a little. Joe Bushy's legs went limp and he sat down directly on the chair. Didn't we ban the sale of nanotechnology to China? How could they have accomplished it? And the autonomous system was so difficult to develop. It took us 10 years, but they succeeded straight away? Xiao Busi muttered under his breath. His body trembled a little. It was agitated. They developed it independently. And we've only sold 100,000 units so far at the sites selling Apple in China. 10 times less than what we expected. The secretary spoke. Awakening. The dragon has awakened. The pattern of the world is going to change. I've long said that we can't put too much pressure on Huaxia. Let them get used to the feeling of easy access before they do. Now it's good. Too much pressure. People have developed their own chips. Our monopoly is over. Want to eat this piece of cake? President is dreaming. Xiao Busi cursed. He knew that from today onwards, the high-end industry is afraid to be in +1. They do the cell phone price at how much? Flagship $29.99. mid-range 3999, and it's still HD screen, dual core. The secretary said here and then did not say any more, because Xiao Busi heard here has begun to gasp. The high-definition screen he dared to sell $29.99. This is to these high-end cell phone to the cliff nose Imagine, a cell phone cost-effective has exceeded the high-end machine, and his price is only half of the high-end machine. Who will buy high-end machine? And they can only be forced to reduce prices. What about Mountain Star's side? No sound. It should be the same as our side. The secretary opened his mouth, and there was some viciousness in Xiao Busi's eyes. He knew he had to target the Xiaoshang group. He couldn't let them continue to grow, otherwise their profits would only get lower and lower. And Mountain Star, pa. The chairman frantically smacked his secretary. Mad. Autonomous chips. We don't even have them. What does he, Huaxia, think? And it's so cheap. This is to drive our manufacturers to the brink of extinction. Go, send out negative remarks. Can't let Xiaoshang Group get any closer, he said as the battered and swollen secretary hurriedly nodded his head and went out. As for Yi Feng's side, he was in no hurry, leisurely drinking tea and chatting with his little sister. Tomorrow, he is going to take Yen Still to go to the amusement park to play. Yen Still will start school soon. It seems that only tomorrow can play. And the network at this time also more negative remarks. What Changhong cell phone? It heats up so much. Yeah, the battery is too big and heavy. What system? Frequent bugs. And this glass breaks so easily. There were more and more negative remarks on the internet, but some careful netizens found the address where those remarks were posted. It was actually all in foreign countries. Isn't the protagonist's persona prominent enough? Calm and collected, with an extraordinary family background. Chapter 23 Robbing a Cell Phone. When the netizens of Xia knew that the one who released the negative remarks was a foreigner, probably due to the rise of the national heart, everyone was almost a united front. Foreigners haven't even released a cell phone. How do you guys know it's heating up? Really can spray Can't see that our Huaxia is good. Right. I finally know where all those black Xiaoshang group comments came from. So it's a foreign invasion. Can this be tolerated? Everyone go and give these two official cell phones a bad review. Everyone, my Mountain Star cell phone exploded yesterday. The charging explosion was horrible. There are pictures, additional pictures. A comment with pictures of the explosion was posted and instantly the internet exploded. So Mountain Star is an exploding machine. This is equal to having a bomb on your body? OMG. I don't dare to buy Mountain Star anymore. For a while all the voices were boycotting Mountain Star, and the old boss of Mountain Star's headquarters had gone crazy at this time. He looked at his cell phone with more and more negative remarks. His whole body was not good. Originally it was hacking Xiaoshang, but now, it had turned into self-hacking. When did Huaxia people become so unified? All of his face was filled with differences. Isn't it logical to say that they are all two-faced? Remember the automobile in the past? Our country was also an exporter, controlling their automobile technology. Who knew that a Wuling suddenly appeared? So our cars had no choice but to lower their prices. It's the same now. The one in the meter country is right. Can't give them pressure. This dragon of China, finally awakened. The secretary walked out at this time. Although his nose was bruised and swollen, he was very serious. The old boss wanted to wave his hand, but his hand stopped in mid-air. He knew that he had lost this time. Go ahead and keep the negative remarks to a minimum. I must meet that Changhong cell phone chairman, he said, his eyes all glazed over. Soon, 3 days later, the first batch of Changhong cell phones shipped abroad arrived in Jiujinshan. And here, there was also a site for the Xiaoshang group. The sky had just dawned, and just like at home, there were already countless people crowded at the Changhong sales point. Tote Live Network. The famous anchor Mori D was standing in front of the door of the sales point with his own cell phone. Despite shivering from the cold, he was still holding out hope to see this legendary cell phone. He had watched the video a few days ago, and in China, the craze for Changhong cell phones had reached a peak. I'd like to see what the Changhong that's being held in such high regard has to offer in terms of real material. It seems like Apple's side has been making frantic statements lately. I don't know if it's true or not. Mori D muttered as he looked at the time. It was almost 8 in the morning, which meant that it would be open for business soon. It was only then that he turned on the live broadcast. Mariji, did you go? Can you buy it? I looked at the extranet yesterday over the wall. Good guy. That scene was a sensation. Changhong directly bought out. Hey, did you guys see it? It said that some people say that Changhong has a chip that automatically gets photo albums, and that it's actually a spy phone from China. I don't know, but after all, people are fair competition. This Apple there is no need for people just started to put on sale to start black put. Xiao Busi also do not put the price of the phone down some. I cannot afford to buy. Countless people in the live broadcast room spat. Sendi spared his cell phone around, only to see that the surroundings were densely packed with people. who were obviously here to buy Changhong cell phones as well. Most of them were still running for the cheap price. After all, Changhong cell phones were sold abroad as flagships for just a few hundred or so after taxes, and could still be afforded. So many people? Have they gone crazy? Actually going to support Huaxia? What a traitor to the country. Is it necessary? Is Huaxia that good? Yeah. Can it be compared to us? Is it necessary for so many people to buy it? Shame on you. At a time all are cursing voice. Sendi did not say because the gate at this time even slowly opened. And at this time, Yi Feng sighed. Yi Feng sitting on the sofa, more than 8 o'clock. He is watching the TV Senti's Toad Live. Wang Gang also sat on the side. They used the natural Bluetooth transmission. The network is also over the wall. Ha ha, President, look at those people. It's like they're charging towards our cell phone store like they're possessed. This scene, I've only ever seen it in an Apple storefront. Ha ha ha, it's really great. Wang Gang was clapping his hands. Looking at the scene of a group of people rushing towards the point of sale, his heart was bursting with relief. Yi Feng's face also brought a smile. Before, there was only the scene of people from his own country rushing towards other people's stores, but now it was good. It was the other way around. This was called technological invasion. We have to do better, so that all of them can't leave our Huaxia industry. Yi Feng said softly. Wang Gang was nodding his head continuously. This scene was also watched by Qinshi, who was shocked and at the same time appreciated Yi Feng's boldness. That kid, it seems like he has done something that none of us dare to do, but I'm afraid that the next thing is the big consortium's retaliation. There was some sullenness in her eyes. Yi Feng had forced their big cake, naturally causing dissatisfaction. Young master, do you want to practice martial arts? At this moment, Wang Gang looked at Yi Feng. Boxing? Yes, I'm the king of soldiers. For self-defense, young master should practice some. Wang Gang spoke, while Yi Feng nodded. Wang Gang brought Yi Feng to the backyard, and the two of them did not look at the foreign scenes anymore. And at this moment, Sendi almost cut his head to rush inside. Finally, under the crowd, he got a mid-range machine. Looking at the beautiful shell, and the fine screen, even the hoary dragon claw on the back shell, his heart seemed to be trembling with it, and it was as if he saw a pale dragon from ancient times in his eyes. He hugged the phone and hurriedly sat to the side as the people around him cast envious gazes. Everyone, look, this is the shape of the Changhong cell phone, said the man, continuously barring the phone to show it to the audience. Huaxia Dragon Claw. I've seen it before. I've seen it in Changlong's movie. It's so handsome. Huaxia is so handsome. The appearance of this cell phone is simply a work of heaven. Gee, a piece of glass, what's there to see? Right, open it up and take a look. It's definitely not as strong as ours. Some people praised. Some people disdained, and Sendi searched for the open button for half a day before his eyes finally widened. Fark, look everyone, this cell phone of his actually has a fingerprint unlock. Instead, it's a side fingerprint. It doesn't affect the aesthetics of the screen at all, and the fingerprint won't break as an on button. Senti's voice was a bit excited. Doesn't this techiness come up? What? This cell phone has a fingerprint unlock? It's so cheap, how is this possible? Quickly open it and take a look. For a while the crowd couldn't wait. Sun nodded, and he pressed and held the on button. Immediately afterward, the logo of a faucet appeared. Dragon head. Mama, yeah, look, it's a dragon head. It's the Chinese dragon. So cool, cool. The next moment, the dragon head disappeared. A circular crescent pattern appeared below. It was water waves. Immediately after the host page, please select concise mode, high speed mode. A Chinese character appeared. Mariji was confused. He didn't know Chinese characters. After this, he decided to learn Chinese. Never mind, just pick anyone. He clicked on a concise one. Upon seeing the layout inside, the whole eyes just lit up. Outer rigged. Beautiful. You guys see the screen, and software, and even the layout of the system is simply heavenly. Not that I'm blowing. This cell phone has epic making significance, and it's only a mid-range phone that has already adopted dual-core technology, and the price is still so cheap. Sorry brothers, I don't have any place to spit. I'm very satisfied with this phone. I'll use it for a few days and then make an evaluation. Senti was already incoherent. After the people in the live broadcast room saw the phone, their opinion of Changhong's cell phone had changed. And this cell phone grabbing fiasco also caught the attention of the foreign media, who barred these cell phone grabbers as intoxicated people, disoriented people, not sober people. But in spite of that, there are still many people who are disappointed that they didn't get the phone. Chapter 24 Computer System. Early the next morning, Yi Feng woke up with tingling pain all over his body. Yesterday Wang Gang trained him for a long time. The overloaded training made Yi Feng a bit overwhelmed. Young master, I heard from Lu Yan's side that the automated machinery has been put into development. I think there should be news within a month. I never thought that we would one day be faster than the right side in getting it done. Wang Gang lamented while driving. The technology now was 10 years ago. At that time, the automation industry chain of the rice country was not perfect enough, while Yifeng already had an automation industry chain here. This was simply a world of difference. In the future, you will find that we will have more and more industries. Yifeng touched his cheek as he looked towards Vibo. At this time, the Vibo had long been boiling, and many people in China who had initially entered the age of intelligence were also aware for the first time that there was such a thing as informational software. Most people on the internet are praising the Changhong cell phone, while more people are paying attention to the foreign media, because just last night, Changhong and the foreign media has killed crazy. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please choose. Task 1. Earn $1 billion. Reward computer motherboards, CPUs, R&D technology. Attention! Computer motherboards, CPUs, complex technology. The host's computer room is not perfect. The host can be developed after perfecting the computer room. Task 2. A loss of $1 billion. Reward energy-saving air conditioning development technology. Every night as low as 3 degrees of electricity. Attention! Energy-saving air conditioning is a high-tech product. The host's current server room does not have the ability to develop. Please expand the equipment. The system voice ignorantly appeared in Yifeng's mind. These two mission rewards can be said to be very attractive. Especially the air conditioner. Energy-saving air conditioner. Just punch 3 degrees of electricity a night. This is enough to benefit how many people? Nowadays, most of the families are electric fans. Not only the wind power is small, but also power consumption, noise, and if the new energy air conditioning utilization, it is enough to solve how many mountain villages. In the past life, Gree air conditioning said that 1 degree of electricity per night, but the actual calculation, 10 degrees also have. If he really can have 3 degrees of electricity per night technology, not to mention the domestic, that is, foreign countries are equally shocked. However, what Yifeng needs most now is not an air conditioner, but a computer. Huaxia so far, into the future, simply did not have a computer configuration that belonged to its own research and development. I choose task 1. Yifeng directly spoke. As long as his own home computer was installed, only then could he realize the technological leap. Only then could he catch up with the domestic technology that was 10 years behind. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. Please ask the host to earn $1 billion in net profit within 1 month. The system voice came. Yifeng only felt as if 1,000 pounds were pressed on his shoulders. Soon arrived at the company. Because it was Monday, everyone came to the conference room consciously, preparing to come to the weekly meeting. On the contrary, Yifeng was the latest to come over. Looking at the meeting room which was already full of people, Yifeng slowly walked to the front podium. Morning meeting. In fact, I have nothing to say. Recently everyone's performance is very good. I am proud of you. The same. Let's talk about the matter of wage increase. Yifeng slowly opened his mouth. For those who can create benefits for the company, he never begrudges. Chairman, can I say something? Minister of Personnel Han Caixia raised her hand. She had long hair, goose egg face, and was quite good looking. She looked 25 or 26 years old. Oh, you say, no harm done. Yifeng nodded. Chairman, our cell phone originally did not sell much money. The profit is not high, not to mention that we smashed down so much money in the early stage. Everyone is just out of their own originally should be out of the force. There is no need to raise the salary again. The level of our wages has long surpassed the rest of the company. We don't want to dry up the company and close it down, she said with a smile on her face, and the crowd nodded. Each of them at the top had already reached a monthly salary of $100,000. If they were to raise it again, then they would be embarrassed. This way, we raise for the employees, each person's base salary plus 200. Yifeng stretched out 2 fingers, and the crowd agreed. 200 was not much, but the employee base was high. At least a few more tens of millions of dollars would be lost in a month. After the main things were said, Yifeng said the secondary things. All departments report on the status of the battle. I'll go first. The sales department spoke first. This sale is quite successful. After removing various into costs, our company's net profit this time is around 5 to 600 million. Pa. The crowd applauded. Next is me. Our engine room Changhong cell phone keeps on mass producing. We decided to locate the first of next week to sell and release it once again. It should be able to reach 200,000 units. The factory administrator opened his mouth. Yifeng nodded his head and looked at Lu Yan. Good. This time I also report my situation. What the president requested has been completed 70%. Next week, we will be able to put it into use. That, Vice President. What is it? Making it so mysterious? Zhou Yu had doubts on his face. Lu Yan looked at Yifeng and saw Yifeng nodding his head. Fully automatic production line. Lu Yan merely spat out a few words, and everyone sitting in the room was sweating. That, Vice President. Did I hear it right? Fully automated production line? Is it the assembly line that foreign countries have been researching and developing to be completed by machines? The plant administrator's eyes were wide. His mouth couldn't even close. Yes, that's the one. We've already made a preliminary model, and it will be put into use next week. Hiss. Listening without fail, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The fully automated belt marked something. How could they not know? The production would not only be increased, when the time came even the staff would only be used for a few necessary repairmen. The cost is almost greatly reduced. The most important thing is that we are earlier than the group of people in the United States to develop a successful by then technology sales to foreign countries. That is also considered a kind of technological invasion. The more people thought about it, the more excited they became. By the way, President, the chairman of Xiaomi Company, Lei Jun recently wanted to find you to talk, but yesterday was rejected by me. You are busy, so I didn't tell you. This afternoon I left him an afternoon. You see? Lu Yan looked at Yi Feng. Xiaomi is a new-age domestic cell phone developer. Lu Yan felt that there was still a lot of potential. Okay, I'll meet him in the afternoon. And then everyone remembers to keep it a secret about our fully automated machinery. Yi Feng smiled, although the meeting ended when everyone nodded in agreement. After everyone left, President, why did you just ask me to reveal the core secrets of our business? Lu Yan was a bit puzzled. I want to filter some of the company's external eyes just in case, and keep only the heart of the company. Yi Feng looked out of the window stoically. Their company was too big. The trees were too big. He had to be completely prepared. Lu Yan nodded. He took out a stack of information. Nokia wants to join hands with us. Rejected. Before the old man reappeared, he didn't seem to give the technology. Right? Now you want to fish for profit? Dream on. Okay, Chairman. I'll politely refuse them. Then President, what are we going to do next? Develop a cell phone? In my opinion, directly increase the R&D efforts and try to make Changhong system 2.0. Lu Yan clenched his fists. Nah, make the computer system first. Only Yi Feng slowly spoke. Lu Yan was confused. Chapter 25 Crazy. Free computer system? Why do we need a computer system? President, if we were to carry out another computer system, the capital would be another big expense. Not to mention, our cell phones haven't even stabilized. Lu Yan was a bit anxious. After all, the revenue that the cell phone brought them now was only that much, and all that revenue was used to develop the fully automated production line. If they were to get another computer system, it would be another costly and laborious thing. Don't be in a hurry. The computer system must be done, and still try to do it as quickly as possible. We can use the framework of our cell phone Changhong system to upgrade a computer system. In this way it will be a lot more convenient. And later on say the cell phone system upgrades, along with the computer system can be upgraded together with it. Yi Feng sipped his water, calm and self-assured. Lu Yan froze, and there was a fierce fire in his eyes. President, God, it's divine. Why didn't I think of it? If we develop both pieces at the same time, and increase the computer system on the original framework, then we might be able to sell like crazy. Lu Yan was bursting with excitement. Right now the most computer systems are the Windows XP system and Apple's system. If they add another fire by utilizing this big sale of Changhong to launch a domestic computer system, it would be an unprecedented innovation. Most importantly, it would also be a lot more convenient. Selling? The computer system is free. Yi Feng shook his head at the words, while Lu Yan, who was speculating on the side, was baffled. What? Free? Crazy President. To be free of charge? Then we what to eat? If free of charge, our research and development funds cannot be raised. Lu Yan slammed the table. Excited face meet or some trembling. He knew that Yi Feng was thinking about others. But if this was free, what would they do? You didn't understand what I meant. What I mean is that it's free for our continent, while foreign countries have to pay a one-time fee if they use it. We call this a tax fee, and a research and development fee. Understand? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Naturally he wouldn't be so kind to benefit the world. What he wanted wasn't his own country's fees, but other countries' fees, specializing in earning funds from other countries. Is there a problem? There was no problem. Snap. President, there's ambition, but people's Windows system has been launched for almost 10 years. Our late Nova, can we catch up? Lu Yan clapped his hands, obviously a little excited. He didn't expect that Yi Feng was actually laying a big flag. First issue the Changhong system. When the time comes, first take a place in the domestic high-end cell phone industry. After that, when the Changhong system is deeply rooted in people's hearts, then develop the computer system, so that the people may adapt more quickly. Don't worry, do you think people who are used to using the Changhong system will get used to using another system? Self-discipline isn't scary. What's scary is getting used to it. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth revealed some smiles. It could be seen from the crazy rush of Changhong cell phones abroad. they also aspired for cheap high-tech products. Good. Then President, I will go to develop the computer system if the research and development of the fully automated production line on our site is completed. The computer system should be very fast. After all, building on the basic framework, Zhou you should be able to complete it. Lu Yan nodded. Yi Feng did not have much. He left the office while striding. I have the technology to manufacture CPUs and motherboards. Naturally I can't be without an autonomous system. Lu Yan you have to understand my bitterness Yi Feng looked at the busy buildings outside. His heart was a little excited and surging. Nowadays, there are very few cities, and many places in the countryside are also very poor. He is not the protagonist in the urban god and hero novels. He naturally can't help the world to save the poor. What he can do is only to make Huaxia become stronger. Let people be able to self-improvement. When the computer and cell phone industries are all stabilized, I have to try to see if I can develop 5G successfully. Yi Feng muttered. What he wanted was leading technology. Leading technology. It was impossible to realize 6G. Not to mention that their current level of technology was not enough. The issue of funding and technology was a pie in the sky. Drinking a mouthful of water, Yi Feng looked at the time. It was already close to 10:30. Still that niece had already gone to school. She was a sophomore and Yi Feng hadn't expected it. But being able to go to school was also quite good. At this time, in Bailey University, inside Still's dormitory. Still, why did you come so early this year? Every year you but come a month late. A long-haired, tall girl was surprised to see Still carrying her luggage into the dormitory. Hey, it's not my boyfriend, urging me to go to school. Am I messing with him or bothering him? Really? I'm going to ignore him for 3 days. Still said. Hand hastily took out the cell phone. Oh yes, I have to give my boyfriend report I arrived at school. Put. Absolute. Still, this face of yours becomes really fast. Wait, boyfriend? Still you have a boyfriend. The short-haired, slightly chubby girl on one side of the room's eyes lit up as soon as she heard that. Still is known as a 10,000-year-old single dog. A summer vacation back actually have a boyfriend? Xiaojing, how come I can't have a boyfriend? Really? No. Still, Xiaojing is not surprised. You are our dormitory first single. How about the boyfriend handsome? How is the person? The feeling of falling in love is not cool. Dong Xiaoyan looked at Still full of question marks. People are not bad. Just a little narcissistic. Handsome is quite handsome. Just a little naive. The feeling of falling in love is very good. Still blinks his eyes. Yi Feng, poo. Hey, Still, you changed your cell phone? A gift from your boyfriend? The sharp-eyed Xiaojing saw Still's cell phone at a glance. Yeah, how about pretty, right? Still waved the pink Changhong cell phone. This cell phone looks so familiar. Still this cell phone can't be a Changhong cell phone. Dong Xiaoyan was shocked. Really? It seems like Changhong cell phone originally I also want to buy, but simply cannot grab. That appearance and this is exactly the same. But how this color is not right. Xiaojing looked at Still's cell phone a little strange. At first glance, it's a pirated version. At this time a girl with dyed green hair and a tattooed name on her erect neck walked in with her bag. This is the Changhong cell phone. The one she has is a pirated copy. I didn't expect our Still princess boyfriend to actually send her a pirated copy, Xin Suli said as she walked in with a twist of her bag. Still sniffed and was instantly displeased. Her small face was shakily red with anger. In the dormitory, there were always a few roommates who couldn't see the good in others. Almost a common problem in every school. Only to see Xin Suli slowly took out her red Changhong cell phone. Because Changhong cell phones are too hard to grab. I don't have the luxury of the gold color. But this red is also a mid-range machine. Much better than that pirated stuff of hers. Xin Suli was very proud. And looking at the envious gazes of her roommates, Xin Suli's vanity was greatly satisfied. This is hard to grab. Suri, you actually snatched it. It's rumored that this one is over 4,000 fast. You're so rich. Several people had gathered around, looking at their cell phones and mumbling. While Still looked at her pink cell phone, she immediately felt cozy. This one of her own was really unique. Yi Feng didn't lie to her. Poof. She lightly hummed and lazily ignored Xin Suli. This cell phone of her own was unique. By the way, Still little princess, this cell phone of yours is pirated. Then those famous brand perfumes and stuff of yours won't be pirated as well, right? At this time, Xin Suli slowly opened her mouth. That gradually had some provocative meaning in her eyes. Chapter 26. Is still being bullied. Still at this time can no longer endure. Whose are you saying is fake? Tell you, Xin Suli, all the things that I, Still use, none of them are fake. And also, that cell phone of yours, I can say, it's simply not as good as this one of mine 10 times. Still rubbed up, because her mom said she wanted to keep a low profile at school. Still consistently used this plainest of things. Xin Suli, on the other hand, was different. She hung up her name tag every day, afraid that others wouldn't know about it. Oh, then what do you say about this cell phone? The pink one? I've heard that the most advanced Changhong cell phone seems to be only gold, right? Qin Suli blinked her eyes, and at this moment, the two Xiaojings also looked over. Just now, didn't you guys ask who my boyfriend is? I'll tell you guys now. His name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Who is Yi Feng? Don't recognize? Is he really cool? As bullish as Chairman Chong Hong? Qin Suli skimmed her mouth. He is the chairman of Xiaoshang Group, Yan still said in a deep voice, actually insulting Yi Feng. Could this be tolerated? Don't joke. Your boyfriend is the chairman of Xiaoshang Group. You're so funny. My boyfriend is still Wu Yifan. At one time Qin Suli covered her stomach. Her face was suffocating red. Right. Still. This kind of joke is still. It's weird. Xiao Jing also conformed. You guys don't believe it? Here, show you guys the photos of me and him. Yan still hastily took out the photo evidence. A few people took a look. Asterisk. It's still true. So handsome. Still your boyfriend won't really be put? Definitely peas. You. Qin Suli don't give face don't. Yan still big gasp. You have the ability to let him come over a trip. She, a poor child, but also want to climb the high branch? She is a face of disdain. In her opinion Yan still can buy a Changhong cell phone. That is more difficult than landing on the moon. Phew. Okay. Yan still let out a deep breath. He didn't know what to say anymore. Hey, brother. Yan still dialed Yi Feng's phone. What's up, little princess? Yi Feng sipped his coffee as he was drawing the packaging pattern for the CPU of the Changhong computer. The Changhong CPU had to get a more messy packaging to work. It had to be comparable to the Rue Long CPU, and the cool Rue. Brother, I'm actually being looked down upon at school. I really threw up. They actually said that my cell phone is fake. I'm dying of injustice. Yan still also a little speechless. She did not expect the Changhong cell phone can fire into such a way. Her dormitory have formed a climbing situation. But there's still this This is a good thing. This also proves that our Changhong cell phone is really hot. Yi Feng snorted and laughed out. He had already associated it with Yan Still's pathetic and hopeless expression. Come here quickly. I want to prove that my cell phone is real. Her tone was a bit anxious, and on the side of the housemate listening is a burst of flesh. Brother, little princess, this name TSK. Alright, it just so happens that I'm not doing anything at noon. Let's go have a meal. Yi Feng nodded. In the afternoon is the meeting with Lei Jun, and at noon is also nothing, just go to visit her. Which I'll wait for you, Trojan. After saying that the two hung up the phone. It's best to find a wrongdoer. Qin Suli said as she sat on the bed and played with her cell phone. Whoa, what kind of game is this? So cute. On one side, Xiao Jing and the two of them gathered around. At this moment, Qin Suli was precisely playing the only game Yi Feng had gotten in the cell phone store. Daily Farm. This is the farm game that comes with Changhong. It's fun. Other cell phones can't play it. We can add feed to the cows and sheep, and finally sell it to upgrade our farm. Qin Suli said proudly. The two listened with a face of envy. In this era of game scarcity, to this kind of game, is simply a miracle. Yen was still listening on the side. She didn't seem to care about the App Store at all. Ever since Yi Feng gave her a cell phone, she had been using Penguin to chat with her mom and dad if cared about the game. Opened the store. Sure enough, there was only one farm game in the store. This is Daily Farm? She mumbled and casually clicked download, and an hour later, Yen was still also already hooked on this farm game. Most of the Chinese people carried the blood of growing vegetables and raising cattle in their bones, and it wasn't like a mere sticker game could make these young girls play with it. Buzz. At this moment, the phone rang, and the crowd rushed to look over. I've already arrived at your school. Let's go, it happens to be noon. My treat. Just in time to investigate the use of users of Changhong cell phones. Yi Feng said softly. He looked at the university he had never attended with some emotion. Already here? Good, I'll go down immediately. Wait for me. Yen glanced with a smile on her face. Instantly she hurriedly straightened her hair as well as her clothes. How is it? Good looking. Good looking. Dong Xiaoli said hurriedly. Why is your lover here? Qin Suli put away her cell phone. Bah, that's called a lover. Yen still said she walked out of the dormitory. A few people looked at have caught up. At this time in front of the university, a man with a height of 1.76 meters, extremely handsome looks and an almost perfect body was standing in front of the door. His appearance made the surrounding girls constantly sweep over with their eyes. And this person was none other than Yi Feng. Yi Feng waited for 5 minutes without saying anything, and not far away Yen still had run over, followed by 3 roommates. Who bullied our princess? I'll go teach her a lesson. Yi Feng touched Yen's still small face. Don't treat me like a child. Yen still beamed. So handsome. At this time, the two Xiaoli's eyes were already flooded with stars. So familiar. You said Yi Feng? Chairman of Xiaoshang Group. When Xiao Jing said this, Qin Suli's face changed and she hurriedly searched. Her face turned green when she saw that it was really Yi Feng. It's me. I came here this time to treat you guys to a meal. What do you think? Yi Feng had a smile on his face and his mature tone mesmerized a few people. Yi Feng's mature temperament could not be imitated by ordinary people, instantly mesmerizing the surrounding little girls. Dang. Of course. Agreed. Xiaoli stuttered a little. Yen still looked at Qin Suli, who looked a little embarrassed at this time. Yen still, you are so cruel. Actually hid it from us for such a long time. Treat us like monkeys. Qin Suli said as she directly ran away. She simply could not accept this fact. What happened to her? Yi Feng was a bit confused. Don't mind her. You don't understand things between girls. Yen still said as a few people went to the restaurant. Yi Feng also asked many questions. For example, the experience. Although they didn't buy it, they were still looking forward to Changhong. Similarly, Yi Feng also asked many things. It was only after 1 o'clock that a few people separated, and Yen still bounced into the school instead. Yi Feng looked at the backs of the few people. Their hometowns are all very poor. If you want to solve this kind of thing, you have to build roads. After a meal, Yi Feng learned about Yen Still's roommate and the current situation in the mountain village, which could be described as poverty and isolation. Driving the van, Yi Feng was thinking, if he builds a new energy electric car, if there is no road, what to do? After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng decided, if there is no road, we will build a road. But the premise is that he first get the current industry up. First set a small goal, a month to earn him 1 billion. Chapter 27 Mo System Research and Development Technology. Back at the company it was already near the afternoon. Yi Feng watched the video of Blow Changhong for a while longer before Lu Yan knocked on the door and walked in. President, Lei Jun, the founder of Mio Cell Phone is here. He is waiting in the lounge. Lu Yan's voice was not loud, and only then did Yi Feng retrieve his cell phone. Okay, I'll go meet him, Yi Feng said softly, while Lu Yan nodded and made way. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Just as he got up, a voice came and Yi Feng's footsteps paused. In the past, the system mission was the previous one was completed before the next mission was released. Now that the goal of 1 billion was not even completed, the mission came? Please host choose the task. Task 1. Agree to Mio Group's cooperation request. Reward Mio system design drawings. Design code. The Mio 1.0 system has independence. Can intercept unexpected access rights. Intercept unfamiliar fraudulent calls. Intercept location information. Task 2. Reject Mio's cooperation. Reward computer LCD display technology. Liquid crystal display with high definition display for computer display. The system voice sounded. Yi Feng walked while choosing task 1. The Mio system must be the system developed by Xiaomi in his previous life. Now that he had gotten this system design, it was quite useful for this. The Mio system and the Changhong system would be an unprecedented special system if they could merge a bit. Host selects task 1. Please complete the task within 3 hours. The system voice sounded, and at this time Yi Feng had also arrived at the lounge. On the sofa in the lounge, a round-faced man, wearing a suit, his eyes were looking at the door. When he saw Yi Feng he rubbed his head and stood up. Hello Mr. Lei. Yi Feng had a smile on his face. The two shook hands. Mr. Yi, I really didn't expect you to be so young. Lei Jun had a smile on his face as the two sat on the sofa. Lei Jun at this time had only just started, not considered a large group. Overpraise? Let's get right to the point. What is the purpose of Mr. Lei coming to me this time? Yi Feng sipped his water, his eyes looking at the round-faced man in front of him. Lei Jun sniffed and some naive smile appeared on his dull face. He touched his head. Ha ha, General Yi is really straightforward. Then I won't sell my secrets. In fact, we are also doing the cell phone industry. General Yi should know it, right? I know. You guys are doing a good job, training the researchers very well. Yi Feng laughed too. He had poached other people's Xiaomi scientific researchers. This was considered a big grudge. Ha ha, overpraised that which can't compare to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi has developed the first independent chip in the country. What a wizard. So the purpose of your coming is for the chip? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. Yes, we want to cooperate with you and buy your Changhong chip. We can't make a chip for now, so we can only beg for cooperation. And I've seen your chips, they are indeed many times better than the current Xiaolong, Kirin, and Apple, and we, Mimi, are also a domestically produced industry. We don't want to use the foreign set of hardware. Lei Jun slowly opened his mouth. His tone was calm and steady, with a strong confidence in his eyes. He firmly believed that Yi Feng would cooperate with him, because they were both domestic phones. It's okay. Originally thought that Yi Feng would hesitate for a while. Who knew that he actually agreed so dryly, without even considering it? Mr. Yi, this is a chip. You don't think about it? Lei Jun hurriedly asked. It's all domestic. We all work together, there's no need to consider, and it's not like your little Nini doesn't give money, right? Yi Feng had a smile on his face. Lei Jun nodded. In his heart at this time is some admiration for Yi Feng. If the past friends if the chip technology, not to mention cooperation, cannot hit a rake on the good. However, Yi Feng was thinking about domestic production, which had already surpassed many people. Then Mr. Yi, the price you want is? Lei Jun's heart was beating fast at this time. He was ready to open his mouth with a lion's mouth. The processor, chip, we want 300 for each cell phone, in addition to a 3% draw on Nini's total sales. If we agree, we sign a long-term cooperation contract. Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth, and Lei Jun was stunned. This price could be said to be not very expensive. 300 of this high-tech chip was already worth it. Even the price of cabbage, and 3%, that's almost not worth it at all. And at this time Lei Jun how can not possibly think, their own industry after 10 years will do hundreds of billions, and Yi Feng this 30% has risen to tens of billions. Good, I agree. With almost no hesitation, Lei Jun directly agreed to Yi Feng's request. Their little Nini was also just a miscellaneous cell phone now. If they could take advantage of the trend of Changhong's brand, they could definitely leap over the dragon gate and become a true dragon. This request of Yi Feng was instead very low. Yes, Lu Yan, come here. Yi Feng beckoned to Lu Yan outside the door. Lu Yan hurriedly walked over and after telling him what happened Lu Yan slowly left with a confused gaze. Happy cooperation. Lei Jun had a smile on his face and the two of them shook hands. While at this moment Yi Feng's eyes turned. He seemed to have thought of something. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mio system design code. Design drawings. Attention! The Mio system development time may be long and consume a lot. The system voice came out, and at this time, the system's words even made Yi Feng firm up his decision. Mr. Lei, wait. In fact, I still have one more thing for cooperation. Seeing Lei Jun getting up to leave, Yi Feng hurriedly said, please speak. Mr. Yi, I don't know. Is Mr. Lei interested in an independent system? Yi Feng had a smile on his face. Does Mr. Yi mean to let our little Nini use the Changhong system as well? Lei Jun frowned. If that was the case, then wouldn't his Nini be a copy of Changhong? It would probably always be a cottage machine. It's not the Changhong system, but another system. Yi Feng slowly sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The smoke lingered in front of his face hazy. What? Another system? You are not joking. Mr. Yi, you actually developed another system in addition to the Changhong system? How is this possible? Lei Jun couldn't help but take a step back, shock all over his face. One system was so difficult to research, and Yi Feng actually had two systems at the same time? How was this possible? Was he a god? There's no such thing as impossible. We've already developed the code and drawing framework on our side. As long as we enter the final adjustments, we can proceed to use it. The system this time is called the Mio system. The main functions are to intercept advertisements, intercept the location information obtained by the software, intercept scams, and at the same time speed up the software and so on. Too many functions to say. Yi Feng slowly set out the functions of the Mio system, while Lei Jun on the side were all dumbfounded. Intercepting fraudulent calls, blocking advertisements, and speed up, and even many more functions? This, for a moment, his side reacted, and Lei Jun looked at Yi Feng. Since Mr. Yi said it, what do you mean? Cooperation. I bar Mio's research and development technology to you, and even help you develop the Mio system, help you make cell phones, and I want then 20% of the shares of the little Nini group. Yi Feng slowly stretched out two fingers. Lei Jun said and did not speak. He fell silent. Standing in front of the window, Lei Jun was in deep thought. Although their group was small, 20% of shares was quite a lot. He didn't want to give it, but in the face of Yi Feng's sugar-coated bombs, he simply couldn't resist. At this moment, Yi Feng was confidently sipping his tea. He was not in a hurry at all because he knew that Lei Jun would agree because his company was just too small now. Chapter 28 Blocking Card? Lei Jun looked like he hesitated for a long time, and finally his eyes looked towards Yi Feng, and he actually sat back down. Sitting on the sofa, Lei Jun looked at Yi Feng. I can agree to your request, but I have a request. You say, I want your Xiaoshang Group's researchers to help us with research and development. Of course we will pay for the wages of the research and development employees, and we will pay for the research and development funds ourselves. Yi Feng wanted this sentence, and when he heard it, his heart simply burst into laughter. Lei Jun is willing to help him develop Mio system is simply to save Yi Feng a great deal of effort. Research funds, employee fees, and some miscellaneous things. Even now the technology was not enough. Lei Jun was afraid that he would have to research for a while. Of course there is no problem. Happy cooperation, Yi Feng said as he handed out a USB flash drive. This is the code for the Mio system. Build diagrams and so on. You can go back and try to study it. Later I'll ask Lu Yan to get a contract. Let's sign it. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, Lei Jun looked at the USB flash drive with some excitement in his eyes. He took the flash drive as soon as he could. Mr. Yi, in my opinion you actually have absolutely no need to bar such a good system to me. You can totally develop another cell phone. But why do you want to let us cooperate with this? Lei Jun asked the question that had always existed in his heart. Because we are both Chinese. There is no reason not to help a Chinese company. Furthermore, I don't want our country's high-end machine to be only one of our Changhong. And I believe that you should also be someone who thinks about the people, right? Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth, and Lei Jun trembled, as if he had met his soulmate. He held Yi Feng's hand as soon as he could. Mr. Yi, you are really my soulmate. You have done what I have always wanted to do. Barring the price down, we will look up to you. You are willing to hand over the research technology to us, meaning we won't let you down. Thank you for your great support. Lei Jun was thanking continuously. Yi Feng slowly nodded. He patted Lei Jun's hand. It's okay. This thing should be. What was the greatest extent of being fooled? That would be to thank the other party even after being tricked. Looking at Lei Jun's expression that felt snotty, Yi Feng felt so plain and unassuming. Soon Lu Yan came over with the cooperation agreement, and Lei Jun was not even looking at it much, directly signed his name. Lu Yan, please go and print another contract like this. Yi Feng said the Mio system contract thing again. In Lu Yan's shocked gaze, Yi Feng kept waving his hand. Lu Yan also had no choice but to walk out again. This secretary of yours is quite diligent. Looking at Lu Yan, Lei Jun laughed too. Yi Feng nodded without saying anything more. It would be at least a year or so before Lei Jun took off, so Yi Feng didn't expect him to create any benefits for himself right now. However, his cell phone is really cheap, but also allows the student party to buy, while his own cell phone is cheap, but did not reach that kind of inexpensive point. The most is still the middle-aged young masses. After the two of them talked for a while longer, Lu Yan ran over with the contract in his hand. Lei Jun signed the contract and then left Yi Feng's group in a hurry, without any delay. He probably also wanted to go earlier to see what the Mio system was in the end. Only after Lei Jun left, Lu Yan looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Mr. Yi, why are we giving this technology to someone else? And it's only a 20% share. That's too little. And Mr. Yi, when did you get another Mio system? How come I haven't heard of it? New system. Wouldn't it be better for us to join Changhong's system? Cheap others this. I do not understand. Lu Yan said a lot in one breath. His chest went up and down, obviously a little angry. Yi Feng on the other hand handed out a cup of water. Don't be anxious. Let me tell you why. Firstly, our Changhong system is the benchmark system of Xiaoshang. If we make another system, that may act as a backfire. Do you think it's better to have a permanent product or a versatile product? Second, the Mio system is difficult to develop. The initial capital investment is huge, and the reason why I let him develop it is to save costs. Third, this business has potential, and I asked for 20% of their shares, and 3% of their sales, which is already pretty good. By giving him the technology, we are also helping ourselves. Yi Feng slowly spoke. Helped ourselves? Mr. Yi, you didn't say it wrong, did you? When the time comes, we can really raise a tiger. Lu Yan spilled his tea on the ground in excitement. No, it's not an overcrowded tiger. They are instead our shield. You think, who is the person we hate the most for developing the chip? Right, is the rice country. And the emergence of the small microgroup just gave us a shield. Think about it. China has produced a Changhong. Would they still want to see a second cell phone brand rise? Would they see a new cell phone sell big in Huaxia? And this cell phone still uses our chips? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth revealed some smiles. Lu Yan trembled. This was a conspiracy. His eyes changed when he looked at Yi Feng again. This young man in his 20s in front of him. It was as if he had lived 2 lifetimes. His heart was poisonous. Now you understand why I let them develop it. It's good for yourself, and it's also good for the people. It's a 1-2 punch. Yi Feng bar legs crossed on the table, drinking water, not at all anxious. On the contrary, Lu Yan is a clap. President, high, really high, so that which people in the meter country will not attack our Xiaoshang group. We will also have a chance to breathe. He gave a thumbs up. This is secondary. This Lei Jun has potential. I am very optimistic about him. Yi Feng gave Lei Jun a high evaluation. To be able to make Mr. Yi rate so high, this person must not be simple. By the way, recently many posts blackening our Changhong appeared in the vlog. I originally wanted to suppress them, but I don't know who found out that it was actually a foreigner's ID, and then it was sprayed. And I also found the address of those people. It was sent out from Apple and Mountain Star. Lu Yan's voice was dull. Yi Feng nodded. His eyes narrowed, and he could not see the appearance of a young man in his 20s in the slightest. Since the attack has been launched, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Didn't they Apple release a new machine recently? How's the sales situation? Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth. It can be said that business is dismal. It only sold around 200,000 units in our place, and the annual average should be around 5 million units. Lu Yan reported a data, and Yi Feng fell back with a thump in his heart. In this day and age, Apple can still favorite the mainland to grab an excellent sales of 5 million units, which is already a heavenly price. As soon as possible at production line to raise, our machine cannot be delayed. This I know. Mr. Yi, should we release some bad remarks about Apple and such? Forget it, isn't that the way of a villain? Let's make it big if we want to make it big. Let them fool around for a while first. When we Changhong get our feet firmly planted outside, that's when they'll despair. Yi Feng waved his hand. He didn't care to argue with these people by sending little black words. When Changhong is firmly established abroad, then the nightmare of those cell phone manufacturers will come. Chapter 29 Mission accomplished 1 billion sales. That's right. Then Mr. Yi, I'll go over there and urge for it. Meanwhile we've expanded a few production lines. We should be able to reach a 300,000 to 400,000 cell phone production by the end of this week. Lu Yan said softly, then left the lounge with big strides. He had to get the production up. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was looking at the glass outside the window a bit out of his mind. He didn't think that those Apple companies had already started attacking their Xiaoshang group so soon, but that's right. Business matters should always be strangled in the cradle. It seems that I have to borrow the funds to break through $1 billion as soon as possible. That way I can obtain the computer technology. Yi Feng muttered. The research and development of computer technology was imperative for him. The cell phone is also considered to be on the right track for the time being, and after that it will be possible to reinforce the system on the basis of Changhong's original system, so that the Changhong cell phone can be left alone for the time being. And now the main thing is to develop computers. China can be said that from now to the next 10 years there is not an independent computer, whether it's Dell, or even Think, that are imported foreign products to assemble, and not state-owned enterprises. And if they are detached from foreign products, it can be said that they simply cannot assemble a complete computer. This is the feeling of pinching the neck. Now Yi Feng wants to do is to get rid of this predicament. Why they can develop the CPU, graphics cards, motherboards, memory sticks, etc. Why we cannot? Yi Feng wants to develop a computer assembly parts belonging to China's own, completely their own computer accessory system. What he wants is to be able to be self-reliant. When the profit reaches $1 billion, I should be able to carry out the research and development. And the most important thing right now is to draw the logo of the Changhong computer system, and the arrangement after entering the interface before I can do it. Yi Feng mumbled as he slowly got up and walked towards his office. In his previous life, he had lived a shabby life. In this time, he wanted to make his life live a glorious life. At this time abroad, Sendi had already used the Changhong cell phone for a few days, and he could now say that he had completely relied on the Changhong system. The Changhong system was just too convenient, a little more convenient than Apple's. At this time, it was 3 in the morning, and Mariji wasn't sleeping, but was broadcasting live. Mariji, you stupid bastard, you actually bought a Changhong cell phone. You guys see Apple's recent release saying that Changhong cell phones are industrial trash. Yeah, Mariji, it's already spreading like wildfire on our network that Changhong phones aren't even half as good as Apple's. You're actually using Changhong. We're not watching your live stream. The live broadcast room was all black on Changhong, and some even took him off because he was using Changhong. In response, Mariji expressed his disdain. Bunch of farkers, do you guys know what a long rainbow is? Do you know how powerful it is? This one of mine is still the flagship. It's so much better than what we were using before in terms of usefulness and even speed. And the side fingerprints are even more convenient and much better than the round ones. And you guys see this button of his? There is no all sliding. Have you ever seen such high technology? Have you ever seen such high technology? It's not even in the movies, is it? A bunch of unseen. Sendi DD was cursing. The crowd was stunned. But looking at Changhong's operation, they were tickled in their hearts. The so-called principle of destroy if you can't get it is why they are madly hacking Changhong. The jealousy in foreign countries was no stronger than at home. Everyone, go look. The inventory of Changhong cell phones has arrived. It said that there's 400,000 stock on Sunday, and only after that it will be replenished every day. I don't know who said a sentence in the live broadcast. Countless people directly cacophonized and pop-ups flew all over the sky. Holy, I didn't think of it last time. I can't afford to slip up this time. Right, it must be arranged this time. I'm going to grab it overnight this time too. The family next door to me grabbed one. Honestly, it's so comfortable to use. Just now are cursing Changhong's now in a flash. The good guys turned into overnight buyers. This scene to see the Mori D straight call good guy. The fickle netizens are not only abroad, even at home. Those who hadn't grabbed the Changhong before were also all abuzz after learning the news. Some people have even prepared funds, and all of this was also operated by Lu Yan, who released the news of Sunday's on sale. which made all the people who had been holding back for a week boil. Asterisk 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 it's only 400,000 parts. This Xia Sheng group can't do it. Short and powerless. Fatty looked at the news with a disgusted face. Have you heard? Changhong Group's production line is smoking. Good guy. The production line is dry and smoking. Ha ha ha. Laughed me to death. The production line is dry and smoky. This has to be how hard it is to sell. I have to get it this time. My aunt's girl with a Changhong cell phone almost killed me with envy. The network was full of comments, and everyone was looking forward to Sunday. Meanwhile, time flew by. Sunday came on schedule. Today was a very important day. The fully automated production line had been successfully developed, which meant that it could be stepped into use. And today was also the day when Yi Feng's task was about to be completed. 400,000 Changhong cell phones were sold and the profit could be as high as 1 billion. This would complete his mission. The next step would be to develop the CPU. Early in the morning, 8 o'clock, the Changhong sales point opened on time. This time, there were a bit more people than last time, and as far as the eye could see, the people almost turned into ants, while the weak Changhong point of sale was surrounded in a circle. The clerks, the store managers all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. If this rushed in, wouldn't it be more terrifying than losing the siege? Xiao Tai, hold on, today is a crucial day. Yes, store manager. Promised to finish the job. The shopkeepers each encouraged, and the store manager looked at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. Open the door. The door slowly opened and the crowd rushed in as if they didn't want to die. The time was even shorter this time. It was almost 20 minutes. Yi Feng, who was sleeping, received a message. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Pure profit reached 1 billion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Novice Consortium. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Changhong CPU F230 R&D design ideas, design drawings, design methods, and materials. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the design materials, design drawings, and design techniques for the Changhong B30 motherboard. Attention! The Changhong CPU only uses a single core, 6 threads, and kills all the CPUs of today. The speed is 40% higher than ordinary CPUs. Note that the Changhong B30 motherboard is waterproof, electricity-proof, moisture-proof, and can support 200 W power use. The system voice kept ringing in his head, directly waking Yi Feng up. Looking at the system reward, Yi Feng's heart trembled. Looking at the time again, the weekend. It seems that Changhong cell phones are selling well. The mission was completed. Apparently, Changhong had sold at least $1 billion in sales. Time to go to the company. It's time for a small meeting at this hour. Stretching his back, Yi Feng climbed up from the bed. Today could be said to be a day of great harvest. Young master, you're up. Lu Yan called you and said that our sales are very good. Wang Gang saw Yi Feng come down, dressed in a suit. His tall body hurriedly bowed. I know. I'll go to the company. I won't eat the meal. Yi Feng nodded. Wang Gang drove and the two of them headed to the company. At this time the conference room was already filled with people. And not just the Yi Feng conference room. It was the Apple Group's office far away in the other hemisphere that was also already filled with people. Even though it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Buxi had urgently called a meeting. Chapter 30, Developing a Computer. Fark, you mealies, what about the things I asked you to do? None of you have done it well. Look at Changhong's side. 300,000 cell phones were swept away once they went on sale, and 100,000 more were shipped to us. On the contrary, what about our cell phones? Sales abroad fell 70% year on year. Xiao Buxi slammed the table. His old face was full of anger, and his face that was already full of wrinkles was even more so at this time. The people under the stage atmosphere dare not breathe a bit. They looked at Xiao Buxi, a face of shame. Originally Changhong's cell phone is only just emerging, as long as the containment is still able to push it down the altar. But who would have thought that Changhong old boss is a madman? The price was pressed to almost zero, and the speed of manufacturing the cell phone was so fast that 400,000 units were out in just 1 week. That, President, we've also done our best, but it seems like our attacks aren't working at all, and instead we're being attacked by the foreign media, a man said in a hurry, and Xiao Buxi frowned as he looked at everyone seated. Right now, what we need to do is to do our best to avoid letting Changhong's cell phone overdevelop. If Changhong's cell phone does develop, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Buxi spoke indifferently. Then, do we use lower prices? We can't lower it. We are fighting a high-end industry. Lower the price. Then who knows that ours is a high-end machine? Then what should we do? Changhong's fire is too big. If we don't stop it, it's bound to get stronger and stronger. Let's find public opinion from our products. Deliberately fabricate the faults of their Changhong cell phones. Just now you also said that the fire is burning too big, and too many of their Chinese people will always follow our marketing people. Xiao Buxi lightly opened his mouth. What he wanted was public opinion. The fire burned too big. That would lead to a fire. I understand. Then let Changhong develop first. When in a period of time, after popularization, we create public opinion. Let's say that his is industrial garbage. Exploding machine. At that time, we get a few examples. At that time, the speed of their fall will be accelerated. The sales department opened their mouths. Xiao Bu Si nodded. The party was held nervously. And on Yi Feng's side, they also held a morning meeting. It was almost held at the same time, however day and night were reversed. President, we won big this time. It's really great. Sales department. Minister Zhang Guang opened his mouth with an excited face. We've also recruited a lot of new people, so we should be able to significantly increase our production capacity. The factory management said. President, our net profit this time reached 1.3 billion, although it's not a lot, it's still a small income. Lu Yan stood to the side holding his book. Yi Feng nodded. He already knew that the profit exceeded 1 billion. At this moment, he looked at the crowd on the stage. The gaze was deep. Today is an epical day. After today our fully automated production line will be put into use. At that time our output will also be greatly increased while our sales department can also recruit people appropriately. At the same time, recruit some workers and set up Changhong stations all over the country to serve as our specialty stores at that time. Then, each group report on the battle situation. Yi Feng said with a wave of his hand. The crowd was excited at this moment. They seemed to see the scene of Changhong going all over the country under Yi Feng's leadership. I'll put it first, our good cell phones this time are in short supply. The positive feedback has reached 90%. There are still many people who haven't bought our cell phones, and the batch of cell phones we shipped to foreign countries have been snatched up. The sales department stood up and spoke, immediately followed by the personnel department, factory and so on. And finally, Zhou Yu also stood up. We've also adopted some data on our side. President, the total downloads of Daily Farm in our store have also reached 600,000, and there are around 500,000 active people every day. President, how did you think of this kind of game? It's really awesome. I've also gotten hooked recently. Raising pigs and stuff is also quite good, quite casual. I really don't know, how did you think of this game? President, Zhou Yu's voice was a little excited. A game that can reach this level is already very good, mainly because only Changhong cell phones carry this game. This kind of casual game is what many people aspire to, so it's very popular. Is there anything else to report from your side? Yi Feng asked softly. Oh yes, our Changhong 2.0 system is under development. I believe it should be successful in less than half a year, and then we can launch a new cell phone again. Zhou Yu clenched his fists. Zhuliang, what about your side? President, my side of the chip has encountered some problems. The technical breakthrough is difficult, but we have not given up. I believe that in less than a year we can also break through the difficulties. Zhuliang pushed his eyes, with a serious face. Good, but what I want to say is, you guys put the work at hand first. What I want to tell you today is that you have a new task. Yi Feng looked at the two of them with a serious look in his eyes. A new task. The two were obviously just stunned. They didn't understand what other task Yi Feng had. If you say so, Mr. Yi, we will definitely complete it. Zhou Yu hurriedly said. Develop computer CPUs and computer motherboards. Yi Feng's voice was heavy, and after he finished, the surroundings once again fell into silence. CPU. A moment later, the crowd reacted. President, you are talking about the same standalone CPU as Cool Rare, Rue Long? How is this possible? It's simply impossible to realize it with our current technology. Right. Zhou Yu's face was agitated, although his mouth said it was impossible to realize, but the fire in his eyes was unmistakable. It's impossible to realize, but we can always realize it if we work hard. Before, the rice country still said that we couldn't develop the atomic bomb. But so what? Our forefathers did not still go through thousands of hardships, and finally broke through and developed the atomic bomb? It's never a country that can't realize it, but a group of people with no fighting spirit. Yi Feng's voice was loud, and the group of people who said it were newly energized. Zhou Yu was also on fire. Yes, the forefathers were able to break the wall. Why can't they? But we don't have the manufacturing materials, and the methods, drawings, etc. President, do we need to go to a foreign country to hire an expert? Julian's voice was not loud and somewhat weak. No need. I have already learned this technology in foreign countries in the early years, and in those years we have already drawn drawings and codes, and even the material technology used for research and development. Yi Feng said as he took out the USB flash drive. Everyone was shocked. What? There are already technical methods and even drawings. Then what is there to be afraid of? Isn't it done if you directly engage it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu rubbed his head and stood up, his face full of excitement. But after seeing the gazes of the people around him, he rubbed his head in some shame and sat down. The USB flash drive was plugged into the computer and the projector quickly threw out the image. Since the beginning, The main components of a computer are just a few parts: CPU, motherboard, graphics card, memory, hard disk, power supply, fan, chassis, and just these few items. We in China can only produce a few external parts. The main CPU, motherboard, and even graphics cards cannot be produced, and our computer manufacturers can even only be forced to cooperate with foreign companies, and the computer has become a luxury item, and even many people have never seen a computer. And what we have to do is to develop our own independent computer. Let our computer technology no longer be subjected to others, and take advantage of Changhong's chiseled opportunity to let our computers flow to the whole world as well. Feng pointed at the projection cloth, his voice booming. Chapter 31, Deciding to Cooperate with Manufacturers. President, can I go up and take a look at this design? Zhou Yu said, as Feng nodded his head. The two of them, Zhou Yu and Zhu Liang, hurriedly scurried up. The two of them looked at the design drawing with two glowing eyes, and gradually, a surprised expression appeared on their faces. Single core, 6 threads, and cool rare, right now, is only single core and 4 threads. This our design is actually more than a little ahead of them. Zhu Liang muttered as he looked at the design, that face almost sticking up. There seemed to be some light in his eyes under his glasses. The material president of this motherboard has actually indicated all of them. How meticulous. Then it's almost as if we're developing the motherboard as if it's a game. Zhou Yu muttered. It's not just the motherboard. Most of the CPU has also been indicated. We can develop it at least 10 times faster. President, you are really strong. With this design, we can develop a prototype within a month. Zhou Yu opened his mouth and his enthusiasm was instantly ignited. What we need to consider now is not the issue of research and development. With the design drawing, you guys are completely equal to a replica. Zhou Yu, I need you to change Changhong's cell phone system to a computerized system within 2 months. Just convert it. The technology shouldn't be too complicated. This can be done. I've wanted to do it for a long time. It's simple to change the cell phone system to a computer system. It's mainly just the research and development that's difficult. Zhou Yu directly agreed. And you, Zhu Liang, mainly responsible for the development of the CPU. And Lu Yan, you go to get the motherboard. The motherboard is still considered simple. Will not be too complicated. Feng assigned a few people. The 3 people also nodded their heads in agreement. Motherboard research and development is mainly difficult to get the parts. The rest is okay, while the CPU is different. This is commonly known as the computer's brain. This thing is also the most difficult to get. Right, cut. A computer is also the most important graphics card. We do not have a graphics card. Then it is not? Let's make these first. We'll talk about the graphics card later. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Feng waved his hand, seemingly not anxious at all. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else. But so what? There is no graphics card manufacturing technology. Anxious is useless. By the way, we still need 2 more partners. When the time comes, the manufacturers that specialize in selling our group's computer parts can also use our system at that time. Do you guys have any suggestions? Feng looked at Zhou Yu's 2 men. His eyes narrowed, a smile on his face. Looking thievish, the 2 Zhou Yu pursed their lips. President, we don't have a choice in each of our suggestions. It's better not to say anything. Zhou Yu shook his head and Zhu Liang conformed. Hey, don't should say still say. After all, you 2 are our company's top pillar. Feng smiled and patted the shoulders of the 2. Jokingly, how could he not listen to the advice of 2 big smart people? Only slightly changed the strategy. One was still very optimistic about them. Alright, then let's talk about it? Zhou Yu looked at Feng's look of love for talent and the all-important gaze. He was instantly sensitized. Zhu Liang's face was a little embarrassed, but also the other president let himself give his opinion but gave himself face. I am optimistic about the aliens. This brand is big, and also has a certain influence. High-end, if and they cooperate, we at least do not have to worry about our products do not sell, and even think of a product item as good. If we cooperate with them, our publicity power will definitely go up a notch. Zhou Yu gave out his advice. Mine is a bit more niche. My first one is Lian Think. This brand is an old brand, and it's quality heavy, although Crooked Star Man is good, but it's expensive. Many people can't afford it. Our group is playing the people's signboard. If we cooperate with Crooked Star Man, it's definitely a pain in the ass. That's why I choose Lian Xiang. Zhu Liang spoke up. Then what don't you guys favor? Feng asked with a smile. Well, the 2 froze. Why did they have a bad feeling? Especially Zhou Yu. He always felt that he had fallen into Feng's trap. Zhu Liang pursed his lips every time Feng picks the ones they don't favor. Could it be that he is a heavenly fate? That, President, can I not say it? Zhou Yu Nua said. No, since it's all half said, just continue. That there is a reason to say half of the words. Feng patted his shoulder, full of encouragement, and on one side Lu Yan stifled his laughter. This scene is simply a scene where the boss is abusing his employees. Clenched his teeth. Zhou Yu opened his mouth. The first thing I don't look forward to is the Shenzhou computer. This computer is noisy, bulky, but rather very crotch-pulling. It is considered a third-line computer. There is no development potential at all. And this computer configuration is good, but easy to die. Commonly known as the Shenzhou noise ship, Dead Machine Demon King. So I do not recommend. Zhou Yu finished. Yi Feng also nodded. Indeed, Shenzhou is this problem. Deadlines, 2 fans as spiral machine, but people cheap configuration is also high. Pro people. What about you? Look to Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang had a feeling of being herded by a duck. Mine is a mechanic. This computer is very crotch-pulling, bulky not to mention. The main thing is that it's expensive, and the configuration is also that kind of low configuration and high sale. It's not worth it at all, Zhu Liang said. He looked at Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng revealed a satisfied expression. The hearts of the two men sank to the bottom of the sea for a moment. A bad feeling of foreboding covered their entire body. Okay, I've decided, Yi Feng shouted. The two men's gazes carried some expectations. Just pick divine state and mechanic. Put. Just after they finished speaking, the two of them almost fell over as a mouthful of water spewed out. Their faces were full of aggravation. President, you're being intentional. Zhou Yu's face was full of innocence. Isn't this taking away the shoots? While Zhu Liang was green in the face. This is the third time, right? Hey, don't care about picking up the details. The process is cool on the line. Your program, I am very optimistic, but I decided that we have to do the opposite. Shenzhou computer most pull crotch is the noise. And the system. You think the noise can be solved. And the system bar Windows. System replaced with our Changhong, not easy to die. So this computer manufacturer is the soulmate we are looking for. As for the mechanic, they low configuration and high sales, then it is just the right time to install our CPU. As a really high configuration, high sales, that there is not a little better than even think. And you think, if we join those big companies, they can look at our CPU, and our system? You know they are all foreign companies. Good thing Shenzhou is a Hong Kong company, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better if we directly acquired it then? Yi Feng had a smile on his face. The two of them seemed to understand something. They also nodded their heads. Indeed, what Yi Feng said was not wrong. Divine State's shortcomings, their Changhong system can just completely make up for it. Complementing each other is a win-win situation. Hey, sure enough, the president is still smarter than us. Let's not speak, Zhou Yu muttered, and Zhu Liang nodded repeatedly. AI, that's wrong, we still have to speak when we should. You guys are the pillars of our company. Saying that, the two gave Yi Feng a look of contempt. Chapter 32 Xiaomi's cell phone released. The people under the stage were also holding back their smiles as they looked at Zhou Yu with an unknown meaning in their gazes. Alright, Lu Yan, your side quietly tell the company we are going to cooperate with. If necessary, we can invest in it to acquire Shenzhou Group. Yi Feng glanced at Lu Yan and said softly. Lu Yan nodded. Their current company strength was completely enough to acquire Shenzhou Group. Their current group was very small, and the size was not more than $1 billion. I understand, Chairman. The fully automated production line over there has been put into use. The effect is very good. It has exceeded our expectations. Now that we are expanding the production line, the daily output should be around 100,000 units. And because we have developed the parts, and the willingness of the materials, after removing the import fees and so on, our cost has been reduced to 2,000. Lu Yan's voice was not loud, but everyone around him exhaled a breath. What did Lu Yan's words represent? Isn't that equal to the fact that they, Xiaosheng Group, won't even need to import to make up for the cell phone manufacturing in the future? It's completely independent, and the cost will be lower and lower. Good. Your side and the marketing department do a good job of strategic planning. In general, the state of this week is good. If no one still has suggestions, we will go down the meeting. Yi Feng said with a clap of his hand. The people nodded and left. Instead, a female minister of the marketing department stayed behind. What's wrong? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. President, residents our news learned that Apple intends to go against us. It should be just in these few days' time we'll launch an attack. President, should we take any preparations on our side? Her voice was crisp, like a lark. Oh, I didn't realize that your news is quite vast. Since they Apple to come, we then is. Just take advantage of the Apple this chiseling opportunity. Maybe it can also be another layer. Yi Feng's voice was not big, but the female minister was stunned. Yi Feng's confidence seems to never stop. Good. Then President, we're going to publicize the sales. She nodded, tossed her long hair and stepped on her high heels to leave in big strides. Yi Feng, on the other hand, sat on the sofa as he wondered what methods Apple would use to target him. If Apple prohibits me from selling it abroad, that's impossible. It's already violated the UN agreement. But if they don't allow me to sell it domestically, it's even more impossible. Ha, wait. Fiercely Yi Feng seemed to think of something. Will Apple use the same old routine as in the previous life? Spreading bad speech once, and after that, take out certain evidence that my cell phone and chip are crap, and then blow a wave of their own cell phone? By that time people's impression of Changhong as an expensive and low-profile cell phone will naturally have no one to buy it? Thinking of this, Yi Feng is reminiscent of the previous life when Apple dealt with a certain domestic scene. Want to stifle the development of domestic chips? Apple is out of close to the method. More so, the public think a certain brand is a low package, high-selling garbage. In fact, not. But at that time the chip is not sold domestically. Helpless in order to make up for the capital outflow only this policy. If Apple is really ready to come to this trick, then Yi Feng need not worry, because this is not 10 years later. Now everyone's high-end cell phone is just beginning stage. The market can all be equally divided. Information technology is not fast. As long as there is no news, most people will not believe the rumors. Yi Feng gazed at the system. At this moment, a series of numbers appeared on the system interface. This number was the wealth value that he, Yi Feng, had accumulated. Right now, his wealth was only about 1.5 billion, which was still far from being number one in the world. A few days later, on the internet, look, another cell phone is ready to be released. What? Another one? Is it a domestic one? I won't look if it's not domestic. This cell phone is called Mimi's cell phone. It seems to be a domestic joint venture. Domestic? Our domestic cell phone is so powerful. This Mimi must not be bad either. Go to their official website and take a look. A group of people discussed, and a large number of netizens began to flock to Xiaomi's official website. Yi Feng's Changhong cell phone is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and now most people no longer feel that foreign cell phones are better than Chinese ones. Instead, because of Changhong's appearance, everyone feels that domestic cell phones are better than foreign ones, and as soon as Xiaomi, which was also domestically produced, threw out the news, it attracted the attention of countless people. Little Mimi's cell phone. That's a good name. You guys look at this cell phone of his, although it was and is a keypad and not advanced, but it's good that it's domestic. This cell phone can't even compare to Changhong. I don't know how much they sell it for. I think it shouldn't be high, because Changhong's so powerful cell phone is only a few $1,000s. They are a little behind with this cell phone. It should be even cheaper. Countless people on the internet were talking. They were all curious about the price of Mimi's phone. If the price was high, they would spray it. If it was low, maybe some people would still think it wasn't worth it. After renewing the Changhong cell phone, our Little Mimi company launched another light of domestic production, the Little Mimi Generation cell phone. This cell phone is equipped with the Changhong No. 1 chip, dual core. Our back camera adopts a dual camera, which is better than Changhong's cell phone. The official website just left these few sentences, while countless netizens commented frantically. They didn't understand what the parameters were, but they knew about the Changhong chip. A cell phone with Changhong chip out must be bought. Yes, support Changhong. This should be a friend. Since it carries the Changhong chip should be good performance. Did not buy the Changhong can consider this phone. A large number of comments. And at this time Lei Jun is standing in his computer room. The secretary was carrying the data and was constantly saying something. President, once our information was released, the heat has reached as many as 10 million. Most people are also coming for Changhong. Should we make some changes on our side? The secretary spoke in crisp Mandarin while Lei Jun shook his head. What we want is to use Changhong's east wind to create a very cost-effective machine. And with us having Changhong as our east wind, there will be many manufacturers who will cooperate with us. Our group is still too small now. Only by cooperating can we grow bigger and stronger. Lei Jun's voice was not loud. The secretary nodded and continued to speak. Our research and development of these systems has burned through $10 million in funding in just 3 days. We have to sell the phones as soon as possible. Otherwise we may not be able to drive the research and development. This I know. I think if the funds are insufficient they, Hua Sheng, won't sit back and do nothing. Lei Jun nodded. He now finally understood that he was being punked by Yi Feng. This research and development cost was a little too high, although there were drawings, but this research and development down, without more than $1 billion, it was simply impossible. He also finally knew why Yi Feng so generous. Good guy this is to him as a donkey. Help him research system. The final profit is also divided into 20%. Lei Jun admired Yi Feng's business acumen, but stopping now is impossible, because their little Mimi also need a system of their own. This is a brand benchmark. Chapter 33 The launch site. Time passed quickly. Another 2 weeks had passed since Lei Jun released the news. At this time, Changhong has been fully operational, and these 2 weeks Apple side still no news. Yi Feng some puzzled, but also did not pay attention to. Beat Apple also just started, had to have many big groups to face. Yi Feng also not anxious with a moment. Little princess you this why again weak, is not want me. At this time Feng is holding Yan still sitting on the sofa of his home. Who wants you? I just recently too boring. Yes, too boring. Although he said this on his lips, Yan still burrowed into Feng's arms. Nah, in a month's time, my dad will be coming back from Rice. Do you want to go and meet him? Her voice was not loud. What? Our dad is coming back? When? Yuck. Who's talking to you about our dad? That's my dad. Yan still blankly glanced at Feng. His mouth pouted, and punched Feng on the shoulder. The force was so strong that it hit Feng's arm with a banging pain. You ninny. Then if you say so, I won't go. Don't. Just kidding. So if you go, I'll give anger a reward. She smiled, her eyes narrowing into a crescent moon. Good. I agree. Feng didn't even give much thought to directly agree. Anyway, he was idle. Now the cell phone has gone regular, while the CPU and so on are still being developed. Is there a problem for himself to utilize his free time to deal with his father-in-law? No problem. That's more like it. Here's your reward, said Yan still actually kissed him. Today is also exactly the launch of Xiaomi. Feng, two people sitting in front of the TV is to see the launch. But now well, cough. After a long time, the two people's faces were a little red and looked at the TV. Look, the launch is about to start. Yan still pointed at the TV. Well, I didn't expect Lei Jun to be so fast, but it's good. The faster he is, the more favorable it is for us. Feng nodded and muttered under his breath. I don't think this cell phone should surpass Changhong's. After all, Changhong is a historical monument-like signboard. The chances of surpassing it are not great. Yan still said softly, at least she still had business sense. It is not big, but it has a key role. Feng smiled mysteriously. At this time, the launch site, the number of people at Mimi's launch was obviously a bit more than the number of people at Feng's previous Longhong launch. Probably due to the influence of Changhong, people were now more willing to believe in domestic production a bit more. I don't know if the cell phone released this time can catch up with the Changhong cell phone. Dream on. Changhong has a fingerprint identification system, a high-definition screen, and even an independent chip and so on. Very few people can match it. Besides, the cost is a problem. Yes, I heard that Changhong is still selling at a loss, although Mimi is also domestic, but he is ultimately a joint venture. The profit is still to take some, but to have a domestically produced cell phone appear again, this also proves that we are getting stronger. Let's look at their introduction first. Countless people under the stage were talking. The appearance of Xiaomi gave countless people hope. Xiaomi may be the first domestic branded cell phone to appear after Changhong, but it definitely can't be the last one. With Changhong's leading role, there will be more scientific research companies in China, and these people are the backbone of the country. At this time, Lei Jun slowly walked onto the stage, wearing a suit. He topped with a rich short hair. Looks kind of sunny. Right now Lei Jun's hair was quite a lot. Look, someone's coming up. This kid kinda doesn't look like he'll be selling cell phones. Ha! A group of people murmured. Hello everyone, I'm Lei Jun, the founder of Little Mimi. Welcome to our Little Mimi's first launch. Our technology this time is supported by Xiaoshang Group. That's why this challenging cell phone was developed. The Xiaomi cell phone generation. I'm sure everyone wants to know if our configuration and features are as good as Changhong's. There's no denying this. Changhong is a transgenerational cell phone, and our current technology is not up to that level. However, I will tell everyone present with all my heart that the profit of our Mimi cell phone will never exceed 300. What we, Mimi, are fighting for is cost effectiveness. Lei Jun's voice was loud and clear, and the stage fell silent for a moment, violently erupting into a burst of applause. Just by the fact that he dares to say that it's not as strong as Changhong's cell phone, I'm going to expend him. Right, and listen to him, should be in Changhong cooperation. This should be considered a subsidiary. It should be considered under Changhong. We have to support a wave. The voices under the stage were noisy, and beside the TV, Feng was nodding. This Lei Jun is quite good at talking, but it's also good. It's also considered to be a publicity for himself. Alright, now let's compare a parameter first. Lei Jun waved his hand and a compact smartphone appeared on the screen behind him. Our Little Mimi cell phone uses the same screen as Changhong's cell phone. Because it's a friend, the price is a little cheaper. And the battery, if it lasts more than a day. We use the Changhong 1.0 system, which you should also know. We have a button in the middle of the phone, which can maximize the avoidance of deadlines. Press this button directly back to the original page. Thirdly, our pixels will be much better than Changhong's because we are equipped with a dual camera. And the processor of our Mimi's phone is also using the Changhong processor, so you can rest assured that you can use it to avoid crashing. Then let's compare the parameters. Let's use the most common Apple phone on the market. Look at you guys, this Apple cell phone is only 1000 milliamp batteries, and we are 2005. Beat Apple. And in looking at the pixels, the screen, I don't even want to say it. This Apple so many years a little bit not to make progress po ha ha ha. A burst of laughter from the stage. People are looking at the processor. This is not even a level. Their cell phone heating, we will not at all. And this one drastically cost-effective cell phone. Everyone guess how much it costs. Lei Jun had a smile on his face. 2009? 3000? The stage chimed in. Although Lei Jun's mini screen was not as big as Changhong's, the compactness still won many girls' favor, because Changhong didn't have a pink body. It mostly catered to males, while Xiaomi was different, with pink, white, and so on. Nope, you guys are underestimating our mini's determination. Our selling price is $19.99. After saying that, an exploding price appeared on the screen. At this time the whole room was silent, and Feng looked at Lei Jun in the TV. He knew that from today onwards, the cell phone industry in China was going to change, and he took 20% of Mimi's shares. Feng is still relatively satisfied. He should be the largest shareholder of Mimi. And at this time, far away in the rice country, Apple Group again shocked. The day just dawned. Xiao Busi was woken up. What? A new cell phone manufacturer has appeared in China? It's still using the Changhong chip. After saying that, Xiao Busi's eyes closed. His head was confused, and he was panting heavily, his face reddening. Changhong's side hadn't even been dealt with, and now, well, a new manufacturer had popped up. This own cake was about to be divided up. Chapter 34, Blocking the Arrow. Chairman. The old butler hurriedly assisted the old chairman, who had a worried look on his face. What's the name of that cell phone out of Huaxia? Mini. It's also said to be a cell phone that uses the Changhong chip and system. And most importantly, what is it? Xiao Busi almost yelled out. The most important thing is that their cell phone merely only costs 300 in Chinese currency, 1999 converted to our money. When these words came out, Xiao Bushi almost fainted. He really thought that selling a cell phone was like playing house. A cell phone you sell 300. Where is the money? Can you produce it yourself? The profit can't even reach it. Crazy, just crazy. They're trying to completely disrupt the price of the cell phone market. Such a cheap cell phone. No, we can't let them disrupt the market. Order them to go down. Release all kinds of advertisements for high-end machines. We can't hold back any longer. We have to make the low-end machines go downhill right away. Or else if they rise up later, we won't be able to stop them at all. Xiao Busi was panting heavily. He was obviously infuriated. Compared to Apple, the old boss of Mountain Star was much more calm. Mountain Star didn't just make cell phones. If cell phones couldn't sell, they had other things. Electronic components, food processing, artist stars and so on. So they are not very worried about the cell phone industry, but the appearance of Xiaomi. But people, Mountain Star president anime gaze fell up. Little Mimi's company? Will they be the same as Xia Shang? They are all self-produced technology. We must contain them. I would think that Changhong is just a barb, while this Xiaomi is the mainstream. Chairman, you're right. I also feel that Changhong is just a smokescreen first. Then when everyone points their thatchers at Changhong, Mimi quietly enters the public eye. And I've heard that Mimi has cooperation with Xia Shang. It should be a subgroup. The secretary also said in a hurry. The old president of Mountain Star nodded. He was satisfied with his guess. This old Mr. Xia Shang is very cunning. Fortunately we had the foresight to stop messing with Changhong for now. How could they not have thought that we would find out their secret? This little Mimi is the secret weapon of Huaxia. Right. Attack Xiaomi with all your might. Yes. The secretary nodded once, while the old boss sat in his chair and stroked his chin. And on Apple's side, Xiao Busi frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Let's put the Changhong matter aside for now. We can't let another brand emerge in China. It must be curbed. I know. The butler nodded repeatedly. Xiao Busi was even lying on the bed without a bit of strength. At this point in time, at the little Mimi launch, Lei Jun didn't even know that he had already been targeted by two large corporations, and he was at this moment heavily publicizing his cell phone. And the conference was gradually approaching the end. Our slogan for Xiaomi is, Dry overthrow Changhong, dry over Apple. Lei Jun finished with great vigor, and in the midst of countless applause from the stage, he slowly walked off the stage. And at this moment, the enthusiasm of the crowd was all galvanized, and the crowd was moved by Lei Jun's speech. Phew, how's it going? Our sales? Lei Jun looked to his secretary. Because of the haste, Lei Jun had decided to sell his cell phone directly at the launch event, which meant that his cell phone had not been warmed up at all. Very good. Our sales have come to 200,000 units, and the rate is still rising with favorable reviews. The secretary smiled with a face of excitement. They had prepared 1,000,000 units of cell phones, and the price of $19.99 was something that ordinary people could afford. Today will be the day that our little Mimi takes off. It has to be well documented. We want to surpass Changhong's sales and become the first million-selling product. Lei Jun was confident, but he didn't know that Feng just didn't have enough capacity. And at this time, Feng's side had long turned off the TV. Lei Jun's launch was undoubtedly a success. Feng, I'm going back. I'll call you when my dad comes back. Remember to go, Yen still said with some fondness. At the same time she got into her car. Yifeng watched her leave and waited for Yen still to walk away before Yifeng turned around and went home. Wang Gang, accompany me to play some Contra. Yifeng shouted and Wang Gang hurriedly walked out from the kitchen. Yes young master, let's eat roast chicken tonight. By the way, what's so fun about Contra? When there's time I'll take you to play with real guns. How about going abroad? Wang Gang's voice is very magnetic. Coupled with his thick body, he does have manly charm. It's a pity that he hasn't found the girl of his choice until now. Okay, when the time comes, you'll teach me some more fighting techniques. Yifeng nodded. He had been practicing the fighting that Wang Gang had taught him for the past few days until late at night. So in the morning it was 8 o'clock and he couldn't get up. As long as young master is willing to learn, I will do my best, Wang Gang said as the two of them opened Contra. Without playing for long, Yifeng's phone rang. Hello? What's up? Didn't I say to let you rest during the off-duty period regardless of the company? Yifeng saw that it was Lu Yan. His voice was dull. President, I'm not at home and nothing, so I thought to look at the company more. It's like this president, Apple and Mountain Star against our remarks, and some videos are now all deleted. And on the contrary, Mimi's side has already started to be hacked and polarized. Lu Yan couldn't hear any emotion in his voice. What? Xiaomi has been hacked? That fast? How long has it only been? A few hours? It seems that our strategy was successful, and they have already pointed their fingers at other companies. Yifeng froze. He did not expect which ones were so fast. President, the polarization over there is a bit serious. On one hand, they are scolding Mimi for pirating the machine. It's a low-end machine that is copied, a cottage machine. On the other hand, they are supporting Mimi. I think we should go and support Mimi, Lu Yan said on the other end of the phone. Not bad. We don't just have to support Mimi, instead we have to support it to the maximum extent. Only in this way, there will be hope for the domestic production, so that Mimi will have the confidence to fight against those people, and we will have the free time to research and develop the Changhong too. Zero gap, Yifeng said softly. Little Mimi was commonly known as Yifeng's shield, only if he fully supported Mimi. Who would really think that Mimi was a company with more potential than Changhong, and then his own Changhong would be developed, and Mimi under pressure will also develop faster. Not to mention their own funding, can be said to be mutually beneficial role. After instructing some more with Lu Yan, Yifeng hung up the phone. Let Lei Jun fight it out on the cell phone side. Anyway, his slogan was to dry out Apple. Yifeng trusted him. Young master, the roast chicken is ready. Come and eat. Wang Gang brought out a roasted chicken. It smelled good. Right Wang Gang? In another month I might have to make a trip to the Yen family. I definitely won't be able to wear this outfit. Let's go to the mall after dinner later. I understand young master. By the way, I that changed master bought a Ferrari before. How can a young man drive a van every day? If you should socialize, just drive that. Okay. Yifeng hesitated or nodded. After all, high-end occasions, their own driving willing to go is indeed a bit out of place. Going to a high-end occasion to do this kind of thing is not pretending to be a pig eating a tiger, but pure letter ball, knowing that it is a high-end occasion, not paying attention. And finally the pig-eating tiger thing. Yifeng felt very boring. Chapter 35 Reaching a Consensus. Evening. At this time the public opinion caused by Apple and Mountain Star had reached its peak, and Mimi had even been labeled as a low-end, trashy machine. Inside Lei Jun's office, he was fretting and spinning in circles. Originally not big face at this time also became a little swollen. His little Mimi is also just a newly emerged enterprise, just saw a ray of light, and this only a ray of light, but will have to face the two big consortiums that have already grown. What virtue or ability would he, Lei Jun, have to attract the attention of these two consortia? Chairman, we've tried our best now, but the results aren't ideal. I didn't expect our cell phones to attract foreign attention. How is this possible? It's Changhong that hasn't been attacked like this. Lei Jun's Secretary General was very depressed as he wandered around, his hand still sliding his cell phone continuously. There must be something fishy. We're still a small group that just made a cell phone. It's impossible for us to be targeted by these big groups. President, could it be that we're using Changhong's system and that's why we're being watched? The secretary asked in a hurry. Lei Jun frowned. Wait, I seem to understand something. His eyes snapped open. Then he slapped the table. Pa, grass. We've been set up. That Yifeng is very shady. Lei Jun's face was green at this time. This Zhang Jian was obviously pushing sense to his front as cannon fodder. Lei Jun also understood why which people were attacking him like crazy. If I'm not wrong, they should take our little Mimi's cell phone as Xiaoshang Group's secret weapon. They thought that Changhong was just a target that came out first, while we, Mimi, are the final output point, and our price is too low. Lei Jun gritted his teeth as he prepared to give Yifeng a call to ask him properly. If it was really his doing, Lei Jun just didn't want the system and wouldn't cooperate with him anymore. This is too pitiful. Ding ding ding. Just at this moment, the phone rang violently. The two looked at each other and the secretary hurriedly picked up the phone. President, it's Xia Shang Group's phone line. As soon as the voice came out, Lei Jun's face changed. Good guy. He didn't even go looking for him. Instead, he was the one looking for him? Pick up. I would like to see. The Xia Shang sighed in the end to high out what flowerhead, Lei Jun said in a deep voice, and the secretary on one side nodded in a hurry. The phone was connected. A very magnetic man's voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Lei, I see that your little Mimi has been getting more and more public opinion lately. I thought, we are all family, so I called to ask, do you need help on your side? Yi Feng said on the other side of the phone. The voice was softer. Mr. Yi, these attacks, if I'm not wrong, originally attacked you guys before and then shifted to us, right? Lei Jun's voice was not big, but somewhat crisp. It should be. The attacks that we Changhong received are only more or less than this one of yours. I think they should be treating Mimi as a subsidiary of our Changhong. Yi Feng said truthfully. He called here because he wanted to ask Lei Jun if he wanted to cooperate. He was open and honest. That is, he let Lei Jun be a shield. He also wanted to negotiate with him clearly. In that case, Mr. Yi didn't do it on purpose? Lei Jun's voice only turned a little better this time. Of course, but I had already thought about such an ending when I gave you the system. Just imagine, we Changhong had just released it, and you guys, Mimi, released it right after, which in itself would cause public opinion. Plus your price is just too low. It's normal for them to point the finger at you. You don't have to worry. Yi Feng's voice was calm and collected, but on the contrary, Lei Jun was a little anxious in his heart. Listening to Mr. Yi, there is a way on your side to eliminate the current situation? Our little Mimi has just started out. We can't afford to withstand the attack of two large consortia. Lei Jun's voice this kind of trembled a little. If the two Apple companies really weren't willing to call it quits, then their little Mimi really couldn't withstand it. President, our stock seems to have started to fall as well. One side of the secretary voiced some trembling. At this moment, Lei Jun was really a bit panicked. If the stock kept falling and their operations were still unstable, maybe they would really be strangled just as they were starting out. Mr. Yi, do you have any good solutions on your side? Lei Jun asked in a hurry. Yes. He only heard Yi Feng spit out a single word. Lei Jun was delighted in his heart. But this method may harm some of your interests. Yi Feng's voice was not loud. Please speak. Mr. Yi, as long as it's within the range we can accept, we will definitely cooperate fully. Lei Jun said hurriedly. He didn't want the company he had worked so hard to create to die before it even got off the ground. We, Changhong, will step in and prove the performance and quality of your Mimi, and at the same time publicly state that our two companies are in a cooperative relationship. Yi Feng said softly. Lei Jun fell directly into a trance after hearing this. Yi Feng could indeed bring back public opinion by doing this, and would even increase the sales of Xiaomi. But the worst thing about doing this was that the group of people in the meter country would be completely sure that their little Mimi was a subsidiary of Changhong. If that was the case, then they would probably always be a shield for the other Xiaoshang group. But so what? It would be better to live on than to perish now. Good. I agree with Mr. Yi. Please step in and suppress the current public opinion. Lei Jun sighed under his breath. Yi Feng hummed. Yes, we can hold a press conference when the afternoon comes, but we have a request. What? Lei Jun frowned. He knew Yi Feng couldn't agree so easily. Every time you release a cell phone, bring the logo of our Changhong's processor. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, and this request was also very simple. Good, I agree. He barely hesitated. Bringing Changhong's logo was indeed very simple. It was even the same as not saying it at all. Okay, you guys also come to hold a press conference on this side in the afternoon, and make it public at that time. At least our side should be able to stabilize it. Yi Feng finished the two said a little more and hung up the phone. Mr. Lei, how is it? The secretary hurriedly asked. Xiaoshang side is willing to cooperate with us. Those public opinions can be minimized. Great. Then why are you not happy? President, their demands are harsh. After saying that, Lei Jun's brows were furrowed. He didn't know if this decision was right or wrong. Yi Feng sighed. Only after making the call did Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Lei Jun's agreement was within his expectations. Now they Changhong could at least grow by leaps and bounds without having to worry about anything else. How is the president? Lu Yan stood to the side and spoke softly. Okay, but how are things on your side? The fully automated production line is going fast. We've tripled our production, and the computer system is still being made. It'll take a few months at least. There's also the computer CPU side, which is also being tested to draw graphics. There should be a few months to produce results as well. Lu Yan's voice was not loud, but his tone was excited. If these two things could be developed, at least China's technology could advance by 10 years. As long as computers were popularized, that would be the true era of technology. Right now, China is only an industrial age. There was still a long way to go before it could enter the information age. Chapter 36 Conference. Okay, let's prepare this afternoon and hold a press conference to minimize the public controversy on Mimi's side, then announce our cooperation with Mimi. I understand, President, but I've inquired about something. Lu Yan nodded. What is it? It's rumored that the news of our fully automated production line seems to have leaked a bit. Lu Yan's voice was not loud, but there was some anger in the middle. A big tree attracts the wind, and Yifeng openly stated that he had developed a fully automated production line. So naturally, he would also be targeted. The only people who knew about the fully automated production line were the people at the top. The rest didn't know at all, so it was only the people at the top who leaked the information. You go down and check on this matter. I just released a barb and the fish ran out by itself. Yes, President. Then what about our production line? Don't worry about it. The technology of the automatic production line is just given to them and they can't imitate it. Leaking it is even better. We will face cooperation from multiple companies. Yifeng had a smile on his face. His automatic production line could be said to have been leaked on purpose. Firstly, he could find out if there was a mole in the company. Secondly, it could cause a big international wave, so that those manufacturers, groups were shocked and then came to find themselves to introduce the technology. Thirdly, it can sell the production line, which is also a big gain. At least it will not be worse than the profit from selling cell phones. I see, President. You are trying to cut the leaks of those people abroad. Lu Yan squinted his eyes, a smile all over his face. Yes, leaks are a good thing. After cutting there are still, they can't produce to see, surely they will look for us. Yifeng smiled. In the past, foreign countries exported high-tech products, so that Huaxia to produce dependence. So far Huaxia science and technology only stagnated. And now, Yifeng sell high-tech products, is to let them produce dependence, thus technology stagnation. Then President, I'll go and set up. The conference will be held in the afternoon time. Lu Yan said and walked out slowly. Yifeng looked at his phone. At this time, the negative remarks of Xiaomi were really high. Most people were mobilized. The water army affects the minds of normal people. And there are too many people who follow the trend and bring the rhythm, which is exactly the reason that led to Xiaomi being sprayed. After looking at his cell phone for a few moments, Yifeng lay down on the sofa and unconsciously fell asleep. Yifeng realized that since he became the chairman of the board of directors, the good guy himself was getting more and more tired, as if he was busy every day. Without realizing it, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, it was still early in the morning in the meter. In front of Bailey Xiaoshang Group, countless reporters had already surrounded below. What's going on? How come Xiaoshang suddenly held a press conference? I don't know. It should be something very important. Otherwise it's impossible to hold a meeting. Could it be that Xiaoshang is launching another new product? You think technological products are that simple to make? It's already good enough to launch a Changhong cell phone. I'm looking forward to it. Countless people were discussing below, and Yifeng slowly stretched his waist. He looked towards the dense crowd downstairs and then walked towards the restroom. After washing his bar face, Lu Yan's phone call had already come over. President, the press conference has been held. The people are almost here. Lei Jun is also already behind. Just you. Good. Yifeng said and hung up the phone. After straightening his suit, Yifeng walked out. Where is Mr. Yi? Why isn't Mr. Yi coming yet? Yeah, where is Mr. Yi? Didn't he say he was going to hold a meeting? Countless people shouted. At this time, Yifeng slowly walked up from one side. The hundreds of reporters under the stage had all taken their positions. Countless microphones were already aimed at Yifeng. Hello reporters and friends. Sorry, there's something going on lately. I didn't make you all wait long, right? Yifeng's voice amplified from the microphone. Just came. Mr. Yi, we also just came maliciously. Mr. Yi, you guys can come later if you're busy. A director's reporter spoke. Mr. Yi, what is the matter, you called us for this time? Right, Mr. Yi, could it be that you're announcing some other important technological matter? Countless people shouted at once. Yifeng tapped the microphone and the crowd's voices trailed off. The main reason for this development press conference is still because of the severe test our domestic counterparts are facing to fight. Once Yifeng's words came out, the crowd seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Yi, are you going to say whether it's Xiaomi's cell phone? Mr. Yi, could it be that you, Xiaoshang, have really created a partnership with Xiaomi? Mr. Yi, may I ask what is the relationship between your Xiaoshang group and Mimi's company? Mr. Yi, Xiaomi company is now a scenario crisis. If you want to miserably come in, maybe you will be involved. You are the light of domestic production, cannot be involved. After Yifeng's words, countless voices followed. Those who questioned, and those who questioned, and even those who reminded Yifeng. Yifeng smiled. Everyone, Today I'm here to announce that Little Mimi Company has entered into a partnership with my company. What I want to say is that our Huaxia's group has never been a weakling who retreats in the face of real difficulties, but a strong one who is brave enough to cooperate, explore, and suffer together. Imagine what we should do when our compatriots are tortured? Right, down with the enemy. And isn't Mimi being targeted by foreign countries right now? You guys aren't really naive enough to think that foreign countries will leave us alone, are you? They just want to curb our development. And Mimi's company is also our new type of enterprise company. They don't want to see us develop before they come out with this, the next best thing, and we, Xia Shang, no matter what enemy we face, as long as the person who dares to make a move against our Huaxia's company's enterprise, we will be regarded as the enemy. Yi Feng's voice was loud and imposing. The crowd fell into silence at this moment. A moment later countless sounds of applause came. Yi Feng was right. Why would they want to raise others' prestige and destroy their own people's temperament? Instead of supporting the enterprises at their own doorstep, they were mobilized to support foreign enterprises. What kind of stink is this? Mr. Yi, you are right. Those people who follow the trend brainlessly are really strange. Mr. Yi, we support you. What kind of man is it if you can't defend your own door? Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that you would be willing to this pure enterprise. It is really surprising. Can say why? A reporter bar topic aimed at Yi Feng. Because, want the motherland is strong, not a person. An enterprise can do, but need countless people, countless enterprises, together to build. We, Xia Shang Group, will always support the rise of domestic enterprises, and we, Xia Shang Group, will always help those domestic enterprises that are truly conscientious and considerate of the people. When Yi Feng finished, the people on stage applauded, and in the crowd, a man who looked very much like a crooked alien with a bit of a big head looked at Yi Feng and didn't know what he was thinking again in his mind. Good. We have invited the founder of Xiaomi, Mr. Lei, to come on stage to speak. Xiaomi Company is considered a company that beat the price for the people. We should respect. Yi Feng said a polite word and then walked down. And at this point, as long as Lei Jun made a statement it was basically fine. Mr. Yi, can I find you to talk about cooperation? At this moment, a tall, thin-looking man walked over. And you are? My name is Ma Xiaolong. Chapter 37 Prestige. Hearing this name, Yi Feng shivered. Ma Xiaolong. With this appearance, it was basically the same as the one who made Weixin. Zhang Xiaolong. In his previous life, could he be the one who made Weixin? Yi Feng froze. His heart was a little excited. If that was the case, their company could even gain a foothold in the communication field. At least it wouldn't be weaker than Penguin Communications. Hello Yi. Mr. Yi, there is a project on my side that I want to discuss with you. You see? Ma Xiaolong's voice stuttered a bit. It was obviously his first time to talk about business matters with a big president. Even the expression on his face was a bit unnatural. I'm sorry, our president has been a bit busy lately. We'll talk about these things later. Hey, Lu Yan, etc. There is no harm in talking about it. There is just time now. Giving young people a chance is giving us a chance, isn't it? But the president, Lu Yan still wanted to say something, but was beaten back by a look from Yi Feng. Thank you. Ma Xiaolong hurriedly thanked. Yi Feng pointed in a direction. Let's go to my office to talk. I can give you 30 minutes. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but Ma Xiaolong's entire body was trembling a little with excitement. He had already prepared for the worst when he came, but he didn't expect Yi Feng to be so generous and even understanding. True to his name look, today's Liu Bei. Ma Xiaolong sighed in his heart as he hurriedly followed behind Yi Feng. If this was any other president, I'm afraid he wouldn't even look at him to put, let alone go to the office to talk. This is chance. Ma Xiaolong let out a deep breath. He knew that these 30 minutes were not easy to come by. Along the way, a few people didn't speak, while Lei Jun was still telling about Mimi on the podium, and everyone's enthusiasm was high. Inside the office, sir, what would you like to drink? Lu Yan looked at Ma Xiaolong. Thank you, plain water is fine. Ma Xiaolong hurriedly hugged and smiled. Lu Yan nodded and walked out quickly. Tell me, the purpose of your visit, and what cooperation? Yi Feng took a sip of the juice Lu Yan handed over. It's like this Mr. Yi, I have a project on the internet on my side. Please visit it. Don't you reject it first, and don't say that the project on the internet is garbage. This project of mine can definitely affect the future changes, Ma Xiaolong said repeatedly. From his words, Yi Feng also knew that this guy should have gone to another group to look around, but lacked a miserable rejection. You have 30 minutes to say it yourself. As long as it can impress me and create value for the future, I will invest. Yi Feng's voice was indifferent, and there was no expression on his face. It's like this. We created a team on our side, developed an internet SMS-type chat software, As long as we can get funding and invest in using it, we will definitely be able to gain a firm foothold. Our project can also benefit many people. We carry a voice call, camera call function in this chatting tool, but the camera function is not complete enough. It must be realized in a place with a good network. But as long as this function is realized, Mr. Yi, the dream of the children in the mountain villages to see their parents as you said will be just around the corner. And Mr. Yi, you don't say that I imitate that penguin chat. I really don't. We just don't have the financial support, and our page is more concise, easy to use, and there are no advertisements. We also added a shake function, but this function is still in practice. Ma Xiaolong finished in one breath as he gulped down his water in 2 gulps. So what's the name of that software of yours? Wilson. Wei as in might, and Xin as in information. Ma Xiaolong's voice was a little trembling, his gaze was fixed on Yifeng, and his eyes were all filled with anticipation. If Yifeng, a big group, could invest, then they could definitely stand up Wei Xin. At least it could crush penguin chat. Shudder. Yifeng's hand trembled, although he had an answer in his mind, but after he really heard it, he was still a little excited inside. Prestige that is the software that surpasses penguin chat, and as long as Prestige is in the bag, then the penguin empire will not be formed. At the very least, a 2-pronged situation would be formed. Okay, I'll take it. In Ma Xiaolong's expectant gaze, Yifeng opened his mouth. Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you, Mr. Yi. Wait, don't thank me first, what I'm saying is, I'm going to acquire your prestige. Yifeng's next sentence interrupted his joy. What are you saying, Mr. Yi? Acquiring this won't work. Which of us shouldn't agree to the acquisition either? Ma Xiaolong said hurriedly, he barely hesitated. I'll offer $50 million. Yifeng slowly stretched out his 5 fingers, knowing that Yifeng had not seen the software at all, and had offered $50 million just by listening to him. This was already very sincere, and $50 million, no matter now, or in 10 years, is already enough to acquire 2 such inadequate software. Hearing this figure, Ma Xiaolong obviously froze. He hesitated. $50 million. This was money that he could not earn in his entire life, and it was still $50 million from over 10 years ago. I'll ask those of us. He spoke in a deep voice, then dialed a phone number. Mr. Yi, which of our people agreed? But we don't want to leave the project we developed. This I understand. Like this, I'll hire you as the chief designer of Prestige at a high salary, a single month's salary of $100,000, and I'll give you 5% of Prestige's earnings. If you perform well, it will go up in revenue. Yifeng directly threw down a big pie. This benefit was already the best. Ma Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he heard it. 5% of earnings, although it wasn't much, but as long as he got his prestige right, it would definitely be worth every penny. Furthermore, they still had $50 million in buyout funds. Mr. Yi, you are so generous. I agree. Our group of people will definitely do a good job in research and development, and won't let you down. Ma Xiaolong's voice was a bit excited. He had searched for 5 companies. None of them agreed to this project of his. Only Yifeng agreed and gave them such a good welfare package. This was simply bull. Remember, our original intention is to benefit China, the oceanic world, and become the strongest domestic light. Wilson, you get it as soon as possible, and then develop the overseas version. We will vigorously promote it overseas. When the time comes, we will strive to make everyone use it. Yifeng's voice was not loud, but the lack of bar Ma Xiaolong was startled. Mr. Yi, can our products also be sold overseas? He was a little unsure. A good product can be polished over time. If you can't even trust your own product, then how do you let our customers trust it? I want you to move forward with more than wings, not forgetting your roots, but also moving forward with confidence. Understand? Yifeng patted his shoulder. In Yifeng's opinion, at this moment, Ma Xiaolong was simply more Guanyu than Guanyu, and came too timely. With prestige, it would be faster and easier for him to enter the game industry chain afterwards. In previous generations, games were spurned by millions of people and caused the dissatisfaction of countless parents. But games were also a shortcut to promote art and culture. Why was wishful thinking able to catch fire and be praised? It wasn't that it promoted culture. And why were the many 3A masterpieces that were almost strangled in the cradle delayed? Not because the mechanism is not mature. Not China cannot do 3A, but by the dark completely monopolized. Many people's original intention was stifled, but also can only do up the money. Card games. What Yifeng wants is to put an end to monopolization, and give the game culture a bright tomorrow. Technology revitalization cannot be separated from the road of entertainment. Chapter 38 Automated Production Line. Good. Since you also agree, Lu Yen take the contract. Yifeng shouted. President, you really don't think about it? This project has been done to death, and the market is not there. Penguin chat is used too much now. We are not spending this money worth it, Lu Yan said in a hurry. He was very unimpressed with Prestige. After all, this chat software is built on top of the Penguin chat. Penguin chat out of the world for so long. Prestige can be compared to go down? Even if it can be compared, can it be used for a long time? Ma Xiaolong lowered his head, biting his lip, and did not know what to think. The original thing they worked hard to develop, in the eyes of others so bad, gold will always shine. I believe in them. Moreover, we also have to make great efforts to launch Prestige. If the country only has Penguin as a chat tool, then the future is hopeless. Yi Feng's voice was not loud. Lu Yan finally nodded without saying anything more. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Ma Xiaolong was very serious. No need to thank me. Your efforts are the best reward. Alright, your R&D team can come to our R&D base to work on this product together if needed. We will help you with top-notch technology. Yi Feng said seriously. Really? Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will live up to Soto and make a work that satisfies you and the public. He stood up. What an honor it would be to use Yi Feng's R&D technology. Well, you guys can move over tomorrow. Mr. Yi, your contract, said Lu Yan, quickly printed a copy of the contract. Once the two signed it, Yi Feng immediately transferred $50 million to this guy, and Ma Xiaolong's head was still confused at this moment. He had already gotten $50 million before he even took out his Prestige. This was proper trust. I can't let Mr. Yi down, he thought in his heart, and strengthened his determination even more. Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan with all appreciation in his gaze. This guy was simply a divine assist. This was nothing more than giving Ma Xiaolong a reason to struggle. And this undoubtedly gave Wilson a chance to accelerate the speed of research and development. Only after Ma Xiaolong left did Lu Yan walk over. Mr. Yi, you bought that project. I feel it's a bit unworthy. Lu Yan spoke again. He really couldn't figure out what Yi Feng was doing with something that someone else had done. Isn't technology innovative? Why copy it? No, you are wrong. Lu Yan, think about it. What is the trend in the future? The age of technology? The age of information technology? But President, even though it's the age of technology, but Penguin Communications has been doing it for so many years. We'll simply catch up with this one for a while. Instead of that, it would be better to cooperate with Unicom Mobile. Lu Yan gave out his insight, while Yi Feng slowly shook his head. Lu Yan, you are blocking the footsteps of history. Do you only know what will happen if you block the footsteps of history? Shakes head. It will be overwhelmed feet. Remember, in the future, communication, information, and technology will be king. Alright, just look at the results in the future. First go and make a place for the research room. Let them move in tomorrow. Lu Yan nodded. He didn't say anything else. He was happy that Yi Feng had a unique insight. It's really becoming more and more like the old chairman. He might really be able to create another glory. Murmuring, Lu Yan left with quick steps. Yi Feng looked at his back and slowly shook his head. If he didn't have the memories of his previous life, he might have also denied Wilson. After all, there was already a QQ before it. But now is different. QQ is already full of ads. Cannot be innovated again, while the Prestige has made up for this loophole. This is a new platform. As long as there is Prestige, Yi Feng can go farther. This is the trend. Lying on the sofa, now all directions seem to have gone to the formal. As long as in a few months, CPU and other research and development, Huaxia, will also be a scientific and technological power. Informationization era, only have to create technology to win. At this time, the North leaving university. There were 8 people crammed inside a dilapidated dormitory. How is it, Xiaolong? Did you get anything today? What happened to the acquisition you mentioned earlier? An inch-haired man with glasses and a very round face asked in a hurry. I contacted the president of Xiaoshang Group today. He offered to acquire our software and gave $50 million. The money has already arrived in my account, and it also allows us to work in his R&D room. I want to hear everyone's opinions. Ma Xiaolong's voice was not loud as he raised his head and looked at several people. What? $50 million? How much money should this be? Letting us go to his R&D room? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Xiaoshang can develop a chip, that research lab is absolutely awesome. As long as we go wherever we go, we'll definitely be able to achieve something great. What do you say, Tongzi? The inch-haired man said, looking to the side. But Tomko kept his head down. Xiaolong, can we split that money? I'm really sorry, I can't go on with you guys. Pang Tong shook his head, his eyes red. It's okay, Tongzi, if you want to go, we won't stop you. Everyone who still wants to take the money and go can. After the inch-headed man finished speaking, a few more raised their hands, and in the end there were only 4 people left behind. Soon the people finished leaving. Looking at the empty dormitory, all 4 did not speak. Mr. Yi said that as long as we are willing to work hard, he will give each of us 1.5% of the profit. Ma Xiaolong spoke softly. He was prepared to share his 5% with everyone. Really? That's great. We just need to persevere and we might even be able to increase our commission. Mr. Yi is said to be very pro-people. As long as we do it properly, we might be able to contribute to society as well, and we might be able to help those people as well. Right. Our original intention of doing Wilson is to let people from all directions, to be able to gather together, to be able to let the children in the mountain villages to see their parents, even though they give up. We won't give up. The four men cheered, as if there was a fire burning in their hearts. Soon, night came. Yi Feng and Yan remained a phone kanji before the two bid farewell to each other. 8 o'clock in the evening. The other side of the blue star. Pa! Xiaobuxi slammed the table. What did you just say? Huaxia has developed an automated production line? How is this possible? Fully automated? The goose country didn't even develop it when it entered the industrial age ahead of schedule. What makes them think that China will make a direct technological leap forward by 10 years? Xiaobuxi's face turned green. How could he not know what an automated production line represented? It didn't just represent that Huaxia was about to enter the era of fully automated mechanization, but it would also be one step ahead of other countries. This was terrifying. This was a crisis. Yes, according to what our agents reported, it's 1000% true, and they've already been put into use. President, should we purchase a batch to bring back for research? The secretary said in a hurry. Xiaobuxi knew that it was useless to disbelieve anymore. What he could do now was to crack the fully automated production line. We can't let Huaxia have a monopoly. If a monopoly is formed, then it would really be game over. Yes, President, we'll send an email to Xia Sheng's side. No, book a plane ticket. I'm going to personally meet the legendary father of chips that Chinese people talk about. Xiaobuxi spoke in a faint voice. That's right. The cell phone industry has now made Yi Feng the father of chips because he was able to produce the coveted chip in the midst of many difficulties. He has become the light of China. Chapter 39. Joe Bus pays a visit. President, are you sure you want to go to Huaxia? That might attract the attention of witch people. Don't worry, we're going to talk about cooperation this time. I want to see if this fully automated production line is real. Xiaobuxi waved his hand. His eyes were venomous. If it was real, his side would have to adopt a countermeasure as well. I understand. The secretary nodded as he hurriedly went to book a flight. And far away in the Kimchi Kingdom, the Mountain Star Group, a fully automated production line? This Huaxia can really mess up. Is it that Xia Sheng Group again? The president of Mountain Star spoke indifferently, his mouth sipping wine. Yes, President, it's rumored to have alarmed that group of people from the meter. Then let's not move yet. Let's first pull up the price of that mini cell phone that just came out. We can't lower the price. President, recently the public opinion over in Xia seems to be much less again. It's so strange. It seems like Changhong held a conference. The secretary was puzzled. Doesn't that just prove one thing? Mimi, is Xia Sheng's cell phone group. We can't let them off the hook, said the secretary nodding his head repeatedly. And far away in another company in the Intel Group. It was a group that specialized in making computers and was one of the only two major computer groups in the world. Laughing me to death. Recently Apple and the Chinese side are fighting. I really don't understand. A place that is economically, technologically 10 years behind us. What's there to fight about? That's right. With their current technology, not to mention surpassing us, it's difficult to catch up. What's the point of developing chips? Computers are the king. Right. This Apple is also really important. They developed a chip, so what? Fate will not exceed us at all. How long has their technology developed? Several people gathered around and discussed, while most of them held a disdainful attitude. In their impression, Huaxia that was a poor and backward country, developing technology? 10 years later, I heard that they made a fully automated production line. That's what Goose didn't make. Shouldn't we be on guard too? A long-haired bearded man said. Intel's president, Joe Root, slowly shook his head. I heard that all their chips are made in 10 years. I think this production line is also consumed for several years. If they make computers, I'm afraid it will be a long time. We don't have to worry at all. Put it this way, pay more attention to their movements lately. Our products are about to launch the second generation. 3 months later I'm going to make the Chinese people go crazy for our products. Do you have confidence? Choke. The crowd shouted. They were very confident. Intel had been dominating the leading position in China for a long time. They were very confident in gaining a foothold in the world. As for the development of computer CPU system in China, don't kid yourself. More than 10 years even computer motherboards have not been figured out, let alone computers. And time passed quickly. The next morning. In the morning, Yi Feng and Wang Gang worked out for a while, and gave Yen still a cake. This niece clamored for a cake every day, so Yi Feng had no choice but to buy her one. Driving his own Wuling van, he looked at the surrounding skyscrapers that were not very busy. The breeze blew. Yi Feng is still relatively comfortable. Just after driving for a short while, the phone rang. Who is it? Idly calling me every day. Can't even take it easy for a while? Yi Feng muttered under his breath as he took out his cell phone. The car was parked in a parking space on the side of the road. Hey, Lu Yan, what's up? Yi Feng didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. Can't he just take it easy for a day? It's like this chairman, the president of Apple Group, has come to visit us and is now waiting in our conference room. Oh, Apple president? What's his name? How many people have come? What's the purpose? Yi Feng's eyes lit up, really stepping through the iron shoes without looking for a place to get it. The arrival of this guy undoubtedly gave Yi Feng an opportunity. Xiaoshang Group wants to get up and make the cell phone into a domestic light. How will there be no stepping stones? And in this festival bone, he came. That is undoubtedly a good thing. No matter what it was to talk about, as long as the news was put out, their Xiaoshang's coinage would rise once again. Called Xiao Busi, brought a secretary. The two of them just came. Said they were talking about cooperation. President, you can come if you don't have anything to do. Things are quite big. Lu Yan's voice was still so calm. Yi Feng nodded. Okay, I'll be there in a while. Let them drink the northwest wind first, Yi Feng said and hung up the phone. Xiao Bushi suddenly came to attack, either for the cell phone or for the production technology. No matter which one, Yi Feng won. The car was parked below the company. Yi Feng walked into the conference room without any panic. At this time, a white-haired man and a long-haired woman were sitting on chairs. When the two saw Yi Feng arrive, they stood up almost simultaneously. I didn't expect President Yi to be so young. What a hero. I'm really surprised. A fluent native tone of rice was spoken. Almost at the same time, the translation surged in Yi Feng's mind. Holy? This system also comes with a translation function? Yi Feng was stunned. Good guy. The system's unknown functions were quite a lot. Thanks for the compliment. Sir too. Looking so young. Yi Feng looked at his white hair and smiled too. The two shook hands. Xiao Busi was slightly embarrassed as a smile appeared on his face. Our visit this time is a bit abrupt. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't mind. Our main reason for coming this time is to talk about some friendly cooperation with a large Chinese company. I don't know if you are interested. Xiao Busi almost opened the door. Yi Feng was not ambiguous either, and spoke directly. Cooperation, of course, outer rigwood, but I want to see the sincerity of your company, how we should cooperate and how we can move forward. What are the benefits we can gain by cooperating with us? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Busi. His eyes were deep and heavy. If he was facing a Chinese company, Yi Feng would talk gently and even give in. But the meter? Forget it then. Yi Feng was already very good if he didn't eat a mouthful of meat. Xiao Bushi looked at Yi Feng's gaze and was obviously stunned. This young man's gaze did not look like a young man's at all. Instead, it looked like an old man in his 40s or 50s. He gave a dry cough and glanced at his secretary. The female secretary hurriedly opened her mouth with a mouthful of pure Mandarin. It's like this. Our Apple Group wants to cooperate with your company to automate the production line, and we are willing to take out funds to acquire your production line. And if you need it, we will also send researchers to help you develop cell phones and other items. We at Apple are willing to provide technical services and personnel services. You're just starting out with systems and such now, so as long as we're involved, we can definitely speed up the completion. We are also willing to use $50 million to buy one of your production lines. The secretary finished in one breath. Her face was a little red. Yi Feng slapped the table. Ha 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 ha. He was only seen laughing. After the laughter, Yi Feng's face sank, and a pressure became angry in the hearts of the people, only to see Yi Feng slowly spit out two words. Dream. Chapter 40. Pressure. Silence. Full silence. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Busi with all the coldness in his eyes. Their Apple company was also too arrogant, right? To actually think that their own researchers could be better than their own families? What do you mean they will send out their researchers if they need to? Do you really consider your own Xiaoshang as your own family? Do you really take your own Xiaoshang as your own family? And what to help their own research and development of chips? Yi Feng is also LOL. Their own family is not going to research and development? Let you to help? And most importantly, if these people really came, it was under the banner of helping to steal secrets. Sir, you mustn't say that. Our group has come with sincerity. As long as you agree to our cooperation, we will pay the corresponding principal, as well as technical support. The secretary spoke in a hurry, with some urgency on her face. Yi Feng, clearly tell you, is you send for nothing, to our researchers, we don't want it. Where to go? Where to go? Don't come to our Xiaoshang to make trouble. If you still say that, I think we can't talk about cooperation. Yi Feng's tone was indifferent. He hated this condescending look from the other party. What's so arrogant about it? Do you really think that your technology won't surpass them? Mr. Yi, we can take back our previous words, but we came here this time mainly to co-own this technology of automated production line with your company. You guys that could love to sell to us? Xiao Bushi finally revealed his tale. He is not to production line directly, is the technology. Yi Feng smiled. Want technology? Dream. Once upon a time, You oppressed our technology, do not allow us to develop. How come now come to beg for our technology but also make a high and mighty? Telling you, it is impossible for us to give you guys the technology though. Feng said. He deliberately sold us secret. But what? I can sell the machine to you. Feng slowly opened his mouth, and his gaze towards Xiao Busi became somewhat teasing. Really? You can name your price. As long as it's within our reach, we can accept it, he said in a hurry. As long as he got the machine, Xiao Bushi believed that his own researchers would be able to crack the technology of the production line, and by then, it wouldn't be China alone. $50 million. Feng stretched out 5 fingers. The two men directly sighed in relief. $50 million was within reason. Me Jean. Who knows that Feng opened his mouth again. The two people froze for a moment. Now the meter gold has not been inflated. 1-to-7 exchange rate to calculate that is 3.5 billion LOL. Xiao Busi clenched his teeth. I agree. Hey, don't rush it yet. We have 5 machines on one line. What I'm saying is, $50 million per machine. Feng laughed. These two guys couldn't really think that they were being merciful, right? What a joke. The previous technological oppression. Feng was going to make them pay back several times over. What? $50 million for one unit? The secretary was very surprised. If he did the math like this, that would be 2.5 billion. And then if the exchange rate came over, it would be at least a billion or so. Phew, I agree. Xiao Busi spoke again. He let out a deep breath. He knew that this loss he had to pay. The fully automated production line. Once it was cracked, it would bring him much more than this amount of money. Oh yeah. Before you Apple released negative remarks about our Changhong cell phone and Xiaomi cell phone, there are still some bad influences. Those things are very harmful to us. Since you guys are here, it's just right. Let's settle this matter. Feng said. Both of their faces darkened, while Lu Yan stood on the side with a face full of relief. Once upon a time, these companies of theirs were also oppressing Huaxia like this. Once upon a time, they were also deliberately provoking like this? And now, didn't they also obediently give way to Huaxia? You want, how, settle, Xiao Busi said almost word for word. This time he had undoubtedly come over to eat a sore. Even his face was lost. The impact of these negative remarks is just too great. I don't want compensation either. Let's do it this way. You guys go back and release an apology letter. Feng had a smile on his face, confident and sunny. Hearing this request, Xiao Busi however did not have a good face. This was undoubtedly telling the world that the Apple was a villain. Let's put it this way, Mr. Yi, we make full compensation to your negative effects produced. How about $50 million? Xiao Busi opened his mouth and stretched out 5 fingers. We Huaxia will just be courteous. Since you have hacked us, then you will bear the responsibility. Why should we pay compensation? How about this? You won't make things difficult for you guys. Just make an announcement only in our Huaxia. Feng shook his head. Corresponding to compensation. Was he someone who lacked money? Is there really no optional room? If you guys want machines. Sorry, no. Feng shook his head. Xiao Busi clenched his teeth. Fine. We agree. When can we go see the machine? Xiao Bushi was panting heavily, obviously infuriated. Feng looked at Lu Yan. Make a contract. After you guys sign it, we can go see the machine, said the man, holding his tongue again. When had they been so humble? When did Huaxia make them so compromised? The machine. Fark. Go back and I must make the machine. Xiao Busi roared in his heart, and Feng looked at his suffocating red face. He only felt a wave of relief. This is retribution. Soon, the contract was brought up. Xiao Bushi signed the contract and Lu Yan took him to the machine room. On the contrary, Feng did not follow. A Xiao Bushi is not enough for him to personally accompany. Although there was some dissatisfaction, but Xiao Bushi also had to endure. He came to the machine room. After seeing the large machines that were running one by one, and those mechanical arms, he was stunned, only to see countless large machines running in a large labor room. One mechanical arm was like a new technology coming from outer space, and there was a small robot on that automated production line. They were responsible for the division of labor. Everything was so orderly, even twice as fast as manual labor. How could this not make Xiao Busi appalled? Wow, you guys really created this? It's really too powerful. When did you guys in Huaxia have this kind of technology? How does this mechanical arm work? And this artificial robot, how does he work? How do we need to repair it? Xiao Busi's face was all agitated. He had never seen such a high-tech rich plant. At the same time, he had never seen a manufacturing that could be accurate to a screw. This machine is not easily damaged. It is working continuously for 1 or 2 years will not be damaged. This you can rest assured. If it is damaged, we will also send someone to repair it. You can rest assured. The speed at which this machine is produced is that it can reach 30 to 40,000 units a day. What? So high? The secretaries all grew their mouths. If it could really reach this number, Then what would they need production line workers for? The workers' wages were a big saving. Xiao Busi didn't say anything, while he looked seriously at the machinery around him. Chapter 41 Dumplings for Mother-in-Law? What does this claw do? Xiao Busi stood in front of the mechanical arm with curiosity in his eyes. Just like a human arm, he can replace manual labor to perform multiple functions such as press fit, detection, and side bending. He can also press fit? Xiao Busi was a bit surprised. Reasonably speaking, how could something like a mechanical arm be able to press fit? But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Soon, Xiao Busi walked out from the plant. His face was already all shocked. This was a technology he had never seen before. It was just something that he had never even heard of, and he didn't think that it was really realized in China. Tomorrow I will arrange for personnel to come and transport this back, and the funds will be followed up to your account. Happy cooperation. Lu Yan nodded as he solemnly shook hands with the two. Yi Feng was lying on the sofa. He watched Xiao Busi's car fading away without any ripples in his heart. The cost of a machine from his own production line was about $500,000, while he directly pitted Xiao Bushi for $50 million, which had been doubled by an unknown number of times. Nearly half an hour later, Lu Yan hurriedly walked in to take a look. Cool. It's really cool, President. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Busi show that kind of expression. Do you know how he praised our maternity ward? Said it was a miracle. It's the first time I've seen these people eating sores in our place. It's fantastic. It's really the first time I've seen it. Lu Yan was so excited that he almost jumped up. He really didn't expect that the boss of a big group would be impressed by them. Yi Feng sipped his water. We sold a lot of products this time. We can't do without the informer's credit. We must go for a drink when the evening comes. By the way, that informer I already have some clues. When the evidence is verified, it can be publicized. Our net profit from one machine this time has already doubled tens of thousands of times. President, I think we can't utilize this industry to make money as well? Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He thought of the scene when Xia Sheng's machinery was sold abroad and was madly snatched up. That was exciting to think about. This can only be used as a sideline. Our priority right now is still research and development of technology. I understand. By the way, yesterday President, you let come a few research and development personnel have arrived, but only 4 people. Lu Yan remembered the prestige R&D person. Only 4? Good, I know. On your side, see if there are any more who know about software development. Go find them a few assistants. Yi Feng froze, a little surprised. A prestige was actually created by only 4 people. This is a little outrageous. President, now the researchers are too scarce. They can't be mobilized at all. Our CPU and motherboards are in research and development. If we move now, we will lose a lot. Lu Yan sniffed and quickly said, it's not that he doesn't want to mobilize on his side, but he can't. I know. Okay, don't drink at night, talk about business. Yi Feng nodded and stretched. What about no personnel? Where is his mother-in-law? Not exactly software development. President, you have worked hard. Lu Yan said sincerely. This is all secondary. I just want to see as early as possible what we developed to go to the world. To the home. Now is still too backward. Yi Feng waved his hand. He was tired but not tired, just a little physically exhausted. However, President, this time, Xiao Bushi brought the machinery back. I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of the world's countries. We must be able to cope with it. Lu Yan said in a deep voice. Imagine a country was the first to develop a fully automated product, entering the technological era in advance. How could this not be watched out for? This I understand. On your side, see if you can have a conversation and give our fully automatic technology to the top for free. Yi Feng spoke in a deep voice. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Feng felt that handing over the technology was the safest. I understand. I'll take care of this matter. Right now it's just that the personnel is a bit lacking. Let's talk about this later. Yi Feng waved his hand. This big group of his seemed to be short of people every day. Then I will go and do my business first. President, you can take a proper rest. After he finished, he turned around and went to get busy. Yi Feng stretched and took out his cell phone. Research and development personnel are scarce talents no matter in that place. It's definitely not good to recruit. You can only poach or cooperate. Qinshi's side is engaged in software development. It just so happens that Wilson also belongs to software development. I think Qinshi's Huashen group will not have fewer researchers. After the phone rang for a few seconds, a crisp voice came out. Little Feng, what wind blew you here today? There was some surprise in her tone. Oh, it's like this, Auntie. There is something on my side that I want to ask you for. It's hard to say on the phone. Can we meet and talk? Yi Feng said softly. The opposite side was silent for a moment. I'm in a meeting. How about this? Come to Auntie's house at night. Auntie will make you dumplings to eat. Qinshi's voice came out. Yi Feng hummed a bit, and then politely said 2 more sentences before hanging up the phone. Eat dumplings? Mother-in-law's dumplings? I haven't eaten these dumplings for a long time. It's not bad. Let's pick up Yen still at night as well and forget about it. Thinking in his heart, Feng looked at the time and saw that it was just after 3 o'clock. Ding ding ding. Just after hanging up the phone, a call came in. Hey, Mr. Lei, what is it? It was Lei Jun's call. It's like this, Mr. Yi, thanks to the conference you held, the storm on our side has been suppressed, and there are more and more people who appreciate us. I'm calling you this time because I want to invite you for a meal. I don't know if you have time? It's good to press it down. You guys put your heart into making cell phones. The dinner is not necessary. I've been a bit busy lately. Feng finished. The opposite side was silent for a moment. Okay, Mr. Yi, then let us know if you have time. Lei Jun finished speaking, and even talked a little more about cooperation. Things on Lei Jun's side were suppressed because of the last launch. However, this was only in the country. There were still a lot of people who didn't think well of Mimi if they were abroad, and after a long time of transportation, Mimi's phone had also landed abroad. Of the 400,000 that went on sale last time, 100,000 had already been shipped abroad. Feng counted the time. It should be ready to go on sale at 8 o'clock tonight. After waiting for such a long time, I don't know. Are the people over there waiting impatiently? Feng pursed his lips. He was purposely slowing down the transportation speed some. Let which people wait some more time. This is called hunger marketing. At this time, Xinshin Internet Cafe. Have you heard? Intel is ready to release a new type of computer. It is said that this time it is a single core and 4 threads, and it uses a GTX 250 graphics card. It seems to be able to play Kimchi Country's gunfighting games. Fatty was behind Ling Xiao flipping through the Changhong cell phone he just bought. This was something he had gone through a lot of trouble to buy, and although it was only a mid-range phone, he was already satisfied. Well, as soon as it comes out, I have to buy one. It's said to be able to outperform our computers here by 5 times. That way legends won't even get stuck. Ling Xiao nodded, but the selling price seems to be around 7,000. Hey, it's really expensive. I don't know if Xiaoshang Group has any idea to enter the computer industry. This price is too expensive. Hey, there is no way. Now there is only this one big brand. Can only buy Intel. Ling Xiao also shook his head. Nowadays, most of the computers are big lumps. Although the expectation is that Xiaoshang can also make computers, but they don't dare to hold more illusions. If anyone could do it, it would not be possible for Huaxia to have only one big brand Intel. Chapter 42 Dumpling Warfare. When Ling Xiao's words fell, several people sighed. Changhong's appearance had given them hope for the rise of domestic production, but if they were to make computers, then I'm afraid it would take many more years. Anyway, I believe that sooner or later, we will be able to develop our own computer. I believe in our enterprise, Fatty said on the side, his face full of confidence. Without the example of the successful development of the Changhong chip, it was absolutely impossible for them to be so confident. I believe in it too, Ling Xiao muttered. In the evening, Feng drove his sports car to the entrance of the school. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive the Wuling anymore, but because he might have to attend some party recently, so he wanted to try the feeling of the sports car in advance. To be honest, Feng is still the first time to drive. I did not expect that this sports car does not imagine that it can float up, but on the contrary, it is a very stable grip. At this time in front of the school, a black Ferrari parked in front of the door. Feng drank a mouthful of green tea on the car cover. From time to time, there are still female students who come to ask for a penguin number. At school dismissal time, countless people poured out of the school, and Yen still followed among them. Look still, is that your boyfriend? Xiao Jing had sharp eyes and instantly saw Feng standing in the crowd. Seems like it. Why is he here today? Although Yen still was a bit confused in her mind, her 2 long legs flew over. Why did you come? And drove this car? Say, did you come to our school to seduce some little girl? Yen still looked at the black Ferrari with some questioning in her eyes, her finger pointing at the sports car. Of course it is. Came to pick up my little Princess La. You are so beautiful today. Of course you have to use the highest etiquette. Feng sold a smile to. Yen still touched a punch on Feng's arm. Make people so shy La. Feng. And Yen still said for a long time. And Xiao Jing 2 people said hello. In the envious eyes of countless students, the sports car a vapor. Soon, came to the mother-in-law's home. This sports car is not as good as mine. The engine is not powerful enough. The grip is not stable. It is not liquid nitrogen. Where did you get the old antique? Walking out of the car door, Yen still beamed. Looking at Feng's car seemed a little dissatisfied. Wang Gang gave it to me. Said it was an imported car. This car is just the brand name is expensive. Okay, go inside. Feng waved his hand indifferently. For the sports car, he didn't really care. The car can be comfortable to drive. Each has its own needs. Okay, next time if you buy a sports car must call me. I'm the god of the car in MT. Xiaoming. She gave a thumbs up. Alright, just you? Better go home and eat dumplings. Yi Feng gave her a blank look and the two of them entered the house. At this time in the kitchen there was already green smoke, and Qinshi had already started the pot to prepare the dumplings. Yo, still back? It's just as well that I've made some more. You guys watch TV for a while and eat later. Qinshi's voice came from the kitchen. Yi Feng and the two of them hummed and sat on the sofa. Have you heard? Recently Penguin acquired Kimchi Country's game. It seems to be called Crossover. They are planning to take advantage of Intel's launch of a new product in 3 months to go public and earn a wave of dividends. You should know about Intel, right? Yan still looked at Yi Feng. She sipped her water and said, No, you still observe this kind of thing? Yi Feng was a little different. Yan still this guy couldn't see it on the surface, but he knew a lot behind his back. She, underestimate me. I seem, as long as Intel releases its latest product, becoming the world's #1 computer group is absolutely no problem. She was very confident and even winked at Yi Feng. That's not necessarily. What's not necessarily? Here come the dumplings. Yan still just wanted to ask, when Qinshi walked out with the dumplings. Let's not talk about it. Let's eat the dumplings first, Qinshi said softly, and the two nodded. Yi Feng picked up a dumpling and sent it into his mouth. Not bad, Auntie. Your dumplings definitely feel like a top chef's. Yi Feng complimented. You kid. Net speak big words. Auntie's dumplings are delicious, right? Come and eat often in the future. Right, Xiao Feng ah. I heard that you developed something on your side. A fully automated production line? Really? Qinshi pretended to be surprised. There was still some incredulity on that pretty face. Yi Feng didn't know that she was pretending otherwise. What does she want again? Yi Feng knew that Qinshi couldn't invite herself to eat dumplings for no reason, so it turned out that there were other meanings. Yes, but the fully automated production line is not perfect enough right now. Why are you asking about this, Auntie? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. How did this guy know about his automatic production line? It seemed like he hadn't told anyone else, right? Except for those executives of his own. It seems that there are not only spies from Rice in the executives. Yi Feng thought in his heart. He frowned slightly. If that was the case, then his company seemed to be the land of tigers and wolves. That, a friend of mine is to open a machinery factory. So I want to ask if you have over there a machine that produces parts fully automatically? Qinshi had a smile on her face. As for how she knew about it, she didn't mention a word. Mechanical parts we can't produce over there, but the only thing we can get is cell phone parts installation. Yi Feng waved his hand. Qinshi smiled and hummed, obviously a little disappointed. However, it's not impossible. Yi Feng suddenly opened his mouth. Qinshi's eyes lit up. In her heart, she was a bit upset. Why did this guy Yi Feng only say half of his words? How unpleasant was it to hear? We can change the design of the production line a bit. We should be able to produce small parts, screws and whatnot. Yi Feng said softly, if we change the system of the production line and get a template, we should be able to produce it. Really? That's really great. Little Feng ah, can you give Auntie a production line? So that Auntie spends money. How about $50 million? She stretched out her 5 fingers. Yi Feng did not open his mouth, but ate a mouthful of dumplings. Qinshi clenched her teeth when she saw this. 100 million. Still eating her meal. 500 million. The highest. Her face was red at this time. This was the maximum she could afford. Brother, what do you want? I'm in a hurry. Yan still shook Yi Feng's arm. Auntie, do you know what price Qiao Buxi gave us? Yi Feng suddenly asked rhetorically. What? One machine. $50 million dollars. Yi Feng slowly spoke. What? Qinshi dropped her chopsticks in shock. One machine for 350 million meters. How many machines should there be in a production line? On the contrary, his own price seemed to be really over the top. But it's fine to give it to you. Don't you have software technicians over there? Send us a few. Yi Feng opened his mouth once again. A meal turned into a business talk instead, making Yi Feng's originally good mood become a bit dim. What do you want the technicians for? Qinshi was a little wary. 10 technicians? I'll give you $50 million for one machine. Yi Feng stretched out 5 fingers. Qinshi hesitated. She wanted this production line, but she didn't want to give this technician $20 million. After thinking for half a day, Qinshi gritted her teeth and said, okay. Yi Feng directly agreed. A meal was a bit of a war. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when he left Yan Still's house. Qinshi was obviously a bit unhappy and did not come to send himself off. Sitting in the car, Yi Feng smoked a cigarette. $20 million a machine. Clearly cheap for her. If it wasn't for the fact that you're my mother-in-law, I'd have to sell you for $100 million. Yi Feng muttered as the car slowly left. Early the next morning, Yi Feng welcomed the arrival of 10 technicians, and the Wilson team's confidence increased. They made a statement that they would fix the bugs of Prestige and put it on the shelves for testing within a week. Chapter 43 Prestige Release. Yi Feng didn't have anything to do for the past few days until 3 days later. Mr. Yi, did you know? Xiaobuxi bar our production line has been brought to foreign countries, and now most people abroad know about our production line. I also talked to our superiors. They said to let us do it as we please. Don't worry about anything else. Lu Yan's voice was a bit excited. It was like a child finally getting recognition from an adult. I've already anticipated this. How about it? Have they cracked it yet? Supposedly not? Lu Yan shook his head. Then he spoke again. I found out who leaked the secret in our company. Who? The sales department. The minister. They have been having dealings with the rice side. Yi Feng remembered the woman who reminded him that rice was going to make a move. No wonder she knew in advance that rice was going to make a move against him. Open. In recruiting, don't tell me about this kind of thing. Yi Feng waved his hand, a little distracted by this. Lu Yan nodded. Not much directly walked out. At this time the meter country. Apple research room. Countless experts looked at the huge production line without fail. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really made by Chinese people? A white-haired old man muttered. Yes, Professor Jamie. It's made by a group called Xia Shang. I don't think it's that impressive. Peter * returned. No. This is an epic-making product machine. This machine is capable of producing small parts. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in the next few years. I didn't expect the Chinese to be so powerful. This era actually made this kind of machine. Jamie looked at the huge assembly line with a shocked face, and as Xiaobuxi looked at the countless experts looking at his assembly line, he had some expectations in his heart. He expected that these people would be able to research how it worked and crack the secret of this full automation. That way, their rice country would also have a fully automated industry. But would Yi Feng do as he wished? Obviously not. Yi Feng dared to give. It proved that the machine they absolutely could not research. Nearly a few hours later. How is it? Is there a way to crack it? Xiaobuxi looked at the most authoritative Jamie and asked. No, this machine is just too powerful. Utilizing the latest technology. We can't crack it now. It will take at least a year. What? 1 year? By then, they'll have released a new machine. Do we still have to buy it? Xiaobuxi's heart sank. If that was the case, then they would probably still have to buy someone else's production line by then. What Xiaobuxi didn't know was that he had quietly fallen into Yi Feng's monopoly. They have no harm in copying the production line, but Yi Feng is the one who created the production line. Unless they make a fully automated production line that is higher in technology than Yi Feng's. Otherwise, they can only rely on Yi Feng's production line. And if they created a habit, it would be a technological monopoly. No, we have to crack it as soon as possible. Professor Jamie, I've been troubling you lately, Xiaobuxi said with a heavy face. I understand. Several people nodded, and they began to research one by one. And at this time, in the Prestige Creation team, Yi Feng looked at the initially formed Prestige with great satisfaction. Mr. Yi, your suggestion of that video call function is just too good. If all of them are realized, our Prestige will definitely be a big seller, and we can dominate the market at that time as well. Ma Xiaolong was excited. Right, Mr. Yi, our Prestige is almost ready. Why don't we release it tomorrow? A little fat man was also a bit excited. No hurry first, test it. If we want to do it, we'll do it perfectly. The video call must be perfected. I want everyone to experience the convenience of technology. Right, has the framework of the overseas Prestige been built? Yi Feng asked again. Well, it's ready. It can be perfected the day after tomorrow. Good. By then, we will sell 1 meter of gold for the overseas version. Their economy is ahead of ours. They can't let us do it for nothing. And the masses will generally think that the ones that charge are superior. Yi Feng nodded and said. The crowd was stunned. And then they just conformed. Yi Feng's move is ruthless. At least the people who bought Changhong cell phones would download it. And if they found out the convenience of video calling, 1 by 1, 10 by 1, I'm afraid this is another big income. Mr. Yi, right now we don't have a pattern for Wilson. Do you want to set one? Just use the pattern of SMS. The more concise the better. Yi Feng didn't care. Ma Xiaolong hummed and started making icons. In Yi Feng Wei Xian's continuous testing, Ma Xiaolong's side had also acquired the crossing. How's the testing going? It's completely okay. It will be released next month. This is a gun battle game of our own. A secretary spoke in a hurry. Xiaoma nodded. Not ashamed at all. Right now there was only one online gun battle CSOL in China. And the crossing that Xiaoma got came under the banner of high picture quality. Release it as soon as possible. And also, we need to get some games on the cell phone as well. Right, isn't dancing popular among the masses now? Get another game that compares dances. Xiaoma pushed his glasses. I understand, President. By the way, I heard that Xia Sheng is also starting to move towards the entertainment industry. Should we cons about it? They do cell phone. Off I do computer what thing? Is he domestic light can still burn to computer games here not? Don't worry, Feng doesn't have that big ambition. Xiaoma does not care at all. Feng now seems to be just doing cell phones, can be said to be doing technology, which is not the same as the game 8 poles. Okay, which I will go down. The male secretary finished and left with a quick step. Time passed once again. 5 days later, a shocking news was thrown out from Xiaoshang Group. A new type of chatting software, calling software was born, named Wilson. At this moment, Xiaoma's cup, which he was drinking water from, snapped and fell to the ground. Groove, stealing home. His face didn't know what expression to make. Penguin Chat was his foundation, and now well, with the appearance of Wilson, wasn't it the moment Feng stole home? He's a cell phone maker. What right does he have to make a game? No way I'm going to curb this. Xiaoma panicked. He had seen Feng's level of technology. Could software made by a group that could make chips be bad? President, it's not good. Xiaoshang made a chat software. Nonsense. I know. Hurry up and book a flight. I'm going to the launch event this afternoon. Brother Xiaoma slammed the table. He was holding a fire in his heart. This Feng was doing something bad, directly stealing from his house. Could this be tolerated? After watching the launch of Wilson, he turned around and copied the function for Wilson. I've already finalized it. Arriving in Northley at 3 in the afternoon, the secretary said as Xiaoma started to organize his clothes. And Feng sighed. I don't know what Xiaoma's expression is right now. My move is called Han Xin stealing home. Feng had a smile on his lips. I'm afraid that the Wilson that came out of nowhere would catch Penguin off guard. After all, Wilson is a new type of technological chat software. Penguin Chat has long been covered by advertisements. President, the launch has been set up. I heard that there seems to be movement on the Penguin communication side as well. Let them come. We don't lack positions. Feng waved his hand. Very bold. Chapter 44 Wilson comes out. 4G technology. Afternoon. 2 o'clock. Wilson launch site. Feng was dressed in a suit with a dignified instrument, and overall looked like a young master of a large family. I heard that Xiaoshang Group is releasing a new software today? Don't they make cell phones? How can they still make software? I'm not sure. With Xiaoshang Group's strength, it's healthy to make software, but how come I've never heard of this prestige? I think or do not think of doing other things. To do their own cell phone does not smell good? Yes, I don't think so anyway. He has this time. He might as well do more cell phones. Lose money to do software or chat, can compare to Penguin Chat? Under the stage, countless people were discussing. In their opinion, Penguin Chat is much better than what prestige. After all, it has been used for a long time. There were also some reporters who were waiting to shoot a video of Feng making a fool of himself, so that he might have traffic. At this time off stage, Lei Jun was also looking at the stage with anticipation. He didn't know what Feng had gotten up to, but he knew it wouldn't be bad. Long Xiao, I heard that Xiaoshang Group actually held another conference. At the internet cafe, little Fatty surrounded Long Xiao's side. What? Opened again? Didn't it open a few months ago? I'm not sure. I heard it's a software. That daily farm of ours is made by them. Fatty took out his cell phone and said, take a look. Notify the group. I'd like to see what this Xiaoshang has launched again. Holy, Long Xiao, we're slow again. Other people Long Xiao notified long ago. I can. Lang Xiao slapped the computer table. Let's watch online, he said and clicked on the official website of Xiaoshang. And at this time, the internet and reality were discussing this Xiaoshang launch. Some people said that Feng was not doing his job. Some people said they were not optimistic, while others were optimistic about Feng. The launch site. As the crowd waited anxiously, Feng slowly walked onto the stage. The official website of Xiaoshang was also live streaming in real time. Quick look. Still, your husband walked onto the stage. So handsome. I'd call this appearance the first in the world. Xiao Jing pointed at her cell phone with some excitement. Calm down. Quickly let me see where. Yan still said and anxiously came over. Good afternoon everyone. I'm Feng, so I won't introduce much. I don't have much to say about this launch today. Let's show you all a video. Feng said. He waved his hand and the video played on the LCD screen behind him. It was a mountain village, and a child was looking out the window with anticipation. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on his face looked a bit childish. In the dilapidated wooden house, the boy seemed to be waiting for something. From his clothes, it could be seen that it should be a winter. Grandma, Mom, when will Dad come back? He yelled, and Grandma returned in a Watya voice. Soon. They'll be back when the snow can bury the yard. Grandma touched the boy's head with a kind face. Soon. The snow began to fall. The snow spread over the entire beams of the house, but there was not a single figure of the people the boy was waiting for. The scene shifted to a construction site, where snowflakes drifted away and cold steel bars were carried on a couple's shoulders. There is not a happy smile on the couple's faces, and the man looks at the pale clouds in the distance. Finish it, when it's done we can go back. Xiao Bao is waiting for us, he muttered with his mouth, merely holding a picture that had already yellowed in his hand. The picture gradually began to shrink, and countless photos kept flashing by. Those were all children who couldn't see their parents at all for a year. Those photos were heartbreaking, and those photos, moreover, evoked the emotions of countless people. The picture behind them gradually disappeared. In its place was a small pattern. It was a green color, with a pattern of information symbols. Prestige. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by putting up this shadowy image? Could it be that your program can allow those left behind children to meet their parents? Right, Mr. Yi, those children are heartbreaking for me to watch. Have you made something remarkable? Mr. Yi, don't be so secretive. The stage was noisy. The name of our software this time is called Prestige. He is a new age chat tool. Everyone please see the starting page. Said an earth appeared. The next moment, into the Prestige, simple page appeared white without a little odd layout of the page appeared. Then penguin chat. Prestige obviously does not look so fancy anymore, but instead is fresh and simple. This is Wilson? It looks a bit noble, not fancy at all. I like this kind of chat software. Worthy of being Xia Shang, the things made are different. The crowd exploded when they saw the Prestige page. This product of ours not only has a simple page, but also doesn't have a bit of recharge channel, no level system, that is to say, it's completely free. Everyone uses the same software, and there won't be a climbing heart. What? There is no recharge channel. The crowd was confused. In their cognizance, closed should there be members, diamonds, and various membership rights levels? This Prestige actually didn't have all of them? Mr. Yi, then how can you earn money from this Prestige? Wouldn't the profit be very low if there was no recharge channel? A person asked. My original intention of making this software is not for money. Everyone can rest assured. And this software will be gradually improved. Please rest assured. Next we enter the chat page. Said Yi Feng clicked on the chat page. For the previous life has played rotten Prestige. Yi Feng can say that for this software is familiar with it. Look everyone. This is our chat page. Simple. Without any fancy stuff. And we can provide voice chat for everyone here. Yi Feng said and sent a voice message. When everyone saw that they could really voice chat, the whole room was shocked. Holy, voice chat, can this really be realized? High tech. This is high tech. This is the first time I've seen voice chat. This is too strong. This is too convenient, right? Then wouldn't this be a way for me to hear the goddesses call every day? The crowd murmured. Cyber realm. No way? Voice chat? The thing I've been waiting for is actually coming to fruition on Wizards? Wilson YYDS. This voice input is also too strong. Isn't this better than penguin chat? Long Xiao. Look. Voice chat. Nonsense. I saw it. I'm not blind. This Xia Shang is too ruthless. He had a face of difference. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please ask the host to choose a task. Task 1. Wisdom downloads reach 5 million. Rewarding for G-Signal development technology. Attention! For G-Signal R&D technology has been improved by the system, and can also be developed in the host's world nowadays. Task 2. If the number of Wilson downloads is below 5 million, 3G signal development technology will be rewarded. Idea. 3G signal technology is 100 times slower than 4. The system voice suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng was delighted in his heart. He was considering whether or not to talk about the video call. But now it was good there was no worry about the aftermath. Video calls must be based on the signal can be realized. But most of the mountains have no signal. Now with 4G technology, it is completely possible to build a signal tower. Chapter 45, Signal R&D opens. I choose 1. Yi Feng almost no hesitation. As long as the strong do not want weak. If there is no guessing wrong 4G or in 8 years before coming out. And Yi Feng if the development of 4G that technology directly ahead of 8 years no problem. Congratulations to the host for choosing task 1. Please host complete the task as soon as possible. The system voice rang out. Mr. Yi, don't sell yourself short. Tell us, what exactly is the good feature? What is the meaning of the video you showed us before? Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. The voices under the stage were getting louder and louder. Yi Feng's hand slowly tapped towards the call. We, Wilson, can provide free call services. That is to say, as long as you are connected to the internet, our Prestige can realize call service without deducting call charges. As the voice fell, the entire audience was shocked. And how could the two communication giants that were thousands of kilometers away not expect that while they were sitting at home, the pot fell from the sky? What? Free phone service. My monthly phone bill costs several $100s, and Wilson can actually realize free calls? This is too ruthless. Then why do I need a cell phone card? Free calls? What a conscience. Doesn't this directly solve the problem of having no money for calls? There was some excitement in the crowd's voices. Free calls. This kind of thing is something you wouldn't even dare to think about. Now the call fee call is expensive. 5 minutes 50 cents. Many people simply cannot afford to use. And the appearance of Wilson is undoubtedly not giving the public a chance to make free calls. Of course, our function is not only this. We also have a special function. That is, video call. What? Video call? How is this possible? Is it possible to see what the other party looks like? That's simply impossible. Right. Video call? I've never seen it even in a foreign country. Really? Wouldn't I be able to meet my family every day that way? Amidst the confused words of the crowd, Yifeng slowly clicked on the video call. When Yifeng's face was seen on the screen, the entire room fell silent. It really was a video call. Crazy, crazy. What kind of high-tech technology is this? Cold sweat had broken out on little Ma's forehead. This technology was at least 2 years higher than him. And video calls? They penguins wouldn't even dare to think about it. Bull. Mr. Yi deserves to be Mr. Yi. Video calls have been made. That way I can talk to my daughter every day. I can even see my grandpa. I haven't been home for 3 years. If we can really make video calls, Mr. Yi is really a boon to us. The whole room suddenly erupted after a moment of silence. At this time on the internet, it's impossible, right? It's impossible to realize the video call with the signal technology, not to mention whether it's feasible or not. Where is the signal in the mountainous area? Right, most of the mountainous areas have no signal. Mr. Yi, this made it also useless unless they have a signal base station, but that thing is expensive as hell. Mr. Yi should not build it, right? This video call appears, but the technology is progressing, but the call is free. Just this point is also better than Penguin. Yes, calls are free. I don't even dare to think about it. The network had exploded. Long Xiao. Free. Then we can video. Play legend. I'm not blind. Lang Xiao once again gave Fatty a blank look. Mr. Yi, we now have poor signal. Especially in the mountainous area. There is no signal. You should be connected to the internet. There is no signal. And you can't realize free calls, right? A man shouted. Yi Feng smiled. His tone was dignified. This is also what I'm going to say next. I feel heartbroken every time I think of those in the mountains. Isolated people. They also need a good education. They also need a good environment. They also need everyone's common help. So, I announce that the Xiaosheng Signal Base Station Research and Development Project has officially begun. I'm going to let everyone in Huaxia experience the convenience of technology. I'm going to let all the people in the mountains see the development of the times. I also want everyone to be able to see what the world looks like, so that those in poverty can be exposed and helped. So that children who can't see their parents all year round can see their parents. That's the original intention of our signaling project's research and development. Mr. Lu Sun once said, one person never achieves victory. It's often that group of people who can win. I believe everyone will also contribute to the Xiaosheng signal research and development, right? Yi Feng's voice was loud. For the sake of the mountains, we are willing. The crowd shouted. Mr. Yi, do we need to donate money? No need. Yi Feng directly shook his head. What I want to say is that everyone sends the sample topography of so poor mountainous areas to our official account, and we'll go and set up the base station at that time. This guide, I'll leave it to everyone, Yi Feng said, and the crowd nodded. This is a good enterprise, making signaling technology, all for the people. They refused to donate, merely wanting us to investigate the terrain. This for the mountainous region. We have made an effort too. Mr. Yi wants to develop signaling technology. This is too strong. If it's really developed, then will foreign countries really let Xiaosheng go? The crowd was talking. Yi Feng clapped his hands. The signaling technology is inevitable. Our prestige will also go to the top of the world. Everyone please look forward to it. We have some other changes to the software, such as the Circle of Friends, which is a place for everyone to share interesting things. There's also this, Shake It. You can shake your phone with nearby people to realize a stranger chat. There's also this daily news. Everyone can read the news here. Of course you can close it if you don't like it. Yi Feng introduced one by one. The introduction was soon finished. Awesome. That shake function is too strong. Wouldn't it be if I shake out a beautiful woman? And the emoticons? They look so cute. Just for this simple page I have to download it too. Mr. Yi, when will it hit the shelves? Oh yeah. You can download it by searching for it in the Changhong store, or in your browser. Remember to click on our official website to download. Don't click on the wrong one to download a virus. Yi Feng said softly. The crowd bowed their heads and started downloading. Really? The Changhong store was updated. I actually didn't realize it before. I've already downloaded it. What a cool icon. For the signal base station, I downloaded it. Yes, in order to contribute to Xiaosheng, I'll download it too. Long Xiao, you actually downloaded it before me. You're naughty. Fatty looked at Ling Xiao's already downloaded prestige. His entire body was bad. He also hurriedly clicked to download. Burial family. Ling Xiao, everyone will chat in the wizards later. The penguin group will temporarily serve as a secondary group. Holy, another slow step. Ling Xiao looked at the announcement that Long Xiao had already made, filled with helplessness. At this time, Yi Feng was looking at the system panel. His face was somewhat expectant. At this time, the number of downloads had already come to 200,000 and was rising. It was believed that the task would be completed in less than an hour. Wilson, as a high-tech product, naturally attracts attention, and the explosion of downloads is normal. At this time, Xiaoma looked at his cell phone. He was somewhat hesitant to download Wilson. Mr. Ma, this Weixin is so comfortable. It's too convenient. The secretary had just finished speaking when he realized that something was wrong. His face stiffened. Mr. Ma was glaring at himself at this time, and there seemed to be some killing intent in his small eyes. Chapter 46, Mission accomplished. Use what prestige? Now immediately go back with me and have a meeting. Xiaoma had an atmospheric look on his face as he said that. The person directly stood up and walked out of the meeting place ahead of time, and his secretary had to quietly hide his prestige and then followed behind him. Yi Feng looked at the early departure. Familiar back. He has guessed who that person is. Undoubtedly his brother Xiaoma, undoubtedly. After little brother Ma left, Yi Feng then tapped the microphone. After the people sitting there quieted down, the research and development of this project is mainly due to our prestige team. Ma Xiaolong's several people, everyone warmly welcome, Yi Feng shouted, accompanied by applause. Ma Xiaolong's team made their first public appearance. Ma Xiaolong was still a bit embarrassed at this moment. He touched his head. His face was a bit red. This was the first time he faced such a public occasion. Secretary Lu, I won't go up, right? Ma Xiaolong scratched his head, looking a bit scared. What are you afraid of? The president has come this way before. Believe you. You can too. Just like the president said, if you don't put up a fight, how do you know you can't? Lu Yan patted his shoulder. Ma Xiaolong solemnly nodded his head. Good. I'll put up a fight. Everyone follow me. Ma Xiaolong waved his hand and the creative team behind him followed him. A group of people trooped into the podium. There were only 14 people in total. So few? Why are there so few people? Could it be that these are the people who completed this heaven-defying software? This team actually has so few people? How did they do it? Countless marveling voices came at once. Xiao Lu, go and check what these people are from. How come they are so strong? And the 10 technicians our company sent out, let them leave and come back as soon as possible. They can't stay any longer. Qinshi looked at the research institute above from the stage, her willow leaf brows knitted slightly. The delicate face was slightly surprised. Yes, I'll go and notify them now. The female secretary beside her hurriedly said. Taking out her Changhong cell phone, she sent a message in the group. And at this time on the podium, Ma Xiaolong's hands were a little trembling as he took the microphone. Hello everyone. I'm the founder of this prestige, Ma Xiaolong. I'm very happy to be able to meet you all here. I'm also very thankful for the burst of brothers behind me. If it wasn't for them we wouldn't have succeeded, Ma Xiaolong said and bowed in a hurry. The whole person was still considered modest. Yi Feng at this time then quietly walked down. This launch is still considered a success, mainly because there is no publicity. Otherwise the impact is feared to be a little bigger. Mr. Ma, what was your original intention of founding Wilson? Mr. Ma, why did you cooperate with Mr. Yi? Mr. Ma, may I ask, are you Wilson following up by preparing to launch anything interesting? Countless reporters on stage took this opportunity to ask. Our original intention of founding Wilson was to make it easy for people to chat about information without big flowers and fancy things only. But since I met Mr. Yi, my thoughts have changed. Our prestige is not simply profit so simple. What we want to do is people information technology more convenient, so that everyone can experience the convenience of technology, that's all. As for you guys saying why we cooperate with Mr. Yi, it's because, Mr. Yi is the only one who believes in small businesses. I have invested in 5 companies, all of which were rejected, and only Mr. Yi originally believed in us, the small creative team. I'm very grateful to Mr. Yi for giving me this opportunity. As for our prestige follow-up may launch small programs, and payment functions and so on, but now is not perfect enough. Everyone please look forward to it, Ma Xiaolong said, and he let his team people introduce one after another. And at this time, in the countryside, a man held his cell phone and watched the launch. His eyes were all filled with tears. If he hadn't quit, I'm afraid that he would have a share of the honor this time. This was not an honor that could be measured by money. The convenience that prestige brought to everyone was too great, and the creative team shifted to actually become heroes, and he was just an escapee. Hey! With a long sigh, he walked towards the muddy road in the countryside. Sitting on the sofa in the rest area, Yi Feng sipped his tea. The launch was nearing the end. Lu Yan went to operate on it. He was currently looking at the system page downloads. After nearly an hour of waiting, the downloads had broken through 3 million, which was already a good result. Coupled with the publicity from the major media and the major anchors on the network, this number was still rising. Mr. Yi, it's done. The launchers have pretty much left. Ma Xiaolong and the others went into the lab. As if they went to work on the bugs. They are very enthusiastic. Well, having enthusiasm is good. Young people should have enthusiasm. Yi Feng nodded. At this time, the number of downloads had come to 3.5 million. It was only 1.5 million short of 1.5 million. After Ma Xiaolong left, an hour later, Lu Yan walked over. By the way, Mr. Yi, are you really going to do the signal base station you said before? There was some anticipation in Lu Yan's voice, even some excitement. Yes, it's going to be done. Isn't our group in the power grid business? It's just right to pick up the momentum and make a signal base station. I want to see that our signal base station covers the entire Earth, no matter if it's a mountainous area or a wild forest, as long as there are people. I want to have the footmarks of our signal. Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan decisively. As long as the signaling base station is up, that can only be counted as a technological renaissance. President, to be honest, our old president has been developing signaling base stations behind the scenes before. I have never told you before. Since you have also decided to develop the signal base station, then I think this matter must be told to you. Lu Yan looked at Yi Feng, his voice somewhat solemn. What? He is also developing a signal base station? Yi Feng froze. He didn't expect that old President Xia Shang had also researched signal base stations before, but his one seemed to have been researched and developed behind his back. Yes, it has been researched for almost 10 years, and now it has progressed to 50%. With another 10 years, we will be able to make a brand new signaling technology. Lu Yan nodded. Yi Feng was a little surprised. 10 years? They had actually researched for 10 years. This was not a small amount. 50%? It's already quite a lot. How's the progress? Already initially cracked the signaling technology and methods, but many places where the technology is not perfect enough, simply cannot be done. You came just in time to proceed down the research and development. Lu Yan's voice was not big, hoarse with some caution. Yi Feng nodded. He knew why they didn't tell him about this before, probably thinking whether he had the strength to get the signaling technology right. Now it seems that Lu Yan should be optimistic about himself. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for reaching 5 million downloads. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4G signaling technology. 4G signaling technology research and development method design charts. 4G technology build. Technology leap. Technical problems in error. The fierce system voice kept ringing in his head. The capacity of the signaling technology looked a bit large, and at this time the download volume was heck of a terrifying 5 million. Chapter 47 Leaving. After the system voice, Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan. Tomorrow I'll go and see where the research and development is taking place. You now advertise to the public and say that we, Xia Shang, want to find peripheral groups to cooperate in the production of signaling base stations. We don't have the technology to produce base stations. We want help from our friends. Yi Feng's voice was heavy. What do you mean, President? Conceal the truth. Previously we exposed the plan to produce signal base stations, but we haven't implemented it yet. Now that we announced to the outside world that we are asking for cooperation, I don't think there's a single company that would be willing to cooperate with us. Afterward, we announced that this plan is temporarily shelved, but in reality, we will study it again behind our backs, so that we can avoid some trouble, and they will instinctively think that it's impossible for us to make signaling technology at all. Yi Feng said softly. He wanted to give a smokescreen to the group of people abroad. He had already recognized that these people would definitely not help. I understand, but will they believe it? Don't worry. People who have always been arrogant and accustomed to it, they won't be able to change for a while. Yi Feng waved his hand. For this matter he was still confident. 10 years later foreign countries can't look at Chinese technology, let alone 10 years ago now. Yi Feng was saying that he had researched signals. They would only take it as a joke. Good. Lu Yan nodded, then looked to the side as if he remembered something. By the way, there are a few Wilson team developers who have proposed to leave their jobs. I'm curious if someone is secretly provoking them? Oh, there is this matter? Try not to let them go. Use high salaries and welfare honors to make them stay. What we are most lacking now is researchers. Yi Feng frowned. He had already thought of who did this. It was none other than that old cunning fellow Qinshi. Lu Yan nodded. His leather shoes sent out a crisp sound and quickly left. This mother-in-law doesn't save my ass. Yi Feng let out a long sigh. This Qinshi's heart for profit was too heavy. Yi Feng had to be on guard. And at this time, DD live broadcast. Brothers, let's not evaluate cell phones today. I heard that Xia Shang Group has developed a new free chat software. Let's evaluate it. At this time, the evaluation anchor Xiao Long barred the live broadcast screen and switched to Weixin. What kind of software is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I heard that Xiaoshang Group released a new software. It can't be this one, right? I haven't downloaded it yet. Anchor, are you evaluating this software? I heard that the number of downloads has reached 5 million. I don't know if it's true. In the live broadcast room, countless water users questioned. Yes, this is the new type of chat software that Xiaoshang just developed. This is also the first time I've seen this kind of chat software. It feels quite good. Xiao Long clicked on WeChat and a concise page appeared. This is the legendary Weixin? It doesn't feel good. It's not as good as my Penguin chat. Is there a membership system? How do I register for this? How come I can't apply? After he opened WeChat, hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room inquired. This is registered with a cell phone number. A person can only register for one, which greatly enhances security. And if you guys have a password that you forgot, then you can feel free to retrieve it with your cell phone. Isn't it very convenient? Xiao Long said softly. He is very satisfied with Wilson. All the settings are very simple, especially that shake function, but also let him meet a beautiful woman. It cell phone number registration? It's still the first time I've heard of this. Can the anchor explain his function? Let's see. Definitely not as comprehensive as the Penguin chat function. We have Penguin Space, do you have it? We have Penguin Cover, do you have it? We also have Penguin Dynamic. Most of the people in the pop-up screen were still loyal fans of Penguin Chat. In their opinion, how could a new chatting software that had just come out be better than Penguin Chat? Ha ha, everyone would be wrong if they interpreted it this way. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before Wilson surpasses Penguin Chat. Prestige has a voice call function. In my opinion, this function has been ahead of many chatting software. And, you guys said the Circle of Friends this also has, but the name is called Circle of Friends. Weixin also has an interesting program called Shake. I like it very much. I shook a young lady last night. What? Miss? There's also this function? What's a little sister or not? I only downloaded Wilson because it looks good. Right. I don't care about the little sister. May I ask where this shake is? After he finished speaking, the live broadcast room exploded. Miss Sister, what a scarce resource. Here, and this software is powerful. There are no advertisements, and it's safe. It said that there are other conveniences afterward, so please look forward to it, Xiao Long said, and most of his live streaming netizens started to download WeChat. By the way, I heard that Xiaoshang Group is going to make a signal base station? Really? I don't know who asked. In my opinion, it's absolutely impossible to succeed. Do you guys know what the concept of a base station is? Tens of millions of dollars. Do you know what the concept of developing a signal is? That's comparable to landing on the moon. Yes, I feel the same way. Xiaoshang did have a bigger mouth this time. Making a signaling base station? This kind of thing is something that even the meters have been researching for decades. I'm afraid we still have a ways to go. The live broadcast room discussed, while Xiao Long also shook his head. He also held a somewhat skeptical attitude towards the base station thing. Signal base stations. If this kind of thing was that easy to get, they couldn't be a 2G network now. Although I don't hold much hope either. But we all need to believe in the development of our domestic enterprises. Mr. Yi has a point. Only when we are strong can we not be bullied. What do you guys say? Xiao Long said in the live broadcast. That's right, Mr. Ye's words are worthy of our deep thoughts. But I heard that the right side has come up with 3G. Our side doesn't know when it will succeed. What? 3G came out? Don't you guys know? It's rumored to be expanding in the second half of the year. Holy, then it seems like this is indeed not an ordinary year. Countless people in the live broadcast room side, and along with this scene were many other live broadcast rooms. At this time, within the Wilson team, why are you guys leaving? Ma Xiaolong looked at the researchers and developers who had helped them develop Prestige with some questioning on their faces. One of the leading men had some hesitation on his face, as well as some silence. We have other things that we have to leave. Chen Xiaojiang, I know that you guys were transferred from another company, but after spending these few days together, I can tell that you guys are very much in love with this work of ours, and I won't ask you why you left. I only hope that you guys can come back to visit often, because the founding of Wilson and the infrastructure of the mountainous region has our share of strength. Ma Xiaolong's voice was not loud, but Chen Xiaojiang's few people unconsciously went under their heads. Captain Ma, we will be back. After Wang Xiaojiang finished speaking, the few people looked at each other and lined up to leave. At this time, Huasheng Software Group, Qin Shi knocked on the table, her mood a bit dull. Chapter 48 Resignation Letter. She didn't know if she was right or wrong in letting which people come back, but she knew that those people had to come back if she wanted to create a good software as well. Mr. Qin, how are things going with what we discussed? As long as you provide the framework technology, we are willing to pay you $5 million as compensation, and at the same time give your company a 5% stake. At this moment, A man with a big head and looks a bit like a crooked alien was sitting in front of Qinshi. He was already here for the third time. Ma Tian looked at Qinshi. If she didn't agree this time, then he would be ready to go to a different place to cooperate. Still, the online shopping you mentioned before? It's not that I don't want to work with you, but this prospect of yours isn't very good, and the compensation given is too low. Our company's research and development costs alone aren't the same amount as the 5 million you have. How about this? 20% equity. I can consider it. Qinshi's voice was indifferent, and Ma Tian directly stood up at his words. Forget it, I'll find someone else. Ma Tian's face was arrogant. He arduously believed that this direction of his industry could definitely succeed. It was just that this Qinshi didn't have an eye for it. With all due respect, this project of yours, there is absolutely no prospect in the next 5 years. No company is willing to cooperate. Online shopping is a good idea, but we are now backward in transportation. Most of the mountain villages do not have access roads, and this research and development of yours is difficult. Qinshi shook her head. It's not that she didn't want to invest in it, but there was no way to invest in it. They are businessmen who look at the immediate benefits. The next 5 years are not profitable. Why would they invest? Thank you for your understanding. I'll go find someone else, Ma Tian said, striding away, his thin body and his big head somewhat disproportionate feeling. AI, young people think it's good, but unfortunately there's no prospect. Qinshi shook his head. At this time the door was knocked again. Come in. With that, 10 researchers walked into the office. These 10 were precisely the people she had sent to Feng Group. You guys are finally back. Please have a seat. Our company is also preparing to develop a software called Love of a Lifetime, an advertisement software for diamonds, and now there is a lack of personnel. That's why we called you guys back. Don't worry, we won't treat you guys poorly this time either. The salary will be raised 5 times, and each of you will receive the company's year-end bonus. Qinshi's voice was less than a whisper, but it was crisp. Sorry President, we are here to leave the company, Wang Xiaojiang suddenly said, while each of them took out a separation slip. Why? Qinshi's eyes widened as a different aura flowed around her. We learned a lot at Xiaoshang, where there is no hooking up or office subterfuge. Everyone is a brother. We like the atmosphere there. Yes, and where we are very free. There is also an unprecedented sense of honor. Last night my mother even called me. He said that I am their pride, and that I have done real work for them. Chairman, this sense of honor, and the power of the team, we can't experience it here. You only think about making money. You only think about how to make money fast. You forget the original intention. Sorry, several people said. They made a final bow, while handing over their resignation slips. At this moment, Qinshi was panting heavily. She didn't know what kind of drug Feng was selling in his gourd and actually tricked these people, but she knew that she had lost this time around. I was thinking of taking back the employees, so that I could cheat Feng's fully automated production line, and also let these people go to Xiaoshang as undercover agents to see what they were actually developing. Now it was good, directly losing 10 people. Can we not leave? I'm sorry, we promised Brother Ma that we have to go. Shaking their heads, the 10 people barely looked back as they left the office with a determined demeanor. Splat! The sound of a cup breaking came. At this moment, Feng was lying on his rocking chair. He naturally did not know that his employee had mercilessly abandoned Qinshi. Prestige is almost done. Now I have to quietly engage in base station. Feng looked at the prestige page, and in the circle of friends at this time, it was Yen, still that girl's selfie. She seemed to be in gym class. Feng refreshed his friend circle. How come this Qinshi even sent a friend circle? Seeing Qinshi's avatar, Feng was a bit curious. The weather is sunny but my mood is gloomy and uncertain. Mother-in-law depressed? Feng was a little strange. This guy digs his own people. How is he still depressed? Look on the bright side. Everything is floating clouds. Smile. Feng commented and then closed his cell phone. At this time over there, Qinshi looked at Feng's reply with a feeling of bragging and a strange odor of sarcasm. Cackle. This brat. On purpose. She gritted her teeth. President, the 10 researchers we resigned from are back. They seem to have left from their original company. And the previous resignation slip wasn't for us here. Just after closing his cell phone, Lu Yan rushed in. What? Not leaving with us? Wouldn't that be? Feng remembered which of Qinshi's friend circle. Good lord. He had actually satirized his mother-in-law. Feng could think of Qinshi's expression at this moment. A shiver ran through his body. So what? The welfare package gives good. That's it. Feng was a bit embarrassed, saying it was unintentional. Did Qinshi believe it? Okay, President. By the way, when we developed the signal before, we have already developed the signal tower. In fact, we can now completely go to the major mountainous areas to build the signal tower first. At that time, after our signal is developed, we can directly put it into use. Lu Yan remembered something and hurriedly said, Lu Yan, you didn't say it earlier. Yi Feng slapped the table. This is a good thing. Build the signal tower first. When the 4G satellite is launched into space, wouldn't it be faster to connect directly to your own signal tower that way? But our current maps and mountain paths are a bit unclear. I suggest it's better to find someone to get a map first. Then we'll advance gradually, Lu Yan suggested. Yi Feng frowned. Indeed, what Lu Yan said was indeed a problem. Right now, there were no roads in many places, not even mountain roads, and it was difficult to build covers for their cars and signal towers. Let's talk about this afterward. First install the signal tower nearby if you can. Yi Feng rubbed his temples. If he didn't get roads, how could he get rich? The two of them talked for a while longer. Then Lu Yan left the office. Yi Feng looked at the time. It was already more than 6 in the afternoon. Forget it, get off work. It's fine here. Stretching his waist, Yi Feng walked out of the company. Outside the door on the street, countless stores were publicizing the software. Weixin. There were even people who would be adding their friends with Weixin. From time to time, some people could be seen shaking their cell phones, driving quickly to his home. Wang Gang had also made a good meal. Yi Feng watched the news and ate the noodles made by Wang Gang. Warm congratulations. The new communication software developed by Xiaoshang Group is successful. Xiaoshang Group has created welfare for the people, advancing the times, bent on creating welfare for the people. It's our good group. At this time CCT1 News was playing. Yi Feng looked a little stunned. How this news column also played his news, and also praised himself here? For a while Yi Feng actually had some satisfaction in his heart. Chapter 49, Being Praised. Young master, you seem to have been praised. Wang Gang was sitting on the side, watching the TV a bit excited. He looked as if he was a bit happier than Yi Feng. Calm down, normal operation. Take a look. There's more. Yi Feng stared at the TV as if he was like a child waiting for a compliment. Wang Gang couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yi Feng. That's also true. Even though he's more mature, he's still just a kid in his 20s. Wang Gang thought in his heart. At this time within the news. Now we are interviewing Mr. Lu Yan, the Vice President of Xiaoshang Group's Forensic Secretary. Now please ask Mr. Lu Yan to tell us why your Xiaoshang Group wants to develop this software. How did you come up with the idea of utilizing the internet to time call this function? And can the video call be formally perfected in the future? In the news, a female reporter barred the topic on Lu Yan's lips. Lu Yan was dressed in a suit, solemn, serious, his big running head combed and shiny. The main credit for our group being able to develop this software goes to our chairman, Mr. Yi, but lately he's been quite busy, so it's up to me to take over this kind of thing. Our original intention of developing Wilson was to let more people feel the convenience of technology, letting more people be able to spend the least amount of money, make the longest calls, and chat, which also saves everyone a lot of expenses, is also considered a kind of progress. Of course, we are not asking people not to use the phone. We have to use the network for this prestige call. That is to say, where there is no network, you still need the phone. Weixin registration also requires a phone number, so please rest assured that telecom group, Lu Yan said softly, with a man's unique composure in his calm tone. Thank you Vice President Lu for your remarks. They are very contagious. They don't hurt your friends, and they can still promote the development. You guys are really considerate. Well, this interview will be here first. Here is Xiaoshang Group. I am the host Xiaoli. Real time for everyone. Said the screen everything? Came to the host. Yi Feng also didn't have the heart to watch anymore. Young master, eat the food quickly. It's getting cold. Wang Gang reminded. Yi Feng nodded and picked up his rice and sent it to his mouth. Have you heard? Huaxia is still preparing to engage in signaling technology. Abroad. It seems like the news was released at night. To put it in Chinese idioms, it's fox false tiger way. Covering up the ears. Xiaoshang, a cell phone group, still presumes to do communications? Don't kid yourself. God, how can there be such an arrogant person? Omar, do you think this matter is true? A crowd of people looked at Omar. At this moment, the very dark-faced and tall Omar slowly shook his head. Not to mention the economic strength of Huaxia, and the lack of technology, it's their Xiaoshang Group that I don't think highly of. How can a person who makes cell phones yawn to make information technology? Businessmen are ultimately bad at considering the deaths and lives of others. It's a matter of natural selection. Omar slowly opened his mouth. He similarly held this view with them. Now the sales on Apple's side are gradually going up. High-end machines are still high-end machines after all. A few advertisements have suppressed Changhong's momentum. A fat man on one side said, Chuan, this can't be said nonsense. People Changhong still has momentum. That doesn't mean it's buying well in non-national countries? A few people laughed out loud. A few top executives didn't care about this news from Xiaoshang in the slightest. How could people who are often in high positions care about the deaths and lives of mole crickets? They had the impression for hundreds of years that Huaxia was a backward country. Wanting to surpass them was not something that would happen overnight, so they instinctively wouldn't worry about it. At this time inside the Apple Group, President, our fully automated production line is producing too fast. One production line is as good as 10 production lines, and the sales volume in our area has returned to normal. Because of the complexity of Changhong's transportation, and the fact that production has been minimal, our products have gotten a high sales volume. Inside Xiao Buxi's office, the secretary held the file with some joy in her eyes, while Xiao Buxi was not happy. How is the progress of cracking the fully automated production line? Still no results. It's as if we've entered a misconception. We can't turn out. The secretary's originally happy face also turned dark. The day we can't crack it, there is some uneasiness in my heart. Even though the production has increased, this production is given by someone else. Zhou Buse's voice was heavy. Neither of them spoke. Liang Long. It's rumored that Xia Sheng's side is going to engage in some kind of information technology. 3G? Xiao Buxi frowned. No, it's 4G. Put. Ha ha ha. Crazy. His old Mr. Xia Sheng is really crazy about money. We've been developing 3G for decades. They're actually openly developing 4G. God, are you kidding me? I'll bet you that they won't last more than a few days. Xiao Buxi was happy to hear it. The cell phone Xia Sheng can make it has been against the sky, and now high signal. What can Yi Feng do? Alright, this government is not concerned. Let's not worry about it. Concentrate on the production line crack. Xiao Buxi waved his hand. It was not his place to care about this matter at all. What he could do now was to curb Yi Feng's fully automated production. Otherwise, if the full automation was stabilized by his full grip, then he, Yi Feng, was afraid that he would be able to make an automated invasion. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Feng worked out for a few moments and then went directly to the company. In the morning, Yi Feng usually didn't have a morning meeting. Today, he was going to go to the information base station research and development base that the old man had left behind during his lifetime. Inside the office, Lu Yan was already waiting. Lu Yan, what are you doing here so early every day? Not accompanying your wife and child? Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan and gave him a blank look. This guy felt more attached than himself. I don't have a wife. Naturally, I don't have a child. In fact, one gang and I both came out from the army. Since I am a member of our company, naturally I have to abide by the qualities, don't I? Lu Yan said seriously. You are also a soldier king? No, I'm from the mercenaries and was redeemed by the old president 10 years ago. He shook his head as if he thought of something. Redeemed? Yi Feng frowned. It looked like this guy also had a certain background. President, let's talk about this later. I'll first take you to see our R&D base, Lu Yan said as he led Yi Feng directly to the car. President, our prestige downloads have already exceeded 15 million after a day of settling. It's a terrifying number. And the prestige team bar our daily farm game is also planned together. When the time comes, prestige can be online daily farm. Good job. By the way, how about the retention of users of Wilson? Less than 1% for now. Lu Yan's voice was steady. Yi Feng nodded. His face was good. What was the concept of 1%? It meant that his prestige was very successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Suddenly a voice came in his mind. After a few days, the system once again welcomed a mission. Please select a mission. Task 1. Road construction. Build a section of road totaling 500 kilometers. Reward for graphics card development technology. Changhong GTX 300 graphics card. Dual-core 7-threaded. RUA frequency 2.0 can be overclocked. Speed increased by 70%. With independent acceleration. Task 2. Weixin Small Program Research and Development. Develop a small program called Big Fish Eat Small Fish Game. Mission reward. Electric car frame. Chapter 50 Xia Sheng Signal Research Laboratory. An electric car frame? What do I need that for? Pick Task 1. Without hesitation, Yi Feng directly chose the graphics card. Now that they were developing computer configurations, what was missing was the graphics card. As long as the graphics card was arranged, then everything was in vain. Congratulations to the host for choosing Task 1 successfully. Please host build 500 kilometers of highway within 2 months. The system voice came. Yi Feng looked at the progress bar. Now he was building 0 roads. Gulped. He thought that building a road was just a few dozen kilometers. Who knew that it was directly 500 kilometers? This had already exceeded the size of a province. Lu Yan, aren't we a power group? Do we have that kind of excavator? Road roller or something? Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan. Since the task had been chosen, then he would go and complete it himself. The graphics card. He was bound to get it. Road roller? Excavator? There should be one, right? There should be one in the factory. President, you are asking about this. Lu Yan was a little confused. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I don't think we can delay it any longer. Our earnings are already very good now, and we definitely need to build roads for our R&D base station. So that's why I plan to build some mountain roads first. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, and Lu Yan's hand trembled. President, are you serious? Lu Yan's voice trembled a little. Building mountain roads? This is not something to joke about. No matter the amount of work, or the personnel, the funds, that is a huge number. Seriously, I also said before, our Xiaosheng group is going to bewitch a leading sheep. What is our old Chinese saying? To get rich, build roads first. Let's fix 500 kilometers first. Yi Feng waved his hand. His temperament was magnificent, and there was seriousness on his face. What? Stab. Lu Yan slammed the brakes. President, what did you say? 500 kilometers? Crazy. President, do you know how much money has to come out of this? How much does a kilometer of the entire journey cost if you're building a mountain road? $1 million. And that's just for the materials. And if you want to repair 100 kilometers, the material cost will be about 500 million. And counting all kinds of expenses, it will be at least 1 billion. Lu Yan is mad. 1 billion. Repair a mountain road that is not profitable at all. Cootie. Only then to repair it. And in this day and age, what $1 billion represents, he already knows better than anyone. $50 million to acquire prestige. $50 million can even acquire a company. And Yi Feng lacked to take $1 billion to build a mountain road that was not worth it at all. 1 billion? So cheap? Who knew that Yi Feng's next sentence directly dried Lu Yan out? Cheap? 1 billion can be said to be cheap? In this case, I'll put down 1.5 billion. I want to finish it all within 2 months. Workers' wages are going up for me. Yi Feng's voice was not loud. 1.5 billion. Nothing more than the sale price of an assembly line. Not even enough for a fully automated assembly line. Lu Yan was silent. A moment later. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Nonsense. The road has to be repaired. Sooner or later, it has to be repaired. So why not do it in this era where materials are scarce and money is the most valuable? $1.5 billion is just the price of our fully automated assembly line bought to Apple Group. If it can be exchanged for 500 kilometers of mountain roads, it's already worth it. Yi Feng was serious. Lu Yan looked at Yi Feng and slowly nodded. If the old president knows what you have done, he will definitely be proud of you. Since you have decided, President, I will give my full support. Yi Feng nodded and Lu Yan started the car again. President, why did you suddenly think of building roads? Lu Yan asked while driving. If our signal station is to be constructed, then it will definitely prioritize the mountainous areas, and the mountainous areas will definitely be more difficult without roads. So, in order to cater for the signal station construction afterwards, this road is a must. And afterward, if we develop the automobile industry, we will also need the highway. Most importantly, if we get the mountain road built, then it will be easier for the villagers, and if we get the highway built, it will be easier for those who are against the countryside. If we build the highway, then it will be convenient for them to sell their food, or agriculture, and it will be convenient for them to export. It's a good thing. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but he was a bit excited. He also grew up living in a mountain village, and he knew how important a road was for mountainous areas. It could be said that if there was a road, then the mountainous region would no longer be called a mountainous region. Those children would even be able to take a bus to the district city, and medical equipment would be much more convenient. Building a road, benefiting people, benefiting oneself, why not? Soon, came to the research room. Here was a large factory building, Xiaosheng Construction Factory. A few large characters were written on the main door. The disguise is quite good. Let's go in. Yi Feng looked at the tight security measures around him and couldn't help but praise the rigor that the old man had engaged in. President, you follow behind me. Lu Yan said softly. He strides in with a sign in his hand. Soon, after many barriers, Yi Feng went down to 10 meters underground. Inside, the sound of countless computers came out, and a very large-scale building is running below. On top of the building, a red flag sign was affixed. We're cooperating with the government on this one, so that means it's legal, and they strongly support us to get it going. As if he was afraid that Yi Feng was worried, Lu Yan explained on the side. Yi Feng nodded. He naturally knew that it was cooperative. Otherwise it would have been given an end long ago. Entering the interior, a huge rocket had appeared. The signal. It must be sent by the satellite, otherwise it is also not established signal. Rocket flying into space is still relatively good to get, but the signaling technology is too difficult. We have used more than 10 years. The rocket was built, but the signaling satellite has not been able to be built. Lu Yan explained on the side. Yi Feng looked at the huge rocket head. His eyes were a bit shocked. He didn't dare to imagine how much effort Elder Yi had spent on this endeavor, and he also didn't dare to imagine how much money the Elder had invested in it. China was able to launch satellites in 1970, so Elder Yi had no problem building this at all. take me to the research lab. Yifeng withdrew his gaze that fell on the rocket. Follow me. Lu Yan nodded as he walked in front of him. Countless researchers wrapped in dustless coats passed by, and Lu Yan greeted them one by one. After disturbing many corridors, soon, a huge laboratory appeared in front of Yifeng. Inside the scientific research room, countless computer base pieces were glowing brightly, accompanied by a dripping sound. Lu Yan pressed a button and the door opened automatically. The people inside Yifeng took a rough look. There were at least 100 of them. Management Lu, why are you here? This one is? Lu Yan had just entered the door when an old man with glasses and white hair walked over. The man shook Lu Yan's hand. By the way, introduce, this is Yifeng, the new president. What? You are Yifeng? I've heard about you. What a hero. By the way, what are you guys here for this time? I brought the president here to see the research progress. I think you have something to say. Mr. Yi, right? Lu Yan looked towards Yifeng, who consciously retreated behind him. At this moment, countless people also looked over. Chapter 51 Talent Market. They were surprised by Yifeng's arrival. There was no child of such a young age in their research lab. Ahem. Everyone stopped for a moment. This is our new president of Xiaoshang, Yifeng, Mr. Yi. Everyone welcome, Wang Shangtian said, as he waved his hand. Everyone applauded. Yifeng waved his hand. Good morning everyone, my name is Yifeng. Most of you probably don't recognize me, but in the future I will work with you to develop this great project. I'm sure we'll grow familiar with each other as well. Everyone, let's report first. Yifeng had a smile on his face, his voice was loud, and he stood straight. I'll go first. A man with glasses on his face and a round face stood up. Our PF508 line is now preliminarily perfected, and the P50 solar motherboard is also preliminarily completed. This time, if we can pass the test, we will be able to move forward by a large margin. And mine, the power startup circuit has also been completed. Another one also stood up. Immediately after that, countless people began to report on the situation, and when Yifeng finished listening, he realized that most of these people had failed to test, or they just couldn't pass the test at all. A few moments later, the people barred all the reports on the matter. Yifeng looked at a few people. I have a data technology here. You can take it and study it. Maybe there will be a breakthrough in the current progress. Yifeng slowly took out a USB flash drive. That's right. This was the 4G signal USB flash drive rewarded by the system. Wang Shangtian smiled and hastily took the USB flash drive. Although he was not hopeful, he still thanked him. Thank you, President, for being attentive to this cause of ours. We will definitely not return to Soto. His voice was firm. Yifeng nodded. In this case, you guys will plug in the USB flash drive later and take a look. We will leave first. There are still many things to do, Yifeng reminded, and Wang Shangtian nodded in a hurry. Lu Yan, okay, let's go, Yifeng said softly. He now needed to go and plan the mountain road. With a distance of 500 kilometers in 2 months, he had to be attentive to it. This was also a major project. Yes, then Supervisor Wang, just take a look over there. We'll leave first, Lu Yan said softly. Supervisor Wang nodded, and the two of them, Yifeng, soon left the research room. Mr. Yi, that USB flash drive of yours? Lu Yan asked after he left the research room. I've seen some information technology before. In there are some of my insights. I hope it's useful to them, Yifeng said casually. Lu Yan nodded. Something like insights. It doesn't matter if it's there or not. It doesn't play a key role. After Yifeng and the two left, Wang Shangtian was relieved. Supervisor, this is our new boss? Looks so young. What can this little doll do? Yifeng, this name is so familiar. Do you remember the Changhong cell phone? It seems to be made by our group. A person spoke up violently, and the crowd was stunned. It seems to be true. That means this Yifeng is the one who made Changhong? Changhong cell phones are really good. Much more comfortable to use than my Apple. I didn't realize he was Yifeng. What a hero. The crowd started talking. By the way, Supervisor, what's on the flash drive that CEO Yi gave you? Why don't you take it out and take a look? Yeah, it might even help us in our work. It's not stupid. How can a cell phone maker like President Yi know about information technology? It's just some words of motivation. What's there to see? One of the men finished. The crowd was stunned. Right, Yifeng do cell phone, and signaling this kind of thing does not seem to be related at all. It's better not to delay the work. Let's just hurry up and get the thing at hand. Don't fail again when the time comes. Forget it. Don't look at it first. It's just a USB flash drive. There's nothing to see. Let's first get the work at hand done, a few people said. The crowd nodded. Yifeng, a young man, they didn't really have any hope, but it was Wang Shangtian on the side who didn't say anything. He walked to the computer. Everyone stopped for a moment. Since the president gave us this USB flash drive, he must have his own meaning. Everyone don't be in a hurry. Take a look first. Saying that, he barred the flash drive and inserted it into the computer. A moment later, the image was revealed. Upon seeing the precise design drawings inside, there were also codes, as well as some route plans, and even what the materials needed had been indicated in the specific files. The crowd was confused. Little shirt, is this the Mr. Yi you said doesn't understand technology? Holy, crazy, you call this not knowing technology? Such a perfect signaling system. I really don't know how Mr. Yi did it. It's a complete signaling system. If we follow this line, in less than a year, we'll definitely be able to create a signaling system. How did he do it? 4G signal? I don't even dare to think about it, and he's accurate to 100% with this design plan. So strong. If Mr. Yi comes back, I must ask him about it. All the people in the lab got excited at once. Yi Feng's design drawings and wiring were what they desperately needed. And these things brought by Yi Feng were undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. As long as they followed his method, in less than a year, 4G would be introduced. I finally know why Mr. Yi repeatedly urged us. This is a big message. Everyone, let's try designing it according to this diagram first. Anyway, it's already failed so many times. It's not bad this time. I agree to test it. I also agree. The crowd also agreed. And immediately after that, they began to design according to Yi Feng's drawing. Half an hour later. Holy, how is this possible? Our progress is 10 times faster than before. What I haven't been able to figure out before. Looking at this drawing is directly clear at a glance. Mr. Yi deserves to be called Mr. Yi, to be able to figure out something so precise. I'm starting to admire him. It must have been begged from the outside. Our current technology is absolutely impossible to have this kind of drawings. Mr. Yi definitely got the drawings from abroad. Gosh, I can't imagine how hard he worked for this design. We can't let down Mr. Yi's expectations, and this is also an opportunity to improve ourselves. I've decided to stay up late tonight to work on it. Agreed. For a moment, the entire lab all stirred up 10,000 waves. It was the first time they had seen such a good program, and if it could really be developed, it wouldn't just be the company benefiting the masses. It was even more of an enhancement of their own, the amount of knowledge, and they would even receive honors. At this time, Yi Feng naturally did not know that his USB flash drive had caused waves. At this time, he was sitting in the car. He looked at the map of China. Let's first build the road from the north first. The economic unification over there is not very high. Most of the people still live in the mountain villages. Let's build the road over there first this time, Yi Feng said as he pointed to the direction of Chicken Chest on the map. Lu Yen nodded. This direction is really good. If the road in the north is smooth, at least we can develop tourism. Good that president. Let's go to the talent market to see if there is a designer or something. Our company does not have a lot of construction workers. Such a huge amount of work must be recruited more people. Lu Yen said softly. Yi Feng nodded his head. Lu Yen car turned around and drove towards the talent market. Chapter 52 Being Surrounded. Car. Right. Lu Yen, have you released the invitation to the public that we want collaborators? Released. Now should all walks of life already know about it. But we haven't received any news here either. I guess no one is willing to cooperate with us. In this way, Lu Yen, tomorrow, you will release another news that the construction has failed. There is not enough money. There is not enough technology and technique, so we can only be forced to put it on hold. Yi Feng's face was calm and steady. In this way, that group of people abroad would think that they simply don't have the technology to research and develop, and this wave of Yi Feng's operation of giving himself a slap in the face at the speed of light would also make those people think that Xia Shang's strength was not high either. Thus, they would also let their guard down and also look down on their Xia Shang, which would also give Yi Feng some time to create the technology. I see, President, you have a high move. This is considered a confusion bureau. Lu Yen gave a thumbs up. Yi Feng smiled. Confusion doesn't count. It's at best a fog, Yi Feng said, and both of them smiled. At this time, it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was 9 o'clock at night in the rice country. Sir, have you heard? Xia Shang Group doesn't have enough technology and wants to cooperate to establish a signaling base station. At this moment, a maid stood to the side, while in front of her was a burly man. I've heard about it. They, Xia Shang, actually want to start a signal and cooperate. What a dream. Our 3G can be built in the second half of the year. They also want to eat this piece of cake. What a delusion. Tell all walks of life that no one is allowed to cooperate with them. Their level of science and technology is not worthy of our cooperation at all. Sir, no need to inform. Many companies have declined this invitation. I think the Xia Shang will eat a closed door, the secretary hurriedly said. Her face was all confidence. It was an innate sense of confidence. Xia Shang's Changhong cell phone is good. It's a pity that instead of making cell phones properly, they are now building signaling technology instead. It's just like they're not doing their job. This is great. The whole world is watching them make a joke, the man muttered, and a smile appeared on both of their faces. And besides this one, there were many other companies that had similarly ignored Xia Shang's invitation. Xia Shang, the company that had just risen up, had inevitably moved a little too much. Many people held an attitude of disapproval and even ridicule. At this time Yifeng sighed. The two have come to the talent market. Said to be a talent market? Might as well say a large recruitment site. All sorts of small, medium-sized companies were recruiting here, and it was rare to see large companies recruiting. Yifeng and the two of them rented a random booth and put the name of Xia Shang Group in front of the table. Look, there seems to be a new enterprise recruiting over there. Really? Go and take a look. Have been lying down for a few months. Gotta feel like finding a job. Xia Shang Group? Really? Xia Shang is actually recruiting? Xia Shang came here to recruit? It's a large group. It's not a pyramid scheme, is it? The crowd gathered around. Although there were a lot of people, there wasn't a single month that they were willing to come for an interview. At this moment, outside the crowd, an inchman, he was carrying a large school bag. His face was a bit dusty and tear-stained. As if he had a serious illness, the whole person looked muddled. Pang Tong, since the last time he went home, he had thought that he would be able to help his father cure his illness with the $9 million. Who knew that when he arrived home, the house was empty? He even heard from his neighbors that his father didn't even tell him when he went west for fear of worrying about him, for fear of affecting his future. Taking his father's medical advice before he died, Pang Tong came to Bailey. His father said that he wanted him to be a useful and contributing person to society. And he listened. Even though he had $9 million, he had no idea what to do. Big companies were impossible to realize. Small companies couldn't solve anything, and his money couldn't support his huge ideals. Muddling through, he arrived at the job market. Quick look, Xia Shang Group is actually recruiting. Not knowing who shouted, Pang Tong jerked his head up. Xia Shang? Is that the group that Xiao Long and the others joined? There was some loss in his eyes. If he hadn't left, he might have been a member of the Xia Shang Group as well, and then he might have been able to contribute to society with a single mind. Forget it, it's better if people like me don't go, he muttered, but he couldn't take his eyes off of Xia Shang's recruitment office. This time when he went home, he hadn't heard a lot of compliments from his neighbors. Xia Shang Group had been praised in the sky by people at this time, and at the entrance of the village elders were all very appreciative of Xia Shang Group. This made Pang Tong's favor towards Xia Shang Group rise a lot. Unable to move his feet, Pang Tong finally walked towards the recruitment office, squeezing into the crowd. Can you prove that you are the Xia Shang Group? Don't kid yourself. Xia Shang is a state-owned enterprise. How could you recruit people at random? Yeah, don't pretend to be our domestic enterprise, you pyramid schemes. We hate pyramid schemes the most. Xia Shang so good group, you all use people's name to cheat people. Really unethical. Countless people surrounded Yifeng and spat. Like this kind of talent market, it is impossible for big companies to come to recruit. It is recruitment. Will only go to 985, 211, or famous universities, like this flea market. Recruitment is simply impossible to believe. Yifeng didn't say anything, just wore a smile on his face. He realized that most of these people who cursed themselves, used pagers, obviously. They hadn't seen their appearance, didn't recognize themselves at all, just heard of Xia Shang's name. Everyone take it easy. This is really our president of Xia Shang. We are here this time because we want to recruit a road builder who has experience in mountain villages and is able to build roads, and who has experience as an engineer and is able to customer service difficulties. Moreover, we also want to hire more than 3,000 personnel, which includes road maintenance construction workers, mechanics, engineers, truck drivers, excavator drivers, road roller drivers and so on. Yifeng slowly opened his mouth, and the originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Recruiting people on such a large scale didn't seem to be related to a pyramid scheme at all. Are you really from Xia Shang Group? A man asked. This is our chairman. The boss understands. See, this is news. News. Lu Yen had been holding his tongue for half a day. He couldn't help this holding back anymore. If it wasn't for Yifeng who kept stopping him, he would have had those cursing ones. The crowd fixed their eyes on the man in the news who looked almost exactly like Yifeng. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really President Xia Shang. This is really someone from Xia Shang Group, isn't it put? I just actually cursed President Xia Shang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just a bit excited. A man hurriedly apologized, and those who cursed followed suit. They worshipped Xia Shang in their hearts. That's why they came out to fight. Yifeng didn't care. Such a phenomenon was rather good. Didn't it represent that they, Xia Shang, had penetrated into the hearts of the people? Alright, everyone who can fulfill our Xia Shang requirements, just come and sign up. We need thousands of construction workers, so you don't have to worry. Just contribute. Our salary is a minimum of $150 per day. Yi Feng stretched out a just listen. 150 a day. This price, in more than 10 years ago, that was a white-collar salary is still high. The moment this price came out the whole room boiled. Chapter 53, Phoenix? What? 150? That high? It's twice as high as I was at the factory. So high. It's not going to some mountain forest, right? Or do you need any good skills? With such a high salary, it's at least 4,000 a month. If that's true, I'll be able to build a house in a year. Mr. Yi, you're not lying to us, are you? The group of people looked at Yi Feng with excitement and disbelief in their eyes. In this day and age, where could there be such a high wage? Really, the basic workers 105 per day, can drive excavators and the like, can take 200 per day if overtime? Each hour of the base salary 1.5 times the salary to count. What I said is also true and valid. Everyone can rest assured. Yi Feng said softly. Then Mr. Yi, what is the job content? Can we participate? One of the men asked. Building roads. What? Road repair? Why are you still repairing roads? What is road repair for? All of them were confused for a while. Road repair? This was the first time they had heard this word in a large group. Mr. Yi, you don't need that many people to build roads, right? And to build roads, can you pay such a high salary? Yeah, repairing a road is so simple. Just make a foundation and lay cement. There is no need for such a high salary, right? Facing the questioning, Yi Feng slowly shook his head. It's to build a road, but it's not an ordinary road to build. Before I also said that I want to make those poor areas in the mountain villages rich. Now I want to fulfill my promise. I'm going to build countless mountain roads. The distance we set first is 500 kilometers. And the mountain roads are rugged. That's why I want engineers who are familiar with mountain roads for this reason. Most of the mountain roads are complicated, so the personnel demand is high, and it's normal to have a higher salary. Yi Feng said with a wave of his hand. What? Repairing mountain roads? Really? Can Mr. Yi repair the mountain roads in our hometown? The mountain roads in our hometown are slippery when it rains. My second aunt fell straight down the mountain because of the slippery rain. Yes, our family can't sell the grain we grow every year, and even if we can, we have to walk for 3 hours to go to the town. Thinking about it makes my nose sore. If we can build roads, I'd be willing to work for nothing. Yes, if Mr. Yi can fix the road there, I'm willing to work day and night, not to mention working for nothing. Fix the road. Fix the road. Fix the road. I don't know who started it, but everyone shouted and raised their hands above their heads. This scene even caught the attention of the people around them. Everyone directly gathered around. Seeing that there were more and more people here in Yi Feng's place, Yi Feng pressed his hand. Everyone be quiet. Whoever wants to enroll can come here and register. The money won't be missing a single penny. I won't ask everyone to work for nothing either. I guarantee that there is no difference between high and low at our construction site. There are only people who love their hometown. We, Xia Shang, honestly invite people who love their hometown to join this cause. This project is great and proud. Please bring your blood, Yi Feng shouted. And for a while, all the people around him were mobilized. They flocked up to sign, and Pang Tong even rubbed his eyes. He remembered the muddy mountain road in his hometown when he came here, and the old men with hunched backs, who walked on that muddy mountain road and would fall down at any time. If I can attend, maybe that day, the road, too, will repair my home. He thought of the children who were trapped in the mountains and forests, the adults who couldn't even go to the town conveniently. For a moment, Pang Tong's eyes were moist. He touched his backpack and a red document was taken out. Soon, all the people around him signed their names. President, this is only over 100 people. It's not enough at all. At least we need 300 people. Lu Yen shook his head. 500 kilometers of road repair, and to be completed within 2 months. Then the road must be repaired separately. That is to say, several routes must be arranged to be repaired and acted upon separately. That way the time would also be reduced. However, there was a drawback to this, and that was that the funds would be elevated. Not enough. I want 500 kilometers in 2 months. This money, we can still afford it. Yi Feng shook his head. Lu Yen didn't say more. But seriously, Mr. Yi, when can we start? 2 days later. You guys will go directly to the bottom of Xiaosheng Mansion at that time. I will arrange for a vehicle to send you guys to the construction site. At that time you guys can start the work directly. And the wages will also be counted from which day. You guys can prepare in these few days. The place we are going to may be a mountainous area, so everyone should buy everything. There are no stores in the mountainous area. Yi Feng reminded. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kind words. The thought of building a road for the mountainous region makes us excited. What else to buy? Right. I just want to hurry up and build the road. How good it would be if we could repair the road to my home. How happy would it be if one day I walked on the road I built myself and saw people who were happy because I built the road? My mom would be so proud of me. The people were talking, their eyes were moist, and the whole crowd was a little excited. Yifeng sucked in his breath. He looked at these people. They might be the ones who are truly worthy of respect. Mr. Yi, I'm here to apply for the job of mountain road engineer, designer. At this moment, an inch-haired man with glasses walked in. The crowd made away because this man actually said he was an engineer. Oh, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He also didn't expect to find engineers here as well. Where are you from? Do you have an engineer's credentials? Ever traveled mountains? Any construction experience? Able to overcome the difficulties of the mountains? Yifeng asked several questions in succession. Pang Tong nodded his head one by one. He handed Yifeng the engineer's documents. Special grade road maintenance. Construction engineer document. Looking at the red document, Yifeng flipped it open. Your name is Pang Tong? Yifeng's voice was a bit strange, and his eyes changed as he looked at the man in front of him. Good fellow. How could he or she have the two talents of crouching dragon and phoenix? Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Yifeng wanted to verify whether what he thought was true or false. Then you first say, Huaxia, where is the section of the road that needs construction the most right now? And how are we going to complete the 500 kilometers of building and covering plan within 2 months? Yifeng looked at him. In my opinion, our south, Jiangnan area is the most suitable for building covered road sections. The land over there is good, and there are fewer mountains. And if we build covered road sections in the mountainous areas, where most of the things can be sold, and it can also lead to economic development. And the north, in my opinion, for the time being, just don't go there, because the north is cold. There are no special products, mostly grain wheat. Now most of us don't lack food, so that the north can be put on hold for a bit longer. And if the road construction of 5 million is completed within 2 months, I suggest is to start construction separately. Pang Tong could not help but speak. Yifeng nodded, an appreciative look in his eyes. It's confirmed. It's Phoenix child right. In Yifeng's opinion, the south cannot build roads for the time being because the climate is not good. It rains every day, which will affect the progress. On the contrary, the north is arid. It does not rain often. On the contrary, the north is the best place to build roads, and the northern food is also the top priority. The north, known as the Chinese granary. How can there be no road? Good. Your suggestion is good. So let's repair the north first. Pang Tong. Chapter 54. The president must not be allowed. President, are you dissatisfied with my reply? Pang Tong's face was a bit unnatural. This he had just finished speaking, and people directly vetoed it. What is this? Not a denial of his decision. You're overthinking it. I'm very satisfied with your reply. Feng Xiao. No, Pang Tong, it's our honor to have you in our company. I hope you can come up with more ideas. Yifeng had a smile on his face, but at this moment in Pang Tong's eyes that smile always felt a bit strange. Then, Mr. Yi, are you agreeing to my entry? Pang Tong was a bit excited. He didn't expect Yifeng to be so good at talking and directly agree to his application for employment. Yes, congratulations. You have become an engineer of our Xiaoshang group. If you can be in charge of a construction area. I hope you won't let me down. Yifeng said softly. Pang Tong nodded his head in a hurry. Actually, I wanted to come to our company before, but there was something going on at home. Mr. Yi, you know Ma Xiaolong, right? Actually, we were in the same class. Pang Tong said softly. Yifeng was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this Ma Xiaolong's dormitory to be a hidden dragon. There are some differences. In this case, you go to our company first. I'll go back and enact a mission for you later. Yifeng said softly as he patted Pang Tong's shoulder. Pang Tong hurriedly nodded. He carried his bag and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. This is a talent. Only after Pang Tong walked away did Lu Yan let out an exclamation. President, it's not easy to get a special engineer certificate nowadays. And this guy in Zhou, which people do feel like they can chat. Lu Yan said on the side. Yifeng smiled in an unspecified manner. I'm very optimistic about him. Right. You notify in the group that there will be a meeting in the conference room in 3 hours, so that all the project team leaders will be there. Okay. Lu Yan nodded and took out his cell phone. And at this moment, Yifeng looked at the crowd. Has everyone finished signing up? He asked. Finished enrolling. Mr. Yi, if it's okay, we'll go prepare the food. Yes, Mr. Yi, I have to talk to my wife. She will definitely support me. Several people said. In this case, let's inform each other, because there are still not enough people. Everyone who knows someone who is willing can come together and sign up. We are always welcome here. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely notify. Me too. Several people conformed. Yifeng nodded. He and Lu Yan stayed here for another 2 hours. In the end, there were only 200 people who signed up. This number of people was indeed a bit low. If the journey of 500 kilometers was completed in 2 months, at least 300 to 400 people would be needed. Looking at the time, let's not recruit first. This afternoon, we'll post it online again. Get enough 400 people and we'll start. Feng put away the things on the stand. Okay, President, our meeting staff over there is already in place. We can go over now and have a meeting directly. Lu Yen stood straight. His voice was not loud. Good, go back now. We need to design a road construction route. When the time comes, try to make the northern countryside paved with highways on a large scale. Feng nodded, his gaze looking into the distance. The two of them sat in the car, and in the reverent gazes of countless job seekers, the two of them, Feng, left the talent market. At this time inside the conference room, have you heard? The head of the sales department is a mole, actually leaking company secrets. I said, how did she know everything? So she's a traitor. I really don't understand. Why would Mr. Yi treat us so well and still betray? Could it be that the air abroad is really sweeter? Hey, people's hearts are not ancient. I hope we don't have that kind of traitor here anymore. Is it not good to work well for the company? For the country? Inside the office, countless people were talking. Some people even started to hate the sales minister. Feng treated them so well, but there were still people who betrayed. This made them not understand. I also don't know what General Manager Ye's mood is when he knows that someone has betrayed. I think it's better not to talk nonsense. Mr. Yi surely doesn't want to see this kind of thing. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened. The crowd was talking, and at this moment the door opened. A strange man walked in. That, General Manager Yi asked me to wait here. Pang Tong stuttered a little. Which of the people sitting in the conference room were not imposing? Looking at him again, he was like a groundhog chicken. Tongzi. At this moment, in the corner, Ma Xiaolong recognized Pang Tong at a glance. He shouted out and waved towards Pang Tong. His face was a little pimple excited. Tongzi was a computer software genius, and had been with them for 5 years. That affection could be rich. Ma Xiaolong didn't know what Pang Tong came because of, but he knew that it had to be Chief Yi. Brother Ma? Pang Tong was a little embarrassed as he walked over. You kid, why did you come in too? I told you, you won't abandon everyone. Let's do prestige together in the future. Ma Xiaolong hugged Pang Tong. That, Brother Ma, I didn't come here this time to do prestige, but to build roads. Road repair? Ma Xiaolong was a bit confused. Why are they still building roads? Could it be that Mr. Yi is preparing to build roads? Ka-ching! Just then, Feng slowly walked in. The glass door opened, and the figures of Feng and Lu Yen were steady and fleet-footed. When they saw Feng, the hearts of the people sank. They didn't know if Feng knew about someone betraying him. Ha? What? Did everyone not sleep well? Why do you look sullen? Today is the time to discuss something big. You can't be sleepy. Feng had a smile on his face, and as the crowd looked at Feng's usual calmness, it was as if they were relieved in their hearts. Mr. Yi, the reason for your sudden meeting this time? The propaganda minister opened his mouth. It's like this. I intend to do something for the people and build a mountain road. Does everyone have any opinions? Feng looked at the crowd. Although their opinions weren't important, they still had to be asked. Building a road? Are you serious? Mr. Yi, building a road? Or a mountain road? This kind of project costs a huge amount of money. No one is willing to do it. And it's thankless. Are you sure you want to build a road? Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi, how long of a road do you want to build? The crowd seemed to explode when they heard about building a road. In this day and age, who would want to go and build a road for free? And it's not like families cashed in money to build roads. 500 kilometers. Mountain road. Feng slowly stretched out his 5 fingers. The crowd sucked in cold air. 500 kilometers of mountain road. What concept? A kilometer construction fee was at least 1 million. Such a huge number. Amount. What was he? Feng, thinking? Mr. Yi mustn't do it. Mr. Yi is confused. Mr. Yi, this road construction fund is too big. The cost of 1 kilometer of road is at least 1 million. And our mountain road is not flat. If a worker has an accident, then we will lose a lot of money. Mr. Yi, you can't do it. This kind of thing has not been moved from the top. If we repair it first, it is not pleasing to the eye. It is costly and laborious, and there is no profit. Mr. Yi, are you spreading money? The people said one after another. They were old employees of Feng's old man, so they weren't so shy about talking. Feng touched his cheeks, worthy of being an insider, just for his own thoughts. But this road he must repair. Chapter 55, Being Favored. Everyone calm down. Listen to me first. Feng pressed his hand. His voice was not loud. The crowd's voices also gradually stopped. The road. It must be repaired. Although we simply pay and gain very little. But our summer country is very short of leading enterprises like us. Do you guys really think that the higher-ups don't want to build roads? They also want to, But without the support of the company, do you think the road can be repaired? Also, as long as the roads are repaired, our Xia's economy can only gradually rise, and it will also be much more convenient for the people in those mountainous areas. Didn't your ancestors come out from the mountain villages? Eating water is still not forgetting to dig well, people. Since they are not willing to repair the road, then this thing we will do. Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth. His voice spread out and fell into everyone's ears. Mr. Yi, you are right. Drinking water doesn't forget digging wells. Our big group should have a responsibility. I agree with Mr. Yi to build the road. I also agree. My hometown is a mountain village, where the road is too complicated. The car cannot drive in. Some children are sick and parents have to carry to the hospital. The conditions in the mountain villages are too difficult. Mr. Yi, you can put aside the interests. I show you admire you. Mr. Yi, then, where do you want to repair the road conditions first? Some of the people in the crowd started to agree with Yi Feng at this time. They felt that what Yi Feng said was reasonable. While there were some others who were fighting for Yi Feng, they felt that this was simply spreading money. In business, there was only strength and weakness. Where was their kindness? The purpose of me asking everyone to come here is of course not to discuss whether or not to build a road, but to discuss with everyone where to build a road. Our 500 kilometers of mountain road must be completed within 2 months, so I'm going to divide it into 5 directions, and I want to see what you all think. Yi Feng slowly spoke, his voice steady. The people on the stage, on the other hand, were stunned. You're not joking, Mr. Yi, right? 500 kilometers, 2 months? Right, General Yi, these 500 kilometers. It will take at least 4 or 5 months to complete, right? Crazy. 500 kilometers in 2 months. Mr. Yi, unless it's overnight, it can't be done at all. The crowd felt incredible. 500 kilometers. If it could be completed in 2 months, it would really be a heavenly god. I believe in the workers who are passionate about building for the mountain village. I also believe in our engineers who are dedicated to the people. I believe even more in our group, and our faith. As long as we persist, nothing is impossible. Yi Feng slowly shook his head. His voice was loud. The crowd was shaken. They saw hope in Yi Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please ask the host to choose a task. Task 1. Establish 5 directions for building the highway. Reward new excavator development design drawings. Task 2. Not to establish 5 areas. Reward sneaker design drawings. The system voice sounded in his head at this time. Yi Feng was happy in his heart. This was undoubtedly giving him a chance. New type of excavator. If it was the kind of large, steady gripping excavator from the previous era, then maybe it could really speed up the amount of work. In this era, most of the excavators were old excavators, bulky, and slow in direction, small in size, and could dig less. And if Yi Feng developed a large, lightweight excavator with strong digging power, then it might even be able to promote the development of mechanization. There was no hesitation. Yi Feng directly chose task 1. Congratulations to the host for choosing task 1. Please complete the task as soon as possible for the host. The system voice sounded and Yi Feng looked behind him. At this time, Lu Yan had already gotten the map of the Summer Kingdom on the screen. Zhou Yu, Zhu Liang, Yi Feng lightly shouted. Good lord! Both of them shivered and cold sweat broke out behind their backs. Why was there a bad premonition? Both of you, do you have any opinions? Yi Feng had a smile on his face, although he already had some answers in his mind, but he still wanted to listen to their suggestions. After all, Big Smart wasn't a cover. Every time he could bring profits to Yi Feng. President Yi, I'm a bit sick today, so I won't give a speech. President, my great aunt came today and it hurts a bit. I won't give a speech either. The two spoke almost simultaneously, drawing a burst of laughter from the crowd. Alright, my great aunt is here. I don't have much to say. Pang Tong, come on, you say it. By the way, introduce to everyone, this is our engineer. Pang Tong, temporarily serving as the chief designer. Engineer, Yi Feng casually also introduced. I said, how did he get in? So he's an engineer. It's not often you see such a young engineer. The gazes of the crowd looked towards Pang Tong, and at this moment, when the two Zhou Yus heard this name, they seemed to have a feeling of closeness. Zhou Yu, how do I get the feeling that this Pang Tong is just as smart as us? Zhu Liang whispered from the side. I also have this feeling. He should be on the same level as us. Go down later. Let's go and say hello to him. Zhou Yu also spoke, and the two of them looked at Pang Tong. President, if you choose the north, I suggest Black City, Fu City. This place can be divided into 5 ways to build. Pang Tong thought deeply for a moment before saying. Yi Feng looked at his 2 suggestions. Black City is located in the location of the chicken head of the Summer Kingdom, where it is very cold if you go to where to build it. It is definitely going to be laborious and far away. And Fu City, located in the center part, which is also considered the central region. The difference between the two sides is too big. Running too far is not worth it. Tell me why you chose these two cities? First, where Black City will be a little colder all year round. The road condition is relatively very bad. If Mr. Yi goes to where to build the road, he can maximize the road. Secondly, Fucheng is also a big grain city. By fixing the road, that grain can be transported out more smoothly. Pang Tong gave Yifeng two replies. Not bad. Your suggestion is good. What about your not suggesting to build it? Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, while Zhou Yu seemed to see another self in Yifeng. Zhuliang, why do I feel something is wrong? Me too. I always feel like the answer is myself. The two men's faces were a bit strange. I don't recommend River City because with Blessed City, the River City side can be eliminated, he said softly, and the crowd thought it made some sense. Black City, it was too cold over there and people needed the road more. While River City, although it was also a big agricultural province, already had Blessed City, so it could be put aside first. Good. What you said is good. So I'll choose River City and Fucheng, Yifeng said with a clap of his hands. Pang Tong almost fainted after hearing this. Is this sure it wasn't intentional? Zhou Yu and the two of them looked at each other. Sure enough, they hadn't guessed wrong. Fortunately, they had politely declined. That, Brother Pang, your suggestions are great, especially Black City. It's just too good to be true, so I'm going to talk about it later. And River City and Fu City are the central plains, the breadbasket of China, and the economy is developing too slowly. That's why I chose these two locations. Does everyone have any opinions? Yifeng looked at the crowd. The crowd nodded in agreement. Pang Tong, on the other hand, was invited to sit down by Yifeng. Tonzi, it looks like Mr. Yi is still more optimistic about you. Ma Xiaolong was a little excited. Is that so? Why can't I tell? Pang Tong was a bit depressed. Was he considered to be favored? Chapter 56 Really? Yifeng immediately looked at the map. River City, North Side, South Side, West Side. Send out a team of people respectively. Fu City, East Side, West Side. Send another team, so 5 teams. 2 months to try to build 100 kilometers per team. Yifeng drew 5 circles. Mr. Yi, our finance department side estimated that the construction funds this time will be at least 2 billion. Shall we deduct it directly from the group account? The finance minister opened his mouth. Well, the production line that I sold last time, it should be almost enough. When the time comes where the money is needed, you guys deduct it directly. Don't be stingy. The workers' meals I want to see meet every meal. Yifeng nodded, some seriousness on his face. The finance minister also agreed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excavator R&D design drawings. Excavator design draft. The system voice sounded again. Yifeng's heart rejoiced. There was no doubt that the snow had sent charcoal. Good. This meeting will end here. Everyone can return to their posts. This road repair program is imperative. Everyone also needs to get in the spirit. Yifeng clapped his hands. The crowd nodded their heads. Their task was once again one more. Right. Zhou Yu, you two stay for a while. Yifeng looked at the two Zhou Yu and said. The two froze for a moment, looked at each other and sat on the chair without moving. The ministers also ignored it, and several people went out of the conference room. Mr. Yi, you are leaving the two of us behind? Zhou Yu had some doubts on his face. He was still rushing back to work on the Changhong system, to ask about your progress. Yifeng's voice was not loud. The Changhong computer system on my side has gotten almost here. It should be done in a month. As for the upgrade of the cell phone system, I'm afraid it will be 2 months later. Zhou Yu said softly. He did look a bit hyper. The CPU on my side, on the contrary, is a bit difficult to get. At least it will be 2 months later. Zhuliang said truthfully. The system is good to get. CPU as a chip technology, naturally difficult to get some, even if there are design drawings and wiring methods, but the CPU is not something that can just come out. Alright, you guys shouldn't be in a hurry. Zhou, you let me know if the system is finished on your side. Alright, you guys can go. Yifeng saw Zhou Yu nod before he waved his hand. The two quickly left. Right, President. The Divine State side agreed to our acquisition. We need to pay $1 billion. Lu Yan remembered something and spoke at the same time. Buy it. This group is important to us. There's also the mechanics side. They agreed to our cooperation, but they said that within a month if we haven't done anything they're going to find someone else to cooperate with. Since that's the case, let's not count on them on the mechanics side. After a month, we'll cut off our cooperation. Yifeng's voice was indifferent, refusing cooperation as if it was casual. In Yifeng's opinion, since he couldn't cooperate with the group in the long run, then don't cooperate. Lu Yan nodded. He did agree with Yifeng's decision. He was a bit disillusioned with the mechanics side, since now Yi Feng had also said that it would be fine for his side to directly reject it. There's one more thing. I've already handed over the technology of the automated production line to the higher-ups, and it's been appreciated, so our side can develop the fully automated technology without having to worry about it. Lu Yan said again. Okay, this is the best. How is our computer motherboard? It has been initially completed. It will be ready for production in 2 months. The refractory material for the anchor is not easy to find, so it has been delayed for some time. Lu Yan was holding a book. He returned softly. The motherboard is also about to be completed. As long as one finishes the mountain road and gets the graphics card, then this computer is basically even completed. As for the computer power supply and hard disk, this kind of thing can be made by himself. Okay, good job. By the way, how can you build a road without an excavator? I thought about it all night yesterday, and let my teacher give an excavator design. You try to see if you can make an excavator. Yi Feng said softly. He casually popped up another teacher. After all, he took some technological things every day, so he couldn't create something out of nothing and go dark, right? Excavator design drawings? Mr. Yi, who is your teacher? So powerful? And now we happen to need excavators. If we can have excavators, the construction of our signal base station is also simple, and the road is also better to dig some. Lu Yan was a bit excited. An excavator? That was something every man dreamed of. My teacher is not convenient to disclose his information. Give this drawing to you. Try to develop it as quickly as possible. After all, the day after tomorrow our road repair project will start. Okay, I know. I will try my best to do it. Lu Yan nodded. He took the USB flash drive in Yifeng's hand. Right. I'll announce tomorrow the proclamation that our force signal technology has no one to cooperate with, forcing it to be terminated. Lu Yan thought of something and spoke again. Well, remember to make a big deal out of this matter and confuse those people in foreign countries. Nodding his head, Lu Yan left the conference room with big strides. This time, Yi Feng had given him a bit too many tasks, so he had to finish them quickly. Looking at Lu Yan's hurried figure, Yi Feng sighed. Previously, he said that he would give Lu Yan a few secretaries, but he denied it. His words, I don't need a secretary. I'm afraid of people who can't do it well. Yi Feng was also helpless for a few days. Walking out of the meeting room, Yi Feng looked at the company's busy crowd. Looking at the company's busy crowd, Yi Feng walked towards his office. Today was Thursday, which meant that they were going to start construction on Saturday. As for holding a road repair conference, Yi Feng didn't think it was necessary. At this moment, Xiaoshang Group's official website, road repair. A big word was somewhat eye-catching on the official website. Some unknown netizens were attracted by these two words of Xiaoshang Group. Road repair? What is this Xiaoshang doing again? How strange. Why does this word appear on all their official websites? Click to go take a look? A hint of curiosity rose in the hearts of countless netizens. After the official website was released, countless people clicked in. Create a better future. We, Xiaoshang, are with you. Xiaoshang Group's 2010 road repair program officially opens. For the construction of rural roads, planning to make a contribution, we Xiaoshang guarantee that we will build more than 500 kilometers of mountain roads within 2 months. We, Xiaoshang Group, will open this plan on a date to be chosen, with the preferred place chosen by. On the bulletin board, there were strikingly large words. On the large letters was precisely Yifeng's plan to build roads. River City? Isn't this my hometown? Xiaoshang actually wants to build a road in the mountain village of River City. 500 kilometers? Or a mountain village? Xiaoshang is crazy. Building a mountain road? Really? This is big news. It's the first time I've seen a group build a road for a mountain village. This Xiaoshang is really a conscientious group. 500 kilometers. How much should this kilometer cost? For a while the network talked. And at this time the blog's Xiaoshang road repair announcement was also directly topped the first hot search list. Countless people were concerned about this one thing, while many more were in a bit of disbelief. Chapter 57, Matian. Clothes concept. Xiaoshang Group is really willing to come and build the road for free? It can't be a fake, right? This must be a fake news? If Xiaoshang Group can build the road, I'll be a cow or a horse. Finally, someone is proposing to build a road. When it rains in our mountain village, not to mention the danger of flooding, the road is simply unwalkable. On the internet, countless people commented on the official website of Xiaoshang Group. When they saw this announcement, they didn't believe it at first, but remembering the case of Changhong's cell phone, most of them chose to believe it. At this moment, Xinsher also saw this announcement. Yi Feng wants to build roads? Why? Does he not have some plan? And it's still 500 kilometers. Such a huge number. Xinsher was a bit puzzled in her heart. Yi Feng often made cards that she couldn't even fathom, like prestige, and signal base stations and whatnot. Would a normal person do that? Nope. If he really builds the road, then won't the courier industry really rise? Fiercely Qin sure remembered the big-headed man who came to her last time. He had come several times, but had been rejected by herself. If Feng really fixed all the mountain roads, then the economy would be driven not only by the city, but also by the mountain villages. No, I have to find him. The sharp Qin sure directly smelled a hint of business opportunity. If the road was really fixed, then the program of buying things online would definitely be a big hit. Who would want to go out to buy things when you can receive what you bought without leaving your home? Beep. Qin sure made a phone call, but the other phone kept beeping. Just no one answered. Dozens of seconds later, her face changed. This guy actually didn't answer his phone. What the hell? I didn't see this when I came to me before. She clenched her teeth. Qin sure picked up her own bag. She was ready to go and look for Ma Tian in person. Yi Feng's company. At this time, Yi Feng was looking at his public opinion in the V-blog. These people are praising me quite highly. What with being an ox and a horse, it's better to forget about it. Yi Feng muttered as he looked around. The negative comments were almost non-existent. Ding ding ding. At this time the prestige sound rang. Yan Still's avatar was jumping. Yan Still, this girls' school these 2 days is holding the fall sports meeting. Also do not know why, now send a message to himself. Yan Still, is brother there? Smiles. Aren't you participating in the fall sports meeting? It shouldn't be over now, right? Yi Feng returned. Brother, you're making too much of a commotion. To build 500 kilometers of mountain roads, my classmates and I were shocked. And when my classmates heard that it was you who wanted to build the road, they clamored for you to take them along. I couldn't say no, so I came to get your permission. Yan Still returned in prestige. Yi Feng was a bit puzzled by what he heard. What were these girls idly doing in the mountains? And still building roads? Brain dead, right? In that case, yes, I will go on a field trip the day after tomorrow. When you guys follow, you can go and take a look. Yi Feng thought about it and said he would wait for the day after tomorrow and go with the workers to the mountainous area to take a look. After all, this is his own project, cannot be sloppy. The most important thing was still whether the mission could be accomplished or not depended on this time. Thank you, brother. I'll talk to the girls here and invite you for dinner tonight. Flying kisses. Yan Still sent an emoticon and then disappeared. As for Yi Feng, he was not in a hurry. He was lying on the sofa and was thinking about how the group would operate in the future. Apple's side should be cracking the automated production line and they didn't have the time to pay attention to themselves. While Mountain Star had been quiet because of Xiaomi's appearance, it was probably dealing with Mimi. Now was the best time for Yi Feng to develop. The Changhong cell phone kept producing and selling well. It had already exceeded 1 million units in these few weeks. Although the number sounded good, it was far from enough. Now I can only wait for the computer CPU to be developed successfully. Intel will also release a new CPU in a few months. By then I will be able to catch up with another wave of trend. Yi Feng thought in his heart. His mind was already floating with the angry expression of the chairman of Intel Group at this moment. Chairman, someone is looking for you. While Yi Feng was imagining things, the sound of a knock on the door came over. Yi Feng was a bit confused. According to reason, normally no one would come to find himself, but today was a bit of an exception. Who is it? Let him in. Yi Feng waved his hand and the female secretary hurriedly walked out. If Lu Yan was busy, Yi Feng's female secretary would come to help. A female secretary was better than Lu Yan's big man. After she went out, a thin and short man slowly walked in. There was still some excitement on the man's face. Are you Mr. Yi? Hello, my name is Ma Tian. I'm a teacher from the Magic Qing University. Recently me and our team made a software. I would like to let Mr. Yi have a look over it and pull some sponsorship. He had a confident smile on his face. He almost had his eyes staring at Yi Feng's eyes with arrogance. Yi Feng looked at the youth in front of him who had a big head and a small body. He pointed to the sofa on one side. How did you get in? Yi Feng opened his mouth and asked. He wasn't sure that the security of his house was so bad. Any random person could come to invest in himself. His own place was not a charity organization either. Ma Tian sniffed and nodded in a hurry, sitting graciously on the sofa. I met your secretary and said a bit about my software and intentions and she let me in. Ma Tian said truthfully, with some incredulity on his face. I really didn't think that Mr. Yi here is actually so good to get along with. If it's another enterprise, I'm afraid that people can't even meet. No wonder the world says that Mr. Yi has a good character. Ma Tian is a strong flattering. That bar Yi Feng whole embarrassed. We, Xia Shang, do support the development of small and medium-sized enterprises, but it's not a charity organization. Let's put it this way, just like last time Ma Xiaolong, I will give you 30 minutes of introduction time. If you can impress me within this time, I can invest in your products. Yi Feng sipped his water. His voice was not loud. He didn't recognize the man in front of him, but being in fairness, and his own reputation, Yi Feng still chose to let him talk about his software as well. This era was full of opportunities, but anything about the internet was basically successful. Thank you Mr. Yi. please see this theory of mine, he said, taking out a bulky laptop from behind his back. The laptop was heavy and obviously a bit dated. This concept of mine is a concept on the internet. In my opinion, the internet is definitely a wave of dividends in the future. Mr. Yi, whether you believe it or not, I'm sure that only the internet can change life, Ma Tian said. He opened the computer. Soon a prototype drawing of a website was opened by him. What I'm going to show Mr. Yi is a new type of internet function. Online shopping. Mr. Yi must think that this word is unfamiliar to you, but you must have heard of buying clothes. And this idea of mine is to no longer put the clothes in the store to buy them, but instead, with a little bit of your finger on the internet, they can reach your home. This can be a lot more convenient. Rather, there is no haggling on the website, only open and transparent. This will also be a lot more convenient. Ma Tian kept talking. Yi Feng listened to the heart of a thump. This has something point familiar. Chapter 58 Online Shopping Concept. Investment. Hey, don't rush. Wait first. Is this concept of yours an online shopping concept? Yi Feng waved his hand to stop what Ma Tian was going to say. Yes, Mr. Yi, this is our online shopping project that will rise in the future. As long as this project is promoted, I dare to say that no company can make our achievements. Ma Tian was very confident, and his face was all firm. He believed that his product would definitely gain in the future. Now is more than 10 years ago. It is reasonable to say that a certain treasure should also come out. I did not expect that now also just started to develop. If this is really the case, that online shopping is a wave of dividends. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and then looked at the man in front of him, as if he was a money tree. I'm also very optimistic about online shopping. This project is very good. Name your requirements, and what I need to pay, what I can get, and whether I can maximize my benefits. Yi Feng looked at Ma Tian. His tone was calm and steady, without a bit of procrastination. Mr. Yi, you are agreeing to cooperate with me. He was a bit excited. 5 times he visited Qinshi, and they directly sarcasticized him. On the contrary, Yi Feng, this was simply a proper great benefactor. My request is that you, Mr. Yi, can give me some software engineers to work with us to fix some of the bugs in this software. Then it is the hope that Mr. Ye's side can publicize the investment. The investment amount I naturally hope to be a little higher. The most benefit I can give Mr. Yi is 20% of the shares, which is the most, because we have other shareholders. Ma Tian said 20% almost word for word. Obviously he had argued with others over the issue of shares before. In that case, 20%. In this way, our Xiaoshang group is willing to be your total investor. Which small shareholders on your side I wish to clear out, and then it's just try to maximize my shareholding. We, Xiaoshang, can give you technicians, and $50 million of startup capital. Yi Feng slowly stretched out 5 fingers, his face all serious look, eyes gleaming. Unquestionable tone is letting Ma Tian some beat back. When Ma Tian heard $50 million, and technicians, his heart was happy. If there is $50 million, then this software can definitely be bigger and stronger. If there are technicians, this software can definitely be a hit. But Yi Feng wanted too much. Ma Tian has enough business acumen. If Yi Feng's share is more than 20%, then he may be able to annex his group in the future. But the benefits that Yi Feng was giving were too much, and if he was funded by the giant Xiaoshang, his chances of success would be much higher. Mr. Yi, I can return some of my shares. The most I can give you is 25%. Ma Tian's eyes were all sincere. He didn't lie to Yi Feng. This was the maximum limit. Yi Feng smiled at his words. Yes, 25% then. I hope you can do a good job with this project. Let my secretary print a contract for you later. Yi Feng glanced at the secretary in front of the door. She hurriedly walked out. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will definitely not let down your trust. I have the determination to win this matter. Ma Tian was very confident. His eyes were filled with fire. People in this era were very energetic because it wasn't difficult to realize what they were pursuing. On the contrary, it would be harder than climbing up to the sky to realize their pursuits 10 years later. President, your contract. Xiao Mei walked in carrying the contract. Yi Feng glanced at it to make sure it was correct before signing the contract with Ma Tian. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are much better than Mr. Qin, who rejected me 5 times. He kept thanking. He also remembered Qinshi and got a little upset in his heart. General Manager Qin? Yi Feng froze. He always felt that something was not right. Are you talking about that General Manager Qin? It's the General Manager Qin of Huaxing Technology. I went there 5 times. 5 times I was humiliated. I think Xiaoyun was 7 times in and 7 times out while I was humiliated 5 times. I had no choice but to come to you. I didn't expect that you really invested in me. Qinshi? Yi Feng froze. Good guy. He actually snatched someone from his mother-in-law again. But people went to you 5 times and you refused. one is not considered to be robbing someone, right? Okay, I know. Do it as soon as possible on your side. I'm going to repair the road tomorrow, so I might not be able to watch your progress and products. Yi Feng said with a wave of his hand. General Yi, you really want to repair 500 kilometers in the mountains? I'm also from a mountain village. If the villagers see you going to repair the road, they will thank you. Ma Tian looked at Yi Feng very seriously. He was a teacher in a mountain village before. Only after he didn't know why he stepped on this road. Thank you is secondary. My purpose of repairing the road this time is to facilitate access. That's all. After we finish repairing the road, your online shopping industry can also get a maximum development. This is also the reason why I am optimistic about this industry. Yi Feng naturally couldn't say something like you guy will be the richest man in 10 years. He might have been the richest man in his previous life, but it was absolutely impossible in this life, because he himself will be the richest man. Mr. Yi, you are very far-sighted. Indeed, you are my bowl. Then I'll go back first. It should be perfected within 2 months. I will let Mr. Yi experience it first then. After Ma Tian finished speaking under Yi Feng's want to send off, Ma Tian left Yi Feng's company, looking at the back of the boss who would become a big group in the future. Yi Feng was a little emotional. Hey, the internet is really a good thing. He sighed from the bottom of his heart before turning around and returning to his office. This time, Ma Tian's arrival had disrupted some of Yi Feng's plans. Originally Yi Feng was thinking of relying on the system to try to get a certain treasures mission. Who knew that Ma Tian had arrived directly? It was a saving of effort. But the disadvantage was that he was not the manipulator of this company. Instead, he was the biggest shareholder. Forget it, it's impossible for me to be a dominant player. There's always a chance for others. Yi Feng withdrew the idea of acquiring the Ma Tian group. If this company of his gradually turned into a plutocracy, it would not be far from extinction. At this time, Huasheng Technology. Qinshi searched for a circle of Ma Tian. There is not a bit of news from people, as if it disappeared out of thin air. This time as Qinshi called Ma Tian for the 5th time. When she would think of Ma Tian's 5 visits being rejected by herself, Qinshi's face became a little unnatural. She had already thrown away her face, and if it didn't work this time, then she had no choice but to call it quits. Ding ding. The sound of the phone passed. What surprised Qinshi was that the phone was actually picked up. Hello, you are Ma Tian, right? I've changed my mind on my side, and would like to invite you to come and sit on my side for a cup of tea. Qinshi opened the door. She put her status very low. I'm sorry, Ms. Qin. I already have an investor on my side. It's not convenient for me to deal with you. Please forgive me, Ms. Qin. After he finished speaking, Qinshi's face had changed. Who was this? Actually cutting off her good business. Can I ask who invested in it? Sorry, this is an industry secret. Mr. Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After saying that, Ma Tian hung up the phone without mercy. Stopping the beeping sound, Qinshi was messed up. That little bastard actually dared to cut off my business. Her face turned red, and at this moment, Yi Feng was still chatting with Yan in his office. A poof, a few sneezes in a row. Touching his nose, Yi Feng turned on the air conditioner. Yan still, brother, this time there is a beautiful woman who is going to repair the road with us, but she is the school flower of our school, wink. At this time, Yan still said in his Weibo, Chapter 59, Cursing Madness. Schoolgirl? What does it matter to me? We're a single female main character. Yi Feng was a little depressed in his heart. Yi Feng, I only like you alone. What school flower go aside? Wilson returned. Female dormitory. Xiaojing, still. Your brother is so good at it. This love talk. I'm covered in goosebumps. If only I had such a handsome, rich brother, that would be so nice. Xiaoli on one side also opened her mouth, and both of them were looking at Yan Still's chat with envy. On the contrary, the roommate who had previously satirized Yan Still had long since withdrawn from school. Yan Still was a bit embarrassed. She was chatting with Yi Feng and was actually being mobbed. This was even more embarrassing than her opening a live broadcast. Xiaoqing's side is really planning to go, is it? Don't stop going again when the time comes. Yan Still looked at the two. Sure, she told me herself. Xiaojing almost guaranteed it in seconds. Alright, but I've finished with my brother. You guys can't back out. Yan Still pointed at them. Arrogant. Of course, I still want to go pick chrysanthemums, Xiaojing hurriedly assured. Seeing this, Yan Still then returned. Then we'll go find you tomorrow after school. We'll give you a surprise then. Yi Feng looked at Yan Still words. He was a little puzzled. This girl can still give himself what son of a surprise. Not to give himself 2 punches. Yi Feng feel good. Okay, after sending an expression, Yi Feng closed his cell phone. After looking at the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi Feng didn't have the heart to stay in the office. He decided to go home and sleep, probably because he was too tired recently. Yi Feng fell asleep as soon as he laid down on the bed. Early in the morning, Yi Feng was called up by Wang Gang. There was nothing to do today, so Yi Feng and Wang Gang went to a horse farm. Bailey Horse Farm. This was the largest horse farm club in Bailey. Yi Feng would come to ride the horses and have some fun whenever he was free, and this was his third time. When he was resting at noon, Wang Gang came striding over with his cell phone in his hand, looking grave. Young master, look, the internet is blowing up like crazy. A lot of them are cursing you. Wang Gang was a bit agitated. The veins of his face popped out. Oh, cursing me? Let me take a look, Yi Feng said and took the cell phone. Sure enough, on the internet, there was also a large amount of curses for Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at those cursing statements and he probably understood something. It should be that Luyan's Side 1 announced the suspension of the research and development of the signal base station. The impact of this matter was still relatively large. I knew it. It's absolutely impossible for Xiaoshang to build a base station. With their technology they simply can't compare to foreign countries. Ha ha, laughed me to death. The day before yesterday was still requesting cooperation, and today issued an announcement saying that there is no one to cooperate and suspended the project. That's it? I thought Mr. Yi was so powerful, but it turns out he's just talking. That road repair one can't be a fake too, right? Liar who cheats sympathy. Boycotts Xiaoshang Group. Yes, it's just a way to get people's sympathy. Don't scold them. They're at least a domestic enterprise, and they said it's impossible not to realize the road construction. Do you have a conscience? Ha, what state-owned enterprises? They said research signal. I have not seen the success of but also because of foreign which people do not invest and give up. On this? Some unknown guys who followed the trend on the network constantly posted comments attacking the Xiaoshang Group. Yi Feng swept a glance and then no longer pay attention. Foolish, unnecessary people, not worthy of sympathy. These people probably couldn't see the good in others, couldn't see the good in their family, and only looked outward as far as their eyes could see. And Yi Feng was too lazy to bother with this kind of people. Don't bother about them, the cleaners will clear themselves. We should repair and still repair our road. Yi Feng waved his hand and handed the cell phone to Wang Gang. His face had no fluctuation so far, as if he was not looking at his own company. At this time abroad. Ha ha ha, I knew that they, Huaxia, can only rely on our technology. Look, now without our cooperation, it won't last a day. Fark, I thought we really want to make a signal, so it's just a bluff. Hey, still high on them. Our 3G is about to come out. By then the signaling technology will be one step ahead of the rest of the world. I'll see who still dares to go against us. I thought the dragon had awakened, but it turns out it's still asleep. Have you guys read the comments of Xia's netizens? We just mobilized a little bit of emotion, and those people just exploded directly as if they had lit a fuse. But it's true. Fools, not wise people. Within the country of me, countless people discussed they looked at Xia's comments somewhat ridiculously. Those who were unaware of the reason and simply disregarded the interests of the country and sprayed without regard to the truth made them feel ridiculous. Let's launch 3G as soon as possible, by then no one will be able to match it. The chairman of the Signal R&D group opened his mouth. Alright, we'll work on it overnight. This time it's really good news. A few people nodded their heads. Me country, just wanted to cover the whole world with their signaling technology. At that time, it could be said that every country's every move would be under their control. At this time the summer country Xinjiang Internet Cafe, Long Xiao, crazy, simply scolded crazy, onliner because Xiaoshang Group does not research and development of signaling technology and began to scold Xiaoshang. Little Fat came to Long Xiao's side some excitement. That fat face need also some trembling. A group of letter ball. People research and development does not research and development tube what they do. This is voluntary. Have to moral abduction. People Xiaoshang to you to repair the road. Not let you eat your fill to scold people. Really can't figure out whether those people are educated. Lang Xiao opened his mouth indifferently. His voice was somewhat cold. Really can't understand which people. Deliberately belittling our domestic enterprises. Touting foreign enterprises, what's the use? Demeaning their own morale to increase the prowess of others? Fatty also slapped the table with an angry face. At this time, most of the people in the internet cafe also swiped to this news. Holy, Xiaoshang was actually sprayed. People can still be sprayed for repairing roads. These people are talented enough too. A man stood up and slammed the table, his face full of anger. Right, those people are really fed up. People research or not research and development tube which people what matter? They give money? They really don't know how much money is needed to develop a signal? Grass. Brothers, we have a hacker in the internet cafe. Let him see who is posting unknown comments. At this moment, the owner of the internet cafe also spoke up, and countless people looked at the owner. Hey boss, are you also a supporter of Xiaoshang? Lang Xiao shook his hair that covered his eyes. That's a must. What a good group Xiaoshang is. This time the location planned for the road repair happens to be my hometown. Such a good group doesn't go to champion it. Instead they go to denigrate it. These people simply have bubbles. The boss gave a thumbs up. Come, little red, show these people your hand. Yes, a woman walked out. The girl was white. With a melon face she looked pretty, and she wore a round eyeglass, looking somewhat like a female doctor. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of person did this. Hong Ku opened her mouth. There was some seriousness in her eyes. The crowd all gathered around the girl at once. Within 5 minutes, an address was found by her, and the crowd's eyes widened with some incredulity. There's actually someone who can really touch someone else's house with a network cable? This is too strong. Little Fatty's mouth was shivering. Good lord, how would he dare to make any more bad remarks after this? Lang Xiao. Several people were also stunned. Girl, you're so good at craftsmanship. It would be a talent if you don't go to a big company. Right, I heard that Xia Shang's site has been needing people. With your strength, you should apply for the job. The crowd said one after another, and the girl called Hong Ku's face moved a little at the words. Chapter 60, Creating Public Opinion. This guy is also from Bailey. Let's go find this guy together. Actually openly making bad comments, the boss suggested. The crowd agreed with a cry and almost followed the boss out of the internet cafe. While at this time Hong Ku was looking at these people, she shook her head and slowly closed the computer. Young master, you are also too calm. You've been scolded so badly and you don't even have the slightest expression. Wang Gang spat on the side. He was admiring Yi Feng's control. He actually didn't even change his face a bit after all the cursing on this network. Cursing Xia Shang's? What does it matter to me? Yi, come on, let's skate around again. I have other things in the afternoon. Yi Feng drank a mouthful of water fiercely as he mounted his little brown horse. Wang Gang didn't say much when he saw this. Although he fought for Yi Feng, his duty wasn't to manage the company, but to protect Yi Feng's safety, that's all. The two of them skipped around the horse farm again. Yi Feng saw that the time was almost up before the two of them had a meal and left the horse farm. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, arrived at the company. Just after entering the office, Lu Yan hurried over. He was holding some documents in his hands. What's up? What's so urgent? Yi Feng looked at the somewhat anxious Lu Yan and slowly asked after drinking some water. Mr. Yi, have you seen the internet? The comments above are too big. We are not making a big deal out of this. Lu Yan took out his cell phone, a little agitated. Oh, you said this thing. I have long known, but this matter than I expected to be a little bigger. But it does not matter. Make a big better. That way our ploy will succeed. Yi Feng poured a cup of water and handed it to Lu Yan, speaking without panic. Where did Lu Yan have the heart to drink tea now? Mr. Yi, if we don't go to curb it, there might be more and more negative remarks, and by then our group's reputation will deteriorate. Lu Yan didn't drink the water. Instead, he took out his cell phone. Our shares, they've dropped by 1 point now. Calm down. The more negative remarks there are now, the better it is for us. You should be busy with something else. This matter, don't bother. Yi Feng waved his hand. For this kind of thing, he didn't really care. The shares can come back after falling. Yi Feng understands too much about the water army, the wall grass, where there is a wind to where to swing. Lu Yan saw that Yi Feng was so serious. He had no choice but to nod and take back his cell phone. Mr. Yi, the things you want me to do have also been done. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be 20 buses parked in front of our company. And the 500 workers that you want to recruit have also been completely done on my side. In fact, the recruitment is not that much. It may be that our publicity has an effect. Many contractors cooperate with us, so that we can put together 500 people in a short period of time. Lu Yan took out the book he was holding and placed it on the table. Written on the book were the very names of those contractors and the number of people they had brought with them. Yi Feng took a cursory glance and after making sure that there was nothing wrong, he said softly, Lu Yan, do you believe that I can make our group's shares go up by 10%? Yi Feng spoke violently. Lu Yan's head shook like a rattle. Mr. Yi, don't joke. Our shares have already reached the top. How can they still rise? And it's already good enough to not fall now. Lu Yan looked at the value in his cell phone. His heart was dripping blood. Shares slipping. This is a big deal. After repairing the road this time, I will prove to you that my words will not be wrong. Yi Feng was very serious. These negative remarks were only temporary. Their suspicion was ultimately because of Yi Feng's 500 kilometers of mountain road. There were already people who were suspicious when Yi Feng said that he was going to build 500 kilometers of mountain road. Only that they didn't open their mouths because of Xia Shang Group's reputation, and which people just took advantage of the gap of the suspension of signal development this time to question Yi Feng. Good. I look forward to your operation. Mr. Yi. Lu Yan nodded seriously. He didn't leave but took out another drawing. General Manager Yi. This is the excavator manufacturing drawing you gave me last time. I had the professional master look at it, and he said that this is a heavy excavator that is 3 years ahead of technology, and it will take a long time to develop it at least. Mr. Yi, this excavator may not be built in a short time. Lu Yan looked at the excavator drawings with some pity. If a large excavator could be built in a short time, then their mountain road construction would definitely still have to be completed faster. How can it be? This is a simple version. It should be able to develop it right. You guys study it carefully, and strive to develop it within a month. If it really can't, we can only go to introduce some excavators. Yi Feng was a bit unbelievable. The chip technology they utilized for a week to have a prototype. In looking at the excavator, 2 months can't be realized. This is a bit outrageous. We try our best, but we don't have much hope. This kind of thing like excavators we haven't done before at all. We don't have the experience, unlike the chip that we had before, so the progress is a bit slower. But I will introduce some mechanical engineering talents. Mr. Yi, you don't need to be butthurt on your side. Lu Yan was a bit helpless. He also wanted to make the excavator as soon as possible. But how could they get something like an excavator out of a grid group? Okay, I won't rush you guys, just try your best. Right, how's it going on Wilson's side? Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan. I happen to want to report to you. Just recently, Penguin announced a new type of chat software to the outside world. The name is Penguin Letter. It said that this is a communication technology that is more comprehensive than our Weixin's functions, for which I don't think they can compare to us. Penguin Letter has actually started developing a new communication as well? It's true that it's still the same old thing, always imitating and never surpassing anyone. Yi Feng sighed in his heart as he waved his hand. Don't have to care. We prestige as long as we have a firm footing. Then no matter if it's Penguin Letter or QQ, that's not our rival. Of course this also has to override whether our prestige has a firm footing or not. Lu Yan listened attentively. He agreed with Yi Feng's view. As long as a communication is deeply rooted in people's hearts, it will be very difficult to be surpassed. Now Lu Yan also finally knew why Yi Feng wanted to acquire Wilson. It was not confusing. On the contrary, it was a wise choice. If they entered the age of information technology in the future, then Wilson was their knocking stone, which I won't worry about this. Also, since our fully automated production line has been publicized, there are a few more foreign groups that want to buy our production line. I would like to ask, are we selling it? Lu Yan took out 5 letters of request for purchase, which were all from different countries. Of course, our research and development of the automatic production line is not for charity. Naturally we need profit. Otherwise what are we doing this for? In this way, announce to the public the price of Apple Group's purchase of our production line. If they want to buy it, we can sell it for less than 10% of Apple's. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Apple buying $50 million, while others buy it 10% cheaper than Apple. This is not just satirizing Apple. On the contrary, it will also make some people feel that they are taking advantage of it. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's still Mr. Yi. This method profoundly captures the heart of people who are greedy for small bargains. Chapter 61 Giving Away a Tractor? Mr. Yi, your move is high, but in that case, won't we offend Apple again? Offended long ago. Still care about this one small detail why, and it seems that their Apple company has not apologized for the negative impact on us last time, right? Yi Feng's voice was indifferent. The apology announcement promised by commodity Apple company was also not sent. He, Yi Feng, had the right to satirize them. Right, Mr. Yi, I was too busy these days and forgot. Should we sue them? No need. Since they are not willing to apologize, let's give them a head start. Yi Feng had a smile on his face. His package was ready. Okay, then I'll make an announcement from my side. If we sell 5 automated production lines, then our company's pure profit can reach a gain of nearly $10 billion. Lu Yan was a bit excited. Casually it can be doubled by tens of thousands, millions of times. It's true that leading technology is still the most profitable. Well, in this way, not only do we have a profit, but we can also suppress the negative news. Yi Feng nodded, and Lu Yan didn't say anything else. He handed the information in his hand to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at those materials. Some of them were small and medium-sized companies cooperating. Some of them were some public opinion news, and domestic small and medium-sized industries that had purchased production lines. Fiercely, Yi Feng seemed to have thought of something. Right, Lu Yan after small industries, and those entrepreneurial simply did not have R&D software. The need for our R&D software companies want to find us to cooperate a little pick. Although we can invest here, but also can not all come to get a piece of the pie. Yi Feng remembered the Ma Tian that one thing. Good guy. No one stopped. Directly walked in. How can this work? Okay, I will increase the security a bit. If it's alright, I'll leave first. Lu Yan said and put away his cell phone. Yi Feng waved his hand as he lay on the sofa, looking at the information, while Lu Yan left the office consciously. This time, there were 5 countries that had thrown in letters of acquisition to their Xiaoshang. The one that concerned Yi Feng the most was still the letter from the Big Goose country. The Big Goose country. with its vast land and sparse population, had the title of a beautiful country, and their country's male-to-female ratio was severely imbalanced, with tens of millions more girls than boys. On the contrary, Xia country had tens of millions more boys than girls, so if the two countries tandem, they could basically solve the problem. Of course, the current Goose country was not yet at the point of supporting each other, and Feng was not capable of solving the problem of the lower marriage rate in Xia country right now. Looking towards the letter handed over by the Great Goose country. Hello dear Xia Shang Group, I am the ambassador of the Goose country. This time I am submitting a piece to your company. I want to cooperate with your company and buy one of your products. The words on the letter were very euphemistic and respectful. Feng was able to see the attitude of Goose country just by reading the letter alone. When Lu Yan puts out the news, I think they will come to me again, and the big Goose country can rather put a lower price. Feng muttered. He once again looked at the rest of the letters. Most of them were direct purchases, not saying any euphemisms at all. Feng didn't care about this. When the time came to sell it more expensive, it would be fine. He wasn't afraid that no one would buy it. What Feng was afraid of was that the demand exceeded the supply. Leading technology, everyone wants to buy back to study, so Feng is not worried about sales at all. After reading the documents for a long time, most of the things have already been handled by Lu Yan. Feng only needs to point it out. Putting down the documents, Feng lay on the sofa and took out his cell phone. It was so hard to live a leisurely life he naturally had to cherish it. Yang Lu chrysanthemums are the best in the world. Welcome to Yang Lu to see chrysanthemums in the fall. The mountains are full of autumn chrysanthemums. Gentlemen, don't you want to come and pick some? Looking at the message on the front page of the V-blog, Feng casually clicked in. It was autumn now, and there were a lot of flowers on the Yang Lu side, so most of the V-blogs were for flower viewing. This flower? One day when I'm free go pick some. Looking at the chrysanthemums, Feng muttered. Ding ding. At this time, Wilson rang. Normally no one would send a message to Feng, except for Yen who was still that slimy. Feng, I'm downstairs with you. Come down to greet your gift. Yen still sent a voice message. The voice seemed to be very excited and it was accompanied by the sound of a machine rattling. Feng scratched his head. He was a little puzzled as to what this niece was trying to get at. This niece, she won't get a car, right? Feng recalled the buzzing sound in his voice. He was a little curious. Tidying up his suit, Feng walked down the building. Sisters, my brother is coming down. What do you think of my gift? Yen still leaned against the tractor with a proud face. Still, that there is a gift for a tractor. Why don't we just change the gift? Xiao Jing was a little worried. It was the first time she had seen a girl giving a tractor. We're not going to the countryside. I'll send 2 tractors, and then let Feng take us and swim in the grassland. How nice. Yen was still full of little stars. She had already fantasized about them sitting on the tractor, surrounded by rapeseed flowers. The crowd was filled with black lines. This still's brain circuit is definitely beyond the norm. Still, what a gift. Feng went downstairs. His voice hadn't fallen yet. When he saw the tractor parked on the side of the road, he was confused. Good guy. The sound that just buzzed was actually a tractor? Still, is this the gift you want to give me? Feng patted the back cover of the large tractor. Yeah, this is the latest large tractor produced by my uncle's family. I've gone through a lot of trouble to get it. When the time comes, we'll drive it and gallop across the mountains and rivers. Yen still waved his hand, his face full of excitement. What, brother, you don't like it? She saw Feng froze a bit. There was some change in her voice. There was also a hint of expectation in her eyes. Snap! Only Feng slammed the tractor's engine. Still, you are truly the savior of the world. How did you know that I happen to lack a tractor? This gift of yours, I like it too much. If I can, I want to hug it home. Feng was a bit excited. A large tractor. Wasn't this exactly what Feng, needed? As long as he had this, then the tractor they developed in Xiaoshang might be able to speed up the progress. This was also a large tractor, but it wasn't as big as the one given by the system. If this was taken apart and studied, then the tractor drawings given by the system might be able to speed up the progress as well. You're not lying to me, right? Yen still saw Feng excited. She beamed. No, I love this. It's the best gift I've ever received. Feng pulled over Yen still. This niece was much more useful than Zhou Yu's few people. Every day, she gave herself snow. Feng was a little embarrassed. And on one side, Xiao Jing, several people looked over here, not knowing what expression was hanging on their faces. The chairman of Xiaoshang Group actually likes tractors? The crowd was a bit puzzled. Come on, everyone, don't stand here. Let's go eat something. Feng glanced at the crowd. His eyes fell on a girl. This girl was very pretty. It was the first time Feng had seen this type of girl. Compared to Yen still, the two could be said to be indistinguishable. Chapter 62 Green Dye. What are you looking at? Aren't we going to eat? Yan still noticed that something was wrong and said with a big grin as he tugged on Yifeng's ear. Nothing, just an eye stroke. Come on, let's go eat something. Yifeng retracted his gaze. He lost his footing for a moment and looked one more time. This could actually be discovered by Yan still. Yifeng was also helpless. Yifeng drove out of his own Wuling car. This car has a large space, and comfortable. Yifeng added a leather sofa, and space seats. It is even more comfortable. Wuling is worthy of being a god car. Yifeng loaded a lot of things in it and still had no problem. Get in! Yifeng waved his hand. Yifeng, your car is so personalized. It's the first time I've seen such a Wuling. Xiao Jing sat in the chair of the van, looking around with some curiosity. No, it's okay. Yifeng wore a smile. The few people quickly got into the car. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Jing, Xiao Li, and this is Qing Dai who I told you last time and wanted to go to the countryside with us. Everyone calls her Xiao Qing. Yan still introduced softly. Xiao Qing? White Snake. Yifeng couldn't help but have a BGM floating in his mind. Hello, my name is Yifeng, and I won't introduce myself. I should be known by everyone. Yifeng's voice was not big, but it was magnetic. A mature charm surrounded him. Qing Dai nodded. Sorry to trouble you. I'm an fine art student, so I was thinking of going to paint some countryside portraits, and I'm also troubling you to give me a ride. Qing Dian's voice was sweet. It was the kind of voice that could not be described as good. Her face was also pure. No wonder Yan still said she was the pure school flower last time. Qing Dai overall height should be more than 1 meter 6. Short, single ponytail, a pair of is a green sweater. There is a pattern on it. It is indeed the standard match for art students. No trouble, just passing by. Right, aren't you an art student? Can I ask you to draw a poster of road repair and countryside construction for our Xiaosheng? Yifeng's eyes looked at the road in front of him and asked wanting Qing Dai. They happened to lack a publicity poster on their side. If she could help that would be good. Of course, I can help you guys draw a poster. It's also considered a reward for you taking us there. Qing Dai did divide the favor very clearly. Yifeng nodded. He could also see that this girl was very strong, separating what was hers and what wasn't hers very clearly. Yan still did not say anything, but rather did not know what she was thinking in her big eyes. Right, Yifeng, if we go tomorrow can we drive a tractor? I want to experience the feeling of a tractor entering a farmland. Yan still seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on his face once again. Of course you can. I happen to know how to drive a tractor. Yifeng smiled. Tractor he drove very skillfully in his previous life. After all, rural children, how can he not drive a tractor? Really? It's really great. The crowd's eyes lit up. Xiao Jing's 2 eyes even appeared small stars. How do you feel that Yifeng can do everything? Xiao Jing had already fantasized about the image of Yifeng driving a tractor and coming to greet her. The image was so beautiful she blushed. Yifeng naturally did not know that some girls were already in love. He parked his car in front of a large plate chicken store in Bailey. This store was a store that he and Yan still often came to the car. Yifeng loved eating large plate chicken. Not only was it affordable, but it was also delicious. Yan still originally didn't like it, but he couldn't withstand Yifeng's frequent eating, and he got used to it over time. Big plate chicken? Mr. Yi, a person of your status actually comes here? Qing Dai looked at the large plate chicken restaurant with some differences in his eyes. Ha ha, what status can I have? Isn't it just an ordinary person who can't get on the stage? Moreover, they are all people. There is no difference between high and low. Yifeng laughed, not caring about her words. Qing Dai fell into deep thought at her words, and her already small height walked slowly. Several people entered the restaurant. The boss's wife all recognized Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng come, she hurriedly barred the seat where Yifeng often sat. You're here, have a seat. As usual? Slightly spicy. Yifeng skillfully ordered. Still, you actually came here too. I'm surprised. Xiao Jing looked at Still. Her opinion of Yan Still had changed since she learned that Still was a rich second generation. Yifeng and I often come here. The meal here is not bad, much better than some hotel. Yan Still nodded. She couldn't help but pull Yifeng's hand. Qing Dai patted her butt and sat on a chair to the side. She looked around. The atmosphere here is very good. Mr. Yi, my opinion of you has changed a bit. Her voice was still a bit cold. Yifeng didn't care. He didn't bother with small children. Qing Dai, what kind of person did you think Mr. Yi was before? Xiao Jing on one side opened her mouth and asked. The one who cheats the masses for the sake of profit. But now it's changed. I think that a person who can eat in this kind of place and drive a Wuling's car should not be that kind of person. Qing Dian shook his head and spoke seriously. It was as if there was some seriousness in his eyes. The crowd was somewhat silent. Yifeng saw that the atmosphere was awkward, also had to wave his hand. I didn't realize that I have a bit of a bad reputation, but it doesn't matter. The people have the clouds. Everyone is ready to leave tomorrow? The countryside is very cold. It's been ready for a long time. You still need to say it. Yan still blanked Yi Feng. How can you talk to me? I'm your brother. Blah blah blah. The two quickly made a big fuss. The meal also came up. A meal was eaten quickly. In the evening a few people went out of the restaurant. A meal allowed Yi Feng to initially recognize the new little girl in front of him. She has a talent for painting, is a second-grade painter, likes art, and is also a clothing stylist. The feeling given to Yi Feng was that she was a bit cold. Ching Dai didn't say much during a meal. Yi Feng was also lazy. Send those people home. Only then did Yi Feng and Yan still drove to Qin Shi's house. In the past, if he came to his mother-in-law's house, Yi Feng might be very happy, but now times have changed. Yi Feng was embarrassed to go to his mother-in-law's house, even if he had scooped up someone else's people, but he had also taken Ma Tian away for unknown reasons. Aren't you coming up to sit? Yan still came down from Yi Feng's car. Seeing that Yi Feng had no intention to get off, she had to ask. No, there are still things another time. Yi Feng waved his hand and stepped on the gas and disappeared. Yan still didn't think much about it and went straight back home. Yi Feng exited the villa area before letting out a breath. His mind could think of Qin Shi's big eyes glaring at him. It was a bit scary. He quickly arrived at the entrance of Xia Shang Group. The excavator had been driven away instead. Most of it should have been gotten rid of by Lu Yan. Hey, Lu Yan, you took away the discussion tractor, right? Yi Feng called and asked. Yes, President, it has been taken away. Where did you get this tractor? You can't even see it on the market. Lu Yan's somewhat confused tone came. My girlfriend gave it to me. With this on your side, you should be able to speed up the research and development, right? It can. Within a month it should be able to complete the R&D. The progress will be accelerated this time. Right, I have one more thing to report. There seems to be a movement on the rice side. Lu Yan's voice was heavy. Yi Feng came directly interested. Chapter 63 Departure. What kind of movement? Still need you to report? Yi Feng was a bit depressed. It was reasonable to say that Lu Yan wouldn't pay too much attention to this kind of thing, but now he personally came to say it. It's like this. The 3G signal on the Mi side has set a time. In the second half of the year maybe it will be launched. And Apple is said to be developing a new type of software. Rumor has it that it's also a cross-generation, new type of item. I think it's time for our Changhong to speed up its progress. Lu Yan's voice was heavy. Obviously, he was afraid that Changhong would be kicked back before it could get a firm footing abroad. New type of technology? Okay, I know. Yi Feng nodded. It was not unusual for Apple to develop new types of technology. Yi Feng did not know what technology they were developing for the time being. How are the sales of our current products abroad? The average daily sales are above 100,000. This number is very impressive. Lu Yan glanced at the data. His voice was not loud. 100,000? Not bad. Let's set up some sales stores in other countries as well. For example, Fuji country. The economy there is also very developed. Let's set up sales points in their villages. We can make a big profit again at that time. Yi Feng nodded. He remembered the neighboring country around Xia, Fuji country. This country was a bit unique. It was an island-type country, but the economy was developing very well. Their most famous Fuji Jing was even located in the leading position. And Changhong is now only released in the country of Mi. And China, the various regions have not yet been released. Mr. Yi, this I have already set up a long time ago. Now our sales stores in various regions are being built and covered, and will be ready to use in 2 weeks. Lu Yan said in a hurry. Since Changhong's big sale, he had been thinking about the crowds in other regions. Exporting domestic Changhong alone could not make money at all, and those leaks abroad were the key to making money. Good. Well done. By the way, didn't we plan a few road repair locations last time? How is the foreign ministry side doing? Yi Feng remembered the matter of road repair. All other things can be put aside, but road repair must be done as soon as possible. Their side has already discussed with the nearby villagers. Those villagers are also very active in cooperating with our work. Some of them heard about the free road repair. Their legs are soft, and said that you are a living god. Lu Yan looked exceptionally happy. His face could even be said to be full of spring light is not too much. He cared a lot about what others said about the company, and even more about what others said about Yi Feng. When he heard that the villagers were grateful to Yi Feng, he was even a little happier than hearing gratitude for himself. Ha ha, I didn't expect that Yi Feng, would be called a living god one day. It's really my honor. Yi Feng laughed. He was also happier in his heart. After all, he was praised again. This is all the harvest that Mr. Yi got for his efforts. There is nothing else. I will let someone study the excavator on my side. It is also dark. Mr. Yi, you will rest early on your side. Lu Yan said softly. Yi Feng looked at the time. You also go home early. The excavator thing is not in a hurry. The body is the most important. Yi Feng and Lu Yan spoke for a while longer before Lu Yan hung up the phone. Yi Feng looked around at the empty pavement. He sat back in his car again. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The group still had the lights on, and there was still an hour before his employees got off work. Go back. Tired. Stretching his back, Yi Feng drove back home. After playing a game with Wang Gang for a while, Yi Feng twisted his head into the house and slept. At this time, he had been monitoring Xiaosheng Group abroad. How's it going? Is there anything going on with Xiaosheng Group lately? Since the last time they said that they failed to repair the base station, they seem to have disappeared. A dark-skinned man asked. Recently I heard that Xiaosheng is helping the people to build roads. I'm a bit confused as to why they, a large conglomerate, would want to build roads, and in my perception, he, the president of the Xiaosheng Group, is a very shrewd businessman. The secretary spoke up. In front of her was the secretary of the information technology company Washington Group, John Foudy. He's very smart. I can't even guess what he's going to do. It's absolutely impossible for a businessman to consider other people's interests. John Foudy's expression was grave. Our signaling technology intensifies its development. I want to release 3G technology as soon as possible. His voice had an unquestionable attitude. Yes, the secretary nodded in a hurry. There were no words in the night. Yi Feng woke up at around 6 in the morning, because he was going to the mountain village in the morning, so he still had to get up early. The reason why Yi Feng had to follow along, that main reason was still that Yi Feng was afraid that the road that was being repaired wasn't perfect. The most important reason was that Yi Feng wanted to go to the countryside for a period of time, and he was a bit restless because of various things recently. He came to Xiaosheng Group downstairs. At this time, nearly 40 buses were already in place, and 500 workers had also gotten on the bus. As for the excavators and other things, Yi Feng chose truck transportation. The truck was his own family's, so the shipping cost didn't cost anything. Everyone was obviously a bit excited to see Yi Feng arrive. Many people had never seen Yi Feng before. They even stuck their heads out of the window. Mr. Yi, it's really Mr. Yi. I was afraid of being cheated when I first came here, but now that I've seen Mr. Yi, the stone in my heart has finally fallen. Are you going with us too, Mr. Yi? The construction site is very tiring. It's the first time I've seen the boss go to the construction site with his employees. It's really a conscientious state-owned enterprise. The crowd shouted, and one was even blushing. Good morning everyone. There's no way to make everyone come so early. Mainly we must finish the project as soon as possible. As for the construction site being tired, none of you are tired. Where can I be tired? I will always stand behind you all and help you. Yi Feng shouted, his voice steady and with sincerity in his eyes. Too touching. This is our good boss. A few days ago, I still heard people say that someone scolded Mr. Yi. I really don't know what to think. Right. Hey, trees attract the wind. When are we leaving, Mr. Yi? The crowd spoke in the car. You guys go first. Let's divide into 5 roads. Each team will build 100 kilometers of highway within 2 months. There is no finesse. Yi Feng raised his fist. Everyone raised their fists as well. Have faith. In order to repair it to my house as soon as possible. I'll do it even if I have to fight for my life. Right. Confident. As long as I can get rid of the mountain road, I'll fix it even if I have to work through the night. Not to mention 100 kilometers, even 200 kilometers. The crowd shouted. They couldn't help but be excited at the thought that the road would eventually be repaired to their home. Full of blood. For what? To serve the motherland and the hometown. People can have no ambition, but the love of home cannot be absent. Looking at the full-blooded workers, Yi Feng gave them a thumbs up. In the car, at the same time, there were 5 designers, highway engineers and so on. They were also recruited by Lu Yan to build the perfect mountain road. Soon, the car started. Nearly 40 cars slowly disappeared in Yi Feng's sight, and at this time, Yi Feng's prestige voice also sounded. Chapter 64, Cool Yan Still. Yan Still, we're almost at your company. Are you going yet? Question. It's Yan Still's prestige message. No, you guys are coming soon. Get ready to go. Yi Feng returned a sentence after closing his cell phone. Lu Yan did not come. Obviously, he had other things to be busy with and would not follow Yi Feng to the countryside. On the contrary, Wang Gang was worried about Yi Feng's danger and insisted on following him. Yi Feng couldn't do anything about him, so he had to let this guy follow him. Young master, do we still have to wait for someone? Wang Gang carried his breakfast and stood straight like a pine tree. Well, waiting for a few people. By the way, Uncle Wang, I heard that you also came out from the countryside before. Is your place beautiful? Yi Feng nodded. He remembered something. My hometown, quite beautiful. The mountains are beautiful. The people are beautiful. It's just a pity, Wang Gang said with a sigh, as if a little disappointed. What's wrong? Nothing. Remembered a little something. Wang Gang waved his hand and did not continue. and on one side an SUV drove over from a distance. An arm was sticking out of the black SUV as it kept waving around. Yi Feng, we're here, Xiao Jing shouted. Obviously, she was a little excited. Her face was wearing sunglasses. Her already big face was even bigger because of the sunglasses. Yan still drove the car. This girl wore a black sunglasses. Her long hair flowed. Her face looked so beautiful under the virgin sun. The car stopped with a thud. Brother, how about? I'm this one. Is not very fashion. She got out of the car and shook her long hair. Under the black leather jacket was a pair of jeans. Under the jeans was a long black boots. She put her sunglasses on her high nose and looked at Yi Feng with a slit. She also winked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, on the other hand, pursed his lips. How did this have a non-mainstream air surrounding it? What do you call fashion? Yi Feng patted her shoulder and couldn't help but laugh. What is it? I am well dressed. Will not. I heard that there are many bad people in the village. I dress like this, but to prevent wolves and fraud. She skimmed her mouth. And at this time the car also came down to one after another. Shaoli said something is not coming. Just a few of us. Yan still looked around and said. Yi Feng nodded. He waved his hand towards Wang Gang here. Introduced to Xiao Jing. This is Uncle Wang. He is my bodyguard. I am afraid that if you go out this time, you will be in danger. That's why I let him come. You guys won't mind, right? Yi Feng said softly. Low EQ, a private bodyguard is afraid that I will encounter danger. High EQ, afraid of you guys needing danger. That's why I let him come. Xiao Jing sniffed and waved her hands. No, how could I refuse, mister? Yes, kindness. My name is Yen still. Uncle Wang can just call me Xiao Jing. This is Xiao Chang. Hello. Several people greeted. Wang Gang also kindly glanced at Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng even relieved him. Let's go. Mountain Village Adventure. Yen still waved his fist, and the crowd got into the car. Wang Gang drove. Yi Feng co-piloted while the three girls sat in the back. Uncle Wang, when did you become Mr. Yes bodyguard? How come I haven't seen you before? Xiao Jing asked softly from the side, some admiration in her eyes. Wang Gang had a manly aura. That unique feeling on a soldier fascinated her a bit. It's been a while. Miss Yan and I know each other. I heard from the young master. At that time, it was still Miss Yan who relieved the young master. Wang Gang's voice was hoarse, but there was a smile in his tone. What the heck? Still, you actually have other things to hide from us. Say, how do you and Yi Feng know each other? Xiao Jing was anxious upon hearing this. Her two small eyes widened as she looked at Yen still. Ahem. Listen up. This young lady will talk to you guys. Yen still coughed dryly, only to see her straighten up, with the appearance of a storyteller. It was a dark and windy night, and this young lady's live stream happened to pass by that unattended macaroon restaurant. I was about to go for a cup of tea. Who knew that he was actually insulted? Am I the kind of person who sees death? I rushed up at that time. Yen still waved her fists, her feminine aura soaring. Yi Feng was looking at him. Yen still was always so lively. It just created an inverse ratio with his character. Along the way, the crowd chatted, but did not feel boring. Time passed quickly. Bailey was not far from River City, more than 1,000 kilometers away, and arrived in a day. The next morning, Yi Feng stepped on the brakes and the car stopped in front of the sign of E County. Because he couldn't drive excessively, Yi Feng took the place of Wang Gang's driver in the middle of the night. E County, as a small county in River City, there were not a lot of supplies here. On the contrary, many places were inconvenient to move around, which could be seen from the sign of this county. A large county, yet the sign was very simple, just a red iron sign. Young master, Lu Yan's side said that the 5 teams have arrived at their designated locations, and the trucks and mechanical appliances are also in place. Wang Gang held his cell phone and said softly, good, notify, seek the consent of the village committee, and the villagers before starting the construction. If not, let's directly change the location. Also, the terrain give me a good exploration. Cannot create casualties. The back kitchen side also do not save money. Every meal I want to see neat. Yi Feng said several requirements consecutively, and Wang Gang also nodded his head consecutively. Your consideration is quite thorough. You even considered the village committee? I don't think anyone will stop you from repairing the road, right? After all, it's a free road repair. There shouldn't be anyone who would refuse, right? Xing Dai said on the side, probably not out of school yet, and his words were relatively young. Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. The world is cool. You are still young. Yi Feng smiled and opened his mouth. Xing Dai frowned at his words and didn't say anything more. This should be one of the poor counties. Let's go straight in. Our convoy has arrived. Wang Gang said softly, breaking the situation just now. Yi Feng nodded. Wang Gang sat on the main driver and the car slowly entered E County. The car quickly entered the county. The environment here was a little worse than what Yi Feng had imagined. Red brick houses. Mansions were not very common. and this was actually a county town. Our convoy has reached a mountain village in Jiang village. Let's go in, Wang Gang said softly as the car came to the entrance of the village. And this was also the first stop for Yi Feng to repair the road. Just after arriving at the entrance of the village, the neighbors of the surrounding villages also gathered together. The old people had smiles on their faces, while some middle-aged men picked up their hoes. And on one side, the engineering team was already standing by the narrow village entrance road. Look, General Manager Yi has come. Good day, Mr. Yi. When the crowd of workers saw Yi Feng's arrival, they gathered around, and the villagers on the side also looked over when they saw this. You are Yi Feng, General Manager Yi? At this moment, a very thin, scruffy-looking man walked over carrying a shovel. His scruff and his tan skin could prove that he often labored in the mountains. You are? Yi Feng asked with a nod at his words. Hello, I'm the village head of this village, Zhang Xing. I'm glad to thank you for coming. I really didn't think that the rumors were true. You really brought someone here. I didn't believe them when they said it before. There actually really is this kind of good business. As soon as Zhang Xing heard this, his entire body trembled with some excitement. Yi Feng looked around. He realized that most people were actually carrying shovels and hoes in their hands. What are you guys doing? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. Building the road. Zhang Xing spat out 2 words. Chapter 65, Entering the Village. Right, our gang is here to help Mr. Yi repair the road. With everyone working together, we will definitely be able to fix this section of the road. Right, Mr. Yi has come a long way to help us repair the road. How can we do things regardless? Let's help together too. As long as the road in my village is fixed, it's worth it even if I'm tired. A group of big men waved their shovels. Their eyes were full of blazing heat. As long as the road is fixed, then their traveling can be much more convenient being. Even the speed of their children's medical treatment will be much faster. Mr. Yi, our bus can't drive in. It can only be placed here. Shi Swan, the project leader here, looked at Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng looked around. The muddy road was full of potholes, and there were even some water stains in those potholes. And there was more than one pothole section, almost all of them in a section of the road, which also undoubtedly made it more difficult for the construction team. This way, let's try to vacate a section of the road. Let the excavator and cement machine go first, and then the bulldozer will repair the surrounding section a little bit bigger. Yi Feng said softly. Shirsan nodded. There was some hesitation in his eyes. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked when he saw this. That, Mr. Yi, if we build the road, we might take up some of other people's land. As soon as he said that, Yi Feng remembered that almost all of the surrounding area was crops, and both sides of this muddy path were even full of wheat. What can we do about this? Yi Feng frowned. He wasn't sure if this bar road would cause any dissatisfaction when it was fixed. Fellow villagers, the road we intend to repair is a big road that is nearly 5 meters wide, and this land of ours might be overwhelmed by nearly 5 centimeters. Yi Feng shouted. The villagers were stunned at the words, and the movements in their hands stopped. Zhang Xing froze for a moment. He really didn't think that building a road would overwhelm the farmhouse. What? Crush our crops? Then forget it. Don't repair it. Yeah, pressuring the crops. Forget it then. Mr. Yi, think about it. Can you not press the crops and still build the road? Zhang Xing looked at the villagers who were almost turning pale. He hurriedly inquired. These people were faced with crops that were probably more important to their own lives. Most people's hearts were still stuck in that era of starving and gnawing on tree bark. Yi Feng frowned. Let's put it this way. I can pay for our 5 centimeters of land. Moreover, you all should know that the road is the main development channel of a village. Can all of you bear to see your children get sick and have to run because the road is too broken? Would you all like to see children going to school walking on mud puddle roads? Are you all willing to see your hometown becoming more and more backward? Yi Feng asked several questions in succession, and the villagers were dumbfounded. Yi Feng was right. If they didn't give up something, then the environment and medical care in their village would only get worse. For the sake of my waifu, I'm willing to contribute my family's vegetable land. Yes, for the sake of my traveling convenience, I'm also willing. With one person taking the lead, the crowd chimed in. Since everyone agrees, I won't say much. I will compensate you for your land according to the local level. Yi Feng said softly, and Zhang Xing was a bit embarrassed. People build roads for you for free, and in the end, they have to pay out money to get you land. This is simply a charity organization. Mr. Yi, don't bother with the money. It's already good that you can come and repair the road for free. How can I let you get cold feet? Zhang Xing quickly said. Yi Feng instead waved his hand. This is what should be. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, you are the project leader. Right, like this. First plan the road section here. Your side to repair the road for the whole field of 100 kilometers. I hope you can complete it. Also, complete the target within 2 months. Yi Feng stretched out 2 fingers with a grave face. he also wanted to relax the time, but the system didn't allow it. Yes, Mr. Yi, with the help of the villagers, we will definitely be able to complete the task. Shirsan had a firm face. Everyone, now we are ready to get up to pave the road. If there are comrades who need it, they can speak to us about the road conditions so that our construction vehicles can enter the village. Yi Feng shouted, my house. In front of my house. The section of road in front of my house is very bad, and my house, the road where my house is won't cross at all. Those of you are nothing, where my home is still a cliff. The people were talking, and at this moment, Zhang Xing walked over. Mr. Yi, I can show the way for our construction team. Zhang Xing had some seriousness on that black face. Obviously, he was still more responsible and was actively contributing to the village. Good, then you take the construction team in. The villagers don't need to go help. We have workers. Hey, don't ever say that. This is also a contribution we want to make. Most of the strong young men in our village have gone out, so it's only these old men and women. But don't worry, contributing to our hometown. That's what we're proud of. And we also want to see the look on our own children's faces when they come back. A grandpa walked over with a smile on his face. Yi Feng's eyes were a little heavy. He nodded, your sons will be proud of you. You are the backbone of this village. You are also the hope of those sons and daughters who are wandering. I also sincerely hope that you can take care of yourselves. If you guys want to help, you can. But the old people can only do light work at most. Middle-aged uncle, you guys in cement will be fine. Yi Feng finished and bowed. He saw a group of simple people here. They might not be very rich. They might not be very educated. But they love their hometown more than anyone else. Looking at the caravan that had already started to head towards the village, Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction as he looked towards Yenstill. Can't you go to the mountains to have a look? Let's go. Let's go take a look now. Yi Feng said softly. It was fine to leave this place to the project leader. Yi Feng was only here to review the environment. Yen still nodded as she glanced at Qing Dai, who was painting in the corner with her drawing table set up. When did she start painting? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. During your speech, Yen still returned. Let's go and take a look. Yi Feng was a little curious as to what this Qing Dai's painting level was like. From a distance, it looked decent. Little Chang, how is it? Have you finished painting? Yen still walked over. Almost done. The last color, she said, taking out a black paintbrush. Yi Feng's eyes fell on her painting. She only saw that her painting was very vivid, and it showed countless workers standing on that one muddy path, surrounded by a large piece of farmland. There were some cornstalks in the field. Countless vehicles were parked on one side, and the mountain village was hidden. Her painting was so vivid that she almost painted everything here. Even Yi Feng's expression during his speech just now didn't fall at all. Wow, so beautiful. Little Chang, next time, draw me one too. Yan's eyes still lit up as she practically came over. Good. Qing Dai nodded and just said one word. Yi Feng looked at it for a few moments and then withdrew his gaze. She was at a very high level with this one, even though Yi Feng didn't understand painting. Mr. Yi, can I ask you a few questions? Suddenly, Qing Dai raised her head with some doubts in her big eyes. Questions? Yi Feng nodded. He was a little curious about what questions Qing Dai could ask. Chapter 66, The Pursuit of Pursuit. You ask, Mr. Yi, you seem to be different from the others. Why do you want to help these people for free? In my perception, shouldn't businessmen do whatever it takes? Qing Dai looked towards the small hill in the distance. There seemed to be many villagers on the hill. Your understanding is wrong from the very beginning. Most of the businessmen are not what you think. They also have good and bad points. You can't generalize. When you are standing on the top of the mountain, what you think about is definitely not to climb any higher, but how to help those who are climbing the mountain. Because you are going to fall down if you climb any higher. Yi Feng's voice did not fight, but it made Qing Dai's eyes light up. She looked at Yi Feng, this boy whose age was only a year older than her, yet he knew much more than her. There's another question. Why did you go out of your way to help the villagers? If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have come to build the road at all. Because I am also a villager, so I understand the villagers better. Everyone is a villager, yet everyone wants to be a villager. Do you understand? Yi Feng had a smile on his face, although he didn't know if Qing Dai understood, but his words could only be said here. Thanks. She nodded, picked up a black brush and made a point on the portrait. Well, this painting is yours. Thank you for your reply. She barred the painting and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the portrait, and he kind of liked it. Yi Feng handed the portrait to Wang Gang. Yan still came over at this time, and she pointed at the distant hillside. I just saw that there seems to be really rape flowers over there. Let's go up and take a look. She was a bit excited. Used to the fast pace of the city, it was nice to come to the countryside once in a while. Go. Yi Feng waved his hand and the crowd started walking towards the mountain. Wang Gang also put the portrait in the car, and in order to show gentlemanly behavior, Wang Gang also helped Qing Dai carry her bulky wooden painting table. The mountain. Not too high. The construction team has also begun to run. Countless villagers. Moncler Outlet Online. Amma also have to participate in this road repair. Even some people from neighboring villages have come together to help. With these people, Yifeng's progress can undoubtedly speed up a little bit again. Soon, on the mountain, the endless rapeseed flowers were in full bloom, countless ringing around the tips of several people's noses. The yellow and green rapeseed flowers bloomed almost all over the mountain. Looking down, it was the Changshan Mountains. Looking into the distance, it was the countless earth-based tiled houses. An idyllic as-life atmosphere spread out. Yifeng looked towards those earthen houses, and he remembered that he was now 10 years ago. The air was good now. The scenery was good now. There was no pollution, no virus. Everything seemed to be peaceful. The sound of an excavator humming came from down the mountain. Yan still stretched his back. Yifeng, where's our excavator? I want to drive the excavator and gallop through the fields. Yan still waved his arms. Yifeng, let's take a picture. It's so beautiful here. Xiaojing also opened her mouth as she took a big breath of air. I forgot to bring the excavator. But don't worry, when we go back, I'll be fine with the excavator we have here. If we take pictures, where are we going? Yifeng pointed to the center of the rape flowers. Although Yan was still a little dissatisfied, he nodded in the end. Several people came to the center of the rapeseed flowers. Qing Dai didn't like to take pictures. Yifeng didn't force himself, and several people took a group photo. Qing Dian, on the other hand, started her painting again. Time passes very quickly. Near the evening, Yifeng a few people before going down the mountain. Qing Dai didn't say more than a single word since the beginning, but her painting book was extra thick. Young master, are we going to the group, or are we staying here? Wang Gang asked softly. Let's go to the town. Tomorrow we'll go to another area to take a look, and try to finish things on this side. Yifeng thought about opening his mouth. Wang Gang nodded, and the few people quickly descended the mountain. Under the setting sun, dusk came. Countless villagers stood at the village entrance. Zhang Xing was the first. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Zhang Xing hurriedly asked when he saw Yifeng come out. Going to the town for a turn. You guys also take an early rest. Yifeng smiled too. Don't go. The villagers in our village slaughtered a pig and want to invite you for dinner. We can't go. Right. Old Li's cooking is very good. Mr. Yi, if you leave, then won't our pig be a white shark? Facing the simple look of one villager after another, Yifeng finally nodded his head. Alright, then respectfully, I would like to taste our chef's handiwork. Yifeng laughed out loud, and the crowd followed Zhang Xing into the village once again. You don't know, Chef Li is awesome. Most of the wedding banquets in our village invite him. It's delicious. Hey, kid, Grandpa told you. Little Li's dish. It's excellent. Several grandpas and grandmothers were very enthusiastic, and Yifeng couldn't help but smile one by one. Yan still looked at Yifeng's side face, as well as a group of simple people. She snorted and laughed out. Still, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jing asked from the side. Nothing, it's just funny. What kind of god is this Chef Li? She laughed and waved her hand. He, how come this girl didn't say anything the whole way? Saying that she's not used to it? Don't worry, we're here at night although it's dark, but it's safe. Big Mom protects you. A Big Mom saw Qing Dai not saying a word. She walked to the side and opened her mouth in a small mimicry. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing this, Qing Dai had no choice but to open her mouth to thank her. Soon, it came to a courtyard, which was already surrounded by villagers. They seemed to be discussing something. Have you guys eaten? The lunch is so delicious. Yeah, it's worthy of being a big group. There's meat at noon. I'm afraid the chefs in town are not as good as them. I heard that their workers are paid $150 a day. What? $150? That high? I wish I could work there. It's a pity that we don't have any strong men left in our village. Otherwise we would have gone to work long ago. The villagers discussed, and the Amazons were even more regretful. If there were young men in the village, then they would definitely send them to Yifeng's construction site. Unfortunately, there were none inside the village. Look, General Manager Yi is here. Sit down, Mr. Yi. A few grandfathers hurriedly gave Yifeng a seat. Everyone, don't call me Mr. Yi, just call me Xiao Feng. This is Chef Li, isn't it? What an extraordinary look. Yifeng glanced at the fat man with a white apron on one side. His tone carried some respect. Where? Mr. Yi is really good at complimenting people. Chef Li laughed too. His face was red. After all, he was considered to be praised by a big shot. He might be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Guys, serve the food, Chef Li shouted, and a few young girls came out around him, carrying plates to the table. Mostly the only people left in the village were the grandparents, and the young women. Because of tradition, women didn't really like to run to the city yet, but in a few years, I'm afraid there might not be a single girl left in the village. Little Feng, Do you need anyone else? Can Grandpa go work for a few days? An old man in his 60s asked Yi Feng. Looking at him, with his worn-out clothes, white hair, and pale face, Yi Feng was a little heartbroken. Sorry, old Grandpa, our construction site has a high flow of people, and the average is in the 20s to 40s. So, Yi Feng politely refused. Hey, well, it's a pity that my son is not at home. Don't know if he's dead or not. He let out a long sigh, and the old ladies and grandpas around him also sighed. For the old people in the mountains, their hearts may have died. The children go out to work, go but never come back. Information technology poor, almost no news. Yi Feng exhaled deeply. He understood that this may be what he has been chasing. Looking at the village grandpa and grandma's disappointed expression, Yi Feng's heart is not a taste. Yan still even secretly wiped tears. Chapter 67, Please don't hurt if you don't love. Yi Feng, we must build up our hometown. Yan still lowered her head and whispered to Yi Feng. She couldn't help but feel bad in her heart when she couldn't stand to see these things, especially the tears welling up in the old grandpa's eyes. Yi Feng did not say anything, just nodded. On one side, Wang Gang's several people also didn't say anything. Wang Gang just ate one by one, while Xiao Jing didn't know what she was thinking. Qing Dai still had the same expressionless face. Hey, no more talking about sad things. Little Feng, eat quickly. Yes, try this pork. Several people said as Yi Feng picked up the wooden chopsticks. Not bad, much tastier than the hotels can be. Chefly, worthy of being chefly. Yi Feng gave a thumbs up after eating a piece of braised pork. This hometown flavor was a bit on the nose. Chefly was a little embarrassed by what he said. He touched his head. As long as you like it. Immediately afterward, the crowd also moved their chopsticks. The group quickly finished their meal. Nearly half an hour later, the villagers sent Yi Feng's people to the village entrance, although they wanted Yi Feng's to stay for the night. But because Yi Feng insisted on refusing, the crowd had no choice but to give up. Slow down on the road, Zhang Xing instructed. Yi Feng waved his hand and the SUV left the village entrance. At the entrance of the village, many containers were stacked by some roadsides, and the people living in those containers were naturally the workers. When they heard that Yi Feng was leaving, they also walked out waving their hands to send off. Goodbye, Mr. Yi, a voice came from behind him. Yi Feng looked out the window. It was the group of road repair workers. They had smiles on their faces, obviously satisfied with their current lives. Yi Feng waved his hand to them. The car gradually went away. At this time, Li Chef's house. Chef Li was full of smiles as he washed his hands and hummed a song in his mouth. When my son comes back, I must tell him about this. I actually cooked a meal for a big shot. Chef Li muttered, a sense of pride growing from his heart. When he finished washing his hands and looked under the chopping board, he froze. Somehow there was an extra pile of $100 under the chopping board. Chef Li hurriedly picked up the chopping board, and there was a note under the chopping board. Thank you for your hospitality. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope it can change your circumstances and open a small store. Maybe life will be better. The letter read, and Chef Li's eyes moistened. That pig is still his family raised a few years of pigs. Learned that it is Xia Sheng came to repair the road for free. He gave to take out. Did not expect a pig but in exchange for so much money. He held the money. His heart was full of flavors. There was a lot of money. More than $10,000. It was his income for almost a year. Even a year. Chef Li's hands trembled a little, and his fat face was even more filled with excitement. He might actually be able to open a pork store? At this time on the car, Yi Feng looked at his cell phone. The money is given, right? He asked to Wang Gang. Gave it to young master. 15,000. It should be enough to pay for a pig. Wang Gang nodded. His voice was not loud. You guys even gave money? 15,000? So much. Xiao Jing was a bit surprised. 15,000. That could buy many pigs. Well, people's good intentions. We can't let them get cold-hearted. No. I just looked at the meal. His family has a pig pen. The pig should be people voluntarily give us to eat. We can't be the kind of person who eats and then runs away, no? Yi Feng nodded. Since others invited them to eat, it was also considered a favor. Yi Feng was not the kind of stingy person. If young master didn't say it, I would have forgotten about this. It's still young master that you are attentive. Wang Gang laughed. He was not as attentive as other people's Lu Yan for this kind of rough stuff. Brother, I'm really impressed with you. Yan still drew a circle on his eyes with his hand. Hardcore impressed. But, you're kind of funny. Where are you guys going to play tonight? Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight. To the county. I haven't been to such a place yet. I need to visit it properly. Xiao Jing was a little exuberant as she raised her hand. I agree. Yan still also conformed. At the same time, Yan still seemed to have thought of something as she tapped her little head. I almost forgot. My mom asked me to give you a message. Yan remained fiercely serious as she looked at Yi Feng and gave a dry cough. Little Feng, in these few days, Auntie has a few questions to ask you. If you have time, Come to Auntie's house for a cup of tea and talk slowly. Yan still followed Qin Shi's tone. That look was alive and well in person. Yi Feng was almost amused. But Qin Shi's words obviously had something else. It should be the matter of those few prestige workers. Either that or something else. Yi Feng didn't know what kind of medicine this guy was selling in his gourd. But she didn't speak to him from Wilson. Instead she let Yan still bring the message. This point of purpose was not pure. What in the world does this mother-in-law want? Yi Feng frowned. If Qin Shi was not harboring good intentions, then don't blame him, Yi Feng, for entering the software development industry. I brought my words. Really, what is mom doing every day? All day long, which ghost face? Yan still muttered in her mouth. She seemed to think of something and even shivered. Auntie, how old is this year? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. He also felt that this Qin Shi was not menopausal, and had been acting a bit frequently lately. About 36 handle. Yan still opened his mouth. Good fellow, it should be a menopause coming. I know. Go check it out then. Yi Feng looked at his cell phone when he said that. When the video of Xiaoshang Group's road repair, and images, characters and so on were released, the entire network caused turmoil. At this time in the V-blog, the mysterious person who didn't know his name, holy, Xiaoshang is really building roads. Little Grey Ash, before I was still denying that people Xiaoshang would build roads. Well guys, it's only been 2 days and I've been punched in the face? Little tiny monster, no more. I take back what I said before to discredit Mr. Yi, I apologize. American sheep, crazy. Xiaoshang Group is really going to repair the road? According to reports, it's also expanding 5 routes for a total of 500 kilometers. This is too strong. Yi Jejun, where's the sprayer from before? Trouble you to stand out for me, okay? Saying what Xiaoshang garbage. Saying what Xiaoshang can't do. Look, this road. Can you guys playing the keyboard fix it? Grey Wolf, I knew it. Xiaoshang will win. Look, fix the road, right? Does your face hurt? Lang Xiao of Burial Family, hee. If you don't love, please don't hurt. Xiaoshang is like a winter bud. If you don't cherish it, you will cry. Please don't hurt it. Lang Xiao Mighty. Netizen. Only to see Xiaoshang official website numerous people are discussing, in which also emerged a new force in the middle, as if it was the funeral family. Looking at the non-mainstream words and the exciting melody, Yi Feng seemed to have returned to that era. Now, all of Xiaoshang's public opinion should have shifted, and I think our shares will return to normal. Yi Feng thought in his heart as he sent Qing Dai's drawing to Lu Yan. That drawing was photographed by Yi Feng, and he was going to use that drawing as the cover of this road repair theme. At this time in the Xiaoshang holding room, Lu Yan was already confused. He gulped. He had never seen such a bizarre thing before. Chapter 68 Stocks going crazy. It was only seen in the stock data of Xiaoshang Group. That main economic line was actually rising like crazy. The value even changing every second. It was almost like it was rising by a fraction of a second in the blink of an eye. Crazy. How is it possible for this stock to rise at this speed? Lu Yan looked at the rising shares. He was confused. Vice President Lu, look online. At this moment, a man holding a cell phone almost jogged to Lu Yan's side. Lu Yan frowned as his eyes looked up, when he saw that the negative remarks from before had disappeared, and in their place were all which grateful, encouraging positive remarks. Lu Yan seemed to understand something. Mr. Yi is right. Building roads is really a big deal. Lu Yan muttered. He understood why Yi Feng was so anxious to repair the road. To repair the road, that is what the people's heart wants. The people's heart wants. As long as the road is repaired, then the public opinion on the internet will naturally disappear, and the road repair will also be praised. And if most of the people all appreciated Xiaoshang Group, then would Xiaoshang still worry about his stock not working? Sure enough, looking at his own holding center again, his own family's stock rate had already peaked. President, we've broken through 5 points. The holding specialist, looking at the rising red line, was a little excited. It can still go up again. Don't be anxious. Lu Yan was calm as he slowly took out his cell phone. Looking at the remarks on the network, at this time, the spammers had disappeared, and those questioning voices had also shut their mouths. Yi Feng's move was very powerful, using something else to replace the signaling thing, thus causing another thing to develop. Looking at the positive remarks, and the rising trend of his own stock, Lu Yan knew that this time Yi Feng had guessed right. Lu Yan's gaze went to the portrait, and he was a bit surprised. This painting, it's not bad. The technique is still somewhat familiar. I don't know who painted it. Lu Yan muttered as he once again looked towards the center of the holding. As for Yi Feng's side, Yi Feng had already arrived at the rented place a long time ago. Because the environment of the entire county wasn't very good, despite staying in the best hotel, the equipment was still slightly worse. Yi Feng didn't care either. Several people stayed in their rented rooms separately. Yi Feng took out his cell phone, while he noticed another piece of news, which was an announcement released by Penguin Crossing Game. This game was going to be announced next month with Intel's new generation CPU coming out, and on the weekend of this week, the game will also go live for testing. Penguin Letter seemed to still be under development. Feng didn't know how it was going on Xiao Ma's side, but this guy definitely couldn't develop Penguin Letter that fast. This point Feng didn't need to worry. On the contrary, Ma Tian's online shopping is coming out. This is something that crosses generations. Ding ding ding. A message came from Wilson. It was a message from Pangtong. Mr. Yi, we've met some problems on our side, Pangtong said in the prestige message. Feng frowned. Met problems? What's going on? Mr. Yi, it's like this. Didn't we plan a road in the mountains before? Now people are not allowing it to be repaired again. They actually need money to repair it. They said that the road belongs to them. They won't allow it to be repaired without paying for it. Pangtong was a bit helpless. He had opened his eyes today. It was the first time he had met such people. That's so. Then change the place to repair. Just separate that place of theirs. We are not only able to repair from that side. I don't care if you repair the road in that village. What I want is to build 100 kilometers within 2 months. Feng directly replied a voice. Typing is too troublesome, or voice input will be better. On the other side, Pangtong was enlightened. Right, we can bypass that village. It's not like we have to build the road for him. Fixing it for them is a favor. Not fixing it is a favor. I understand. Mr. Yi, then my side to change an area. Today during the day has been built 500 meters. Night and then add a little more today target can be completed. Pangtong said. Feng returned an okay gesture. 500 people, 2 kilometers a day. 50 days would be enough to finish the repair. Young master, look at the news. On one side, Wang Gang shouted. Feng sniffed and turned on the hotel TV. On the news. At this time a reporter was interviewing a construction worker. Why did you come to build the road with Xiaosheng Group? Are your wages high? How is your food? This reporter didn't know whether it was intentional or not, as if he was deliberately saying something improper. Feng frowned. Which fake reporter was this? It was intentional, right? Young master, this person is shameless, Wang Gang also said, somewhat indignant. Feng waved his hand. Don't be anxious, watch his interview. As he said that, he only saw the worker on the TV with a silly smile on his face, contributing to our hometown. Mr. Yi is right. We migrant workers are the backbone of our hometown. We are willing to support the construction of this hometown. As for our wages, I'm too satisfied. 150 a day. Meat at noon. Vegetables at night. Not worse than your white-collar workers. And we can rest at night. 8 hours a day. If the project is done ahead of schedule, we can still get off the morning shift. We can thank Mr. Yi. The worker's mouth couldn't even close up with his smile. Obviously he was really happy. Okay, thank you this uncle. We are going to interview the others. Saying that, he had already gone to interview a few people, and the answers were all the same. The happiness index of these people were all very high. Even 150 a day. This kind of salary in the working hours. Enough conscience. At this time in front of the TV. No way. Such a high salary. And you only have to work 8 hours a day. I also want to go. And I don't know if I want someone. It's too touching. It's working for yourself and for your hometown. Support the migrant workers. This reporter's words are a bit of a problem. Right, how can you ask questions like this? Domestically, in watching TV people share said thinking. Some people on the reporter also produced dissatisfaction. And some people can fabricate facts everywhere for the sake of performance. Feng has seen too much of it. Young master, do you want me to check this guy? Wang Gang said softly. No need. I think someone will stand up for us in this matter. Feng waved his hand. This kind of person. No need for them to do it. Others have mentioned him to do it. This is the welfare of a good person to be respected. Well, by the way young master, are you going to exercise tonight? Wang Gang asked softly. Feng waved his hand. He was ready to sleep. Tomorrow morning. Sleep first. After saying that, Feng laid down on the bed. He had the habit of sleeping late and waking up late. Wang Gang didn't say much when he saw this. While he laid down on the bed on one side, Feng was chatting with Yan Still's side, and the eyes were turning to Yan Still's side. At this moment, the crowd was admiring Qing Dai's portrait. Feng, see, so many portraits, and so good looking, but they were all painted by Qing Dai alone. So beautiful. Look at my eyes. They're so big. Yan Still recorded a video. She pointed at the portraits with a smile on her face. Feng looked at the video that was transmitted. He realized that something seemed to be missing from the portrait. It seemed a little cold. Chapter 69, Long Rainbow Acceleration System. Feng fiercely recalled the portrait that he had seen Qing Dai paint earlier. The painting that was just given to him at the beginning. Feng hurriedly flipped through the album. And when he looked at the painting again, he seemed to have a different feeling. The mountain packs in the painting. The characters, Indeed, all had sound and color, and could even make people deeply immersed in it. But there was one color missing: the temperature. He found that the people on the painting, whether it was their smiles or the expressions on their faces, seemed to be missing a color. It felt a bit fake. This girl looks cold. How come her painting is also a bit cold? Yi Feng frowned, then scratched out the album again. This was someone else's business. What does it matter? He himself is done with repairing the road now. The night passed, and on this day, Yi Feng took a few people to a few more villages one after another. Soon, a week later, during this time, Yan still started school, then went back to school. Tractor galloping mountain garden thing. Yi Feng is satisfied. Yan still, and Yi Feng and Wang Gang things are done, is back to the north away from the Xiaosheng group. Those people on the construction site will just manage. I think there will be no one to make trouble. At this time, inside Yi Feng's office, Yi Feng was looking at an announcement. Penguin Crossing game internal testing started. This is the first large-scale shooting game of Penguin Group's Bedrock, which has an epic-making significance in this game-poor era. At this time, Lu Yan also came to Yi Feng's office. He was carrying a stack of information in his cell phone. The information looked thick, but his face did look well refined. What made you so happy? Yi Feng looked at Lu Yan with some teasing in his voice. Lu Yan laughed as he placed the documents on Yi Feng's desk. Look, Mr. Yi, this is our stock return for this week. It actually went up 10% in a straight line. Bull 10% only, that's nothing. Yi Feng didn't understand stocks very well, so he didn't feel anything. Mr. Yi, you're confused. 10% is equal to adding another 10% to our company's market value, nearly $50 billion. After saying that, Yi Feng pursed his lips. He froze for a moment. So he was worth so much? This way, keep it up. Don't fall. Yi Feng drank a mouthful of tea to cover up the excitement in his heart. Getting so much money again for no reason. This is considered a good person with good karma. Right, there's one more thing. Our 5 fully automated production lines have been sold, and our engineers have figured out another concept because of this production line. The mechanization concept, Lu Yan suddenly said as he remembered something. Mechanization concept? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. Yes, it is the mechanical concept. Have you heard of mechanical production machinery? Mr. Yi, mechanical processing food, mechanical machinery harvesting wheat? We just need to improve on the production line and utilize it. Maybe we can even build more fully automated products. Lu Yan voice or some excitement. If really get out some other automated products, that they Xia will leap up, become the first to realize all automation field. That is, in his previous life, Yi Feng had not seen the situation of full automation in Xia. Okay, give them the best help. I don't want my researchers to be aggrieved. Yi Feng nodded. His voice was solemn and calm. Lu Yan nodded. This point he had done long ago. After all, right now, what Xiaosheng lacked the most was still researchers. Our machinery sold a total of 2 billion meters today. Goose Country I sold them 20 million meters gold per unit based on Mr. Ye's selling price, and they are also very grateful for our technical help. Lu Yan roughly reported the sales situation. 2 billion. Yi Feng converted in his heart. This time he had transferred more than 30 billion summer dollars, converted into yield. Each machine he built cost 50,000, and the lack of earnings reached hundreds of millions, a full N times. This kind of thing, just deal with it on your side. They didn't think it was expensive, right? No, on the contrary, they also thanked us for selling them so cheaply. It's not like lying. Lu Yan smiled and shook his head. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of being held in high regard for Xia's technological leadership. This feeling was too good. Good. I watched the news. The network is ready to release a game called Crossing, and Intel is also going to release it. How's it going on our computer side? Yi Feng's voice was not loud. He put down his cell phone and looked at Lu Yan. It's pretty much accounted for. It'll be done in a month or so. And I also looked at Intel's data. It's not our rival at all. Their Intel 250 CPU, whether it's cores or threads, it's not our Changhong CPU's rival. Mr. Yi can rest assured. Lu Yan was very confident. This was the confidence that the Changhong chip had given him before. If there was no Changhong chip coming out, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so confident. Good. I'll wait for good news then. Yi Feng nodded. He was looking forward to the coming out of the computer. Another thing is that the Changhong 32-bit operating system has been perfected, and it will be released next week. As soon as Lu Yan's words fell, Yi Feng directly stood up. This was a big event. The Windows OS had not been paid attention to in the past few days. It should not be on the market yet, and Yi Feng's Changhong had to get ahead of him. It's rumored that the Windows system is going to be released in the middle of this month. Should we rush ahead of them? We must. Not only that, we have to step up our publicity efforts. I believe that after such a long time of adaptation, Everyone should also have a certain understanding of the operation of the Changhong system, and we are now riding the wave of victory to kill his rubbing hands. Once Yi Feng heard this, he quickly said, his voice was not loud, but his eyes were filled with fire. Now the Changhong cell phone had penetrated into people's hearts, and if they made the computer system again, the collection would definitely not be small. I understand. I'll do it now. But, Mr. Yi, our computer system is made. But unlike the Changhong cell phone, there is no acceleration system in the computer system. The cell phone can be accelerated by 60 to 70%, but our computer has no features. Lu Yan frowned slightly. The acceleration system of the cell phone and their computers is not a concept at all. Their technicians simply can't move to the computer. That is to say, if it was really released, then their Changhong 32-bit operating system would be an ordinary operating system cloaked in Changhong. There is no acceleration function. Yi Feng was also stunned. This was a big drawback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please ask the host to choose a mission. Task 1. Drink tea with Qin Shi and collaborate on a project. Task Reward Changhong Computer Acceleration System. Attention! Changhong Computer Acceleration System can protect the computer on the original system, clean up garbage, repair software, repair damaged system, and provide acceleration effect. Acceleration effect of up to 60%. Task 2. Build 500 kilometers of mountain roads. Reward energy-saving lamp technology. A fierce system voice sounded in his head. Yi Feng was delighted in his heart. Sure enough, he had triggered the task. Chapter 70, Cooperation. Without any hesitation at all, Yi Feng directly chose Task 1. Not to mention the usefulness of the energy-saving lamps, it was another 500 kilometers of mountain roads that he couldn't keep up with the time. People's Windows would be released this week, and if they repaired the roads again, they wouldn't be able to keep up with this wave of dividends. You don't need to care about the acceleration system. I will give you a program when the time comes. In this case, you go and busy yourself with other things first, and then contact again afterward. Yi Feng said softly. Lu Yan nodded at his words. His feet flew and he left Yi Feng's office in big steps. Yi Feng saw Lu Yan leave before he took out his cell phone, looking towards his mother-in-law's side. Good guy. She actually sent another friend circle. Men should all asterisk. Looking at this controversial friend circle, Yi Feng's mouth twitched. Can we still drink tea this night? Touching his chin, Yi Feng hesitated or sent a message to this guy. Auntie, do you have time? Handshake. Yi Feng attached a handshake emoji at the same time. Tick-tock. Inside the Huasheng group, Qin Shi was looking sad. Their company was now thinking of developing a software for office communication, but after such a long time, it had been delayed because of the lack of skilled workers. The group of people who went to Yi Feng group last time to make prestige could be her carefully selected, stronger people, but the information was not stolen, but the people were poached. It was also this incident that made Qin Shi's already undesirable R&D staff become a little more scarce. Snap! Don't let me see that brat again. I have to scold him before I can do anything. There's no respect for elders at all. Qin Shi's eyebrows carried a bit of anger. Ding ding. But just at this moment, the prestige rang. When he put his eyes on it, it was actually Yi Feng. Must scold him, thought in his heart, but his hand unconsciously inputted. It's little Feng. Why? Looking for auntie for something? Question. Although in her heart, she scolded Yi Feng 1,000 times, but on the surface, she still can't make a scene. After all, he is her son-in-law, isn't he? For the sake of her own daughter, she could only swallow her bitterness in her stomach. It's like this, auntie. I heard still that you are looking for me. It just so happens that I will have time tonight. So let's have a cup of tea and talk about work then? Yi Feng directly sent. If not for the mission, he would not go to Qin Shi where to drink tea and get scolded. At this time, when she saw Yi Feng take the initiative to mention this, Qin Shi's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Maybe she could get her people back. She barely hesitated. Just in time. Auntie has wrapped buns this time. Little Feng can come and try them. Put. Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of coffee. This Qin Shi is real. Is there any reason anymore? The buns are out. Okay. Sent an emoticon. Yi Feng closed his cell phone. No, I can't be alone. When the time comes, I might even be scolded. I have to find a shield. Yi Feng thought in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Yan still. His own daughter is there. She shouldn't say anything more. When I think of it, I do it. Yi Feng directly sent a message to Yan still let her go home to eat buns at night. Yan still agreed without any hesitation at all. For her to be able to be with Yi Feng is very happy. After doing everything, only then did Yi Feng put down his cell phone. Now he just had to wait for the task to be completed. Lying on the sofa, looking at the scenery, time passed quickly. In the evening, Yi Feng went to Yan still's school to pick her up. The two headed for the road home. What's the hurry? I'm telling you, my mom's buns are awful. Let's just go slow. Yan still spat out his tongue, and a look of fear was all over his face. Then you still agreed to come out with me? That's not accompanying you. Why? Don't agree? Then I'm going back. Yan still got anxious at the sound of it. Yi Feng waved his hand repeatedly. No. You are my shield. Not right, but my little lucky star. Little cotton jacket. How can I go? And I also want to stay with you for a while. Yi Feng was hastily said. Yan still blanked him. Count you have a conscience. There were no words along the way. It was already evening when he came to Qin Shi's place. Just as he entered the door, he smelled the unique scent of buns. Little Feng is here? Have a seat. Ran you're back so too? When Qin Shi saw Yan still, her whole expression changed. Good guy. How does this make her play? Can't bully someone's boyfriend in front of her own daughter, right? Glaring at Yan still, she then turned around to multiply the buns. Yan still spat out her tongue. She was full of unconcern about her mother's appearance. I was the first place in long distance running in this fall sports meeting at school. Yan still kept showing off in front of Yi Feng, and Yi Feng also kept praising her lovingly. And Qin Shi also picked up a plate of buns and walked over it this time. A smile appeared on her face, and it was hard to tell if she had really been angry. Ran, why didn't you tell me when you came back? Qin Shi looked to Yan still. Qin Shi looked angry. I still have to report back when I return to my own home. Ms. Qin Shi, please don't leave work matters at home. Yan still tilted her head, her little head spinning, very serious. Qin Shi pursed her lips. Fine, I won't say any more. Eat quickly. Saying this, she handed Yan still a bun, as if she wanted to stuff her mouth. Seeing this, Yan still took the bun without saying anything or eating it, which made Yi Feng feel even more that there was something wrong with this bun. Could it be a poison bun? While Yi Feng was in a daze, Qin Shi had already handed over one. Quickly taste my handiwork. She looked at Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to nod and gently bite down. A salty flavor ran directly to the top of his head. Saliva was secreted madly. Yi Feng's entire body was bad. You call this a bun? I asked you to call it auntie. You actually poisoned me? Yi Feng's face was green at this point. Is little Feng alright? What's wrong with you? Looking at Yi Feng's bitter face, Qin Shi hurriedly said. Rather, she had a feeling of bloating now. It's fine, auntie. Your buns are so characteristic. Yi Feng popped out level a few words. He looked at Yan still. Good guy. Instead of eating the bun, this girl looked at herself with a smile. Yi Feng frowned. He felt at this moment that Qin Shi was just doing it on purpose. This is my old family's way of doing things. You must be so delicious that you are dizzy. This way, I still have more here. You eat more at that time. Talk about what you said before. Qin Shi bar pushed all the buns over. Yi Feng hurriedly pushed them back again. Buns are not necessary. Too delicious. A little indigestible. So let's talk about cooperation directly. Auntie, my side intends to develop a few small programs, and I want your side to cooperate in developing them. Small programs? What is that? Qin Shi was a little confused. She hadn't even heard of this kind of thing. It's small games. Can you do it on your side? Yes, but I have one condition. At this moment, Qin Shi was unusually calm. Her aura changed and a serious aura surrounded her. Just for a moment, Yi Feng seemed to feel like he had arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 71 Cooperation Small Program. Although Yi Feng had already thought of her conditions, he still pretended to be puzzled. Oh, what conditions? If I can fulfill it, I can agree. There was some doubt in his voice. Qin Shi sipped her water as she looked at Yi Feng. Can my few researchers be returned to me? I can exchange them with others. Or I can create software for you for free. Qin Shi's voice carried an undoubted tone. Obviously, those few engineers had far exceeded the value of these few games. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to come to you for cooperation if I had enough staff, and I don't have the right to just abandon those researchers of mine. So, I can only say sorry. Yi Feng shook his head. He barely considered it. What he, Xia Shang, lacked the most was engineers, and now she wanted to poach his people. How was this possible? There is no room for retention. Qin Shi's expression changed for a moment. If her side were to train some more researchers and developers now, it would cost too much. This way, for the small programs on my side, your side will help me develop them. And if your side needs to develop something, I can find someone to help on your side. How about this also forms a complementary? Yi Feng didn't say such words as giving away people, but instead proposed cooperation in research and development between the two sides. Qin Shi knew that it was useless to say anything else, so she had no choice but to nod her head. It can only be like this. I don't have a lot of personnel on my side. If you want to create a small program, then you'll have to transfer over a few people from your side in. Qin Shi said truthfully. If she wanted to do it, she could definitely do it, but it would take a lot of effort. If Yi Feng could drop over a few, then the researchers on their side could also learn some unique knowledge. Yi Feng frowned. Yes, I can transfer too, but what are the requirements on your side? I'm planning to get an office software, so I need a few people as well. If we work together, we might really be able to create a miracle. Qinsher opened her mouth as she unconsciously bit into her bun. Then her face changed. This was too salty, right? And how did the Yi Feng in front of her eat it? Okay, I can transfer 4 people to make the small program and the office software you mentioned for you. But what I want is the small program to be made within a week. I can give you a set of plans. Yi Feng remembered the jumping jacks of his previous life, and small games such as building blocks, fighting the landlord, guessing riddles, and other small games. This kind of game can enrich the entertainment of the wizards themselves, and it could also receive advertising business from the small program. When the time comes, Wilson is also a good tool to collect money. Good. Qinsher directly agreed, and the two were considered to be in a verbal partnership. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host and Qinsher for reaching a partnership. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Changhong acceleration system. Attention! Changhong acceleration system concise version. Current technology level can be developed quickly. The system voice gushed out, and Yi Feng knew that this trip had been successful. The quick development was nothing but the fact that it could be developed in a short period of time, which gave Yi Feng an opportunity. Good. Then Auntie, let's have a good cooperation. Yi Feng shook hands with the two of them. You guys fan not fan? Woo not woo chat. Is there any meaning? Dinner and talk about cooperation. Yen was still a bit dissatisfied, originally thought it was just a family set meal. Who knew? Qinsher came up to talk about cooperation, hogging all her personal space. Okay, don't talk about it. Feel to eat amount. Drink soup. Qinsher said a meal. His buns are really not tasty, so he still stopped talking. A meal was eaten very quickly. Yi Feng said goodbye to Qinsher and the two of them at more than 8 o'clock. The acceleration system has already been finished, now only waiting for the development. Giving the accelerated USB flash drive to Lu Yen. Although he was a bit shocked, he still nodded and went to the research lab. In the past few days, Xiaosheng's research room could be said to be working non-stop day and night. Wilson, computer parts, and the update of Changhong's cell phone all needed to be researched and developed. The next day, the Penguin Fire Line official public beta. This day Yi Feng was lying on the sofa looking at the news of the public beta. Look, the first domestically produced game. Everyone go and log into Manifest. What domestic? It's still not acquired from a kimchi country? Acquired is not domestic? What a joke. I just played it. It's not as good as C-Soul. I'd rather play CS. The comments on the network on the crossing were different. In Yi Feng's opinion, this game can be on fire for at least 8 years, mainly because of habit. Most people play this game. Naturally it will drive others. This is the coherent effect. At this time another vlog caught Yi Feng's attention. Intel new computer has been tested. Will be released on October 10th. A new generation of Intel only with a Core i3250 single core, 4 threads, fully meet the needs of some shooting games adopted in GTX 300 independent graphics card, so that your gaming experience more. 250G high-speed mechanical hard disk, can accommodate 100 games. Please look forward to October 10th. This was the information released on Intel's official website. Yi Feng didn't care. He counted the time. There was still almost a month left. And this month, their Changhong computer was good enough to come out with a gift. Except for the graphics card. The rest was completely fine. And the computer system can be announced this week. Windows XP system is also coming out. Yi Feng has to go to see his announcement. Came to the official website of Windows. Sure enough, an eye-catching announcement appeared. Windows XP system will be out soon. This system is the decisive best choice for office games. This system is a 32-bit operating system. Can be more secure to protect your office needs. 32-bit operating system is more able to bit software to improve the speed and efficiency. Windows XP will be released on September 15th. There are only just a few sentences on the introduction, but the number of views had already reached several million. Yi Feng knew the power of the XP system. If Windows 7 is the best system for gaming, then XP is the office weapon. Many companies habitually use XP system for office. Not only comfortable, but also the security is higher, and will not system error. And Windows 7 system is prone to error, it's annoying. Our Changhong system can completely make up for the shortcomings of Windows 7 and XP, and even stronger than them, but there is no comparison. Thinking in his heart, Yi Feng closed the official website of Windows. Now just wait for the 15th to arrive. Lying on the sofa, soon afternoon, Lu Yen pushed open the office door. His face carried some excitement. Mr. Yi, the accelerated system code you gave us last night. The framework is really strong. Our R&D is especially smooth. I believe that in less than 4 days, it will be developed successfully. Lu Yan's eyes were a little fiery. Windows XP is also about to be released. In this way, you guys speed up a little bit as much as possible. We'll release our system on the 14th and cut off their release, Yi Feng said, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 72 Changhong operating system released. So fast, I was so busy that I forgot. Well, I'll speed up the progress a bit on my side. Simply adding the acceleration system is simple. 4 days is enough. But what I didn't expect is that Windows XP is going online so soon. Lu Yan had some differences. Right, Mr. Yi, our Changhong system, it is possible to sell abroad not. I am still more worried. Lu Yan thought of the influence of Windows. In foreign countries, they have been living deeply abroad for several years, like a mature adult, while they Changhong is like a newborn. How can a child fight with an adult? Don't worry, it's still the same sentence. Adaptability is the most terrifying. Yi Feng waved his hand with a confident face. He wasn't afraid that Changhong wouldn't sell out. On the contrary, he was worried that the sales were too high. Good, then I'll do it from my side. Lu Yan nodded. He didn't say anything else and directly left the office. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa watching the latest news. Time flew by. 3 days later, Thursday, early morning, Yi Feng stood inside the conference room while below was a group of people already seated. Outside of the supervisor of the production workshop, the rest had basically come. Yi Feng looked at the crowd, and the first person he spoke to was Zhou Yu. Everyone applaud. Warmly welcome Comrade Zhou Yu to stand up and talk about the role of our Changhong 32-bit operating system. Yi Feng said softly. He said the crowd gave a round of applause. Zhou Yu slowly stood up when he saw this. Changhong 32-bit operating system, the main function is to accelerate the speed of the software on the system, has its own uninstallation, antivirus software, has its own repair system mismatch function, and firewall, can 99% of the outside world to block the invasion of the virus. Changhong 32-bit operating system, the most important point or can be stable in games. Software speed. Our acceleration system uses a new generation of Changhong acceleration system. Can bit computer speed up 70%? That is, the previous big lump computer as long as we use this system. Speed up at least 70% faster. Most of this is the work of Mr. Yi, and our side is only copying the research and development. Zhou Yu's voice is louder and louder. Obviously, he is still more excited about the development of the computer system. Where? I just contributed a small part of the effort. Yi Feng waved his hand. At this time, the new minister of the marketing department looked at Yi Feng and opened his mouth with some doubts. Mr. Yi, we are a technology company. Why do we do computer systems? And Windows system has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Most manufacturers have developed systems that have been eliminated. Mr. Yi, do we have the confidence to beat Windows? Her question was not bad, but it attracted many people's attention. Yi Feng shook his head at the words. No, we are not trying to defeat Windows, but to surpass them. Why is it that they can achieve a system monopoly and we can't? Why can they develop a computer system that is deeply popular and we can't? All those who say others are strong and belittle their own weaknesses are weak and are unsure of themselves. And what we at Changhong want to do is to eliminate people's over-reliance on Windows, to eliminate the unsureness, and we also want to create a computer system that is exclusively ours domestically. This system of ours is not at the mercy of foreign companies, not at the mercy of others, but belongs exclusively to us. Imagine, if that day, the Windows company suddenly stops the computer system or even installs a surveillance function in their system. What should our consumers do? Should we just let them spy? And the appearance of our Changhong can just eliminate this concern. Even our Changhong's function is stronger than theirs. Isn't that enough? Yi Feng's voice was impassioned, and the crowd's scalps were numb from listening. Yes, if that day people's companies do not allow outsiders to use the Windows system, or people start to monitor your every move, then what can you do? Don't use Windows? Or not use the computer? Mr. Yi, you've thought it through. Indeed, we do need a computer system that belongs to us, not dependent on others. This is the backbone of our Chinese people. We always have the spirit of struggle. A man said loudly. The crowd raised their hands. Try overthrow Windows. Asterisk 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 over Windows. The crowd shouted. After a long time, Yi Feng pressed his hand. Calm down. Don't get too excited. Now announce the strategy. Propaganda department. Start publicizing the launch of our Changhong 32-bit operating system today. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Those few groups that have cooperated with us, contact them and let them be the first to use our system. Give them enough benefits. Then there's the finance department. Don't take into account the funds for this publicity. Give me more smashes. I want this lake to make waves. And Zhou Yu, you guys are tired these days. Right, take 5 days off. Double paid vacation. Yi Feng said with a wave of his hand, and everyone nodded their heads. Soon, a meeting unfolded. After Yi Feng finished ordering things, his side also prepared for tomorrow to not develop. An hour later, on the internet. Holy, crazy. Big news. Changhong actually secretly made a computer system. Holy, really? Why isn't there any news? It seems like Windows is just about to release the XP system. And this new system just appeared? Changhong computer system? Really? Don't they make cell phones? How can they still make computer systems? I don't use it anyway. Windows has always been quite good and convenient. I don't believe Changhong can do better than others' Windows. Yeah, Windows has been released for almost 10 years, right? I really don't believe Changhong can surpass others' 10-year achievement in a short time. It's not that I don't look down on domestic products, but this Changhong does seem to be a bit of a claptrap. Just building roads, and now releasing a computer system. What are they doing here? You bunch of jets. Anyway, we support Changhong computer system. The function is not even said. You guys support it. It is really Changhong's brainless fans. At this point in time, two sides had formed on the network. One side was those who were not used to Changhong's development, and some were those who supported Changhong. Most of those who were not happy with Changhong were small and medium-sized capitalists in Xia. After all, they don't want to see their family's industry too powerful. They are afraid of Changhong to monopolize them. And most of those who supported Yifeng's Changhong were also Changhong supporters. Long Xiao, did I rub it in? Changhong actually released a new announcement. I've seen it a long time ago. Changhong 32-bit operating system. Before we also said it. I did not expect people really do it. Domestic specialized belongs to our system. I really do not know what people have to spray. Look, some bloggers have already started to announce that they are going to test the Changhong computer system. Fatty pointed to the V blog on one side. Who is it? So ahead of the curve? Lang Xiao was also stunned. He's testing it without people even releasing it?